Cold rain pounded the stone tiles of the aristocrat's mansion in stinging streams, as if it wanted to get inside and catch his household. But under a soft, warm blanket in a tiny crib, the baby slept peacefully. And he felt good. The rain sang him a lullaby instead of his mother, as if trying to drown out his father's malicious whispers and shield him from the world. "What a vile creature," were the first words he spoke to the boy. A boy who was unlucky enough to be born on the same day and hour as Kajin. From birth, he was showered with love and care, blessed by the gods, and gifted with a strong body. The mother of another boy would have loved for her son to be like that. But a difficult birth left her with a less gifted son. But for now, the baby did not understand his parents' discontent. He knew nothing about the world or people, and he was not at all bothered by the fact that he was born without a right arm. If he had been born into another family, this would not have been given such importance because his parents lived in a mansion and did not earn their living by ravaging the hard, ungrateful soil. The grief-stricken mother quietly whispered to the baby and asked him to die quickly. But for him, her words sounded like a pleasant, warm spring wind on his cheek. Despite his disability, the baby grew up cheerful and smiled all the time. He didn't want to die. Even while he was still in his mother's womb, he heard his father's voice, expressing his great hopes for this child. His older brother also awaited the birth of his son, and the younger one, who always lost to him anyway, dreamed that his own son could surpass his nephew. No. He had to do it. But fate, as if to teach him a lesson for his pride, rewarded, or perhaps cursed, him with the birth of a son with a handicap. Thus, he became a disgrace to the family, trampling on his parents' hopes simply by being born. Years passed. Both brothers grew up surrounded by love and care, and soon Kajin was already on his feet. He took his first steps, and the world greeted him as a winner. Everyone was happy, but his brother could not boast of such success. He still could not stand up due to his weak body, and he did not yet notice his mother's heavy gaze, which compared him to Kajin. Soon, he too set out on his own 2 feet to explore this world. But this did not make his mother happy. She was still grief-stricken. Motherhood had become a trap of hopelessness for her. She still compared her child to others, wounding herself ever more deeply. After all, Kajin had already taken up the sword, and the gap between them was only growing. The boy really wanted to please his mother, so he hurried to begin his training. At this time, Kajin had already begun to sense mana and was learning the family techniques. The older the boy grew, the deeper he felt his disability, and the denser the darkness around him. By the age of 7, Kajin had already become the object of universal envy and admiration, and traveled throughout the family's estates. The boy was sent as one of many escorts, his fair-haired brother. In fact, his father sold him as a servant for only 300,000 gold. Rather, in order to simply stop seeing his own shame. Kajin, who grew up in the midst of universal love and care, soon discovered his bad temper, lurking like a predatory beast in the blooming garden of his sweet face. When no one was looking, he showed his true nature and enjoyed the pain he caused others. His brother had no need to assert himself at anyone's expense. He was already the best at everything. But growing up in such adoration was boring and even stifling. So Kajin took out his anger on Davin, pouring force into every strike of his whip. The most painful thing was not that each blow cut his skin, leaving behind a crimson scar, but that no one tried to stop the young psychopath. Only his father could restrain Kajin's vicious nature, but the Lord left the family and never returned. Kajin grew unbridled. Permissiveness and unbridledness turned him into a monster. He took it out on everyone who was weaker than him and knew no pity or mercy, even during training sparring. Given Kajin's privileged position, no one dared to resist him and fight on equal terms. From childhood, everything came easy to him because he received God's blessing. But this only poisoned his soul. More than once, he mocked his opponents who had already surrendered and inflicted severe injuries on them. And then he simply called for the next one. Kajin himself became a curse for his kind. But he also had a favorite toy, one that was completely in his power, and who did not break no matter how much he was beaten. A simple cripple who could only hold a sword with one hand. All his life, he sincerely envied Kajin, his strength and talent. This envy burned in his heart more than hot iron, and Davin tried his best just to compare himself to Kajin. These were futile attempts. Each time he suffered a crushing defeat. But only because the guy did not give up, Kazdan did not try to kill him. Davin's gaze caused an unconscious irritation in him, as if there was a nasty, annoying fly next to him. And that's why the guy always got it hard. The very fact that there was hope and a challenge to his status and his gaze infuriated Kajin. However, pride prevented them from delivering the final blow. This was their special game, the rules of which no one spoke aloud. Without Davin, it would have been too boring. From the start, Davin was the lagging dog in the team, a cripple with a weak body. No matter what he did, he was inferior to the others. But the boy did not weaken his efforts. Kajin, having achieved impressive results, began to skip training sessions, indulging in entertainment in the company of wild girls. He still remained an insurmountable mountain for Davin, and often beat him up just for fun, out of old friendship. A lazy genius and a talentless cripple. Like a classic example of rivals from novels. Maybe because Davin did not want to accept his fate, he never gave up. Years passed, and he and his brother met in the arena, under the hot sun, where hundreds of eyes watched the outcome of their duel. The fact that Davin could withstand Kajin's furious onslaught was already an unprecedented miracle for a cripple. Kajin pressed him back, and the air was pierced by spiky bolts of purple lightning emanating from the swords. Davin also had something to answer with. He swung his sword so sharply that the shockwave cut the air between them into two halves. Then, taking advantage of the raised hurricane, the one-armed swordsman attacked from above. It wasn't so much their swords that clashed, but rather the warriors' auras. And when Kajin put up a solid block, the air immediately filled with a low-frequency hum. The tension grew until the force contained in the blow spilled out onto the surface, enveloping them in smoke and flame. When the smoke cleared, a cry of amazement swept through the stands. The great warrior Kajin was on his knees, defeated by his brother. 21 times they had met in duels. Each time, Kajin had spared his life, considering it a funny game of cat and mouse. But this time, everything was different. At the age of 29, Davin finally managed to surpass his gifted brother and achieve the impossible. It was just one win, after countless unofficial losses. Each time, Davin was beaten and told to give up. But he kept trying. He should have dealt the final blow then, instead of stopping the sword at his throat, Davin thought later. If he had stopped the sword one moment later, fate would have turned out completely differently. It was the first time his name had been shouted from the stands, and it was the first time Davin had seen such a confused expression on his brother's face. Since childhood, Davin only heard from his mother that he should be like his brother, only he wanted to be just as unbridled, to live without any meaning, to rise at the expense of the weak, and to spend his days in empty pleasures. The fight was over. The slight aftertaste of victory euphoria still made his head spin. Davin didn't feel any particular joy. One fight didn't prove anything, because the main proof was his resilience all these years. That's probably why he so carelessly turned his back on his mortal enemy. It simply didn't occur to him that Kajin would never accept his defeat, that he was so insane that he would commit murder right in front of hundreds of people. Another gasp of astonishment echoed through the arena. Then women screamed in horror and a hubbub arose. Davin immediately realized that after such a wound, he would not live. In the end, he was defeated by a coward and a scoundrel, he told Kajin. His brother had always been like this, but years of idleness and permissiveness had turned him into a monster. Everyone knew it, but they didn't say it publicly, and now he'd simply revealed what he really was. Kajin was terrified, torn between conflicting emotions. Davin only felt a little sorry that it would all end so stupidly. After all this effort, all the pain, sweat, and blood, the sword of the sun that pierced his chest had anti-magic properties. Only Saint Riley could save him from his wound. At the very least, his useless brother would be remembered as a monster, for with this outburst he had branded his name with dishonor. And then, the light faded before the warrior's eyes. The cold gripped his legs so tightly he couldn't feel them, and tight ropes bound his arms so tightly that the blood stopped flowing to them. At first, Davin thought he was simply falling, endlessly, disembodied. The executioner stood next to him, chains clanking. He smelled of heavy sweat and death like a market butcher. The only thing missing was the smell of sulfur to complete the picture of hell. The executioner enjoyed the comparison of his domain to hell, but it was still their sinful land. And it so happened that the saint was watching their fight and saved Davin. Considering the severity of his wound, Saint Riley performed a true miracle, confirming that she did not bear her title in vain. Davin figured out how to survive, but he didn't know why his arms and legs never regained feeling. Soon the executioner made everything clear. This was the first echo of his future torment. Power is not acquired just like that, which means a deal with the demon took place. There is nothing surprising about this. How could someone who always lost suddenly win? That means he is in league with a demon. And Damon's parents have already admitted it, said the executioner. Blood offerings and evidence of the sacrifice of 300 children were found in the warrior's house. The executioner recited as if he were passing sentence. It was all absurd. Not just the fact of the sacrifices themselves, but even their number. A patently false accusation. But money and power did their job, and now a shameful defeat has turned into a noble cause of protecting the home and humanity from the demon. After all, everything depends on how it is presented to the public. Now Davin realized how mundane his thinking was. He fought only with Kajin, but not with his family and influence. In the end, even his biological mother and father abandoned their son. The executioner shook a pitiful piece of paper in front of his face. But this piece of paper determined his fate. A quick trial sentenced the warrior to life imprisonment, and his mana would be sealed. Eternal torment and suffering in the dungeon. That's how Kajin repaid him for his humiliation. Davin's tendons were severed, his mana was sealed, so he rotted in prison, becoming a shadow of his former self. Even with a blindfold on, Davin could recognize the steps of his brother who came to mock him. He had always been a madman, and the fact that the shame of defeat in the arena had not affected him in any way made him even more unbridled. After this, Kajin received the title of Sword Emperor, and he couldn't help but come and boast about it, as if one imprisonment was not enough. And yet, he was not as calm as he tried to show. A sticky fear of defeat forever settled in Kajin's heart, because one person had already proven that this was possible. Days and months passed. Kajin's attention to him waned. Their game ended, and with it, the need to keep Davin in this world disappeared, and his daily rations began to decrease. Sitting on the cold, damp floor of his cell, surrounded by rats and bed bugs, Davin reflected on his life and awaited death. The worm of hunger had already torn a huge hole in his gut. The end was near. He coughed up blood. His lungs couldn't stand the constant dampness, and his body, weak since birth, could no longer contain his resilient spirit. It would have been better to die with honor in the arena, rather than meet his inglorious end like this. His life would have turned out differently if he had both hands, the warrior thought. The cold was taking over his exhausted body, along with thoughts of the ridiculous fate that would have befallen him if he had been born into the main family as Kajin. He would have the blessing of the sword god, and maybe even his mother would truly love him. He didn't want to die so easily, Davon thought regretfully. He could already hear Death's knuckles clinking out of the corner of his ear. Death was in no hurry, waiting patiently. He would be there anyway, resisting pointlessly. And then darkness fell over his eyes for the last time. Davin didn't know how long it lasted, but at one moment he saw a bright light that made it impossible to close his eyes. "Listen when your elders speak to you, Vincent." The words crashed into his mind, along with the whole world, making his head spin. He also felt pain where he had never felt it before, on the right side. Everything was so impossible that it seemed like a dream. A man grabbed his hand tightly and shook it, and kept shouting. And for a moment, Davin realized that he knew this man, and that he belongs to a collateral branch of the family. Vincent was the name of the Iden family's 7th child, and that was precisely what the man in front of him called him. Davin was completely stunned by what was happening, everything crashing down on him at once. The bright light, the strange room, the screaming man, and the strange memories. Taking a deep breath, Davin pushed aside all extraneous thoughts. The air in the room was clean and fresh, unlike the damp, musty cell where he had just died. Maybe it was a dream, but in this dream he had a right hand. Never before could he even imagine what it would be like to stop being a cripple. The man, noticing the boy's wandering gaze in front of him, sent a stream of mana into his body to bring him to his senses. Davin still knew nothing about the world he found himself in, but he was still himself, a great warrior. He wanted to simply interrupt the painful flow of mana and easily push his opponent away. But the man flew back into the wall as if struck by a battering ram. It was surprising that someone so capable of mana control couldn't withstand such a simple push. Davin groaned and belatedly apologized, hoping that if he showed some manners, he would be forgiven. "My hand just slipped," the warrior tried to justify himself, but he himself could hardly believe his words. He tried to extend his hand to the gentleman, but he rudely pushed it away, cursing foully. "Soon his son will crush him, and this will be the first time that the main branch of the house will lose to the side one," the man hissed angrily. It was as if Davin saw his father again. The same cold, obsessed with superiority, desperate and angry. The father was a weak man who could not cope and gave up, placing all his hopes on his son. But when they also collapsed, he simply abandoned his own child. Just like the man in front of him, who did not hide his hatred and promised to definitely pay back for this humiliation on the day of the assembly of true swords. The villain finally disappeared from sight behind the door, and Davin was able to catch his breath in this strange and exciting dream. Of course, he understood that everything was too detailed and clear for a dream. Not a single seam in perception. Sitting in the chair, he felt its softness with his whole body. As soon as I closed my eyes, memories of someone named Vincent floated before my mind's eye. His mother died immediately after birth, so he was raised in the arms of wet nurses. Vincent's father didn't care about him at all. He just moved on with his life. The boy himself was often humiliated by other children because of his soft nature. The 7th of 8 half-siblings, he was so pathetic that when his youngest sister hit him one day, he simply cowered and whined like a puppy before running off to his room in disgrace. The ugly duckling among the ducklings of the Idenka family, the perfect target for the branch families who dreamed of ascending, and for his own brothers who dreamed of ridding themselves of the stain of shame. It was as if fate was mocking him and shoved the one-armed outcast Davin into the body of the pathetic Vincent. He had never thought about what would happen after death before, but apparently, the universe had its own plans for him. Davin remembered that he had a diary in this world and decided to look through it first. There were many questions Vincent himself didn't know the answers to, and they weren't even on his mind. Why did he lose to all his relatives and become a target for other families? The diary was full of suffering and pain. Even the servants mistreated the boy. Vincent's despair was so great that, judging by his notes, he had long since abandoned all hope of a normal life. It was as if they were meant for each other. One did not want to die a miserable death in prison. The other did not want to live alone. It sounded so absurd that even Davin couldn't fully accept what had happened. Then he felt that someone was right now in the room with him and turned around, deciding that they could be enemies. The strange voice sounded as if it was right in his head, and the warrior became wary, because only demons could do that. The voice merely laughed at this suggestion, and then called itself the owner of this body. Once his name was Vincent, but now he has lost his body, and with it, his name, said the boy in glasses and a jacket who appeared before him. Now he asked to be called Julian, and Davin decided that he was facing an evil spirit that refused to leave his body. Julian laughed again, the way children laugh, easily and freely, like a bell. It was all about the blessing that only the gods can give, he said. Thus, Davin was blessed by Julian after his martyrdom. Realizing that the stranger had just called himself a god, the warrior simply refused to believe it. Even considering everything that had happened, it was too much. Julian modestly noted that he was only a lower god. Even these extraterrestrial entities had their own hierarchy. Initially, Julian wanted to hand over his body to the Spirit King, but Davin's soul leaped into him first. Now, to ascend, Julian needed an achievement. Only that would give him the right to be called a true god. In other words, it was his calling. Julian smiled like a serene angel, but it was still difficult for mere mortals to understand the world of the gods. Davin didn't feel obligated to anyone. If fate gave him a second chance, why did he take it? He didn't need handouts and had no debts. As Julian had told him, it seemed that he had now started a new life, which meant he would have a lot to do and no time to listen to the stories of some minor god. Julian didn't object and didn't even get angry, saying that he gave up his life and Davin got it as he wanted. However, because his divine power was too weak, the connection with his body was not completely severed, and once Julian completely lost his power, his body would also die. The words sounded like a threat, and Davin immediately checked his pulse. His current body didn't feel like it was on the verge of death, but as soon as he listened to himself, the warrior's face darkened, and his forehead became covered in sweat. Fatigue washed over him like a heavy wave, as if someone had tied a couple of lead weights to his legs and thrown him into the water, causing him to immediately collapse to the floor. How much mistrust there is in him, Julian exclaimed, and smiled softly, while blue butterflies fluttered around him. Now that Davin's soul could no longer resist him, the divine Julian could convey his true memories to him. They were like a lightning strike, as if someone had placed his body on an anvil and then struck it with a hammer, flattening it completely. Hellish pain pierced his entire body. Every blow that Vincent had endured before, everything that he had hidden deep in his heart. And yet, Vincent was not a weakling, but merely played the role of one convincingly. A spark of life always glowed in his eyes, and a plan for revenge was maturing in the depths of his mind. Davin was amazed at how much a 13-year-old boy had managed to experience and feel. He had meticulously followed the plan, ignoring all the bullying to avoid his family's surveillance and lower their guard. After all, the knowledge he sought was of apostolic access. This knowledge was intended to be useful not only to Julian and the newly minted god told him the legend of the demon Davin and the hero king Kajin. As soon as Davin heard his name, he jumped up from his seat and began to be indignant, because even after death, deep shame awaited him. The legend told of a long-forgotten past, 5 centuries ago, and during this time, many kings and their descendants had come and gone. One dark, stormy night, the one-armed swordsman Davin escaped from the prison where his brother was imprisoned. Having made a contract with the demon, he sacrificed thousands of lives to him in order to become stronger. 10,000 people, or maybe 1,000,000. Who knows how many? That's what the legend is about. This is how Davin realized that he was not only reborn, but also traveled 5 centuries into the future. It was not he who was smart, but the old world that he once knew, and which had caused him so much pain and disappointment. While legends were always ancient tales, exaggerated and full of inaccuracies, this one was clearly about him, since it preserved their names. Only Davin knew for sure that he had died in prison 5 centuries ago. And for him, it was just now. He knew that Kajin had by this time risen to the title of Sword Emperor, and no one in the world could defeat him. All these people were long dead, but their dirty lies continued to live on through the centuries. The realization of this burned Davin, and he angrily hit the table. Julian added further fuel to the fire by adding that this story tells of the betrayal of Kajin, who dearly loved his brother Davin. Of course, the one who knew the truth could not stand it, and ordered the little god to immediately shut up. Julian asked in bewilderment what the reason for such anger was. He had not yet understood what kind of soul had slipped into his body. He vaguely guessed that perhaps this soul was from the era that the legend speaks of. Then the god asked him not to grumble like an old sullen grandfather. So what if the legend lies? All these tales were collections of stories written by the victors. And again, Davin was amazed at how the 13 god reasoned. Julian just shrugged his shoulders and boasted that in their times, children grow up faster. When the ancient warrior calmed down and pulled himself together, he told Julian to continue his story. Legend has it that the Sword Emperor teamed up with his ally and best friend to defeat the greatest demon of all time. Arslan, the Sword of the Sun, became the founder of the Adenka family, into which Vincent was born 5 centuries later. The name seemed vaguely familiar to Davin, and then he remembered the perpetually snotty boy who seemed to have made a good career. A blue-eyed, sincere boy for whom the one-armed warrior became an idol and an object of imitation. By that time, Davin was going around shirtless everywhere, as if he disdained clothing as such. And the boy thought it was masculine and looked cool. At some point, the warrior himself became attached to the boy and made him his disciple, even though he did not fully understand what the boy saw in him. Later, Arslan became the only person who visited his teacher in prison and remained loyal to him. He vowed to clear the teacher's name of shame, no matter how much time and effort it took. But it was just a fervent vow given by a teenager who had taken up arms against the whole world. The boy was too small and insignificant in the big world to influence anything, and he never came to his teacher again. However, Arslan passed on his mission to correct centuries-old injustice to his descendants, and it was also connected with the calling of Julian himself, to overthrow the Simon family and achieve justice. Such was the motto of this family, even if its origins were long lost in the darkness of legend. Davin thought there were too many different coincidences that were haunting him for a simple and random revival. Arslan, more than anyone, knew that his teacher had been slandered. And after that, he founded his own family, solely to seek the truth. Just think, an entire family lived for this purpose, generation after generation. Now the picture became clearer for Davin. Since he was reborn in the family that served his blessed memory as a martyr, it meant that he himself must fulfill this mission. In this case, Julian will become a full-fledged god, and Davin himself will receive a new body and a new life, and even a divine blessing. It was a real deal with the higher powers, and quite beneficial for both of them. A better gift could not be imagined, thought Davin, and he grabbed the sword that hung on the wall, thus preparing to take on his fateful role. As part of the lineage of his faithful disciple, he vowed to avenge the shame that had tarnished his name. Now that clarity had come, Davin could take action and left his chambers. Julian kept calling him old man, which was very annoying, but what else could you expect from a divine teenager? Moreover, Davin was not only older, but also lived in ancient times. The warrior began to grumble that he could forget about all the missions like an old man and just enjoy life. After some thought, Davin decided that he should now be called by a new name, since he would be living a new life. Vincent. What a great sounding name, he thought as he heard some sounds coming from the landing. The sounds were unmistakable. The clang of blades, the clash of metal, the clash of shields. It was the sound of a good training battle, and Vincent watched it with pleasure, eager to learn what techniques they were using 5 centuries later. I really wanted to understand how strong people, the Simon family, and other noble families are now. But then an incomprehensible weight fell upon him again, as if someone had suddenly pumped all the blood out of him. and Vincent lost consciousness. Later, he realized there was something wrong with his body. Even maintaining a normal life required constant mana control. If he'd been reborn in a healthy body, it wouldn't have been so much fun, Vincent thought. There was something wrong with the flow of mana, too, and the guy suddenly jumped out of bed, demanding that the god show himself. He stretched sleepily, but still appeared in front of him, yawning incessantly with his mouth wide open. It turned out that there were no traces in Vincent's body that he had studied swordsmanship. It was all about his physical weakness, Julian answered and smiled awkwardly, having forgotten to mention such an important detail. Then Vincent began to pester him, demanding details. According to Julian, it was a congenital disorder. How could he not learn swordsmanship if he had a heavenly core? Vincent asked, stunned, almost shouting. Julian distanced himself from him as if he were a madman and demanded an explanation, as he understood nothing at all. The peculiarity of the celestial skeleton, according to the ancient warrior, allowed mana to accumulate in the bones, throughout the body. These words did little to help the god, and Vincent scratched his head and tried to explain the topic again. Mana had been used since ancient times to strengthen warriors. Usually warriors accumulated it inside the body, in their heart, where all the streams converged. Those who possessed the heavenly skeleton could also store this mana in their bones, thanks to which their strength was limitless. Here Julian himself was amazed that he had something similar in his body, and had no idea about it. To make it clear how decisive this advantage was, Vincent explained to the god that the hero king Kajin possessed just such an innate talent. It was ironic, Vincent thought, that in this life, he had acquired the talent he had envied in the past. Yet the world 5 centuries later looked different from what Vincent might have expected. Julian's problem was that he could not connect the images to his heart. These words sounded like complete nonsense to a man of antiquity. Realizing the depth of the problem, Julian buried his face in the pillow, not even knowing where to begin. The conversation would clearly be long. People of this age accumulated mana in images that were ephemeral repositories of mana. Since they weren't accumulating mana in their hearts, what happened to their meditation methods? Vincent asked. The god knew nothing about this either, and therefore remained deeply perplexed. In his past life, Vincent clearly remembered that Arslan knew a method of meditation that allowed him to accumulate mana in his heart. Now everything has changed. Mana accumulated in images, and for the creation of each of them, a star was awarded. They showed the strength of the warrior. The method of accumulating mana in the body remained in the distant past and was forgotten, so that there are no records left about it. The hostile man who came to Vincent in the morning had at least one image. The ancient Voni realized that the new method of accumulation outside the body served to avoid the risks of the old method. In the past, half of warriors died during the practice because, if improperly handled, mana could explode inside the body. Taking the sword in his left hand as usual, Vincent concentrated on his heart, where mana was seething. Julian immediately became alarmed, realizing how risky this was, but the ancient warrior reassured him. Their body had a strong heart. To become an outstanding warrior, one must be willing to take risks. In the past, it was this method that helped the one-armed Davin become the strongest. But Julian was still worried and fussed. He didn't understand why Vincent allowed the mana to flow wherever it wanted, without any knowledge of the circulation order. Then the warrior sighed heavily and asked the god why he thought that mana should have a certain order. During this time, mana was strictly controlled. Only a madman could allow it to flow freely, and everyone followed the established order. In more ancient and wild times, this was done intuitively. Of course, there were difficulties with this. For example, half of the warriors could simply die from an explosion of mana in their vessels or other organs. Half survived, and that was the best-case scenario, said Vincent. He was quite the optimist. Julian immediately demanded that they take care of their body, since it was only one, and it was not so easy to take risks. But the guy had already fallen onto the bed and did not listen to him. Vincent himself was puzzled by the fact that Julian was so abusing his body. His body had the talent of a heavenly skeleton, a healthy heart, and good mana circulation. With proper training, he would definitely succeed in his goals. The celestial skeleton not only allows it to store mana, it also needs it, and over the past 13 years, it has become very hungry for it. At this rate, he would have died anyway, never reaching maturity, Vincent declared, stunning the young god. Vincent spent the rest of the night meditating, with streams of mana constantly picking up various objects and swirling them around the room. This should have slowed down the process of destruction in his body and bought him some time, about 10 years. 10 years is an eternity for a determined man, during which time Kajin became the emperor of the sword, and Davin was consigned to oblivion as a demon. For 10 years, Davin died in prison, from cold and hunger. But all these years, he passionately wanted to live and supported himself with the help of meditation. There was a sharp knock on the door, so that all the objects that had been raised into the air immediately fell to the floor. Then, without receiving an answer from him, a servant, judging by his simple clothes, burst into the room. He immediately rudely scolded the young gentleman for the mess he had made in his room, as if cleaning it was not his job. The name of this tall, impudent fellow was Wilson, and Julian planned to get rid of him in 3 years if he did not achieve his goal. Vincent chuckled, once again ignoring the servant's rude behavior. He wasn't offended by him, since he had spent his past life alone, and in a position worse than a slave. But he wasn't going to let Wilson get away with his rudeness. Respect was the most important thing in life. So he threw his clothes to the servant and ordered him to tidy them up and also to clean up the place. Such a harsh answer, which changed from a timid to a commanding tone, stunned the servant. The boy in front of him seemed to have been replaced in just one night. So he decided to first carefully find out what had happened and ask the young gentleman what he had been doing and what experiments he had been conducting there. Vincent just shrugged. It all sounded like nonsense, so he wasn't even going to make any excuses. Then Wilson started yelling at him and said that he would report to the head of the house if the young gentleman decided to lock himself in here and study dark magic. But the young lord only grinned again. For the first time, he had seen someone talk complete nonsense and yet try to maintain some formality. This servant behaved too provocatively, argued with his master, and even directly ignored the order he received. This was enough to flog him with rods or expel him. After all, everything Vincent asked his servant to do was his usual duty, nothing more. But for the third time, Wilson began to object, and boldly reminded the gentleman that he would not do what he did not want. That was not why he was here. Vincent knew it wasn't true, that the man before him had been too presumptuous in taking advantage of his weakness. But that was in the past now. He glared at him, reminding him who was the servant and who the master. Then, without waiting for his answer, Vincent took his shirt and said in a cold voice that he would take care of himself. It had an effect. It was the first time he had done so, and Wilson became alarmed that his master was showing such independence. It's not that hard to get clean clothes from the head governess, and at the same time ask for a new servant, since the current one refuses to perform his duties. Vincent didn't see it, but he could easily imagine how the face of the impudent and lazy servant twisted with displeasure. Everything was decided very quickly. Wilson snatched the clothes from the gentleman and said that he would do everything now, perfectly imagining what the head governess would do to him. And yet, no matter how timid and weak Vincent was, the fact that the servant allowed himself such impudence indicated that he had appeared next to him for a reason. Julian, who appeared as soon as the servant left, thought so too, and agreed with Vincent. It was probably a test. The family was waiting for the boy to pull himself together and prove himself as a member of the Idenka family. Julian had heard rumors that Wilson had been in a gang in the past and had even killed people. Upon hearing this, the boy laughed, thinking it was a joke. After all, anyone who truly killed a lot possessed a special aura, Vincent stated. He was simply repeating a common stereotype. The best killers actually behave like normal people, have charisma, and can be attractive, which is precisely why you can't judge a person by their appearance alone. However, Wilson really was a coward, and all his rudeness was feigned, like the whole image of an impudent servant. Otherwise, he would not have run away so quickly with his tail between his legs. Julian laughed heartily, asking if Vincent was wrong and was talking nonsense himself. And then the ancient warrior showed him what a killer's look meant. The childish softness and tenderness immediately disappeared from his face, as if he had instantly turned into a wild wolf. For the first time since they met, Julian thought that he had summoned someone more terrifying than the Soul King into his body. This person was clearly not normal. Soon the servant returned, his face still bearing a displeased expression, but he was carrying clean things in his hand. He also tidied up the master's room and carefully wiped away the dust everywhere. To save face, Wilson, as the elder, sternly asked him not to make any more chaos in the room, and Vincent promised not to do so. Thus, the conflict was resolved. Each had learned their lesson from it, but the servant's face still wore that arrogance, for he knew that although they were separated by social inequality, Vincent himself was a worthless warrior. Unexpectedly, this same young gentleman demanded a wooden sword a meter long, preferably no heavier than a couple of pounds, made of cedar wood. There should be plenty of those in the storeroom. Wilson again tried to hint that he was not very eager to run away anywhere. The young master didn't object, and immediately made it clear he needed the servant less than the servant needed him. After all, he could have gone to the pantry himself, which would have raised questions for Wilson. The armory guards are incredibly loyal to their clan, and especially to the main family. And they are also outstanding martial artists, the gentleman reminded. Wilson was so scared that he even dared to stop the gentleman and grabbed him by the shoulder, and unforgivable stupidity. He realized this when, the very next moment, he felt his whole body hit the floor, and a sharp pain pierced his arm in the joint. Vincent immediately let the impudent man go, and even apologized. One vile attack from behind in the past left him with a lot of unpleasant memories. To tell the truth, he couldn't have fought the servant any longer. Even one movement caused terrible pain in his body, and Vincent could hardly hold on. To prevent the servant from seeing this, he turned away towards the window and hoped that Wilson would soon leave. Wilson was puffing with anger like an overheated samovar, ready to explode at any moment. Then Vincent used his murderous, merciless gaze on him. This was enough to quell any advances towards him, and the servant became quiet. A meter-long cedar sword, no more than 2 pounds. The young gentleman repeated to him with a grin. Wilson, gritting his teeth, declared that he would be back soon, after which he slammed the door loudly. But then he looked inside and timidly declared that it was because of the draft. As Vincent believed, this servant was a coward. He was in a hurry to justify himself, although the gentleman didn't even say anything about it. When Wilson left, he gave free rein to his emotions. Alone, he could allow himself anger and rage. And he really wanted to take revenge on the little scoundrel who had no respect for his elders. Later, he returned to the young lord's chambers and showed him the training sword, which he had no intention of giving up so easily. Here the gentleman suddenly started talking about his old acquaintance who was missing his right hand, he said, looking up from his book. Born with a disability, his life became a living hell because of it, and he eventually met a tragic end. Wilson took the hint and immediately handed the sword to the young master before he himself shared the fate of the ancient warrior. It was extremely humiliating for him, and gritting his teeth, Wilson decided that since he had completed the task, he could be free. This time the young gentleman did not object because now he had the opportunity to train in peace. To do this, he went down to the training room where he struck several blows at the dummies. As was his custom, Vincent held the sword in his left hand. He had barely made a few swings when he was already exhausted, and it became clear that there was still a long way to go to fill the heavenly frame. And yet the sensation was amazing, as if this body was born to become a warrior. Suddenly, the target right in front of him was blown to pieces, chopped off by a slanting blow that didn't even leave a dent. The swordsman who dealt such a clean blow mockingly asked for forgiveness for destroying his target. But Vincent's spiritual power was so weak that he did not notice it. The young lord's memories didn't include that face, and the swordsman with scorched hair introduced himself as Raven Idenko. Unlike Vincent, he knew who he was, which was why he acted so brazenly. Raven was a distant relative from a side branch, and he was also one of the main contenders for victory in the Assembly of Swords, Julian explained. It was Raven's father he encountered when he first came to his senses after being reborn. Like father and son, the young lord thought as he looked at his rival, Raven had to be handled with caution, as he was the strongest of all the children their age in the family. In the upcoming competition, Vincent would be the final opponent if Raven defeated everyone, which was why he had come here. In order to challenge him personally, face to face, Vincent immediately tried to remember everything he knew about the Assembly of Swords. This was an important competition where all the children from families somehow connected with Idenko competed among themselves. Those who were ready, but not older than 14 years, were allowed to participate. The winner would have the right to challenge a member of the main family to a fight. And it was clear that this time, the target would be the incompetent swordsman, Vincent. The duel would be fought with real weapons in hand, and was something akin to an initiation into adulthood. Raven chuckled again, and expressed hope that his opponent wouldn't refuse the fight out of fear. Vincent replied with restraint that a true warrior is not afraid of the sword. And Raven laughed. His lack of manners and ability to behave immediately betrayed him as a member of the side branch. Vincent immediately pointed out that it was not proper for a true noble warrior to speak like a longshoreman, and if you were going to provoke someone into a fight, you had to do it more subtly. Vincent himself considered training almost like a religious service, so he couldn't stand such ridicule. One-armed Davin was respected on the training grounds and in the arena. Even Kajin, the Sword Emperor, had to reckon with him. So Vincent's pride played a role, and he declared it beneath him to touch other people's dummies. The young lord did not forget to mention the boy's father, who had not bothered to teach his son manners. As soon as Raven heard this, he flared up like a sparkler with anger. A training sword capable of cutting through a dense target in one blow touched Vincent's neck, but he did not flinch. Julian was also worried, because Raven was the owner of the second star, with the attribute of a steel body. Obviously, he was much stronger than him. Vincent understood this himself, but this boy reeked of the spirit of inferiority instilled in him by his worthless father. All this leads to excessive aggression towards the weak. Over the course of 5 centuries, the concept of nobility among warriors had become considerably impoverished, the ancient warrior realized, and decided to teach the boy a lesson. Luckily, he hadn't yet lost his sense of distance, and responded in kind to Raven, placing his mana-filled sword at his neck. This was the first time the cocky boy had encountered such resistance. So he involuntarily became wary, surprised by his opponent's self-confidence, even though he knew that the latter had neither mana nor images. And it wasn't just simple confidence. There was something in the way he held the sword, in the expression on his face, as if at any moment he could attack and defeat him, Raven felt. After a pause, Vincent was the first to put away his sword. Gestures were enough for today. They would figure out the rest on the appointed day. Since Raven was so afraid of wooden swords, what would he do in the competition? The young lord asked mockingly, returning the debt for the first meeting. Soon the steel would speak for them, but now he gave the young bully without manners a murderous look. Raven was already on edge, having been told for years that he had to work his ass off to succeed. And now his main rival was just mocking him like that. Julian was immediately horrified because the bully had no intention of stopping and could simply cut the young lord in half. And yet Vincent did not even flinch. He knew that they wouldn't be allowed to fight for real now anyway. And it so happened that another swordsman who was nearby stopped Raven. The naive little god, who had not expected such an outcome at all, sighed with relief. If he wounded the young lord before their duel at the assembly, Vincent would have a legitimate reason to refuse the official fight. Only these words cooled Raven's ardor. Of course, the boy didn't want all his efforts to be in vain, so he spat out the words angrily. "See you at the assembly of swords," and then left. When Vincent returned to his chambers, Julian was still nervous because they were both on the verge of death if the guard did not stop the bully. Vincent just shrugged. To him, Raven was nothing more than a boy who still had milk on his lips. Julian was still angry about such antics, and once again regretted that his body had not gone to the King of Souls. And the ancient warrior immersed himself in reading. He needed to understand the details of the era in which he found himself as quickly as possible. In one of the books, he came across a portrait of Vincent where he looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. Julian immediately snatched him from the book and ordered him not to be distracted by all sorts of trifles. Since he had figured out the theory of images, it was time to deal with blessings and attributes. The attributes were created specifically based on abilities and blessings. This was their man-made equivalent, explained Julian. This news deeply surprised Vincent. He could not even imagine that it was possible to create blessings without any respect for the gods, because the heavens could punish for such a thing. The young god turned away in displeasure, as he had already been shown so much disrespect that he should have been more grateful for it. Raven, like the others, also had an attribute called Steel Body, received from the King of the Dwarves, and as one could guess from the name, the skill strengthened the body. As one skill was mastered, the next one became accessible, and this was called a development tree. Steel Body was a mid-tier attribute that provided defense and increased strength. Vincent immediately noticed that in this case, the study of martial arts becomes unbalanced, but development proceeds faster. It was true that to cut the mannequin, Raven had used strength that was inaccessible to children his age 5 centuries ago. This means that in order to resist such people, Vincent also needed to have such abilities. So the next day, he continued his training, not at all embarrassed to show up on the court. His behavior became the cause of much ridicule. Not only did the young lord not possess any images, but he also held his sword in his left hand. But the deputy commander of the White Sword Squad, Merlin, a red-haired youth with a scar on his face, didn't see anything funny in the young master making efforts to become stronger. The gapers recoiled at his remark and quickly hurried about their business, ashamed by his remark. Although in fact Merlin himself agreed with the servant's words, Vincent was a disgrace to the Idenko family, and aimless swinging of the sword would not change anything for a man without mana and skills. Unlike the ancient warrior, Julian was deeply troubled by the sidelong glances and mocking whispers in the corners, so he suggested training in the forest. But Vincent merely shook his head. They didn't have time to spare. He spent his entire life under the oppressive gaze of those who underestimated and despised him. But in the end, the one-armed Davin defeated the Sword Emperor, even if it was only once. As soon as I showed everyone my true strength, the booing and condemnation turned into support and admiration. And that means it will be exactly the same now. While the young lord was resting, someone handed him a vial of liquid. It contained a restoration potion, they explained to him. With this potion, training should go away, said the tall knight with a scar on his face. He introduced himself politely as if they were meeting for the first time, and Vincent liked this man. Merlin didn't laugh at him, and he was respectful, but there was no flattery in it. Anyone who looked closely into Vincent's eyes now would have realized that he was determined, and that deserved respect. Vincent chuckled and promised to remember Merlin's name, which surprised the knight. At this point, they said goodbye, as he had to return to his guard post. Merlin looked at the young lord again. Something had changed in him. For the better or not, he wished him luck. Vincent continued to hone his skills day after day in his new body, using a mannequin. He trained, drank the potion, and trained again, and in the evenings he sat with books. In a short time, his body learned to move in the same way as when Davin defeated Kajin. Now Vincent saw the path of the sword, marked by dots and lines, following which he could deliver the perfect blow. The mana he had gathered in his heart spilled out, and the wooden sword cut the dummy clean through as if it were made of steel, and the young lord grinned triumphantly. His technique had finally worked. Much had changed during these days. Now Vincent woke up at 5 in the morning, and Wilson also had to get up earlier to serve the master's breakfast. This time, he again came up with a way to annoy the young lord, since he had already deceived him more than once, slipping him pitiful scraps instead of food. The servant set the table and placed a dish on it, and then removed the lid. Vincent looked at the plate. Something essential was clearly missing. Only the spilled sauce hinted at the presence of a fatty piece of meat. He should have been consistent and hidden all the evidence since he dared to steal, the young lord said in a calm voice. Wilson was about to continue pretending that he had nothing to do with it, but then the master pointed out the sauce stains near his mouth, and the servant was caught red-handed. It was so stupid that Vincent didn't even get angry and decided to forgive this time. But this would be the last time he would get away with something like this. The next time would end with a meeting with the fish at the bottom of the pond. The gentleman himself, of course, didn't say anything like that, but his look was much more eloquent. Under such pressure, the servant resorted to threats and stated that, as a former gang member, he had already killed people. All these threats were like laughingstocks, so the gentleman didn't even bat an eye. Then Vincent addressed the servant. Using telepathy, he could easily have scared him to death and kept him in check with fear. But he was not used to building relationships with people this way. The important thing was not where his mana came from, but that he had it. The young lord answered Wilson's question mentally. Now they both had to make a choice. And so Vincent demonstrated his skills. Soon, serving him would no longer be considered a disgrace, and Wilson could still remain his first servant. One can obey out of fear or out of loyalty, and together achieve common goals, the gentleman suggested. Wilson was too frightened by such changes, so he frowned and began to grumble that no one would get his loyalty as a real robber for nothing. Although he tried to appear confident and brave, he was clearly inferior to the 13-year-old boy, and was quite surprised by this. Late in the evening, Deputy Knight of the Guard Merlin made his usual rounds of the castle. He came here to catch a glimpse of the young gentleman, but it seemed that he had left earlier since he was not on the site. Then his eye fell on the last dummy, the one the young lord usually used for training. Both the tightly bound straw and the stalk looked as if they had been cut by a well-sharpened blade in skilled hands. But Vincent always used only a wooden sword, and everyone saw it. The skill's growth to such a level in just a few days could hardly be called ordinary, Merlin thought, and ran his hand over the smooth cut. He would like to know what martial art the young master is currently studying. The next day, Vincent got up early as usual and put on a clean ironed shirt. The servant was doing his job better and better. The servant himself diligently ironed the shirts and folded them together so that they would always be at hand, and did not even grumble about it. Such a gentle disposition made even Julian wary, and the young lord merely smiled. He understood perfectly well that once the servant had been put in his place, he no longer dared confront him, because it was easier that way. The feel of the shirt seemed familiar to Vincent. It was Luden cotton, a plant that quickly depleted the soil despite producing a bountiful harvest. The quality of the food also left much to be desired and was not commensurate with the state of their home, the young lord declared. Someone was clearly embezzling the family's money, profiting from purchasing cheap goods at the price of expensive ones. Wilson's puzzled expression immediately made it clear that this was not his doing. He was too simple-minded a fool for such schemes. This means that someone at a higher level controlled the purchase of everything necessary for family members. Meanwhile, Raven was training in his room with a practice sword several times heavier than his real one. From the constant effort, every muscle and vein in his body bulged, all because of one brat, whose sword he could still feel on his neck, as well as his murderous gaze. The guy wasn't joking, and it made Raven furious. His blood boiled in his veins, and he wanted the day of their fight to come as soon as possible. There was a knock at the door, and the young fighter stopped training, still breathing heavily. His father came to see how things were going and to remind his son of what he already knew. The day of the Blades Assembly was coming soon. If they want to forget the sorrows and poverty of the Collateral family, the boy must win and take his place in the sun. And although Raven nodded, his father again tightly squeezed his shoulders in his hands, repeating that the boy had to win. There was no other way. As the day of the competition approached, his father became more assertive, as if he were possessed, and constantly pestering Raven with his appearance. All he had to do was beat up the pathetic heir of the main family, and then their relationship would become normal again, the young man believed. The initiation rite was indeed approaching. Julian even got hold of a list of participants and information about them. Vincent was amazed by their detail. There were not only notes on techniques and skills, but also on character and personal habits. He was even horrified by the nasty character of the naive little god who walked around and spied on everyone. With the power of the Soul King, Julian planned to perform well at the Sword Assembly, so he accumulated all this knowledge, because the reward for victory was a miracle stone. A special crystal given to the winner when absorbed, it gave an instant boost to mana, which is why it was called a miracle. Considering how much zeal Julian showed in achieving his goal, one could understand how much he truly desired victory, even though he never showed it. With all these advantages, it would be a shame to lose, Vincent thought, smiling softly at his thoughts. Let the god initially doubt the quality of the soul that entered his body, but Vincent firmly promised that he would reach heights that the King of Souls had never dreamed of. Later, the young gentleman rang the bell, and a faithful servant immediately appeared on the threshold of his room. The young lord had a special assignment for him, he said in a mysterious voice to Wilson. Later, smiling timidly, the servant entered the head governess's office, where, under other circumstances, he would not have appeared even for a bag of money. Alsace was a cold, stern lady, and despite her diminutive size, she knew how to terrify her servants. After all, she was a warrior of the 7 stars, so just one look from her forced Wilson to stand at attention. Alsace ordered them to get down to business quickly, and the servant informed her that he had a message from the young lord to their master. The governess merely snorted, saying that Vincent himself was apparently afraid to see his father. The message was a request to his father to attend the Assembly of Swords, which he never attended, considering it beneath his dignity due to lack of time, and to watch the children's exercises. Vincent promised to prove this time that he was worthy of being a member of their family. He knew his father's temperament well, so it was Elsa's responsibility to make his presence possible, since she was, after all, responsible for the embezzlement of funds. At these words, the governess's pupils widened, though she herself remained motionless. She was supposed to make the impossible possible, Wilson said, trying not to tremble with fear. When Alsace raised an eyebrow at him in bewilderment, the servant quickly justified himself by saying that these were only his master's words. The governess did not answer, but simply let him go, which Wilson immediately took advantage of, slipping like a mouse through the door. Alsace appreciated the young lord's prudence. He could have come to her personally and openly threatened her, but he preferred to act through a servant, clearly making it clear to her that they shared a high status. Perhaps the young master finally understood what she had achieved, Alsace thought, and smiled softly. There was not a shadow of anger on her face. At this time, the head of the great house himself was doing what he was supposed to do, increasing his power, surrounded by a dense and prickly aura. Alsace waited until the gentleman paid attention to her, and only then conveyed Vincent's words that he was asking his father to attend the Assembly of Swords. At first, the lord thought that his faithful governess must have grown old and become too sentimental. But Alsace immediately conveyed the words of the young heir and his promise to prove that he was worthy of the name of Idenka. Words alone were not enough for such loud statements. Skills were needed. The lord, who knew no pity even for his own children, coldly stated. Alsace herself understood this, and yet, knowing the young heir, she could say that the boy would not make empty promises. She herself asked the master to be present at the initiation ceremony, and she knew what it meant. If the young master did not show himself, then she and he would part with their lives. Such was the formidable nature of the head of the family that he did not forgive weakness. The lord was surprised that she was taking such a risk when she shouldn't have. And then Alsace told him that Vincent had taken advantage of her weakness and forced her to do it. Of course, the lord already knew that she was embezzling funds, and this statement made the governess herself shudder. In front of him, even she, a warrior of the 7 stars, felt vulnerable. The lord knew that she was saving this money and intended to use it for Vincent's benefit, secretly, from everyone. The lord did not object. He remembered the ancient principle. My vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Alsace was the servant of his youngest son. This boy reminded the lord of his mother, Sylvanus, just as straightforward and able to achieve his goals without losing his dignity. The lord rose to his feet. Despite his age, he was in excellent shape, as if carved from marble. Not a muscle moved on his pale, aristocratic face as he announced his acceptance of his son's invitation. Soon the long-awaited day arrived, and all the young talents belonging to the house of Denka appeared in the arena. Among them was Raven, whose gaze had been blazing with fire from the very beginning, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to get even with the impudent young lord. Looking up at the stands, the swordsman saw someone he hadn't expected to see at all. Lord Khan himself had arrived today to look at them. Of course, he came to see the real winner, and Raven had no doubt that he would become one. Today was his chance to change his destiny. With the battle sword, the boy looked even more menacing. An aura of flame surrounded him, and the sword struck with a fury like a dragon's fang. Another fighter struggled to fend off heavy blows, covering himself with a wide shield. But Raven's opponent himself wasn't going to just sit on the defensive, and also tried to respond. But his sword collided with an invisible barrier and couldn't withstand the strain, shattering into pieces. Incidentally, real swords bend rather than shatter because they require a soft core to withstand the impact. Only the blade, the outer part, is tempered. This is how the steel body skill worked, and now Raven's opponent was unarmed. Therefore, the white-haired beast used all his strength and instantly smashed his opponent's shield, causing him to fly away from the arena. The boy's father immediately let out a triumphant cry from the stands, earning him a couple of disgruntled glances. Now many understood why Raven was considered a genius. At that age, he already had 2 stars, a good defensive attribute, so for the first time, a child from a side branch had a chance to move to the main one. And it was hard to disagree with this. Even Vincent understood this. By the standards of his time, all these children were geniuses. But their approach to martial arts was too superficial, as if they were engaged not in training for war, but in ballroom dancing. The boys' strength was based on their attributes and accumulated mana, but it was immediately obvious they had no combat experience. It was like watching a puppet fight, dancing according to a preconceived script. Now Vincent understood why Raven had attacked so recklessly, confident in his invulnerability. Soon it was time for their fight, which they both were waiting for. Raven bowed politely, following protocol. In his heart, he was glad that the worthless nobleman had not escaped. And thanks to him, the show would be excellent. Vincent himself smirked contentedly, realizing that this would be an interesting fight when Raven climbed the tournament ladder. And so it happened. One after another, the impoverished aristocrat's rivals lost to his skills. And so the next match ended with his victory, and a satisfied grin was on Raven's face. Now that he had defeated all his rivals, he had the right to appeal to the Lord. According to the ancient law of the elders, he challenged the descendant of the main branch of the Idenko family, Vincent. This assembly of swords will end with their duel, the herald solemnly announced, giving the event an official appearance. And the ancient warrior gladly accepted the challenge thrown at him, without a shadow of a doubt. The stands froze in anticipation, and the second ordered them to get ready and separated the fighters with a red flag. But before they began, Vincent raised his hand and said he had one condition. At his signal, Wilson brought him a wooden sword, to which the master's hand had already become accustomed. To even their strength, he intended to fight with this very sword, holding it in his left hand and giving Raven a 3-hit head start. If not for the official nature of the duel, such conditions might have been taken as a joke. Even grown men considered such conditions insane. It looked more like the guy had decided to commit suicide in a very unusual manner. But Vincent wasn't joking, and he wasn't crazy. He claimed that he would stand in that place until his opponent had dealt him 3 attacks. Raven immediately burst into screams, thinking that his opponent was simply mocking him. An excited whisper also spread through the stands. Everyone knew that the worthless Vincent did not master martial arts, and they considered the youngest heir to be too arrogant. Then Raven's father jumped to his feet. He was the one who most desired his son's victory. He couldn't bear the thought of any doubt about the outcome of the fight. So he shouted that the boy was simply looking for an excuse to avoid his eventual defeat. The Lord nodded his head slightly, giving his consent. As usual, he was very stingy with emotions and gestures. If his heir went so far, then he had his reasons. Otherwise, an unenviable fate awaited him. The boy himself understood this, but a passionate grin danced on his face, and he nodded to his father in response. The referee finally gave the signal for their fight to begin, waving his flag, and a tense silence fell over the stands once again. Raven shouted something. It was clear that he was nervous, and Vincent reminded him that now it was his turn to attack. To his credit, the young genius from the side branch wasn't opposed to killing his opponent on the spot. No one would have doubted the outcome of the fight, no matter what quirks Vincent had in mind. But the young lord had studied his opponent well, thanks to Julian's notes. He knew that the enemy would attack first with a straight thrust, no feints or tricks. Such an attack could be dodged simply by moving the body, but the deadly attack failed to even tear the grin off the young lord's face. However, Raven knew how to adapt. Seeing that his lunge had gone wrong, he transferred his body weight to the other leg and prepared for the next lunge. And yet, all these movements were so obvious that an experienced warrior could easily read them, even without Julian's notes. Raven charged straight ahead, without thinking about defense, because he had the invisible armor of the attribute. The predictable attack was so easy to parry that the young lord didn't even need to use his sword, and Raven's weapon wasn't designed for stabbing. The bully's hand swung far to the side, carried by the momentum of his heavy cleaver, and for the first time, he was overcome by confusion. What if the enemy was stronger than him? What if he could read his attacks? 2 blows had already been wasted, Vincent informed him. Only 1 remained. A couple of new moves were nothing. He still didn't have that kind of skill, Raven realized, and he pumped mana into his cleaver, causing it to burst into flames as if it had been doused with oil. But this lunge was also too sweeping and easy to enter. Vincent intercepted his arm and performed a classic throw to the ground through a sweep. "Here comes the third lunge," he told Raven, who was sprawled on the ground and still unable to rise to his feet. Now Vincent was free from his 3-hit concession, and as he had promised Julian and his father, he could show his true strength. And an aura as purple as evening mist gathered around him. Raven rose to one knee and leaned on his sword, and gasps of surprise came from the stands, along with shouts from his father demanding that he stand up immediately. Raven himself would like to know what was going on and why he couldn't defeat someone who didn't have mana. Even Julian was surprised and asked Vincent how he did it. But these are the basics of hand-to-hand combat, the ancient warrior explained. A warrior should not be paralyzed by the loss of his sword. He must be able to deal with his opponent in any situation. Vincent was in no hurry to end the fight. There was no point in it. He waited for Raven to get up. And the bully actually stood up to somehow explain to himself what was happening. He assumed that the young lord had received the blessing of some lower god. Julian was very offended by these words, but Vincent just shrugged his shoulders. The fight was supposed to end soon anyway. Even more enraged by his indifference, Raven completely lost control and rushed to attack again. As before, this swing was just as predictable, so it was easy to dodge, and it didn't matter that the attack had monstrous power. A heavy blow exploded the stone beneath their feet. But now Raven was completely open to a counterattack. Vincent's next swing hit him square in the neck, and might have been his last under different circumstances. To his surprise, Raven discovered that he felt no pain after the blow. His father shouted again from the stands, reminding the boy that his opponent was holding a training sword in his hands, and that such a sword would not be able to penetrate the defense of a steel body. It was all true. Vincent's exhausted bones, which required mana, and his weak, untrained body. In such conditions, skills meant little, but the young lord was deliberately showing his weaknesses. He was waiting for another rash attack, in which the impatient Raven would try to finish the fight. A counterblow, applied to one point with a firm and precise hand, could already pierce the invisible armor of blessing. The blow was so strong that Raven, having run into it, bounced back like a football. Vincent then grimly warned the judge to try to prevent tragedy. This was the young lord's last chance to finish the fight in his favor, after which his untrained body would reach its limit. Raven hadn't even touched the ground when he saw Vincent rushing towards him and tried to wave him off, but the ancient warrior had already seen the path of his sword. With the same blow, he was able to cut through the wooden dummy. It was a sword art created by the one-armed Daven after hundreds of unsuccessful battles. An art designed to overcome the power imbalance, where the enemy was far more dangerous than the boy named Raven. A deafening boom rang out, and an explosion of mana enveloped both fighters. Mana cut through Raven's armor in a solid stream, and took away his right hand in which he held the sword. It was an absolute cutting technique that controlled the flow of mana, and was capable of cutting through anything. Raven screamed in horror and pain, the shock of losing his arm unlike anything he had ever felt before. The judge also froze like a statue, amazed by what was happening, and did not know what to do. This was the first time something like this had happened at the Assembly of Swords. Vincent looked at him and asked in an irritated voice whether it was worth cutting off his leg as well, so that the referee would already declare this fight over. And only then did he come to his senses and officially proclaim the victory of the young lord. The battle was over. The wound was severe. Even a simple elixir could not stop the bleeding. Raven urgently needed a priest, and his father was already running from the stands for help. Vincent reminded Judge Zeron that he had warned him to be vigilant and not allow a tragedy to occur, and he immediately apologized. The youngest lord also needed rest. He was terribly exhausted by his own actions, but he could not leave yet. First, he needed to gain the recognition of the head of the family, and the boy looked at his father. He, as usual, did not show it and sat motionless, as if what was happening did not concern him at all. The leader nodded imperceptibly and barely moved his lips, agreeing that his son had fulfilled his promise and proved that he was worthy of being part of their great family. The Lord accepted the outcome of the battle and considered it indisputable. His word became an automatic decree, which meant that Vincent's position remained the same. All that remained was to give the reward to the winner, and the Lord ordered to follow it. The award ceremony itself was simple, without unnecessary pomp, and there was almost no one in the spacious hall. The reward was a miracle stone, a magic crystal that allows one to increase the mana in the body. The father himself took it out of the box, but before the Lord could hand over the reward, the doors in the hall opened, and a cry of protest was heard. Raven's father publicly declared that the results of the fight required a review. This was a very harsh accusation, and most likely the man simply succumbed to his emotions. He claimed that the young lord had borrowed the apostle's power, meaning he had cheated to win. A priest came with him and confirmed these words, saying that they had some basis. Right now, several priests were trying to heal Raven with chants and return his lost arm. But most likely, this will not be possible, the priest said. It seems that this could be the end of the young talent's rise, and he will remain crippled forever after just one fight. Raven's father completely lost control of himself and grabbed the priest by the cassock. What was the point of them if they couldn't cure his son? They had never encountered anything like this before, as the arm was severed by a force that even divine healing powers could not cope with. They came to examine the boy, whose situation was very grave. The high priest was needed here urgently, or everything would end badly. In his grief, Raven's father began to shout to the head of the house that such a skill could not have been obtained by the young lord, since even the priest could not do anything about it. Since no one had an exact idea of what Vincent had done, other lords began to whisper that the version with the apostle's powers might be true. Vincent stepped forward, realizing that it was time to act, and asked the Lord for permission to take a look. He nodded slightly. First of all, Vincent reminded them that the entire assembly of swords had taken place in the presence of the Lord, and the outcome of the battle had been recognized by him. This means that Father Raven's words call into question the authority of the head of the house, even in the presence of other people. Does this mean that Charles Idanka considers himself more insightful than His Majesty Lord? This turn of events made Charles grit his teeth in anger. The baseless accusations against the Lord were punishable by arrest, and Vincent ordered Zeron to arrest Charles as the captain of the knights. The knight hesitated, but Vincent insisted, as such were the duties of a captain. Charles came to his senses. Since Lord Khan had remained silent, the boy had acted independently. He countered that Vincent had no right to demand his arrest. But the public doubt about the Lord was not a simple conjecture, and Zeron had to agree with it, albeit reluctantly. He quickly grabbed Charles, forced him to his knees, and tied him tightly with hemp rope. Charles still resisted, and then Lord Khan reminded him that the nobleman was personally obligated to Vincent. The laws of their family do not forgive treason and betrayal. If not for this arrest, Charles would have faced a more severe punishment. And yet, the Lord was ready to forgive Charles, since he himself was a father and understood his feelings. He also praised his son for his good performance in this matter. Vincent took it for granted, but Julian was beside himself with happiness. He knew that praise from the Lord and Father was a great rarity. However, all these actions could not help Raven in any way. The boy was getting worse, and soon the hope of getting his hand back could disappear completely. Here, Julian whispered something to Vincent, although no one could hear them anyway. At first he doubted it, but in the end he decided to do as he was told. After this, the young lord offered to heal Raven's hand with the miracle stone he received as a reward. The priest thought about it. He understood how valuable this sacrifice was, but he was still not sure of a positive outcome. It was Vincent who cut off Raven's hand, and even though it was done in fair combat, he wanted to make it right. Lord Khan did not object. But before he began, Vincent reminded Charles that his son, whom he had poorly taught manners, had mocked him in the training arena. Charles begged for his son's life and promised to raise him, but any words had to be backed by actions. So Vincent grabbed his sword and cut the ropes, demanding Charles prove his resolve. He had to prove that he was ready to sacrifice something. And then Vincent promised to heal his son's hand. There is an ancient rule, an eye for an eye, which means that following it, you have to pay with your hand. Charles was overcome with anger when he realized what was being demanded of him, but he couldn't do anything about the humiliation. He couldn't even comprehend how his situation had gone from bad to worse. Raven himself had already regained consciousness and could hear everything, but he stubbornly feigned unconsciousness, and Vincent noticed this. The young lord wondered where the younger generation's respect for their elders had disappeared to. Having weighed all the pros and cons, Charles accepted the conditions. He had already placed his bet on his son, which meant his hand was more valuable. It seems that this man truly loved his son, even if it was a very peculiar love. Vincent waited patiently, and when Charles had already decided to cut off his limb under pressure of circumstances, only then did Vincent mentally order Zarin to stop him. The young lord pretended that he had not given the order at all, and wished Zarin to be more decisive next time. At this point, he considered their dispute to be settled, and knelt down as if leaving the final decision to the lord. A stone appeared in the hands of the head of the family, and he passed it on to his son as was proper. With the help of this remedy, the priest immediately began healing, because it was not for nothing that this stone was called a miracle. And the miracle happened. With a bright flash, the hand grew back to Raven's body, and he could feel a weak flow of blood in it. It was Julian who asked his first follower to do so, although the god himself was upset that they had lost a valuable means of restoration. And all this time, Wilson stood behind the door, hiding like a mouse, eavesdropping. He could say one thing for sure. His young master had not lied, and had really come to his senses. Wilson still had a choice of following his master out of fear or loyalty, the latter now looking more promising. Charles, overjoyed, hugged his son tightly. Later they would have something to talk about, and something to keep silent about, after all that had happened. Already in the evening, Wilson greeted the gentleman in an upbeat mood, and was positively glowing with happiness, announcing that dinner would soon be ready. Even Julian was amazed at this change, and treated it with suspicion, although he himself wanted the servants to recognize him as their master. Indignant, he declared that everything was not so, and he had completely different plans for this servant. There was another knock at the door, and Vincent decided that it was the servant returning, so he told him to come in. But it was not he, but the priest who came to visit him and inquire about the well-being of the young gentleman. His name was Duran, and he was a priest of Gaia, and also a man of good manners, for he treated the boy with courtesy. First of all, Duran came here to express his sincere gratitude. He was impressed by the young lord's actions, and unexpectedly, he offered him a miracle stone in exchange for what he had spent. Considering its value, it was a very unexpected gift. Then Duran explained that he became a priest to heal people, but in the case of Raven, he was completely powerless. It even got to the point that he mentally compared the value of life and stone. At the same time, Vincent gave away his stone without even thinking. Only thanks to the boy did Duran understand how petty he had been, and now he was returning his debt. The young lord accepted it modestly, out of respect for Duran, although he noted that he had done nothing special to deserve such gratitude. But that was not all. The priest dove into the folds of his cassock with his hand and pulled out an unusual tablet. Thanks to this tablet, the young lord could ask the church for help. Few knew about it, but Duran had recently become a second-rank priest. Vincent didn't know how impressive this achievement was, and glanced sideways at Julian. This tablet gave the right to unlimited treatment and support from the church. With it, Vincent would be treated as a second-rank priest. At this, Duran bowed again and wished the young gentleman good luck, thanking him for the valuable lesson. Vincent did not refuse the privileges he received, and was satisfied with them. They achieved this result only thanks to Julian's suggestion, so if anyone should be thanked, it should be him, said the young lord. The little god beamed with happiness. All his life he had been looked down upon, and so he was very sensitive to praise. Speaking of praise, Julian recalled that once, after the Assembly of Swords, his father invited the winner to dinner in honor of the completion. The second heir of the Idenko family, Dea, was awarded this honor after she won a crushing victory. There was a small chance that Vincent would also be invited to dinner, but Julian told him not to count on it. Then, despite his fatigue, the young lord decided to prepare, just in case. Even Julian became nervous as they waited in the chambers for a possible invitation. And it seems that it was not in vain, because at that very moment, Wilson burst into the room with an obviously urgent message. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly, and was shaking all over like a leaf in the wind. Before the servant had time to really explain what was going on, Vincent had already understood everything. He had indeed been invited to dinner, and it turned out that his preparations had been worth it. Thus, the faithful servant received further evidence that his master was worth serving. In the main palace, Vincent was met by a woman with a flaming rose woven into her hair, who told the boy to hurry. This noble lady, who hid her face behind her long bangs, was none other than his stepmother. She had already heard about her son's incredible exploits at the Assembly of Swords. Vincent's birth mother died in childbirth, but he still treated the woman with respect and called her mother. Her name was Versa Halheim. Although she now looked like a socialite, in the past she had been a fierce warrior, and it was not for nothing that they nicknamed her Hela. In the Idenko family, she was in charge of all household affairs. This woman was playing her own game, since she met Vincent at the door of the hall herself, and then led him to his father. As soon as the young lord stood before his father, his eyes darkened under his gaze, as if a horse had suddenly stepped on him with its hoof. There was no such feeling during the day, which means that now they are checking it, the young lord realized. They didn't see each other often enough for him to get used to that kind of pressure, Vincent said in a choked voice. The father didn't even bat an eyelid, as if what was happening was perfectly normal for him. And yet, when inviting Vincent in, his mother said that it was his father, and not the patriarch who was waiting for him, which meant that such measures could be omitted. Lord Khan nodded and praised his son for his observation. He waved his hand, and the oppressive feeling immediately went away. There were 2 reasons he'd been invited, the Lord said, and got straight to the point. The first was to celebrate his victory, and the second is to check how true Charles's suspicions are, the Lord said, not even hiding the fact that he now suspects his son. However, a wound that a second-rank priest could not heal was not a common occurrence. Before Vincent had time to think about it, he suddenly felt completely vulnerable, as if he were in a field where there was no way to hide, and a predator had already found him. Hela brushed her hair away from her face, and it became clear why she was hiding her face. Few could withstand her direct gaze. According to her, it did not seem that Vincent was an apostle, but he could well have acquired support, the mother said coldly. The terrible feeling that gripped Vincent, as if he was being targeted, was a consequence of Hela's attribute. Her eyes saw the truth. Lord Khan wanted to know what kind of martial art it was that could cut off the hand of a warrior with 2 stars. Even though Vincent himself couldn't even create an image of it. Mother had already checked the records, and this skill was very similar to the art of the Hero King. The one in question was Kajin. According to legend, he struck in a certain way and could cut through anything in his path. That's how he ended up defeating the one-armed demon Davin, Hela said, and Vincent winced at the mention of his past. Once again, this false story left him perplexed. He didn't understand what the Simon family was trying to achieve. Hela came closer and grabbed her stepson's shoulders tightly, like a hawk. Looking intently into his eyes, as if skewering them with a sword, she asked him how he had managed to learn the King Hero's technique. At first, Vincent thought that it was his father who had called him to the meeting, but it was clearly his mother who had initiated it, and what was happening was increasingly resembling an interrogation. Before he could answer his stepmother, Julian anxiously told him not to do so, realizing the vulnerability of their position. Hela's eyes were able to distinguish truth from lies. Any excuse would only increase her suspicion, and Vincent's knowledge of the world was clearly insufficient to give a convincing answer. But what could he do in this case? Not admit that in fact he was the hero of the legends of 5 centuries ago, who was reborn in the body of the young heir, who in turn became a god? Then Julian asked to be allowed to do this, and touched Vincent's shoulder. Mother impatiently urged Vincent on. No tricks would help him anyway. Julian would have liked to go faster, but this woman still terrified him, and he couldn't pull himself together. He only needs 1 step, Vincent thought to him, trying to make the words sound convincing. To overcome your fears, sometimes you just need to take that first step, and the rest will fall into place. And now Vincent was going to help him with this? He told his mother that he had a revelation. But it was hardly possible to just take and believe that such a skill could come without the blessing or help of the apostles. It was simply impossible, Hela said. Vincent fell silent. Julian did not warn that such things do not happen in their time. Hela became wary and again rushed the boy to answer, threatening that he would have to go through God's judgment or appear before the judges of Gramiel. Then Julian came to the rescue and told them to simply repeat after him. He told his mother to check him with the help of the church. If there had been even a drop of the apostle's power in him, the priest with the miracle stone in his hands would have been able to recognize it. Hela immediately recognized the stone she had given to Duran, and the young lord told them that he had received it as a gift. These words were the pure truth. Hela's eyes did not twitch, but for the first time she felt so puzzled, because this knowledge did not give her anything. Vincent assured his stepmother that he had learned a lot from the revelations, but his sword technique was something else. He had been seeing the sword for a long time, and for the last few days, he had been training to understand how to use it. Vincent told his truth. And Julian told his story. He said that he didn't want to feel like a weakling, even if it would arouse the suspicions of others. Now both truths were revealed to Hela's piercing gaze, and Vincent continued speaking. He had to demonstrate something, for only then could he surpass the Simon family and fulfill their line's destiny. That's why he really wanted to show his family how much stronger he had become. With every word, Julian became more and more self-confident. Vincent was especially counting on his father, since the church did nothing against him, and the final decision remained with the Lord. For the first time all evening, Lord Khan unconsciously reached up to his chin, as he always did when he felt approval. Having pulled himself together again, the head of the house delivered his verdict. Vincent was obliged to continue his martial arts training, but Hela couldn't help but put in her word, and reminded the Lord that the hero Kajin's technique was closely connected with his enemy, the demon Davin. If the young heir were to use the Simon clan's technique, they could claim it was stolen. But on the other hand, they would have nothing to say if he were to imitate the archdemon Davin. So the mistress of the house wanted to know whether the Lord had made his decision, taking into account all the nuances of the case. For just a moment, his mask of indifference cracked, revealing an indomitable warrior who never doubted his decisions. Under his heavy gaze, even Hela became meek. Now that the Lord was taking full responsibility, Vincent would have to try his best not to cause him trouble. These were not just words of warning, but also words of approval from his mother, and Vincent meekly accepted their will. Lord Khan rose from his seat and again praised his son's performance and the valor he had shown, proving how honorable it was to be a member of their family. For this, he was entitled to a special reward, and his father coldly asked what he wanted. Vincent replied that he wanted to become stronger, but it depended only on his own efforts. Lord Khan himself wanted to know how he personally could help him, and looked intently into his son's eyes. On Julian's advice, the young heir asked permission to enter the family library. According to the rules of their family, only a warrior who had reached the 3rd star could enter, and his father asked if he had managed to connect the image with his heart. Of course, Vincent couldn't yet, and that's why he wanted to take advantage of his position. The Lord nodded and gave his permission to enter the most basic hall of the library for warriors of the 3 stars. He also asked the mistress of the house to present the young heir with a scarlet lotus, and Hela nodded. It was a reward for keeping his promise. Instead of thousands of words, Lord Khan preferred to express his affection in other ways. The Scarlet Lotus, the sword with which Lord Khan himself fought in his youth, is the one that made him famous. It was, in fact, a family heirloom, part of their history. Vincent appreciated the sharpness of the blade. It was still ready to bite in response to any careless touch. But Julian himself was most delighted with this gift, so much so that he spun like a top in the air, although he denied everything in words. Then Vincent agreed with him. He shouldn't settle for less. After all, in the future, they will achieve much more, the young lord confidently stated. Julian didn't answer, but smiled. At first, he was worried that it wasn't the Soul King who had taken over his body, but now he doubted that he would have reached such heights without the ancient warrior. This warrior may have been old-fashioned and reckless, but he could be trusted with his fate, thought the young god. Outside the palace, Vincent's faithful servant was already waiting, and together they returned to their part of the house. But before that, the mother came out to see the young lord off and called him. She said she was proud of his efforts and thoughtful actions, and the young man nodded modestly. As the winner of the assembly, he was soon to enter the abode of the Crimson Demon, and Hela wanted to know if he was ready for this meeting. The Crimson Fortress is one of the training grounds of the Adenko clan. Only those who complete their training there can be considered full-fledged warriors. To get to such a place, you need to win the Assembly of Swords and subdue the lesser demon. Vincent glanced at Julian, waiting for a hint from him, and he shook his head, not yet knowing how to deal with the demon. Mother did not expect him to answer like that. It seemed to her that the young man had already calculated everything in advance. With her gaze, she noticed that the young man was still experiencing pain in his body after using his sword technique. Then she gave him advice not to try to defeat the Crimson Demon alone, otherwise he would simply die in his current state. The Crimson Demon cannot be killed with one blow, so pulling the same trick as at the assembly will not work, Mother warned. It was strange that Hela was helping him, but Vincent decided that she was simply filled with sympathy. He reminded the surprised Julian of his story, in which his enemies had treacherously wounded him and imprisoned him, even after slandering him. Hela, with her insight, could have put Vincent in an awkward position where he wouldn't be able to tell the whole truth, but she didn't. Hela may not have loved him like a real mother, but she wasn't hostile. Before Mother could say anything else, Vincent bowed low to her and thanked her for her help. Hela froze in bewilderment. She could have told the young lord the weakness of the Crimson Demon, but he left without asking about it. This boy carried himself with the dignity of an experienced, determined warrior who never doubted and was confident in himself, and her heart fluttered from that. Today, Sylvanas' son took his first significant step into the world of martial arts, Hela thought. The next day, Wilson was still in good spirits and had been getting up earlier and earlier lately to better serve his young master. However, the morning was suddenly darkened by the fact that a heavy suitcase hit him right on the head. What was he planning this time? A thin, angry female voice asked him, and Wilson scratched the back of his head in resentment. Siri was clearly not privy to the profound changes that had taken place in the Adenko household during her absence, and was still convinced that Wilson was up to something. The servant grumbled that she didn't understand anything, because right now he was washing clothes for the young master. Siri still had doubts, and then Wilson proudly declared that the young master had changed, and now he wanted to support him with all his might. Then she asked how he was doing, deciding to sort out all the issues gradually. And then Wilson, with his nose in the air, told her everything. Meanwhile, the young gentleman was sitting in the library and studying books, but he was greatly disappointed because he never found a single record of what happened 5 centuries ago. Julian looked around, and records from this particular period were completely absent from the shelves to which they had access. They assumed they might find some fairy tales and legends, but from what they could see, it looked more like someone had deleted all those records of the past. Then Vincent decided that he would put off the matter of clearing his name from the stigma of shame. But for now, he needed to figure out how to defeat the Crimson Demon. Since he couldn't yet reach the level of images, it meant that a different training method was needed. Only now did Julian dare to ask him who he really was, since he called his ancestor a child and possessed the ancient technique of the Hero King. For a while, Vincent thought about how to answer the young god, and they simply looked into each other's eyes. It was hard to admit outright that he was a great sword demon, straight out of fairy tales, yet it would be disrespectful to deceive the god with whom they shared a common destiny. So Vincent hesitated. In the end, he decided to tell everyone, and Julian froze in anticipation of hearing the name of someone great. But as soon as he heard the ancient hero speak to them, it was as if someone had hit him on the head with a hammer, causing his ears to rustle like dry, rubbed leaves. Not understanding anything, the young god asked Vincent to repeat his real name, but eventually the sound of grated leaves repeated itself. Now it became even louder, like the squeak of a million grasshoppers. Here, Vincent himself began to worry whether everything was all right with his patron, but the lesson, whoever taught it, was firmly learned. Julian no longer wanted to ask anything about the past. Here, among all the fallen books, Vincent's eye fell on one titled First Love at the Watermill. It was very strange to find a romance novel here in the master's library. It was unlikely that someone had simply forgotten it on the shelf. As soon as Vincent touched the pages of the book, he immediately decided that it was someone's trick, and that it contained knowledge about past eras. The content, however, was quite consistent with a romance novel for adults, which made them both blush with embarrassment. Vincent continued to read with rapt attention, hoping that the ancient knowledge was simply disguised in an unsightly guise. After reading a little more, Vincent exclaimed that the main character of the story also did not have mana images, but he used the power of love. This was definitely not an ordinary story. In this book, features were not used to awaken the flow of mana, and to achieve this, it was necessary to discard the theory of the image. Without it, the freedom of mana makes everything possible. Having heard this, Julian became wary, because if he accumulated mana like that, he could die. But the book claimed the opposite. Its hero actually survived. With the help of the mana flow, Vincent thought to awaken his attributes, even though he was only reading a romance novel. Studying attributes, even with an image, was difficult, so even masters don't pass on their knowledge of them to others. But Vincent believed they had already received an important clue, so he was eager to test it in practice as soon as possible, forgetting about the danger. When they left the library, a young servant met the young gentleman outside. Tears came to Siri's eyes. She was so happy to hear about her young master's success that she could not contain her feelings. Since Vincent didn't know her, Julian hastened to tell her that her name was Siri, and that she had simply gone home for a short while to sort out her family's problems. Now Vincent remembered that in his previous circle, there was one person who served loyally without any conditions. The young lord nodded and told Siri that it was indeed so. He had defended his place in the family, and could now challenge the Crimson Demon. Hearing these words, Siri fell at his feet. She was so afraid that after the assembly, her master would be neglected even more, and she was glad that everything worked out. Vincent asked if God knew how to calm a woman, but such knowledge was not available in any library. Then the young lord gently touched her shoulder and asked for forgiveness for hiding his powers. Now he was working hard to become a man she could be proud of. Before they had time to calm Siri down, another man appeared on the scene, and lacking manners, he addressed the young lord without any formalities. Raven came to him and said that he had something to say. And it seemed that he did, because his hand looked good and he himself recovered from his injury. The young warriors entered the room for negotiations, and for several minutes an oppressive silence hung between them. Vincent waited patiently. It was obvious that Raven still couldn't collect his thoughts, although he handled the sword with much confidence. Siri suggested some sandwiches to lighten the mood, but that's when Raven jumped up as if scalded. His eyes suddenly glazed over and his hand reached for the longsword behind his back. It looked like a threat. Taking out his sword, Raven declared that he had come here to pay back for what had happened in the arena, and he looked as if he was challenging him again. Vincent also reached for the sword. He couldn't even imagine that the boy would come to take revenge so openly and madly. Now that Raven knew what to fear and his swordsmanship, he was a far more dangerous opponent. Vincent then told Siri to run because he couldn't protect anyone else. But the girl's loyalty was so overwhelming that she simply refused to leave him, believing that it would be better to die with her master. But it wasn't necessary, because Raven had truly come here to thank him for saving his arm, and he wasn't looking for excuses for sacrificing his father's hand. Fortunately, everything turned out well for both of them. Raven had received everything, but could not repay with anything. He knelt down and declared that he did not want to be a coward anymore. So the best thing Raven could do was to swear allegiance to the young lord. Siri was stunned by what was happening and did not know what to do, looking from one young warrior to another. Vincent chuckled. This boy wasn't hopeless after all, which surprised Julian, who was wary of trusting the bully. Raven laid his sword before Vincent. In effect, it meant he was giving his life to the young lord. Just like 5 centuries ago, these customs had not changed. Julian still didn't trust Raven, but he had a good idea, so Vincent took that as a sign of agreement and drew his sword. He laid his blade on Raven's shoulder and took the oath that as long as he was faithful, he would protect his first knight. Raven recognized the sword on his shoulder, the Crimson Lotus, the same one that Lord Khan had wielded. He realized that he had made the right choice in choosing the one to whom he had sworn allegiance, and bowed in gratitude. Now Siri understood how much her master had changed, that the old times when he was a loser seemed like a terrible dream to him. Julian was also inspired by this success, and an idea came to him, so much so that he even tore Vincent away from his triumph, because he had gained a new faithful follower. Why not try to get the blessing of the Dwarf King, the god suggested. At the same time, the hero's fate was also discussed by his parents. This year, Vincent would enter the Crimson Fortress. Hela was sure of it. To do this, he would first have to subdue the Crimson Demon, Ward Khan, and her husband reminded her. The boy refused help before she even mentioned it, Hela replied. To defeat a Crimson Demon, you need to have at least 3 stars, since these creatures have no physical form. He was chosen to conduct the test to assess whether the student really possessed the necessary skills and mastered their application. Vincent's house had been undergoing rapid changes recently, and they had not escaped the notice of his mother, Hela. Now the young lord practiced in his home under the close supervision of his recent rival. Vincent focused on controlling the mana, while Raven watched him and controlled the process. The flow of mana was constantly swirling through Vincent's body, causing Julian to bite off all his fingernails. He was so worried. The essence of their adventure was to obtain Raven's attribute, but using the method described in the romance novel, since there was no other way for someone who did not have an image. Raven agreed to help, but he himself was afraid that the book was just a collection of love stories, and perhaps they had all gotten it wrong. Moreover, while Vincent would meditate, Raven would direct his mana flow, which meant entrusting him with her life. But the young lord didn't see a problem with this, because he had already taken the oath of allegiance, and now they could see whether it was not an empty phrase. Raven suddenly realized how serious the young lord was, because he himself could not so easily trust his life to someone, especially someone who had recently been an enemy. Raven suddenly felt pathetic again for being a coward, but at the same time he was glad that he had made the right choice. With no mana or form, the line's direct air decided to become stronger in such a crazy way, and Raven secretly admired his courage. Julian kept an eye on him too, constantly asking him to take his time and not act willfully. Vincent grumbled in response, saying that it was all the god's idea, and therefore it was too late to worry about the consequences. But Julian only became more indignant and scolded the young lord for constantly doing some kind of madness. Even Raven, without knowing it, agreed with Julian when he noticed that the young lord was being too hasty with the mana flows. But Vincent lived his entire life in such a way that in order to achieve success, he had to walk on the brink of death. Risk is a necessary measure in such matters. The mana soared again, describing circles and loops, and the two ends quickly approached each other to form one chain. There was very little time left, and Vincent was about to complete the flow of mana, his concentration reaching its maximum level and tension. But before the young lord could connect the ends of the chain, Julian shouted not to do it, as it was still too early. And yet Vincent did it anyway. He closed the circuit, and a look of triumph came over his face. But he was a little hasty in his conclusions. Something clicked, and then an explosion blew the entire room apart, so that a roar and the sound of broken glass could be heard. Raven, who was standing behind him, landed on the young lord's bed with such force that he broke it in half. There was still half a year left until the next moment when he could enter the Crimson Fortress. Or only half a year, depending on his point of view, thought Lord Khan. Since Vincent had already defeated the Master of Two Stars, he should easily complete this task, the Lord said. And Hela agreed. Raven was the first to get to his feet and called out to the young lord with concern. He expected to see a bloody mess. But everything turned out okay. It took Raven a full 6 months to master this skill, even though Vincent was talented in making progress. But even for him, it should have taken at least 2 months. But Lord Khan gave his youngest son only 1 month in which to defeat the Crimson Demon. And Vincent was of the same opinion. Without realizing it, he was counting on the same period. For a moment, it seemed to him that his soul had left his body, and he had been reborn again. The last experience had been very dangerous. Soon, the head governess of the house, Alsace, also went to the young lord with a message from the head of the house. The boy had to complete the initiation rite in 1 month. The young gentleman did not have much time, and Alsace wanted to hurry him, so she entered his chambers without even knocking, and she immediately froze in amazement, assessing the chaos happening inside, in the midst of which 2 boys sat bandaged from head to toe in torn clothes. Alsace assumed the aura of a warrior of the 7 stars and demanded that they immediately explain to her what was going on here. Vincent tried to justify himself by saying that he had simply overdone the meditation a little, but Siri told him not to lie. She knew nothing about martial arts, but she still thought that meditation shouldn't have led to such consequences. The young lord looked away, not even knowing what to answer. And Elsa did not miss the fact that Vincent's attitude towards those around him had changed. The governess exhaled and decided not to ask about it anymore, since the young lord said that everything was fine. In any case, whatever this meditation was, he had to hurry, because he only had 1 month left, she said. Just a few days ago, Lord Khan had no interest in his youngest son, but now he was clearly interfering with his growth, meaning he had plans for him. So he realized that the stakes had risen again, and that his father was watching him closely, and that it was possible that he would continue to interfere with his education. Alsace promised to accompany the young lord in a month as his protector. She hoped the young lord would do his utmost to defeat the Crimson Demon. Raven, like no one else, understood how difficult it was to receive a blessing. Doing it in a month seemed like an impossible task to him. The young lord himself understood that he had to hurry. They had less and less time left. Siri was still worried about his health and tearfully asked him not to overexert himself. The young lord smiled softly at her and reassured the maid, promising to do so, when he suddenly noticed a greenish glow of mana around her. He had no idea that an ordinary soldier could have so much, but he decided to think about it later. Siri demanded that he swear, and the young lord did so, and then asked to leave him as he needed to talk to Raven. When the compassionate girls left, Raven suggested finding another way, as they had too little time left to succeed. And then Vincent showed them the fully formed mana chain, asking if it was correct. Both Julian and Raven were amazed to see this miracle, and did not understand how it was possible. All their efforts were not in vain, and now the young lord could begin to manifest the attribute. Capable people could do anything, but even so, Vincent was an amazing person. It was not enough to simply follow his father's demands. Vincent wanted to surpass them. 2 weeks later, he went into the forest in the company of Raven and the ever-present Julian. Now the young lord was ready to manifest his attribute, since he had the mana to do so. Raven stood impatiently nearby, burning with anticipation, and the young lord suggested that he take a step back, because there could be an explosion like last time. However, the first knight insisted that he must see everything with his own eyes. For some reason, Raven was confident of success. Vincent nodded, and without further ado, began forming a mana chain. The mana wove itself into a circle, and then disintegrated again into several rings that fell into the correct order. As soon as Julian felt the familiar flow of power and turned around, he saw a deity with a hammer in his hands, looking at them, towering over the forest. The little god himself did not expect that he would be able to see a real god with his own eyes. In front of them was the king of the dwarves himself. Suddenly, the dwarf king swung his enormous hammer, which was filled with a strange power. Julian cringed before the blow, because he was the only one who could see all this, and then a dense stream of power descended on them. When it was all over and Vincent opened his eyes, he saw something in front of him that looked like a shield. The ordered circles were now enclosed in one large circle, from which a fiery force emanated. This is what the blessing of the Dwarf King looked like, the first of them, which granted protection of the body. The next step was a steel body. Raven chuckled contentedly. His lord had indeed done something incredible, and they didn't even have to wait a month. And now, the first blessing was in their hands. With this, Vincent could match the servants of the Idenko house in swordsmanship and subdue the Crimson Demon, so he was pleased with himself. He also thanked Raven for his help, without which such progress would not have been possible, but the first knight suggested postponing his thanks until the final victory. 2 days later, having completed all the preparations and dressed up as befits a young lord, Vincent was ready to set out on an adventure. To achieve this, Elsa had to be disturbed ahead of time, but she volunteered to help, and the young lord was eager to exceed his father's expectations. Even the seasoned warrior was worried about the success of the enterprise, because the boy was speaking out too early. According to Elsa, she protected the descendants of the family 3 times. During their first initiation, there was not a single member of the Idenko family who failed this test, the governess bodyguard warned. And Sylvanas' son shouldn't be the first to fail the test, so Elsa sincerely hoped that the boy wasn't acting carelessly and arrogantly. Vincent understood what she was thinking, and said in a confident voice that he would definitely defeat any demon and would not cause her any problem. Soon they were riding in the same carriage with Elsa, and an awkward silence fell. The presence of a bodyguard was required only in the most extreme cases, and the killed demon would also drop an item, Juliana warned, and Elsa was there to keep an eye on the young lord. It still remained a mystery to Vincent why he had to go through the same tests to prove his abilities. Much had changed in the world over 5 centuries. Here, Elsa finally decided to speak up and test the young lord, asking him if he had studied all the properties of the Crimson Demon. To conquer this creature, one needed to have at least 3 stars, but the governess saw that he had not yet reached that level. Julian agreed with her, because during all this time, Vincent had never asked about the Crimson Demon. But the young lord told him not to worry. He didn't need to study the monster, because it was the first demon in his past life that he defeated. Perhaps that's why Arslan set such a test. Elsa merely retorted that even with his excellent fencing, he could not let his guard down. She tried to be strict with him, but the young lord only smiled carelessly in response, as if he didn't notice it at all. And then he asked why she was trying so hard to help him. Elsa replied that it was her duty as a bodyguard in this test. Vincent then asked if stealing the family's money was also part of her debt. The governess immediately defended herself by saying that her salary was too low. But no matter how much Vincent thought about it, it looked more like the governess had deliberately shown her weakness so that he could take advantage of it. He offered to keep it a secret if she didn't want to talk about it, because, ultimately, she didn't want to pry into his training secrets either. The coachman stopped the horses and they snored anxiously. It became clear that they had arrived at the right place. The Crimson Demon lived in an old temple that had been destroyed so long ago that no one remembered its name. According to legend, it was erected in honor of Arslan after he killed his first follower, the great demon Devon. All this could not be a simple coincidence. The Crimson Demon and the Temple of Arslan, thought the ancient warrior. Elsa drew her sword, shrouded in an icy aura, and said that they could begin. When she raised her hand with the sword into the sky, a stream of her power struck. It formed a whole dome that covered the entire area of the temple with blue hexagonal honeycombs. This mana barrier did not allow other monsters in here, only the Crimson Demon. The owner of this place did not keep them waiting long and appeared before them, like death itself in a dark cloak with a scythe in his hands. Vincent greeted the monster and reached for his sword, telling Elsa to watch carefully. She couldn't miss a single detail when she reported to the Lord, because it would prove his usefulness to the Idenko family. The demon rushed towards the uninvited guest like a ghost, swinging his scythe as if he was going to shorten his height a little. Julian suggested immediately dodging and then using the sword's way, but Vincent objected that he wouldn't keep his distance this time, as his opponent had a longer weapon. So, not being frightened by the size of the ghost, the young lord moved towards him and held back the deadly blow of the scythe, not allowing him to open up. Having gained a foothold, he himself went on the offensive and began to push back the demon, since it was more convenient for him to use the sword at close range. Vincent followed the basic fencing skills, and they had not failed him. So far, everything was going as planned. Elsa was amazed that in his first real battle, the young lord showed such tactical resourcefulness and had the courage to use it. Looking at Vincent's actions, it seemed to her that he most likely acted as if he had already fought this demon more than once. Thanks to the Demon King's attribute, the young lord received a bonus to strength and could now move so much even without having a trained body. However, all these actions were only the beginning of his search for the way of the sword. Vincent guessed the right moment and jumped back sharply from the demon, breaking the distance with him. as if he had just been playing with him. The Crimson Demon was a very aggressive monster, but due to the constant defense, it should have gotten tired by now, Vincent believed. This meant that his next attack would be sweeping and would leave many vulnerabilities, and that was exactly what happened. The young lord immediately saw a line of dots leading him to his target. When the enemy was tired and exhausted, it was much easier to find a way to destroy him. And to absorb the recoil of an absolute cut, he now had the strength of the Dwarf King. The Scarlet Lotus drew a line of fire and cut the ghost in two just as it attacked again. When the demon dispersed into a red mist, only its core remained on the ground, falling at the feet of the young lord. Vincent smiled triumphantly and asked if she had seen everything, turning to Elsa. What he didn't know was that the Crimson Demon couldn't be defeated with just one blow, and soon his core began to gather strength again. This ghost could withstand 2 fatal attacks. After all, it was a test for the young students, and thus cut off the possibility of accident. Elsa saw the demon rise up right behind the young lord and shouted to warn him about it. Only at the last moment did Vincent manage to press himself to the ground and avoid the blow that could have been the last one. Just when he thought that the demon hadn't changed at all over the past 5 centuries, it tried to grab him with its scythe like a sharp claw. But this time too, luck smiled on him, and the young lord managed to jump aside, and the scythe sank deep into the ground. The restored ghost became faster, and its appearance also changed. It became even more evil. It seems that over 5 centuries, demons have undergone some kind of development, the young lord realized. The revived demon fell into a berserk state, becoming stronger and faster, and this makes it even more dangerous. The monsters tried with all their might to grab Vincent, who had already used up a significant portion of his stamina. The next blow left him no chance to do anything. The young lord went into a deep defensive position. This time he was pressed against the wall, and there was nowhere else to retreat. And the ghost did not let him go for a moment. His scythe cut the stone like paper, with a terrible screech and knocking out a hail of fragments. Vincent looked with alarm at the fresh crack in the temple wall. At this rate, there might be nothing left of the ancient ruins. Julian also became worried. Everything was not going according to plan, and something had to be done. But the young lord was still waiting for the enemy to do something stupid and show his weakness. Now the ghost was trying to corner him and deliver the finishing blow, and he had to wait for that moment. At the moment when the demon was fully prepared to strike, Vincent planned to attack him. At this time, Elsa was trying her best not to interfere with the outcome of the initiation, because otherwise it would mean the defeat of the young lord. She immediately remembered Sylvanas, with whom she had once been close. It was impossible to ruin her son's life like that. Sylvanas took her under her wing and offered to join her on the path of a martial artist. Elsa had long since lost her family and survived by stealing in lawless places. It was the first time Elsa had encountered such a dangerous opponent and lost to her. But how surprised she was when the winner invited her to join. Only a madman could do that. But Elsa soon realized that this sincere warrior was simply incredibly kind. Hela and Khan were with her then too, in the long-gone days of their youth. Khan, as usual, was indifferent to everyone, and Hela knew Sylvanas' wayward nature too well to argue with her. Perhaps Elsa herself lost her mind then. Perhaps she was simply tired of the disorderly life of a thief. Or perhaps she was touched by Sylvanas' courage. She eventually joined them and subsequently became part of the Idenko family. Subsequently, Elsa became much stronger and fought monsters herself without fear, because Sylvanas was always by her side, looking after her new friend. So they had a relationship, sincere and open, in this drawn-out flashback. Sylvanas was beautiful and strong, capable of cutting off an ogre's head with a single swing. She also had a gift of making everyone smile when they looked at her. So in her deeply hopeless life, Sylvana became a ray of light and hope for Elsa. Unfortunately, she died, leaving her son behind immediately after birth, in the heavy darkness of a night thunderstorm. In Elsa's arms was a tiny, screaming bundle of joy that could not stand being waited for and demanded everyone's attention, completely unaware of the grief that had befallen it. Then Elsa pulled herself together and continued to serve her mistress, even after her death, to take care of her child. She swore to protect him, even at the cost of her own life, until he himself became a worthy member of the great family and a master of martial arts. But the boy grew up too weak and meek, so even his younger sister beat him. She demanded respect and honor from him if he was not to be left behind again. And Vincent acknowledged this. How could he please his unbearable sister, for whom a belt had long been crying in his father's closet? Elsa was forced to silently watch such bullying of the boy, who was dubbed the shame of the Adenko family. But when she was already thinking about leaving this great house, something began to change. One day, she caught Wilson right at the door while he was eavesdropping on something he shouldn't have and whispering something to himself. There was a limit to his antics, and Elsa was already thinking of flogging this disobedient servant. But he began to hotly and heartily justify himself. He stated that he was actually very happy to serve the young master, who was recognized by Lord Khan himself. Then, for the first time in 14 years, Elsa saw a ray of hope in her life again. And now she did not want her young master to give up so easily. She sincerely believed that he could now change everything and follow in his mother's footsteps. Before she could think this, Raven rushed past her at Vincent's signal. He swung his broadsword at the ghost's blow, and the scythe struck him with a clang, sending up a shower of sparks. As a loyal knight, Raven protected his lord, and he was fully prepared to confront the demon, having almost become the victor of the Assembly of Swords. Elsa was extremely surprised by such intervention, and did not expect at all that yesterday's opponents would now help each other. The first knight had to buy his lord some time to catch his breath. Vincent did just that, simply sat down on the ground and began to meditate, accumulating mana for the attack. And again, Elsa was extremely surprised by the young lord's behavior, who dared to meditate in such a position. If Raven or a monster touched him and broke his concentration, he risked death. And despite this, the young lord completely trusted Raven and his strength and fortitude. And not in vain, the first knight even managed to push the enhanced form of the ghost back. Moreover, after his defeat, Raven really wanted to repay the debt to the young lord, and even hoped to defeat the monster on his own. However, his self-confidence quickly ended as soon as he felt the full fury of the Crimson Demon, who simply rained down dozens of blows on him. Although Raven himself was protected by the attribute Steel Body, the same could not be said about his thick cleaver, which immediately began to crumble under the blows. From the very beginning, the ghost showed intelligence and aimed at the knight's sword. The steel couldn't withstand it, and now he was left completely without weapons or any protection. And the demon had already prepared a funeral service for him. Then Raven did something truly desperate. He managed to grab the ghost's scythe right in front of his face, squeezing it with his bare hands, as if he was holding it in a vice. It was an extreme measure, and the guy could have stayed there, but he managed to buy the young lord enough time to deliver another absolute cut. This time, the Crimson Demon's core couldn't withstand the force and cracked into a multitude of fragments, and it itself dissipated like smoke. So they managed to do it and congratulated each other, still breathing heavily. Elsa also approached Vincent, even though he had defeated the demon. Using a servant could hardly be considered a good result that would exceed Lord Khan's expectations. Then Vince told her not to rush things, because as soon as they killed one monster, another one was already climbing in its place and began to rush through the barrier. The victory they had just achieved was more for Raven to confirm his resolve. And this time, Vincent intended to prove himself, and a miracle stone appeared in his hand. As soon as he bit into it like a lollipop, he immediately felt a stream of mana filling him. Even with his body strengthened, he could only use his sword art twice in a row, and the monster was already rushing towards him at full speed. In fact, the young lord used meditation to test the effectiveness of the miracle stone, and now his body had to withstand a great load. As soon as the demon appeared above the young lord, he immediately used the skill of cutting vertically upward. This slowed the ghost's attack and dispersed its misty body, revealing the red pearl of the main core. With such a simple opponent, it wasn't particularly difficult to find its weak spot and attack there. The second cut neatly bisected the monster's strong core. Now Elsa realized that all her fears were in vain. The boy seemed to play on her expectations, and yet it was an act on the edge. In just 2 blows, Vincent exhausted himself so completely that he could barely stand, and he leaned on his sword. He used everything he had, his attribute, meditation, and the miracle stone, to make victory possible. Julian suggested he simply sit down and rest. The test was over, and Elsa should take care of the rest. But Vincent, like a true warrior, preferred to hold out to the end. And although he repeated in a weak voice that he would not give up, fatigue took its toll, and the young lord glanced to the side. At that very moment, an even more unexpected event occurred. A magic circle appeared right above the temple and destroyed the remains of Elsa's barrier. She was seriously worried because there was no information about this. It was clear at first glance that there was a summoning circle above them. Some kind of core appeared, and emitting purple lightning, it lifted the stone blocks of the destroyed temple into the air. It was a guard's relic. The fragments gathered in the form of a huge predatory snake. And thanks for that. It could have been anyone else in his place, since this large guardian had not been discovered earlier, which meant he was created back when the temple was founded, Elsa thought. She pointed her sword at the snake and introduced herself to the guard as a member of the Idenko clan. after which she demanded to know the purpose of his appearance. But instead of simply checking their documents, the ancient guardian immediately moved to eliminate them, slightly ahead of security protocols. Elsa ordered Raven to seize the young lord and leave this place quickly. The first knight did so, easily lifting the young master's body. Belladon Swordsmanship. Chapter 7. Elsa chanted, her breath turning icy. She unleashed a blow of monstrous force so that the shockwave reached the fleeing boys. For a moment they thought she hadn't had time to dodge, and it disappeared into the stone guard's mouth, and Raven felt a chill run through his soul. But soon he saw how a dense crust of ice enveloped the snake's body and completely deprived him of the ability to move. And then, right from its depths, the warrior governess herself appeared and tore the golem to pieces. For the first time, Raven saw a warrior of the 7-star level in a real battle. But that wasn't all. Just for a moment, Vincent stood firmly on his feet and made a short swing, from which a razor-sharp blade came off. The blade struck the column behind Elsa and shattered it into pieces. But she still didn't understand why it was necessary. No one understood, and everyone stared in amazement at the young lord, who had spent the rest of his strength on this attack. Why was this necessary, Elsa wondered, deciding that the young lord wanted to tell her something with this. And only after looking closely at the place of impact did I notice a small beetle. It was the true form of the guardian, which almost disappeared from sight. The beetle realized he had been spotted and immediately attacked, targeting the young lord and his faithful knight. Elsa knelt down and chanted another blessing, an attribute of a Milky Way wanderer. This technique allowed her to make quick gliding leaps through the snow and catch up with a beetle in the blink of an eye. Before they could even blink, a governess with a dark past was in the beetle's path. She cut it before it could touch Raven, right in front of his nose. So the whole thing turned out to be very dangerous. Only now could one breathe a sigh of relief. Even though the temple was an ancient place, it still held many secrets and mysteries. Moreover, Elsa herself was amazed that she did not sense the presence of the guardian's true form, and felt a pang of guilt. Because of her, the young master almost died. One could only be amazed that even Vincent, exhausted to the point of death, managed to notice the danger and let others know about it. Under the pile of rubble, it became clear that what the guard had so stubbornly wanted to protect was hidden. Apparently, the battle with the demon had opened a wall, behind which was a treasure chest. For safety reasons, they decided that Elsa would be the first to examine the chest before it disappeared, and she looked inside. At the first glance, she realized that in front of them was a dragon bone. This relic must have been left by the ancestor Arslan himself. In the governess's hands, a large claw or tooth appeared. Julian immediately lit up with joy, for the dragon bone was an incredibly valuable magical relic, and Vincent understood why the initiation rite had been created. Elsa presented this gift to the young gentleman, still feeling guilty for endangering his life and for her carelessness. Since he, of all the Idenko clan, was the one to find her, she believed Vincent deserved to own her. Such a trophy should definitely be bestowed upon their house through the church. Simply taking it and appropriating it would only lead to a lot of trouble, Vincent noted. But Elsa declared she would take it upon herself. Then he suggested another solution and instantly cut the valuable trophy into 2 parts. Since now they were accomplices, everything must be fair, the young gentleman said with a smile, especially since he wouldn't have been able to obtain this treasure and survive if brave Elsa hadn't been there. He handed her the larger part of the claw, and the governess accepted it. Sometime later, she found Lord Khan at the sword graveyard, the place where all the members of the great house were buried. The leader, as usual, was stern and indifferent to everything, and did not even turn around when Elsa said that she had come with a report on the initiation rite. This should have been reported to the church first, the lord said dryly. And then Elsa declared that she had seen something that should have been told to him first. And then Elsa told him that Raven now faithfully serves his son as the first knight, and is even ready to risk his life for these new bonds. And then young Master Vincent himself defeated the second demon, and even helped Elsa defeat the temple's ancient guardian, ultimately receiving a reward no one had ever received before. This is what it means to truly exceed expectations. And as proof, the governess showed him half a claw. But what attracted the Lord's attention was not the reward itself, but the fact that his son himself chopped up the bone and gave half of it to Elsa. The governess overlooked something, which isn't surprising since she'd never handled dragon bone before. It was too valuable and rare a relic. The Lord ordered her to break the claw. Even though the order was unexpected, the governess decided to obey it unquestioningly. She pulled out her sword and struck the bone once. The sword clanged, and they both stared at the claw piece. Then Elsa realized her carelessness and used the attribute's power to fill the sword with mana. A blow of the cold northern wind stirred their clothes and completely tousled the governess's styled hair. But this time too, the dragon bone was completely intact, not a single scratch on its smooth surface. Elsa was left deeply stunned. She had used her strongest attack, but failed to succeed where the boy had so easily managed. Only a top-class blacksmith could work with such material, Lord Khan said coldly. Now it was his time to follow in his father's footsteps, he thought. Since Vincent has a special power, he must continue to be protected, the Lord ordered her, and again turned to the sword standing at the head of the ancient graves. At home, everything went on as usual, only Wilson became completely touched upon hearing about the exploits of the young gentleman. Ciri hissed at him to be quiet, as their master needed rest. But now, Wilson was afraid to go to the Crimson Fortress, because his duty was to accompany the young lord everywhere. Ciri wasn't worried about this at all, but the idiot's imagination was already drawing bloodthirsty monsters and even more terrifying martial arts masters. To think that a former gang member is afraid of some monsters, Ciri said sarcastically. Lately, Vincent had become increasingly interested in this maid, and he asked Julian about her. Why hasn't he noticed yet the mana emanating from the girl, which is wrapped around her like a blanket? This surprised the godling, who had lived his entire life with this servant and should have noticed something. Vincent had seen something similar 500 years ago. That's why he suddenly decided to ask Ciri about her family and origin, which surprised the girl. It turned out that she was from the Hisley clan, and Vincent's suspicions were confirmed. This girl possessed a magical body. It was the first time Julian had heard of such a thing, and the young lord told him that the Hisley family had once been engaged in research, and it was they who had discovered the celestial skeleton. Both the magical body and the heavenly skeleton allowed their owner to accumulate mana in the body, and this meant that with a magical body, it was possible to avoid death from exhaustion of the heavenly skeleton. When the young lord wanted to ask more about Ciri's family, Wilson immediately scolded him, reminding him that the girl did not come to their house of her own free will. The only relative Ciri knew was her grandmother, but she had already died. A mournful expression appeared on the maid's face. She must have been lonely all this time. Vincent apologized. All this time he only thought about himself and did not take into account her feelings. But Ciri told him not to worry about it. He had had difficult times too. There was much to ponder here. Why a family with such a remarkable heredity had fallen? Whether it was the work of the Simon clan? In part, this could be true, since it was advantageous for them to hide the existence of the heavenly skeleton that the hero King Kajin possessed. Here, Ciri remembered another relative, although he too had been dead for a long time. After all, the mother of the young Master Sylvan was also from the Hisley family, and this made everyone surprised. Julian never knew about this either, and all because in the Idenko house, it was forbidden to mention the name of Lady Sylvana. All this was done to avoid further upsetting Lord Khan, who had never recovered from his loss. During her short life, this woman managed to shelter many people, including all of her son's servants. Even the head governess was once a robber and a thief, the scum of society, until she was made human. Now Vincent understood why Elsa was looking after him so carefully. It was probably also because of loyalty to Lady Sylvana. As soon as he mentioned her, the governess herself appeared in his chambers. And all this was to inform him that Raven was already leaving and was waiting at the doorstep to say goodbye. The first knight was about to leave because he had no more business here. They had already defeated the Crimson Demon. They needed to move on. Before this, the young lord wanted to ask him for one more favor, and the first knight agreed. He ordered him to study the Hisley family, especially its history from 5 centuries ago, for any distortions. Perhaps the side branches of the ancient family were not so affected by this. Vincent believed that there might be books like the one they found in the library, where real knowledge was hidden. Raven agreed to look for it, and they sealed their promise to meet again with a firm, manly handshake. The swordsman vowed to be even stronger next time, so as not to dishonor his master. As he left, Vincent recalled his mother's story and told Elsa that he now knew her reasons for serving him. However, now he wanted to ask her for a favor, not as his mother's son, but as Vincent Idenko. Until he enters the Crimson Fortress, she must train him, the young lord requested. It was a request from a martial artist, so she could refuse if she didn't want it. Elsa would very much like to ask Sylvanas her opinion on this matter. Sometimes it seemed to her that she could still see her laughing patroness, but she never answered her questions. Having regained her former stern expression, the senior governess coldly declared that she would not spare him, and the young gentleman nodded in response. with the same determination he had counted on her. Later, when they arrived at the training ground, Elsa told him about a way to obtain an attribute without having a mana image, which required first creating a connection between the mana and the attribute. "But they will learn this in battle," said the governess, and took one of the swords that hung on the wall. Vincent was surprised that she did not use her own. The blade he saw during the initiation ceremony was called the Black Moon, and according to Elsa, he would see it when he was worthy. From then until entering the Crimson Fortress, he had 5 months, and if during that time he could injure her at least once, Elsa promised to give him the attribute. With a smile full of excitement, she challenged the boy to hit her with his sword technique. The ancient warrior in him was so confident of his success that he was even afraid of the consequences, because Elsa must have seen what he did to Raven. However, the governess and soldier didn't let him finish his thought, and instantly showed him that she and Raven were on different levels, and there was no need to worry. She approached Vincent so quickly that he felt her frosty breath on his skin, faster than he could even detect the movement itself. His body reacted almost reflexively, the sword whistling through the air in front of him, reflecting this unexpected attack. But Elsa managed to jump back. As an experienced warrior, she was also familiar with the way of the sword, and not just possessed the attributes, so there was no doubt that he would not allow himself to be wounded so easily. The last time the sword in her hand almost took out Vincent's eye, and he felt a small tremor run through his body. This woman was not going to play nice with him. In case any of them were to get hurt, Elsa turned to the priest Duran, whom he had recently befriended, for help. So there shouldn't be any problems. When the young lord protested that this was too harsh towards him, the governess only smiled sweetly, but she still exuded a deathly chill. So a week passed. Elsa became an excellent sparring partner for him, on whom he could hone all his skills without fear of injuring someone. Vincent's weak body could not keep up with the governess, who had not lost her skills over the years. She constantly kept him under the pressure of mortal danger. The blows were no joke. Mana exploded every now and then, and the echo resounded loudly throughout the castle. After another blow, the young lord, without any embarrassment, collapsed on the ground like a sheet. After he used his technique twice, he was completely exhausted, and Elsa suggested that he rest for now. But when the governess returned her sword to its sheath, it was completely covered with deep pits from blows. It could not be said that the duel with the young master was without consequences. She'd had to replace several swords over the past few days, and the last one was also about to break at any moment, unable to withstand the strain. So Elsa decided it was time to visit the blacksmith. He was just working at the forge, hammering away as usual, when the governess complained about the quality of the swords in their castle, and reproached the master that he seemed to have lost all his skills due to old age. "It's not right for all this trash to end up in Aiden's arsenal," Elsa said in a stern voice. A short, stocky dwarf, naked to the waist, turned towards her, and with each movement he made, dense, thick knots of muscle, like those of a buffalo, bulge under his skin. His name was Hansen, and with the dwarf's usual grumbling, he asked why a follower of Sylvanas was distracting him from his work in the middle of the night. Then Elsa took out the bag she had brought and shook the remains of the broken swords right onto the floor of the forge. They fell with the sound of broken glass. These swords broke during a training fight, and the horror of what could have happened if someone had used such weak blades in battle was unacceptable, Elsa said sharply. Hansen carefully examined the damage and traces of cracked steel. The dwarf speculated that she must have fought a monster in the forest, or a master of the 9 stars, or even a mage of the 7 runes. However, all his suggestions were met with a resounding rejection. Elsa had never faced a great sword master in battle. The governess shook her head again. Her opponent was the young master Vincent, and his Scarlet Lotus, which could be considered a great sword. Hansen, who almost never left the forge, was quite astonished to hear that such a precious lotus had been given to a worthless family member. The news even made the tips of the dwarf's long ears twitch. Despite the late night, although Elsa herself had told the young lord to rest, she called him again, at Hansen's request. It was this dwarf who created the Scarlet Lotus, so he wanted to see it, and he grumbled that he didn't need a special reason for this. Julian immediately realized that the person in front of him was the blacksmith Hansen, because he knew the creator of the lotus. The dwarf, crossing his arms haughtily over his chest, declared that he could even summon Lord Khan himself. Julian told the young lord that he was dealing with an old friend of his father's and a former master connected to the family. But Vincent was surprised by the word former in the sentence. Several decades ago, Hansen stopped forging greatswords and focused on smelting more common weapons. This work paid more, and the other dwarves began to look down on Hansen, leading to him losing his title as master. But to the young lord, the dwarf before him was incredible, and he cast aside all prejudices. After all, thanks to high-quality weapons, many ordinary knights and warriors survived, as they had something to rely on in battle. This dwarf prioritized the common good over his own personal honor. So Vincent politely introduced himself to the dwarf, bowed, and addressed him as a master. The proud dwarf liked this game. He truly considered himself a master. So he laughed loudly and even asked for forgiveness for the late visit. And not a trace remained of his arrogance. The young lord only added that his words were not ordinary flattery, and he deeply respected the path that Hansen had chosen. Suddenly, the words once spoken by Lord Khan returned to the dwarf again. Back then, his beard was not yet so long, and the young lord knew how to smile. Khan knew that Hansen's chosen path would make him an object of ridicule, but he promised to support his old friend. There was something family-like about it, the dwarf thought, looking thoughtfully at the face of the still very young boy. The dwarf, with the directness characteristic of his people, declared that he had previously considered the young lord a freak, but now admitted his mistake. He asked him for the lotus to check its condition, and Vincent obediently handed the sword over to its creator. After examining the sword, the dwarf chuckled thoughtfully and asked if the boy had really fought the demon and trained with Elsa while holding this sword in his hands. Hearing the confirmation, Hansen was surprised, because there was not a single scratch left on the sword, as if it had not been used at all. It seemed that the boy in front of him cut the world with his own power. Then he wanted to take a look at the swordsmanship style that the young lord used. He also impatiently pressured the guy to not hesitate and immediately show what he could do. The dwarf had already discarded any excuses about being tired. Julian worriedly reminded them that Vincent had already used his cut twice today, and friction could be dangerous. But it wasn't every day they encountered a master. While the young lord hesitated, a faithful servant was already rushing toward them at full speed. Ignoring the difference in strength or their status, Ciri grabbed the dwarf by the shoulders so that they would be as strong as a rock, and she scolded him like a child for making such a noise in the middle of the night. According to Elsa, Hansen at one time donated a lot of his personal funds to support orphans, and Ciri was one of his charges. So there really was a familial feeling between them, like between a father and daughter. And under Ciri's pressure, the dwarf clearly gave in. When the stubborn dwarf refused to listen, Ciri feigned anger at him for causing trouble and turned away. Hansen had no choice but to back down and promise to come back tomorrow. Then the young lord, who was barely taller than the dwarf, told him that he would come to his forge himself the following day and take Ciri with him, in order not to further anger his sweet ward, for whom the dwarf clearly had tender feelings. He immediately ran away to his home, waving at forgiveness. In Ciri's presence, the dwarf behaved like a childish fool, but now it was clear thanks to whom the girl grew up so kind. The next day, the young lord, as promised, came to the master's forge in person to demonstrate his skills. He made 2 simple cuts and sliced through the straw dummy in front of him like it was air. With a trained eye, Hansen immediately saw in the young lord's technique more similarities to the swordsmanship of the hero king and the demon Davin from Legends. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Now the dwarf understood that the Scarlet Lotus had been entrusted to the right person. When Vincent finished, he asked if that was enough or if there was more to be cut. The dwarf nodded with a sly squint. The boy almost interested him enough to want to make a sword especially for him. The guy was surprised, but Hansen scratched his head thoughtfully. One important detail was missing, he said. He had been thinking about the idea for the sword for a long time, but an important element was still missing, and the young lord naively offered to buy it. Hansen chuckled. There were things that were too valuable to be obtained simply by having money. The dragon horn is not so easy to obtain, the dwarf told him in a patronizing tone, realizing that the boy was simply too young. Imagine his amazement when the boy, whose lips were still wet, simply pulled such a treasure out of his pocket. His mouth opened and let out a howl, the kind you hear from a hot furnace when you open the cap. The young lord immediately hissed at the thunder so that it wouldn't trumpet throughout the castle, since only Elsa and his father knew about this treasure, and Hansen immediately covered his mouth with his shovel-sized palms. It seems that their meeting was destined, said the dwarf, calming down a little, and promised to make a sword for the guy. Then Vincent suggested modifying the Scarlet Lotus by adding a dragon horn to it, which surprised the dwarf because he was ready to make a new sword. But the young lord didn't need that. The Scarlet Lotus was a symbol of his father's ascension, and besides, it was already a practically perfect weapon, and nothing else was needed. Hansen chuckled again. For a young man, this boy was talking too well, and told him to come back in 3 weeks, during which time the work would be done. Who knew then that 3 weeks later, they would be looking in amazement at the master's forge, scorched by the heat. The entire building was engulfed in flames, and Hansen was nowhere to be seen. The fire had already engulfed the entire building and was roaring as if it had broken free after a century of imprisonment in the furnace. Siri was completely cowered in terror and was unable to even move. Vincent told her to pull herself together. The very fact that she reacted so violently suggested to the young lord that perhaps something similar had already happened to the dwarf. It was necessary to save the old master, Vincent realized. He was going to jump straight into the fire and act according to the situation. His sword attacks could cut through anything, and ahead was a thick oak door through which he was planning to enter. Julian tried to stop him from this rash action, but his voice was drowned out by the noise of the raging flames. Vincent could already see the path he had to take, a thin thread connecting the glowing dots that led straight to his goal. The young lord streaked past like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye he slashed the doors in front of him, shattering them. If, God forbid, you ever have to enter a fire, remember that once a door or window is opened, the fire intensifies, potentially causing an explosion. Vincent was lucky not to be burned alive, and Julian helped him navigate the smoky room. Hansen was sitting on the floor of the forge, leaning against the wall, and appeared to be unconscious. He looked alive when Vincent picked him up, but now it was unclear how to get the gnome out. And then they saw the Scarlet Lotus, a red-hot needle raised as if from the bottom of a volcano. Such an unbearable heat emanating from it that it became clear beyond doubt what had caused the fire. The dragon bone was much stronger than Hansen had expected, and the mana contained within it was bursting to get out. First, he needed to get the dwarf out of the burning building, Vincent thought, when his sixth sense told him that the cracking of heavy beams above him was nothing other than the roof falling on his head, and every second counted. The fallen logs blocked the way back. It was impossible to breathe in the forge, and there was no emergency exit, and there was no time to look for one. Something had to be done before the fire completely consumed them, and Julian rushed restlessly, looking for a way out. Then Julian suddenly asked if Vincent knew any defensive techniques. Even a dragon's bone cannot emit flame forever, the god said, thus suggesting that they waited out. The ancient warrior truly did have a technique designed solely for defense. There was no choice, and Vincent remembered everything he had once possessed. It was the Simon clan's sword technique. Chapter 1. Soft Steel Destroyer. With this technique, he began to make sharp swings around himself. These were special swings capable of striking the raging flames around them and driving them away. Julian was once again amazed that his ally knew the ancient family's technique. As soon as the flame was deprived of oxygen and the mana that supported it, it immediately went out, and Vincent sighed with relief. Then Hansen started coughing, apparently gradually beginning to come to his senses, which made them even happier. Even without consciousness, he realized that the boy was using a technique from another ancient family, and asked how this was possible. It seemed that the dwarf had not yet lost his mastery skills, since he was able to recognize this technique. But the young lord only told him that it was all a dream. Everyone has their secrets, the old gnome realized, and nodded. It seemed he had simply imagined it while unconscious. The Scarlet Lotus hung in the air, supported by the furious power that it contained. Hansen had never worked with dragon bone before, and had never even heard that the bone could spit out flames, threatening to burn down not only his house, but the entire castle. Mesmerized by its power and radiance, Vincent walked up to the sword and took it in both hands. The glow immediately became stronger. The sword seemed to resonate with it, the young lord felt. For a moment, Hansen thought the boy was stunned, perhaps because he didn't like the sword. But the boy quickly recovered and declared the blade to be incomparable. Here Julian noted that the whole story seemed strange. Why didn't the ancestor Arslan, who left this treasure, provide him with a clue about the properties of dragonbone? Without answering, Vincent turned back to the dwarf and suddenly announced that he needed a new sword. The dwarf feared the boy genuinely didn't like the updated lotus, but the young lord simply assumed that if this sword was beautiful, the next one would have to be even better. And Hansen grumbled grumpily that first he'd have to clean up the mess that was going on here. Moreover, he was unlikely to be lucky enough to see a dragon bone again in his life. Or so he thought. But not even a few days had passed when the dwarf saw in front of him another piece of dragon bone, the one that Vincent had given to Elsa. Then Hansen thought that the world had finally turned upside down. And from his throat came a familiar cry that was like a battle bugle. This time, Elsa had to shush him because no one was supposed to know about this treasure. Elsa had previously served Lady Sylvana, but now she faithfully served the young lord. So she didn't regret giving up this treasure at all, and the dwarf appreciated her sacrifice. With the proceeds from selling this bone, the governess could have bought her own castle. This inspired the dwarf so much that he immediately vowed to create the perfect weapon, no matter how long it took him. Elsa herself was amazed at her own compliance. but she could not have imagined that Vincent would grow so much in a short time. The young man himself asked for forgiveness for ultimately taking away her reward and promised to definitely repay her for it. But the faithful governess stated that she had received her payment 14 years ago. Seeing this gift eventually become a martial artist was the best reward in the world for her. Revealing the Scarlet Lotus, the young lord promised to make her even happier. Today, he intended to defeat her in battle. He had thought about this even when he fought with the demon in the ruined temple. There was a way to defeat the master of the 7 stars. Elsa responded in the same stern tone, that there would be no concessions, and an aura of ice surrounded her. Every swing of Elsa's sword was like the breath of a glacier, and Vincent was enveloped in such cold that it penetrated to the bones. As Elsa had promised, she did not give him any breaks and continued to attack without letting up. Even though the boy said he would defeat her, he was not even close to winning yet. Again, he parried the vertical blow and felt the full weight of her body on himself. And then, instead of cold, they were hit by a wave of fierce heat that almost destroyed the entire house. But thanks to his renewed sword, Vincent withstood Elsa's blow, albeit not without extreme effort. Elsa herself was surprised that her attack was contained. She'd used 4-star mana. Swords would usually break under such force. Vincent saw a line running through her slender neck. Finally, an opening for a strike. But at the last moment, the governess managed to dodge right in the air, and the slash silently cut through the air right next to her. This time, the flow and strength of the boy changed, she felt. For the first time, feeling the pressure emanating from the young lord. The Scarlet Lotus had indeed become stronger, and the young lord himself could feel the changes in the sword. His sword now benefited from the protection of the Dwarven King's attribute, and his mark appeared on the blade's blade. The Scarlet Lotus absorbed all impacts and vibrations and could be used to block heavy blows. The sword absorbed the attributes of its owner. This was its new feature, and Vincent already understood how to use it. Elsa realized this too. Hansen had worked hard on this sword and made it much stronger. So the goddess of cold raised the stakes again. She began to move so quickly that her image blurred in space. Vincent could hardly follow her movements, even with his experienced ancient warrior's eye. Elsa moved in a circle so she could attack from any direction, and the young lord concentrated. He did not try to keep track of her speed. It was more important to catch the mana. And as soon as Vincent did this, he struck a strong blow in the right direction. But his calculations turned out to be wrong, and his rival found himself behind him, ready to take advantage of his weakness. Yet from the very beginning, this move of his was a trick to catch Elsa himself. Feigning weakness, Vincent turned around sharply and caught her sword with his bare hand. In just a month of effort, the young lord learned to track her movements, habits, and fighting style. And now, he finally caught her with his still weak body. In his next attack, the skills and attribute that his sword now possessed merged, and the air was instantly filled with an irresistible force. Vincent took Elsa's sword from her and delivered both of his powerful blows, using up all his stamina, leaving a deep furrow in the stone behind the governess. Then, the young lord returned the sword to her. The fight was still not over, because Elsa did not receive a single scratch. And all because the warrior's pride could not allow Vincent to defeat an unarmed opponent, even in a training duel. The governess only frowned at such an arrogant act, because the monsters and other masters would not show him mercy. Any enemy with greater strength will attack him, and will definitely take advantage of every weakness. To make sure he remembered this lesson well, Elsa showed him the pinnacle of her skill. The cold that was already breaking his bones intensified several times, and a mark appeared on her head. Vincent chuckled. The aura of the 7-star master alone was shocking in its density and strength. Without a shadow of hesitation, Elsa asked him to watch carefully and be sure to protect himself from this attack. But unexpectedly for her, her own legs refused to obey Elsa's commands, and she stumbled. Vincent immediately picked up the maid, whose body turned out to be surprisingly light, like a feather. He gently flicked his fingers on her forehead. There were 4 months left before arriving at the Crimson Fortress, and the young lord kept his promise. Elsa was still stunned. She didn't understand how they managed to get to her. Vincent then showed her that he had cut the mana streams that surrounded her body, since he could not touch Elsa even with a double cut. This was only possible thanks to the Dwarf King's new powers. But even the young lord's explanation didn't resolve all the questions. Until now, Elsa hadn't even suspected that cutting off mana could deprive an opponent of an attribute. Once again, the young lord exceeded all her expectations. And then Vincent reminded her of the promised reward. There was no choice left. A promise is a promise. Elsa rose to her feet and admitted her defeat. Her attribute was called the Galaxy Wanderer's Mana Stream, she said mysteriously and smiled. After the governess showed him the pattern, Vincent began to practice with it and draw it in his body. Only 2 days had passed and the young lord had already made great progress, slowly weaving the pattern, waiting for the attribute to reveal itself. Even Julian was worried that with such a size, if anything happened, the attribute would not blow the roof off their heads. And then he saw the image of a small, fairy-like and beautiful doll-like ice goddess. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Crimson Fortress, the secretary scolded his mistress for refusing to deal with paperwork, considering it above her dignity. Dean Vargon ordered her to look at the lists of applicants again, and the director of the Crimson Fortress, Helga, had no choice but to take them so that the annoying assistant would leave her alone. While reading the list, she noticed one name and was very surprised. Vincent Idenko was entering this year, the heir to the main family. Everyone knew his reputation, so this news did not bring much joy. Moreover, there was a risk that a weakling would get into the Crimson Fortress and disgrace the name of their students. So Dean Vargon had long been thinking about how to get rid of the problem at its very source. And a new threat loomed over the young lord. The goddess who appeared next to Vincent gifted him with her breath, as if bestowing her blessing. The mana that appeared surrounded Vincent like a whirlwind, turning into a dense tornado. It was so cold that he felt like he had died long ago and turned to ice. But soon, everything became quiet. Elsa's attribute was very simple. It left no trace on the snow and was called Ice Step, and it gave the skill of movement. Later, Vincent took up preparations for entry into the Crimson Fortress, which looked more like a place of service than an academy for students. The fortress was located right on the border of the Simon family's holdings, and the young lord found this place on the map. In the past, this castle was a reliable stronghold against the demon's followers, and Arslan repelled their attacks here more than once, so this place became a training center for future knights. Vincent thought that they might find something like his will there, and another dragon bone. Julian heard a legend that there might be another treasure inside. Not a dragon bone. A whole divine fruit, which, according to rumors, can heal anything in the world. And better than any medicine, it could even resurrect the dead. According to legend, there was a whole tree in the academy where these fruits grew, and it was to protect this tree that the entire fortress was built in ancient times. In the past, Julian would never have believed these rumors, but in their situation, he was no longer so skeptical. With this resurrection fruit, Vincent could rid himself of his physical weakness and replenish his emaciated frame. Julian calculated they had another 9 years to find a cure. But Vincent corrected him. The last months had been so taxing on his weak body that even less time remained. And yet, the newly minted god was inspired by the fact that they were about to unravel the ancient mysteries and find healing. Another discovery that Vincent made was that he would live in the fortress without the financial support of his family. A special charter was in effect in the fortress, aimed at ensuring that no one could take advantage of their position. Everyone studied equally and valued only strength, while money corrupted the weak. But it was impossible to survive without any funds. So Vincent asked where they would get the funds, and Julian, hitting himself in the chest with his fist, said not to worry about it. After all, at one time, he invested in a place called the 6th Magic Tower. Just as the Idenko family was renowned for their swordsmanship, the 6th Tower was renowned for its study of magic. And if their research was sponsored, the Graves would profit. The sorceress to whom Julian donated his savings was called Varnelia, and she herself recently became a co-owner of the tower. The only problem was that if the sorceress died, all of Julian's investments would go to waste. There was a knock on her office door. Without turning around, Veronelli told the man who entered what she had said before, that she did not want to work with them and asked him not to bother her. Never turn your back on people and dogs, otherwise you will receive an unexpected blow. Varnelli neglected this wisdom and paid for it. Her obituary soon spread throughout the kingdom, where the cause of the sorceress's death was attributed to a magical experiment. A very common excuse, and one that aroused no suspicion, as wizards often died this way. That's how Julian learned firsthand the risks of investing, and why you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Vincent chided him for such heartlessness, but Julian had no time for respect for the dead, because in the fortress they were awaiting death by starvation in a cold stone closet. The obituary also stated that the sorceress was bequeathing all her property to her younger brother. By a strange coincidence, her brother was the dean of the Crimson Fortress, Vargon Pagoda. Standing on the edge of the tower, Wagon was deeply grieving the loss of his brilliant sister. Even though they were born in the same family, he could not compare to her. And while he was tormenting himself with the question of what caused the grave loss, the couple of the ancient warrior and the god had already thought about how to return part of the invested funds. Vincent had 4 months left, during which time he hoped to become as strong as possible. 4 months later, the carriage stopped in the foothills that led to the Crimson Fortress, and Elsa told them that it was safer to travel further on foot. Vincent didn't object. Julian was with him, and his faithful servant Ciri, and he himself looked cheerful. According to her, the director of the Crimson Fortress had already received the letter and would have to go out to meet the young novice. The young lord expressed deep gratitude to his tutor and governess, who looked after him throughout his life. According to him, his mother would definitely be grateful to Elsa for this, and the maid nodded. If she heard these words from Sylvana, she would cry with happiness. However, Helga was a rather eccentric person. Despite her responsible position, she often neglected her official duties as director. When she declared that she did not want to go anywhere, the crystal on her table came to life and spoke, reminding her that she was an official. Especially considering that in recent days, there has been a report that a monster has appeared in the area and has already attacked people. Tired of sitting at her desk, Helga was immediately delighted by this news, as she now had something to do. This despite the fact that the man had simply asked for a couple of swordsmen. But it was already too late. Helga shouted to Vargon that she was leaving the young lord in his care, and she herself jumped straight out the window without bothering to go down the stairs. And before he could object, Helga was already flying to the ground like a stone, ready to throw off the boredom of the dusty office. An assistant approached the dean and asked what to do with the young lord who was supposed to arrive today. Vargon sighed heavily and said that he would take care of this instead of their useless headmistress. The first thing they did was arrive at the gates of the fortress, where the guards were stationed on the wall. By simply teleporting there, the guards saluted him, and Vargon asked them if the young lord had appeared. His arrival had already been noticed, and taking binoculars from one of the guards, the dean immediately saw the young novice talking with the servants. What surprised him greatly was that the young man was escorted by Elsa herself, master of the 7 stars and the Galactic Wanderer. Vargon understood her presence in his own way. If Vincent required such strong protection, he truly would be useless. The dean then decided that they would not lower the difficulty of the entrance exam, and he would personally oversee its progress. In any case, he intended to get rid of this problem before the young lord appeared within the walls of their fortress. The first test was subduing the illusory monster, and it began right now, Vargon growled, as a magic circle appeared on his hand. All this time, the unsuspecting Vincent was climbing the mountain. Ciri and Wilson were dragging his luggage, so that the young lord felt like a real aristocrat. As they walked, they couldn't help but admire the picturesque view of the fortress that sprawled on a nearby rock ledge. Suddenly, a piercing cry came from the forest, so that the whole group perked up. Vincent immediately realized that they wouldn't be allowed to enter the castle so easily, which meant the entrance exam had already begun. It was for the best. He was already eager to see the results of his training with Elsa over all these months, and an excited grin appeared on the young lord's face when the most terrible beast of these places, a white, blue-eyed tiger, appeared from the thicket of the forest. The young lord's servants were horrified when they encountered the beast, but Vincent himself seemed unconcerned about it. The first thing he needed to worry about was the safety of his servants, and the young lord ordered them to run to the fortress as quickly as possible when everything started. Vincent remembered the habits of this beast, so he rushed away, luring it behind him. This tiger always attacked the fastest prey, not the most accessible, and Vincent's guess was correct. However, while they were chasing him, he got a better look at the monster, and now he felt that something was wrong with it, as if it was not behaving like a living thing. In any case, he was going to defeat him, and this fact could have little effect. The young lord, having run a sufficient distance, turned sharply to meet the threat. Now the line that was familiar to him led to the tiger, the path of the sword marked with bright dots. But instead of one beast, a second one suddenly jumped out and also jumped on the young lord, who was not expecting this at all. Using the Dwarf King's attribute, he strengthened his body and dodged with one swift leap, avoiding the beast's clutches. Vincent escaped to a tree, if there was any escape from the huge and aggressive cats. Hungry, burning eyes were looking at him from all sides. He counted at least 18 tigers emerging from the thicket. The situation looked very dangerous for someone who had only 2 perfect strikes left, and Julian became worried. But something again seemed strange to Vincent. He knew perfectly well that this type of predator did not hunt in packs, because it was strong enough to hunt alone. So in front of him, most likely, were skillful illusions created by magic. He assumed when the first of the cats tried to climb the tree. Judging by Vincent's actions, the dean had already realized that his magic had been discovered. But it was unlikely that this could change anything, since the monsters created by this spell were almost no different from real ones, and were even more dangerous since they were controlled by a person. The dean believed that the worthless heir of the Idenko family would never be able to overcome such an obstacle. and he waited for the boy to take action. In general, since maintaining the illusions required magic, they needed to hold out until it ran out. Julian, however, reassessing the situation, said that was unlikely to happen, since if the mage used a connecting element, he wouldn't tire out so quickly. There were different ways to spend mana and use the same spell, but the linking element allowed you to control just one tiger, whose actions affected all the others, instead of costly and ineffectively controlling all the same type of monsters at once. But this also led to vulnerability. Vincent realized that if the main specimen was defeated, the others would dissipate on their own. And although it was incredibly difficult to distinguish the main beast from the identical clones, the young lord relied on his instincts. He knew this tiger was controlled by a human, which meant it would behave differently. A real beast would always lead the way toward the enemy, but a human will hide the weak point of their scheme behind all the decoys. So Vincent easily figured out that the tiger standing motionless on the mountaintop was most likely the connecting element. Then, using the new attribute of the Galaxy Wanderer and the Snow Step, the young lord slid down from the tree. He ran through the air as if he had built an invisible, solid bridge for himself, and headed straight towards the main goal. Seeing Elsa's main attribute, Vargon was amazed. It was not the kind of skill you would expect to see from the worthless son of a rich family. In an instant, Vincent reached the top of the mountain and landed right next to the 3 tigers. There were still many of them, and they remained dangerous creatures, with the main specimen looking the most terrifying. Realizing that he had been exposed so easily, Vargon became enraged and waved his arms, sending the beasts into attack. The Scarlet Lotus is a remarkable sword, capable of absorbing its owner's attribute thanks to its dragon bone. This allowed Vincent to combine his swordsmanship with the ice attribute. He took one lightning-fast sliding step and cut down the tiger that was in charge, without touching the others. When his spell was broken, Vargon recoiled in the blow. Over the past months, the young lord had grown much stronger, and his swordsmanship had become deadly. Moreover, the young lord not only cut down the tiger, he cut off the mana pathways that fed the illusion, causing the remaining parts of it to simply scatter to the wind. Thus, the dean recognized not only the boy's exceptional fencing skills, but also his profound knowledge of magic. Vincent himself merely chuckled, wondering if this demonstration was enough to pass the exam. Soon after, the fortress guard asked the dean how to determine the exam results, and Vargon sighed heavily. What could he add, since his magic had been completely destroyed? Therefore, he ordered the gates to be opened and the new novice to be led into the fortress walls. The fortress taught swordsmanship, so few would expect to encounter a high-level mage there, and Vincent did not regret spending so much time on his research with Julian. After all, they managed to establish contact with Vargon and the sorceress Varnelli, to whom Julian lent his funds. When the gates closed behind them, the honor guard, represented by Vargon and the senior staff, greeted the rare and distinguished guests. The dean's mood changed completely. Now he greeted the new student with respect and congratulated him on passing his first test here. Vincent nodded in response. He already knew the dean by sight, so he greeted him as a mentor. The young lord's plan was simple. He couldn't take money into the fortress, but he could find a sponsor inside. Someone who would agree to provide a service to the talented novice. Julian had no doubt that, thanks to their joint efforts, they would be able to return all the funds once invested in the Magic Tower. They traveled by carriage to the main castle of the fortress, where the cadets lived. Through rather busy streets, the population consisted of students, soldiers on duty, teachers, and various servants. Vincent will have to live in a dormitory, and Vargon warned that this may involve certain inconveniences. The young lord didn't object. In his past life, he'd known such hell that life within the castle walls might have seemed like paradise. He already knew he would lose his status as the heir to an ancient family. This means that the last moments of respectful attitude, including from Dean Vargon, are now expiring. Cadets in uniform walked past, and seeing them, Ciri clapped her hands with delight, because soon her master would also be dressed in one. Vargon warned him that he was currently a cadet of the lowest 9th rank, but that he could rise in rank during the 6-month exams. After achieving the first rank, it is time for the final exam, after which the cadet is recognized as a master of martial arts and receives the regalia corresponding to this status. It turned out that, in total, before graduation, Vincent would spend 4.5 years within these walls, without the possibility of leaving. And during this time, he absolutely had to find the healing fruit. While they were driving, the dean decided to ask how the young lord understood that he needed to attack the connecting tiger. Such deep knowledge of magic, coming from someone who grew up in a family of swordsmen, greatly surprised Vargon. Julian tried his hand at everything because he couldn't accumulate mana like everyone else. But Vincent couldn't tell the dean about this, so he chose to remain silent, citing that everyone has their own secrets. This answer made Vargon think. The young man clearly possessed the intelligence and insight of an adult, which was all the more surprising since he had been called worthless. This boy definitely aroused his interest, and then Vargon received a question from him. Vincent decided not to beat around the bush and find out directly how to obtain the divine fruit. At first, the dean looked astonished, but then he only sighed heavily, realizing that the boy was still like that, since he believed in ancient legends. So he answered, as he had answered all the cadets, that no one knew for sure how to obtain the fruit. Perhaps it chose its owner. It might just happen that a cadet would stumble upon it while searching. Julian immediately realized that the dean considered everything a legend. Finding information would be more difficult. The 9th rank dormitory had more in common with a prison, a dreary gray stone box of several floors. The only thing missing was bars on the windows. All the servants lived on the 1st floor. The room of the young lord, and now simply Cadet Vincent, was on the 3rd. There, he immediately received his cadet badge, which he was required to wear as proof of his status. The dean greeted him again in the special way that was customary in the Citadel, a modest respect for absolute glory and a gesture of the palm to the heart. Vincent smiled back and returned the dean's salute, the golden sun of his badge glittering on his chest. Thus began his life within the walls of the fortress. The first thing the newly minted cadet did was arrive at his room with his things. Inside, he found those who had arrived earlier, the senior cadets, lined up next to their beds. It was hard to understand what was happening. Vincent even began to doubt himself, thinking he'd violated some unspoken code. The problem was, the cadets avoided looking him in the face, and they themselves looked tense and depressed. Only a moment later, someone called out to him, this time without any respect in their voice. The 6th son of Malone Idenko, the heir to the main line, grinned crookedly as he greeted his worthless younger brother, the 9th rank armband still worn on his chest. Memories flashed through Vincent's head, making him feel sick. And Julian grumbled about being placed in the same room with his older brother. Apparently, the dorm commandant had a special sense of humor. Malone, more than any other relative, bullied Vincent as a child, even forcing him to eat his leftovers, so Julian's anger was understandable. Here, the memories that still lived in Vincent's body took over for a moment, and he almost threw up right on the floor of their room. Now he realized what a scoundrel his brother was, that he knew no limits in his bullying, and every day he came up with new ones to assert himself. With his arrival at the Citadel, his brother's disgusting character did not improve. Using his strength, he frightened all his roommates. Such a man only created a bad impression on the entire Idenko family, so the young lord immediately decided to rein in his brother. And Julian only warmly welcomed this. After all, the fewer heirs the better when receiving a will. Vincent remembered the ancient wisdom. And with this thought, he suddenly grabbed his brother's hand, as if to greet him. Malin pulled his hands back awkwardly, as if he had touched something dirty and disgusting, and reminded them that they were not on such terms for greetings. Vincent just grinned devilishly, and asked how it was that his brother had been away from home for so long, and was still a 9th rank cadet. This wasn't just a question, but a direct threat to the authority Malin held within the Citadel's walls. He was older and larger than his fellow tenants, and, gritting his teeth, he beckoned to one of them, named Saizen. Saizen ran up like a faithful dog and immediately received a hard slap on the cheek, so that sparks flew from his eyes. He was immediately accused of not keeping a proper eye on the newcomers, and of them getting up to God knows what. Now everyone in the room will have to make sure that the newcomer does not try to jump over his head and knows his place. Every family has its black sheep, Vincent thought as he watched the whole scene. Their ancestor, Arslan, must be spinning in his grave witnessing all this. It all reminded Vincent of yet another smug tyrant. These memories burned his soul so much that his body began to move of its own accord. And at that very moment, Malo received a generous, brotherly greeting with a fist in the face. Realizing how dangerous it was to anger Malin, Saizen let out a frightened cry of despair, because they would all have to pay for this offense. However, the elder brother, having more weight, did not even stagger from the blow. His eyes flashed with such a beastly fire that it made you shiver. The next moment, Malin rushed with a wide blow at his younger brother, no longer taking into account any consequences. Vincent may have been physically weaker, but he had knowledge and invaluable experience on his side. He was a master not only in swordsmanship, but also in fistfighting, the latter of which was unnecessarily neglected in that era. The principles of fighting are simple. Use your opponent's strength against him. Malin's sweeping blow whistled past, and then he himself suddenly lifted off the ground, and then returned to its bosom, crashing with terrible force. The tyrant was overthrown in a matter of moments, and Vincent declared to everyone that from now on, the only fear they should have for the martial arts master was respect. To become stronger, you need to stop being afraid, he declared to these cadets, who listened to him with their mouths open. Malin went berserk after the blow, like a bear who had been hit in the nose with a club. The last loci of control flew from his tiny brain, and 3 feet of steel flashed in the tyrant's hand. The sword whistled through the air, but did not touch Vincent, who slid to the side. The situation had changed. Now he was locked in a cage with a predatory beast, with no escape, and no agreement was possible. But if he succeeded, new opportunities would open up for Vincent, and he knew it. All this time, Director Helga enjoyed her journey through the surrounding villages in search of monsters. The hunt was a success. All the lizard-like monsters were killed and will now go to the fortress's meat market. The villagers offered the defender rest and alcoholic drinks as a token of gratitude, but the headmistress refused, citing that she was still on duty. True, the laws of politeness required her to accept the gratitude, so she immediately changed her mind, not yet knowing that the shadow of the stern dean was hanging over her. Vargon, more than anyone, wanted to relax to relieve stress, since he had been given an empty-headed boss who systematically shied away from his duties. He actually felt better over dinner, and he told Helga about the new cadet, from whom no one expected any special achievements, but who managed to surprise everyone. Even Director Helga knew nothing about the connecting element, because she was not a mage like Vargon. Now, she must have been as surprised as he was, realizing that the boy knew something that even the Master of the 7 Stars did not know. And yet, Helga didn't find this surprising, since the other heirs had destroyed the mountain with the illusory tigers with their own power. It looked more like the youth was simply a coward and a seeker of easy way. She even joked that Vargon must be glad to find a coward like himself. Then, the dean's communication crystal spoke to him, and the one on the other end asked him to return as soon as possible. But he only relaxed, the dean thought regretfully, and asked what happened. When he heard in response that the newly minted cadet Vincent Idenko was demanding a second for the duel, the dean's jaw dropped in surprise. The next minute, the dean teleported straight into the hall where both duelists were already located, in the presence of a second. The 9th-ranked dormitory commandant apologized for not being able to resolve the conflict between the 2 heirs of a noble family, and for being forced to give in to them. At least he didn't allow a regular fight and reduced everything to a duel according to the rules, so he even received praise from the dean. Having long known Malin's bad character, Vargon had no doubt who exactly was the instigator of the troubles, and told him that he would turn a blind eye to it, but only this once. The dean urged them in a stern voice to fight fairly and honorably, and he in turn promised to judge them fairly. As soon as they took up their swords, Malin recognized the scarlet lotus in the hands of his worthless brother, and frowned. He couldn't believe that Lord Khan would give his sword to a weakling. So he decided that Vincent was simply cheating and bragging about the fake within the walls of the citadel where his deception could take place. Malin was even willing to bet his right hand, so confident was he that the Scarlet Lotus was just a fake. Then Vincent grinned devilishly and replied that his brother should keep his word in such a case. But Malin had his own skills, and he mainly relied on suppressing the enemy with his abilities. The aura around him took the form of ominous shadows. It looked creepy. It was a mental attack that could not be dodged. Those who were nearby and fell under the influence of the Crimson Veil immediately shrank in fear and began to shake all over. Julian also became worried, not knowing how his protege would cope with this in the world of the living. But this had no effect on the young lord. His spirit had been tempered in battles that the world had long forgotten. Even the godling was amazed by his fortitude. How could one dismiss the effects of the attribute of fear with mere words? But Vincent merely mentally replied that everything depended on one's inner state. As soon as Malin realized that his fear had no effect on his opponent, he himself became nervous, because usually that was where it all ended. The next step, according to the plan, was to kick his defenseless, broken brother. Their fight was observed by other cadets, those who had gathered at the noise and personally experienced Malin's kindness. And it did not escape their notice that for once, his skill was not working. The tyrant had simply decided on another trick. He still had superiority in physical strength, and he hastened to take advantage of it before his authority fell even lower. Filling his sword with mana, Malin rushed at Vincent with a sweeping blow, without any grace, cunning, or trickery. He relied entirely on the crushing power of the mana that erupted from the sword, and left a deep pit in the arena. But that was all. Vincent was already gone, without a trace. He moved with such a sliding step that the enemy completely lost sight of him and ended up behind his older brother. The fight could have ended there, but Vincent was just warming up. So he simply kicked the sixth brother so hard that he flew off. He managed to take a heavy blow with his crossed arm block, but still received considerable damage. The young lord's attack did not end there. He slid towards his opponent again and delivered a lightning-fast blow to his sword. Having strengthened his body, Vincent continued to press until he completely smeared the worthless idiot across the arena. Everyone knew that Malin was a nobody, and now he was completely trampled into the dirt where he belonged. And yet, for quite a long time, this arrogant tyrant tormentor held his position among the cadets of the 9th rank. It was the first time Saizen had seen one of the younger students fight back against a tyrant, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The teachers in the Citadel preferred to ignore the oppression of newcomers, considering it, on the contrary, a good incentive for development. Then another cadet approached Saizen and asked what all the noise was going on, and her name was Selvira. Seeing Malin resting, also the dean acting as a judge, she realized that she had almost missed a very interesting event. Saizen told her briefly about the new cadet, Vincent, who immediately struck him with his strength and valor, as well as with words about how the only fear a master is allowed to have is disrespect. The young cadet, who was trailing behind the others, with a burning gaze full of hope, said that he would like to become as strong as Vincent. But Selvira didn't share his optimism, and reminded him that Malin had 2 attributes, and fear wasn't the main one. Julian rejoiced and asked Vincent to quickly finish off his brother, and finally take his revenge. But the young lord remained on his guard. Even though he caused Malin to lose his weapon, the dean still didn't stop their fight. Soon the 6th brother simply exploded with power, mana gushing all around, rising in a blinding column, and filled the entire hall. The air was filled with the smell of thunder, and Selvira called out the name of the most powerful god who had given his blessing to Malin. The intelligent giant's aura filled Malin with new strength, and the tyrant roared furiously, stunning everyone. Lightning bolts flew in all directions, and one of them hit the young lord in the arm, causing him to cry out in pain. The hand darkened and fell down like a limp whip. It was a good thing it was the right one, and not the working left one, Vincent thought. But a real thunderstorm was still raging around his opponent, with sparkling bolts of lightning. Malin didn't miss the opportunity to show off his blessing from the giant god, which was called a micropulse. Julian did not know about the second attribute. From a young age, only fear was felt about him. Malin had received this attribute at birth, but had only been able to develop it within the walls of the Citadel, so now he was enjoying the confusion it had caused. Even Vincent was amazed that his brother had managed to hide his skills for so long. Malin smirked arrogantly. He wasn't trying to hide anything. He just didn't think it was necessary to show anything to anyone. This outraged Vincent, and Malin continued to boast, explaining that from a young age, he'd been afraid enough to make fun of everyone, and therefore hadn't needed training. Even in the fortress, he could have everything he needed as the heir to a noble family, while everyone else toiled. Vincent could not stand such an insult to the honor of those who worked hard for strength, and told his brother to be silent. It's no joke to have a talent that allows you to get what others sweat blood for years to achieve. His whole past life was exactly like that. A scumbag like Malin not only ignored the efforts of others, but also disregarded the responsibility that comes with being a strong man. In short, he was a disgrace to the Idenko family. Pleased with himself, Malin just laughed. What was the point of words if his younger brother's right hand was burnt, and soon he himself would turn into coals? At that very moment, lightning pierced the place where Vincent had just stood, but the young lord had already slid up. He followed his brother's right hand, as he had promised. He had only one strike, having wasted the first one on the white tiger. He had only one chance to defeat his older brother if Vincent used a slash with the power of the Dwarf King. Malin's volleys seemed to require no reloading. He took aim again and was ready to fire. But this time too, Vincent escaped in mid-air with the help of the Ice Goddess's blessing, causing Malin to let out a dirty curse. They spun around as if in a dance. Vincent glided in 3 dimensions, and Malin destroyed everything around with discharges, creating an unprecedented fireworks display in the arena. Even the dean was wary, because the cowardly cadet Malin completely lost control and succumbed to the mana rampage. Lightning broke free and exploded the high vault of the arena. A dry crack was heard, and a rain of fragments flew in all directions. Unfortunately, all this happened right above Siri, who was so carelessly watching the fight, worrying about the young master. She would have died on the spot, crushed by stones. But fortunately, the dean himself managed to save her by summoning a magic circle above himself. The fight had clearly gotten out of control, and the dean decided it would be wise to evacuate all cadets before anyone else got hurt. He simply teleported Siri to a safe place, despite her objections. Before Vargon did so, he was astonished to discover that the body of the simple servant was full of mana. Meanwhile, Malin had no intention of calming down. but kept shouting and demanding that Vincent come down to him and not jump around like a cowardly goat. While the young lord slid and dodged attacks, he analyzed his opponent. He had a strong attribute, but at the same time, he himself remained quite vulnerable to attack. And just when Vincent thought he had found his weak spot, his legs gave out, and the guy just went head over heels. He still couldn't maintain his icy stride for as long as Elsa, ultimately leaving him with just one big jump at best. Vargon already realized that he had been wrong to allow the children to fight, since they were still heirs of the same family, and he would definitely not be patted on the head for this. First, he covered them with a mana barrier, and a blue runic dome appeared above both cadets. The barrier protected those outside, but it also limited Vincent himself, depriving him of room to maneuver. Malone laughed again and said in a malicious voice that it looked like the Dean was on his side again. The countdown was counting down to seconds. Vincent had already received damage, so there was no hope for his strengthened body. And besides, he had reached the limit of his ice step. Here, Julian came to his aid. It was useful to have a friend who could give good advice in the heat of battle. He suggested using the cutting technique not on Marone himself. The latter was just stamping his foot, calling Vincent to a last, desperate attack. In the end, Vincent decided to trust the strategy that Julian had chosen and perform the last sliding jump that he had in reserve. For a moment, he hovered just below the surface of the dome, gaining a foothold. Julian told him not to worry and to trust the plan. "That's it," Mullen shouted at him. "This place will be his perfect grave." Then everything happened very quickly. Mullen fired a full-weight discharge straight up, and Vincent cut through the Dean's protective barrier. At the point where the barrier was breached, lightning struck and blew up the arena's vaulted ceiling. The next moment, Mullen himself found himself under a pile of rubble, completely immobilized. And Vincent had already stepped on his chest. A swordmaster's oath carries more weight than the word of a commoner, so Vincent intended to uphold his honor with his father's sword in hand. Mullen tried to protest, but it was too late. It was not fitting for a younger brother to become a liar and give up his intentions. With one swing, he cut off his hand. What worried the Dean most was not this reprisal, but the fact that the newly minted cadet had managed to cut through his multi-layered and complex barrier. Something that was usually beyond the power of a simple master. With just one swing, he cut through the veil that cut off the space under the dome from the rest of the world. Mullen felt such intense pain for the first time, and the shock of a lost limb overwhelmed him. He screamed like a pig at a slaughterhouse. At this point, the fight could be considered over, and the Dean declared Vincent the winner. The Dean did not interfere with the conditions of the duel, since Mullen himself had set them. The Citadel did not interfere in the internal affairs of ancient families and their offspring. Soon the priest of the Citadel arrived. Vincent prudently sent Wilson for him, knowing how his fights usually ended. In the hands of the 5th grade priest was a token given to him by Vincent, which allowed him to use the services of the church. Vincent nodded in greeting to the priest, who quickly scanned the arena for any casualties. However, the Holy Father of the 5th rank was in no hurry to help the wounded man, as the church had its own priorities. First, he asked how Vincent had managed to defeat Mullen, and then, coming to his senses, asked where the young lord had acquired the church's insignia. Vincent grimaced in displeasure. He was promised that he would receive treatment, just like the real owner of this sign. Since the Holy Father of the Citadel was of lower rank, he immediately fell silent, realizing that he could not ask such questions. Then the Holy Father asked if Vincent wanted to be healed, and the young lord nodded. The holy magic worked as it should, and the burned hand was restored, and sensitivity immediately returned to it. Then Mullen spoke up and demanded that his brother heal him, speaking in an impudent tone, as if all this was self-evident. But Vincent wasn't known for his soft-heartedness, especially toward those who had shown him disrespect. It was his turn to grin maliciously. Whether Mullen's hand would be cured or not remained to be seen, he said. The hand was at stake in this duel. If it were simply returned, would it not lower his honor as a warrior? The young lord asked sarcastically. And Julian also grinned like a vengeful god. The choice was between honor and hand. But there was no one to blame. Mullen himself made such a bet and lost. Seeing Julian enjoying his revenge, the young lord thought it would be better not to anger this god and become his enemy. Soon, when they realized outside that everything had quieted down and the fight was over, other cadets burst into the arena hall and were amazed at the outcome of the fight. Julian demanded that Milanus ask for his hand to be healed so loudly that everyone could hear him. Time was running out, and even a healer couldn't do anything if his arm withered away. Mullen simply had no choice but to beg for salvation if he didn't want to lose everything in this life. Now that he had acknowledged his defeat and his trampled honor, Vincent smiled and asked the priest to cure his worthless older brother. While he was being treated, the dean quickly restored the arena, returning the broken stones to their places in the vault. Molin looked at his numb hand in shock, a burning shame that he wouldn't be able to use a sword properly for a long time. Vincent became famous on the very first day of his arrival and already acquired his first fans. Season called out loudly to the young lord and desperately asked him if he could become as strong as him. With an old master's smile, Vincent nodded in response and declared that everyone could achieve more if they overcame their fears. And the first fan was ready to burst into tears from such an encouraging message. Molin, hearing this, was beside himself with anger, but all he did was grind his teeth. He already realized that he had lost all his authority, and his position in the citadel was shaken. He involuntarily grabbed the stone next to him and really wanted to smash the back of his hated younger brother's head with it. However, this was not destined to come true. The stone and hand were painfully pressed to the floor by a boot. This time, Vargon decisively stopped Molin and warned him that he would no longer tolerate any antics, especially outside the Citadel regulations. He already had enough problems with the unstoppable Helga, so the dean wasn't about to deal with the affairs of the cadets' snot-nosed brats. He looked at Molin so fiercely that he shrank back and immediately wilted. Later, Vincent came to the dean on a personal matter, dressed in mourning clothes, and expressed his condolences to him, following Julian's instructions. As a mere courtesy, he was only 4 months late, the dean noted sarcastically. It was difficult for him to deal with a cadet who, after graduation, would become the heir to an ancient and noble family, while Vargon remained a man of service and a simple dean. Vincent was at a loss for words. And then the dean remembered that the boy had known who he was from the very beginning. This means that he was most likely deliberately looking for information about him and his deceased sister. Vargon's expression changed to one of anger. Vincent understood his suspicions. Anyone in the dean's place would have found this strange, and he sighed heavily. Then the young lord admitted that he was indeed looking for information about his sister, and would like to receive part of the inheritance. But now that he had heard Vargon's full story and met him personally, his intentions had changed. Vargon was a man of similar fate. Despite having no talent himself, he rose to the position of dean of the Citadel through his own efforts. So today, the young lord came simply to talk to him as man to man. The dean chuckled, seeming to relax a little, but still replied that he couldn't tell the young man anything new. In his youth, Vargon escaped from the Simon House's magical tower and made his living as a mercenary until his skills earned him a place in the Adenko family. Unlike the young lord, he had no ties to his family or his deceased sister, and yet he did not change his surname. When Molin returned to the dorm, the other cadets looked at him, but no one else rose to their feet. Everyone was already aware of his injury. They continued chatting among themselves as if nothing had happened, and the fallen tyrant sprawled limply on the bed, covering his face with his hand. No, he did not accept his defeat. As a man of low spirit, he could only think about how he wanted to kill his brother. And then the darkness came to life and spoke to him. The darkness really liked his idea. The darkness offered its help, scaring the fallen tyrant almost to death. The pagoda family name of the mages who owned the tower was quite well known, so Vargon could hardly hide the fact that he was part of the family, even when he worked as a mercenary. But before Vincent could say another word, the angry dean told him to shut his mouth. How could a child who had not yet received a single star speak as if he knew everything in the world? Asked his teacher, and pierced the cadet with his gaze. What could a youth who had not yet seen life understand if a war broke out tomorrow and Simon clashed with Adenko? He would gladly destroy the tower that had broken his life, Vargon declared, jumping up from his seat. However, the young lord was not afraid of such a revelation. He himself had been through a lot and suffered a lot, but now he was not driven by revenge at all. All he wanted from life was love and understanding from his loved ones, and Vargon did not get rid of his last name for the same reasons. He was still attached to his family. These words, spoken by the young cadet, but with such confidence, deeply shook the dean, so that he slumped tiredly in his chair. He remembered his brilliant sister, whom he so wanted to be like. It was only for her sake that Vargon endured all the bullying of his home. At the same time, her radiance caused him a lot of pain. Wherever he went, he was compared to the brilliant Varnelli. Ultimately, unable to withstand this pressure, he ran away as soon as he reached adulthood in order to live by his own wits. And yet, the dean admitted he'd been wrong about this cadet. He'd thought he'd seen right through the boy, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. To his credit, this adult didn't let pride cloud his judgment and acknowledged the young lord's judgment. Who would have thought that children would teach him about life? The Citadel mage smiled ironically. Now that his sister was dead, he could really be honest with his feelings. Even more so, he had to. It was time to talk about money. Vargon understood that the young lord had invested a lot of money in his sister's developments. At least he could take on the expenses of living in the Citadel, the dean said as compensation. And this news made Vincent very happy. As they left the dean's office, Julian admired Vincent's skill with words and thought how many people responded to them and helped them later. The young lord declared that he had always spoken sincerely and should not be considered a fraud. Julian agreed. After all, the concepts and principles of ancient people differed from those of today. Afterwards, Season and Selvira congratulated him on receiving the dean's scholarship. This was the first time something like this had happened, so it could also be considered an achievement. Vincent didn't know the girl next to Season, and she extended her hand and introduced herself. The girls lived on the second floor of the dorm, so they hadn't had a chance to meet yet. Selvira held the position of 9th-rank cadet representative. The first was Mullen, who delegated all responsibilities to her. As soon as their hands touched, Vincent felt the familiar piercing sensation, as if he were being impaled. The same feeling he experienced when he met his mother's gaze. Like Hela, Selvira's attribute was insight, a skill capable of identifying a target's strengths and weaknesses. The girl really wanted to satisfy her curiosity and understand how Vincent defeated Mullen. But she never saw the image, and the guy's entire body was hidden by a crimson veil. Trying to look under his clothes isn't the best way to get to know someone, the young lord said and pulled his hand back. Selvira was clearly upset. Even the teachers could not recognize her insight. Leaving this, Vincent asked them what they were doing there so late, but the same could have been asked of him since cadets were forbidden to walk alone around the Citadel. It would be very dangerous if he got lost in such cold, Season explained. Cadets always leave the dormitory in groups. And you could also fall into the clutches of the evil ghost Davin, said Selvira, apparently remembering a local tale. But this was exactly what Vincent desperately needed. So he unceremoniously grabbed the girl by the shoulders and demanded that she tell him everything. A blush immediately appeared on Selvira's face. She wasn't against it, of course, but not right away. And Season told them a legend that after the archdemon was defeated, his spirit began to wander the world, dividing into fragments and coming into contact with martial arts masters, tempting them with power. Power in exchange for a soul. A truly devilish bargain, Season explained, while Selvira was still recovering. However, this is how Vincent realized that perhaps the archdemon actually existed and was not just a legend meant to blacken his past. From time to time, victims of demons were found, although Selvira did not really believe in their existence. The evil spirit that has been fooling everyone for 5 centuries. Could this be true? She asked. Marin also considered it a fiction. And yet, the shadow spoke to him as if it were alive. The evil spirit offered him a simple contract, and all his goals would be fulfilled. Maron was shaking all over with horror in front of the unknown creature. The shadow slid to the side, away from his eyes, and soothed him with its soft voice. What was more important was that he could reclaim the throne that was rightfully his, the shadow said. Vincent soon returned to his dorm room, and due to the late hour, everyone was already asleep. They walked quietly past the beds, from where the measured snoring of the cadets could be heard. Season still had the night shift ahead of him, so he said goodbye to Vincent on that note. Only after he had left did the young lord notice that Marone's bed was empty. Season went outside with a lantern in his hands and began making his usual rounds of the dormitory, checking to see if anyone had gotten lost on the streets of the Citadel. It really was scary that night, even after all the talk about ghosts, the cadet thought. Before he could call out to the one he had noticed in the darkness, he lost his arm, and a fountain gushed out from the stump, covering the white snow. The darkness took shape and density, and changed endlessly right in front of Season. He experienced such horror that he could not even scream. And then he saw before him the face of Marin, distorted by a mask of anger. The fallen tyrant was looking for revenge. He was looking for his brother. A bloodlust as thick as smoke surrounded him, and a mad grin danced on Marin's face. Season already realized that this would be the end for him if he didn't do something, and he gripped the sword tighter with his remaining hand. It was hard to believe that Marin would become possessed by a demon. He was already crazy, and now he had gone completely crazy. However, Season was determined that he would no longer be afraid of anything in the world. So he shouted back and pointed his sword towards Maron. At that very moment, the possessed man grabbed him and easily threw him onto his back, squeezing his throat with a death grip. For any protest, the king should be executed, Marone said in an inhuman voice, and already swung his sword. But he didn't have time to strike when he himself was thrown to the side by a stream of wind. Mentor Bronde, who was also on duty, heard the noise and came running, after which he immediately began to act. Bronde also immediately realized that he was facing a demon-possessed person. It seemed that Marone had finally cast off his humanity.
The demon grinned. The more victims, the better, he growled in an inhuman voice.
It was a bad thing. The mentor's blow left no trace on the demon, and he ordered Cezanne to run and raise the alarm. Vincent also did not sleep. He was worried about his brother's absence. Although Julian, on the contrary, claimed that he didn't care, even if Marin froze to death somewhere. Suddenly, he heard some noise, as if a real battle was going on somewhere. Then the alarm rang, and all the cadets quickly jumped up from their seats. Worried about Season, the young lord and the other cadets hurried to the exit of the dormitory. Downstairs, they met the girls, who had also risen in alarm and quickly got dressed. Silvira also didn't know yet what was happening, as they all acted according to the regulations and were in combat readiness. Suddenly, Vincent smelled the nauseating and familiar smell of blood. The first thing to do was to notify the dean about the emergency, and the young lord asked Silvira to use her crystal. She still doubted whether it was worth doing, but Vincent already knew that the situation was much worse than it seemed.
He then called upon all the cadets to follow him outside, where there was more space. The young lord acted decisively, and the rest of the cadets obeyed him. Suddenly, the alarm signal died down, as did the flow of mana, which meant that perhaps the battle was already over, he suggested.
Then Vincent turned to Silvira with an inner voice and asked her not to show that they were talking.
The first fight was already over,
But since they hadn't been contacted, that meant the enemy had won, the young lord explained to her. He needed a protective seal in case of complications. Silvira had just one such, a triangular protective seal of the Idenko family. However, there had to be a 5-star master at the top of the triangle. Without this, the seal would lose its stability and collapse. Before they went outside, she managed to say that they needed Brond as mentor. When they came out, everything around was covered in scarlet splashes, and it did not bode well. And then, right in front of the entrance, someone's lifeless body fell, causing the cadets to shudder in horror. They recognized Brond's mentor, who showed no signs of life and was rapidly losing blood. There was a terrible howl, and the shadow attacked Vincent. He parried the unexpected blow almost instinctively. The clot of darkness took shape and bounced off to the side like a bouncy ball. When the young lord demanded that the entity identify itself, he heard the distorted voice of Molan, who laughed madly, rejoicing at their meeting. There were other cadets standing next to Vincent. They came here for him, and for the first time, they saw a demon-possessed person with their own eyes. With her gaze, Silvira recognized the possessed one and confirmed that he had the same aura as the other demon fragments.
Was it possible, the ancient warrior thought, that he should stand here and fight against the one who stole his name?
It was unclear who influenced whom more, the demon Molan or vice versa, but the evil spirit kept bragging instead of attacking the confused cadets.
And all because now he was confident in his invincibility. Strengthened by the demon's aura, the suppression of Molan became even more voluminous and heavy, as if an entire ocean of fear had fallen upon them. Waves of terror washed over the cadets from head to toe. They covered their ears and closed their eyes tightly to save themselves from it. But fear had already penetrated their minds and took possession of them without much resistance. Courage capable of giving up everything, even one's own life, was what allowed a true martial artist to resist oppression. Vincent held his sword tightly in his hands and urged the others to resist. Inspired by his example, the 9th-rank cadets rose to their feet and formed a semblance of order, the proximity of their allies and the presence of a leader uniting them and instilling a sense of false security. Once again, his younger brother stood in his way and was able to overcome even this demonic form of fear. Molan was indignant, and yet the one turned into a demon was very dangerous. He even defeated a 5-star master. But Vincent was not able to fight such an enemy. They had to hold out until reinforcements arrived in the form of the dean, or director. They had to buy time, having only their small forces at their disposal. Then Vincent asked Silvira again if she could put the seal she had spoken of. Having received an affirmative answer, the girl remembered all the weaving of the seal. The young lord said that they would fulfill it. Concerned about his decision, Silvira reminded him that in order to create a seal, there still needed to be a 5th-level master at its center. Full of determination, Vincent firmly declared that he would become this center, and something in his voice made Silvira believe that this young man was not joking. However, she still didn't understand how he wanted to do this, because he didn't have any images or enough mana. So he would simply die as soon as he touched the center of the defensive formation. The young lord turned to her and firmly told her that they had little time, and she was not just a representative of the 9th-rank cadets now, and she had to make the right decision to protect her family. This obnoxious guy really did know how to say the right things at the right moment, this thought flashed through the girl's head. Obeying his persuasion, Silvira began to lead the others to form the triangular seal. Possessed by the demon, Marin did not even rush to interfere with their efforts. he found their suicidal attempt to save himself quite funny and laughed.
Vincent responded with the same mockery. If, after all, Maron was to lose again, even after merging with a demon, it would be the final proof of his complete worthlessness. The demon in him couldn't help but play this game, and with a wry smile, he allowed the cadets to form a seal. Julian cowardly suggested escaping using the snow walk, but the young lord refused. They could have escaped immediately, but then all the students here would have been in danger. The formation huddled tighter and they formed a seal. It immediately took effect, and the air filled with mana. Vincent, who stood at the tip of this wedge aimed towards the demon, felt such an overwhelming pressure, as if his mana was about to explode. Looking at how hard it was for him, Mullen laughed contentedly. The seal had only just begun to work, but his younger brother was already feeling ill. The demon swung his sword and hit the shield, but the barrier held and the cadets remained unharmed. Mullen recoiled from the blow, unable to believe his eyes that his brother was still holding on under such double pressure. "Is this all he can do?" Vincent asked him mockingly, and held up a sliding block in front of him. Mullen became furious again. The dark mana around him became even denser. It became clear that he was gathering strength for another attack. And this blow did not take long to come. The seal creaked under the pressure of the shadow, and Mullen's distorted face was so close to Vincent that he could easily see the mad glare in his eyes. The power of the demon and the power of the intelligent giant merged, and now Mullen was not the same as during their duel. Blow after blow came down with ever-increasing fury, and the more he struck, the more restless the others became. They felt the devouring, piercing gaze of the abyss that was about to seize all the cadets. There was genuine terror on their faces, and that was exactly what the demons fed on. So Mullen was jubilant. However, Vincent appealed to them again, reminding them that the master's greatest fear was respect for the strongest, and therefore there was no need to fear someone who had cast aside his humanity. Selvira could only watch everything from behind this young man's back. She was amazed that he not only held the seal on himself, but could also inspire others. This was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 14-year-old child. She couldn't stand idle either, and gave everyone a signal to start releasing mana. On the count of 3, the flow became so strong that Mullen was suddenly thrown back and his furious attack was choked. Having thrust his sword into the ground, he barely managed to stay on his feet, and the previous mad expression on his face was replaced by a worried one. The masters would soon arrive here, and Vincent urged the worthless brother to surrender, as time was on their side. If he surrendered now and repented, he could still avoid the worst, his younger brother told him, and Mullen considered for a moment. However, a shadow immediately pierced his mind, reminding him of what they had intended to do. "That's right," Mullen agreed, and took another step into the darkness, casting aside his humanity. All he wanted was to see their painful death, he screamed in an inhuman voice. And for this, he was not sorry, even for his own life. The mana became heavier again, the young lord felt. This meant that the enemy was preparing a decisive attack. The next swing of the sword was filled with darkness. It cut through the stones as easily as the surrounding air. A hail of fragments and dark discharges fell like a hurricane on the protective seal, behind which the still very young cadets had taken refuge. The ground shook beneath their feet, and a hail of shrapnel pounded their bodies, threatening to break their formation. One of the cobblestones hit Selvira's neighbor in the line, right in the jaw, and she began to fall. The formation lost its balance and began to crumble, and along with it, the protective dome that protected them from the demon's power. At the same time, the demon did not weaken the pressure, and again rushed at the children from above. If nothing was done, they would not survive this attack, Vincent suddenly realized. There was a blow that left him momentarily blinded, and he thought he had already died. But then he was amazed to discover that he was still alive, and his seal was intact. Saizen managed to return, and despite the loss of his arm, he supported the seal in place of another cadet who had lost consciousness, an act worthy of a reward for the courage he had shown. Marin growled furiously, because he thought that he had finished with that brat and Mentor Bronde long ago, and now he was interrupted again. However, there was no longer any fear in Saizen's eyes. He did not want to live as a coward any longer, as he had before. This sent Mullen into a complete hysteria. The world wasn't dancing to his tune. Everything wasn't as it should be. He was screaming and stamping his feet as if he had stepped into an anthill. He took out all this discontent, all this anger and resentment towards the world on the protective dome, raining down dozens more blows on it until the seal reached its limit. The returning season wouldn't last long either, Vincent realized. And then he suddenly saw a way for his sword. He hadn't even intended to strike, as if the sword itself was calling him to use it and end this fight. The path was black, and it led through Maron's right arm. Yet the young lord decided to discard the idea and wait for reinforcements. The moments stretched into hours, and he still hesitated whether to make this blow or not. The protective seal was at its limit, and he might not be able to get help in time. There was no time left, and Vincent commanded Selvyra to get ready because the seal was about to break. Absolute cut, alternate form, Vincent said, and filled the Scarlet Lotus with ice mana. Seeing that the enemy was about to attack, the demon rejoiced. Finally, the prey was coming into his hands. Galactic Wanderer, Chapter 2. The young lord chanted like a spell, and his body seemed to slide past the possessed one. Yet, despite this attack, he was unable to deliver the main blow, following the path of the sword, but only wounded Molan. He needed to try again. But suddenly, Vincent felt lightning discharges on himself, from which the seal barrier had previously protected him. Molan laughed, barely able to drown out the crackling of the many discharges that he held in his hand like a sheaf of lightning. They hit Vincent with a directed stream that was impossible to dodge, and he was completely covered in a wave of darkness. The clothes evaporated right on his charred skin, and the young lord swayed on his feet, but he never dropped his sword. His left arm was damaged and could no longer move normally. Vincent survived this blow, but he could hardly survive the next one. Left without his last defense, there was no retreat, and he again rushed at the possessed demon, perfectly understanding all the circumstances, like an experienced veteran of dozens of battles. But this time, Marin caught him like a child, simply intercepting his hand with the sword in the air. He was already physically stronger than Vincent, and having become possessed, he could even break his hand with a simple touch. Molan screamed contentedly right in his face, looking at his trapped opponent with empty black eye sockets. A weak attack with a wounded hand could not harm him. Darkness and lightning bolts passed through his hand, causing unbearable pain, and Vincent screamed, dropping his sword. If it had been his past life, it would have ended that way, since he was born one-armed. But in this one, everything was different. Last time he was mistaken in thinking that the dark thread of the absolute cut of the sword path was intended for the left hand. It was the trajectory of the right hand. His technique was capable of cutting through everything. It was a skill independent of blessings. And again, Molan lost his arm. As soon as he lost control of his powers, an explosion was heard that hid the possessed young lord from sight. Peering into the thick smoke, he still couldn't tell whether he had defeated his enemy or not. Despite the loss of his limb, Molan was still standing on his feet and still had the strength to curse his younger brother. But the evil spirit's aura no longer surrounded him, and he seemed to have returned to his normal state, the young lord noted. The unknown black sword showed him not how to slay Marin, but how to sever his connection with the demon. But even without the obsession of darkness, Marin had no intention of stopping, and was still ready to fight furiously. He summoned his lightning bolts and shouted that he would feed his brother to the snow tigers when it was all over. The clod of lightning in his hand was quickly approaching Vincent, who stood still and did not move. To finish the fight, he had to make one more absolute cut, the young lord realized, but his weak body was already at its limit. And at that very moment, it refused to listen to its owner. His brother approached with a deadly sheaf of fire, but Vincent still could not subdue his weak, rebellious body. For the sake of everyone who fought here for him. It was impossible to die here without knowing what happened 5 centuries ago, Vincent thought. Suddenly, Molan was caught in glowing bonds which bound his hands and feet, and he stopped just a step away from Vincent. The steel bonds held Molan tightly, preventing him from moving, and he let out an angry, strangled grunt. "Enough games," said Dean Vargon, who appeared right behind him. In an instant, the steel bonds disappeared, and another seal formed right under Malan's feet, after which his feet were enveloped in ice. To his horror, Molan realized that he was trapped in an icy prison. He begged them to stop, but no one listened. The crystal prison binds a person and his image completely, so that it is no longer possible to escape from it. The only drawback of this prison is that it takes a long time to set up. But then, there is no escape from it, said Helga, who also arrived at the scene. Ice covered Molan's body, leaving only his head, and he continued to scream his little brother's name. His last words were a promise to return, after which the possessed man's screams stopped, and he froze. When it was all over, Helga welcomes the new cadet, ironically enough under those circumstances. So he is the scoundrel whom Sir Vargon praised so much, Helga realized, looking at the wounded youth. But Vincent was already unconscious, or on the very edge between oblivion and reality, and was standing on his feet only thanks to his willpower, with an empty look in his eyes. Helga herself appreciated his exceptional endurance. Thanks to this young man, many children are still alive today. Vargon had to take care of everything else, and Helga, stroking his head like a mother would a child, told the young lord that he could rest now.
The rest of the cadets ran restlessly towards Vincent, who could no longer stand on his feet and simply sat down on the ground.
The young lord himself was plunged into some strange semblance of sleep. He saw a world as white as snow, a small room with endless walls on which photo frames were visible. He didn't understand at all where he was and what was happening when he heard a familiar voice calling him.
Julian, surrounded by his fluttering blue butterflies, grumbled worriedly next to him, scolding Vincent for straining his body so much.
Here the guy seemed to wake up and finally recognize Julian, and surprise appeared on his face.
After some time, the director of the academy, Helga, personally came to Lord Khan and saluted him with their motto, "Humble respect for absolute glory." The Lord, as always stingy with expressions of emotion, dryly suggested leaving a formal tone between them, since they were alone. Helga felt rather awkward addressing the Lord by his first name, but she did not object. She didn't know where to start, although she came to him personally, understanding how important it was to do this. As a result of the incident with the possessed heir, 15 cadets were injured, and one mentor, 5-star Master Brond, who had always been kind to children, died. It was thanks to him that Cadet Sizen, who first encountered the possessed heir, was able to survive and raise the alarm. Lord Khan promised to compensate the families of the dead and injured. It was the least he could do. Helga understood that she bore full responsibility for what happened, since she was the director, and so she awaited her sentence. But Lord Khan didn't do that. He understood how many dangers were associated with the possessed. Her decision to stop the demon with one blow after long preparation was the right one. What was unclear to him was why Marin was still alive after becoming a contractor. For his safety, he was now being kept in prison. They were not returning his hand a second time. Typically, demon contractors are given unimaginable power, but the price is their lives. Once their power runs out, they must die. The Citadel's mages carefully examined Molin's body, but they were unable to discover anything except one clue. According to all the testimonies of those who witnessed the fight with the demon, Marin stopped being possessed after Vincent's blow. After the cutoff, no one was able to get the hand back, and Lord Khan remembered the strange fencing that his son used during the fight with Raven. After some thought, the Lord ordered that all disciplinary measures be applied to Marin for having entered into a contract with a demon. His mana form must be taken away, and all the tendons of his arms and legs must be severely cut, thus depriving him of even the ability to walk normally. He would never again be able to wield a sword and would live a miserable existence for the rest of his life. Such was the father's sentence to his own son, harsh and merciless.
Vincent, on the contrary, should be rewarded, the just father wished, and asked where his younger brother was. Since all the events happened, the boy was transferred to the main house, where he slept soundly and gained strength. All this time, the young lord was in a strange room with Julian, where there was nothing but paintings that seemed to hang in the air. Julian also didn't know what this place was. He was drawn here, together with Vincent, with whom they had a strong connection. Having looked closely at everything, Julian assumed that they were inside Marin's memories, and he stunned the young lord with his discovery. In his past life, no matter how much Vincent practiced the way of the sword, something like this had never happened to him. So he was confused. Marin, the contract, the absolute cut. His instinct told him that all these things were somehow connected. But Vincent didn't know how yet. Then one of the memories came alive right before Vincent's eyes, as if he were watching those events through a tiny window. Marin had argued with Vargon and refused to practice his blessing, even though he was already the strongest cadet at rank 9. Apparently, this conversation took place before Vincent arrived at the Citadel, and from the expression on Vargon's face, one could tell that he was unhappy with this answer. The dean reminded the arrogant cadet that he belonged to a noble family and should look up to the best, not the worst. If he doesn't want to end his life on stage, he must practice his giant's blessing, the dean said. So Vincent and Julian realized that there was some reason why Vargon kept letting Morona get away with his pranks. Then he sat down on the floor, right where he stood, and agreed to do exactly as Vargon told him. As soon as Marin concentrated, a triangle filled with light appeared between his hands. This is what the flow of mana from an intelligent giant looked like, Vincent realized with amazement. Thanks to this, he now knew to receive this blessing, at which point the fragment suddenly broke off. Darkness rolled in on the young lord from all sides, and he suddenly stopped hearing Julian's voice. And then it was replaced by the voice of his mother from his past life. She always wanted only death for him. These were already his own memories. Too much for one head, Vincent thought, and winced in pain. Flashbacks of his past life came flooding back to him. The faces of people and students he had once known and could remember with warmth in his heart. Vincent shouted to them and asked them to tell him what happened 5 centuries ago. but the vision immediately fell apart. Everything was interrupted by that same memory of the burning pain in his back when Kajin's sword pierced him, and now again he was tormented by his cousin, who was unable to come to terms with his defeat. Then the memories led him to the bottom, where he ended his existence, in a cold, damp basement, where his only companions were lice and rats. Vincent waited patiently. He had no control over his visions, so the path itself had to lead him somewhere. Strength cannot always hide the truth, he heard someone's voice again. This interlocutor was standing behind bars and speaking from the shadows. Little Arslan cried and promised to fight for his honor, no matter how long it took him. And then the young man took a step and turned into a stern knight. In some ways, these features could be traced even in Lord Khan, who did not like to move his face. It was strange to see Arslan grown up, because they last met when he was still a boy. "Arslan, this is Julian," said the knight in an unintelligible voice, and Vincent began to ask him to repeat these words again. "See you in 5 centuries, said Arslan, and suddenly the darkness of confinement was replaced by the brightest light, as if the sun had risen. Vincent stretched out his hand and shouted for Arslan, but no one answered him, and the vision disappeared from his eyes. When he woke up, he was lying in his bed, all wet with sweat, as if he had been having a nightmare, and he could not understand at all what he had just seen.
Then Julian appeared, quite distressed when they were separated. Vincent didn't know what Arslan had done to him, but his body had completely healed.
However, he did not understand what kind of memory it was, whether Arslan had managed to visit him right before his death, or whether it was just an unusual dream. Vincent wondered. When Siri entered the room, she was so surprised that she dropped the tub of water with which she washed him every morning. Together with Wilson, they rushed to embrace the young lord, forgetting about decency, because they were worried about him, thinking that he might never wake up. There was something soothing about it, the young lord thought. Something he had so lacked in his past life, the closeness of people who needed him, and he hugged them tightly in return. It was at that moment that director Helga entered his room and apologized for interrupting them at such a touching moment. Helga waved lightly at him and introduced herself. Despite the strict form-fitting uniform she wore, she preferred to act light and free, just like the mane of fiery hair on her head. Having been taught the greeting in the fortress, Vincent placed his hand over his heart, but the director told him to do without it this time. The title of director bored her, so she asked to be called sister and sat down freely on the chair next to his bed. Helga herself had arrived here with a report for his father and was now waiting for the young lord to awaken, leaving her duties back to Dean Vargon, under the pretext of caring for the student.
In any case, she understood that she was of no use in paperwork, only creating more problems. So Helga pushed everything off on her assistant, despite his displeasure. She informed the young lord that she still had business in the city, and in 3 days they could return to the fortress together, and the boy did not object. Helga also had a small request for him, she said, and smiled so slyly that the young lord immediately became wary. She asked him if he would like to fight the young master from the Simon clan. Even for a joke, it would be too much. Vincent repeated her words as if tasting them and trying to form a meaningful sentence from them. He was so surprised. It was something of a friendly get-together to share experiences, Helga said, and she wanted him to take part in it. This was the name of the traditional event when members of the Simon and Idenko families fought among themselves, a colorful event that attracted a lot of attention. This year, the meeting itself was supposed to take place in the Crimson Fortress, which meant that both the young heir and Lord Simon himself would arrive there. Vincent knew he would meet them one day because he was looking for answers, but he didn't think that moment would come so quickly. It's strange that they're telling him about this only now. The young lord was surprised, and Helga's face darkened. The thing is that this year, Marin was supposed to be in his place, but now everything has turned out in such a way that the only direct heir of the right age is Vincent. And here is the scene that Vargon spoke about to Marin, the young lord suddenly realized. His opponent was to be the family's 6th son, Simon, a genius so talented that he was already predicted to become the next head of the family. Barring, of course, an accidental illness, as often happens with heirs. Even Marin hadn't expected to beat him, and in fact, the last time they had friendly matches, his sister Deja had won, Helga reminded him. This match was simply an opportunity to gain some valuable experience, and the director had told him not to overextend himself. But the young lord merely shook his head. The pride of the Idenko family could not allow him to fight without the intention of winning. Helga let out an admiring cry and ruffled the boy's hair. She liked his attitude and the way he thought. Every word must be taken into account, came the quiet but at the same time piercing voice of Lord Khan, who had silently entered the bedroom and heard their conversation. Vincent met his gaze and replied with dignity, saying he'd already proven once that he could be serious.
but his father looked at him sternly and declared that the pressure was nothing compared to this. Then Vincent smiled and firmly promised to win this fight, as if his opponent was not a genius. The father barely moved his lips. It was a good answer, and he promised to wait for the result. With that, he left his son. The date was over, the boy woke up and could think clearly. His wounds needed a long rest, so Lord Khan took Helga with him. On the way back, the Lord remembered that he had never given Vincent any reward for his brave act. After some thought, the Lord decided to go with Vincent to the fortress and carve his name on a crimson steel. Even Helga was deeply surprised by this decision and opened her mouth, forgetting about decency. There is a monument in the fortress that is revered as sacred, and on it are carved the names of prominent descendants of the Idenko family, but only those who have accomplished something significant. Apart from Dea, no other 9th rank cadet had ever received such an honor, Helga reminded, believing that such a reward did not correspond to his merits. But Lord Khan did not answer, but simply said that they would see each other in 9 days. As the young lord lay in bed, he pondered the upcoming duel. He knew the Idenko family wanted to suppress the Simon family. One day they would have to fight for real, and the duel was a good opportunity to test each other's mettle. It was possible that the Simons thought the same, and this worried Vincent. So he decided to first ask Julian what he knew about the 6th heir. But in this aspect, Julian's usual curiosity gave way. He did not look so far ahead because he did not expect that he would have to fight at a friendly meeting. Assessing the likelihood of success, God said that they definitely have a chance because Vincent's absolute cut is a surprise to many. But it will still be difficult to win because without the theory of image, at best, Vincent can reach the level of 3 stars, while his opponent, who is trained according to the best programs of his kind, will be much stronger. The young lord understood that the difference in strength would be enormous, and such an itch formed in his body that he could no longer simply lie in bed despite his wounds. The body was completely healthy. It was only necessary to limit the use of mana, Vincent said. And all this despite the grumbling of Julian, who constantly demanded that his body be treated with care. After this, the young lord began to warm up with the sword, as he was used to doing. The upcoming fight filled his blood with impatient anticipation. The Simon family, with whom Vincent was connected both in the past and in the present, all these feelings were seething in his head. Where else could they meet, if not here? The young lord heard and turned around. It was surprising to meet him now, and at this point, Vincent agreed, once he had recovered from his surprise. Raven looked older, seemed to have grown taller, and a sense of dignity and restrained impulse had appeared in him. His distant relative came here because he heard about the events in the fortress, and also because he learned some of what Vincent asked him about. It was so opportune that the young lord even jumped up from his seat in impatience and asked if something had happened 5 centuries ago. Raven was pleased with his reaction, deliberately drawing out his words and expressions to further tease the young lord. He had indeed discovered something, but he couldn't know what it was. Raven had always been interested in following the fate of his family. In his Idenko branch, there were no outstanding masters besides him. They did not stand out in any way from the other side branches, and always kept to the middle. It was indeed so. Even the weak Vincent, who had just come into this world, was able to push Charles away like a feather. Raven's father had no talent for either money or martial arts, but he still watched the sword assembly every year. Raven spent a long time persuading his father to tell him the secret of their family. And one day, Charles agreed, believing that the boy was old enough. And one day, he would replace the family. He led him to an ordinary bookcase in his office and then activated a hidden magic seal. The cabinet immediately moved aside, revealing a secret passage that led somewhere below. Even the head of the Idenko clan could not enter here without his permission, Charles declared to his son. This place contained the hidden archive of the Idenko family, about which they themselves knew practically nothing. All records of every member of their line, both their light and dark sides, were kept here. It was thanks to this archive that the Raven line achieved its status throughout the generations. This archive was everything to them, and to open it now would mean depriving their family of all advantages. And there, among all these volumes, Raven came across one with the Hisley family name written on the spine, which meant it must have contained entries proving Davin's innocence. However, it would take a long time to read them, Raven said, because first he would have to take his father's place. But that was already something. Here, Vincent became worried that he was being told directly about secrets that had been kept in his family for centuries. Raven just shrugged. He owed him his life, and considered such things to be trifles. It seemed that this guy thought that if they were together, then it was until the grave, and no secrets were needed anymore. Even the young lord was deeply touched by such devotion. He knew that such people were rare. Then, Raven took a magic crystal out of his pocket and handed it to Vincent. He said that when he went to change his broken sword, he was asked to give this stone. As soon as he touched it, a life-size image of a gnome appeared right above the table. Fortunately for Hansen, who was short. For a moment, the young lord thought it was a direct connection and greeted the blacksmith. But Raven only explained with bewilderment that it was a recording crystal. Communications cost an incredible amount of money, and the young lord had to pretend that he was just joking. Hansen sent him his greetings and his message, because he understood that they might not see each other for a long time. The dwarf was so eager to share his knowledge of Dragonbone that he couldn't resist writing down the message and using Raven's services to deliver it. There was nothing special about the material itself, but it was impossible to reforge a perfect blade with bone.
Vincent was surprised to hear this, and Julian was also grumbling discontentedly in his head. Today was a day of continuous refusals.
Hansen managed to find out the cause of the fire in the workshop when he almost died, engulfed in the heat of the Dragonbone. When he forged the Scarlet Lotus and placed the new material into it, the dragon flame that could not possibly be contained within it was released.
The bone itself could absorb its owner's mana and temperament. The unwavering flame was precisely Hansen's attribute, and the material must have absorbed this power during the work.
It is practically impossible to forge a sword safely from this material, due to this property, the dwarf explained, and said that he could not make a sword more powerful than the Scarlet Lotus.
But the dwarf wouldn't be a dwarf if he didn't persistently search for a solution, and it was found. A hammer could be made from this bone. After some experiments on bone particles, Hansen found that they did not interact with each other and retained their strength within.
The problem now was that there was no material left for the sword itself. They should have already exhausted their limit of luck and gifts of fate, so Hansen did not hope to get more material.
The message ended, and the young lord wondered if he could have more dragon bones, he could have made the perfect sword. At this point, Raven said goodbye to him and said that she was going to the forge for her sword, and offered to convey a message to the dwarf if there was one. Then Vincent stood up and told Hansen to tell him that he really needed this sword, and that he would definitely get more bones. The first knight chuckled. As usual, his master was talking complete nonsense, as if it could become reality. But that was exactly what he liked about him. They shook hands firmly and promised to be careful on their way so that they could meet again. Julian was still grumbling that the information they had received had done them no good, but the young lord didn't think so. There were opportunities before them. They just needed to become stronger and achieve them. And first of all, Vincent had to defeat the sixth son of the Simon family. He ordered Julian to come up with a way for them to win, and he hoped that the god could do it. As usual, his crazy followers started a fight and expected everything to resolve itself. Julian thought and sighed heavily. Right now they couldn't win because they barely dealt with Malin, and their next opponent would be even stronger. The elder brother's attribute was indeed problematic. They almost lost, the young lord agreed. The wide-spectrum attack was enough to break through his body's defense. If only they could obtain the blessing of the intelligent giant, Julian thought dreamily. But that was impossible. But he immediately remembered that they had already seen the flow of mana that was required for this blessing. And yet, it was impossible to simply use a memory to obtain this or that attribute, the young lord reminded Julian. With the memories of an ordinary person, this was indeed impossible, the god agreed, and immediately pulled the young lord into his starry world, where blue butterflies fluttered. His eyes lit up with confidence. With this strength, everything was completely different, he said and smiled. The young god was very proud of this skill of his, and for some time he listened with a satisfied expression to Vincent's laudatory odes. The young lord did not want to wait and sit idle any longer, since they had all the keys to success. But that was precisely why Julian did nothing, because with a wounded body, there could be no talk of any blessing. And the god looked reproachfully at the young lord. The intelligent species mana is the most destructive of all elements, and the intelligent giant is the strongest of all gods of its type. With a wounded body, there was no point in even thinking about receiving a blessing. Therefore, Julian ordered him to immediately return to the fortress and first restore as much mana as possible. There awaited him meditation, normal sleep, rest, 3 meals a day, and no training. Not even warm-ups, not even with a wooden sword, and without special methods from centuries ago. Since Julian controlled the entire training process, he threatened the young lord that he would not show him anything if he did not follow his demands. 3 days later, the young lord was returning to the fortress, in a whole line of carriages that were moving with him. This time they could go straight to the fortress without fearing anything. Last time they had given him a special meeting for the exam, but there was no need for that anymore.
so the rest of the journey could be covered in comfort. Vincent looked out the window and was surprised to see other carriages moving along with them. And only now, Helga, who was riding with him, informed the young lord that he would go through the engraving ceremony. The ceremonial was already moving towards the high obelisk that held the names of the outstanding ancestors of the Idenko family. They carried the banner of the clan before them, and their faces were filled with restrained concentration. They were all cadets of the academy, and the procession was led by a representative of the first rank of cadets, Hana Idenko, the third heir from the main branch. Behind her, representatives of the remaining ranks of the cadet corps lined up with their banners. The fifth rank was headed by Abel Idenko, another of Vincent's older brothers. Thus, row after row, the best of the academy's students lined up, which was a great honor for them, too. The eighth rank was headed by the fifth son of the family, Damien Idenko, with 15 representatives also lined up behind him. Each of his relatives was incredible, and this was the first time the young lord had seen other members of the family besides Mullen. Hannah stood out in particular, with such a sharp aura emanating from her that even Vincent felt goosebumps. Against their background, the ninth rank looked so pale, like children in a kindergarten. They walked with an uncertain step, trying to get closer, like ducklings, and Selvira led them. Everyone had already heard that the head of the family, Lord Khan, would personally arrive to engrave the name of the heir, in a long list of the best of the best. But so far, no one knew whose exactly. The Lord entered the hall without the accompaniment of servants or the announcement of heralds. As always, swift and unstoppable, full of strength and energy despite his age, Head Khan called out the name of his youngest son and ordered him to come forward. Vincent did so, walking with an even, confident step, not turning around to look at anyone. The young lord saluted and recited the Citadel's motto, as was proper. He had no idea he would receive such a gift. His father mentally conveyed to him that this was not generosity, but a reward according to merit. Even his inner voice was devoid of emotion, even as the wind. Vincent handed him his now Scarlet Lotus, and Lord Khan announced publicly that he would carve a name. Lord Khan swung the sword he had once held with ease, and filled the blade with mana. As soon as he began to perform the engraving technique, his power shook the entire ceremonial hall like tidal waves. The Lord was barely operating at full power, and they were already being overwhelmed to the point where it was difficult to stand on their feet. Such was Lord Khan's level. After he finished the engraving, Vincent's name burned with fire filled with mana for a long time. Everyone recited their family motto in chorus, and their father told them not to forget the honor they had received and to always remember what family they belonged to. Vincent allowed himself to smile slightly and vowed to always remember this. In the evening, his room was full of excitement. Everyone was discussing the ceremony that had just taken place and the power of their Lord Khan. Then Selvira knocked on the boys' door and asked if they had seen the hero of the occasion, but they thought that Vincent was with her on the second floor. Selvira wanted to give him a gala reception on the occasion of the ceremony and his entry into the academy, and to commemorate the resolution of the episode with Marin. But she could not find the hero anywhere. The young lord himself first went to the training ground, where no one thought to look for him. There he engaged in deep meditation. Vincent tried to concentrate on understanding the path of mana in order to receive a new blessing, but he was constantly interrupted by Julian, who was much more emotional than the young lord after all the events of today. For the first time, his father recognized him as a son, and this could not help but touch him. Even though Julian had already become a god and lived a different life, he still had many earthly attachments. The young lord's gaze was directed into the distance. He saw the horizons that they had yet to reach, and what had already been achieved seemed like just one step on this path. So he told Julian to stop crying with happiness and focus on the matter at hand if they wanted to continue to exceed Lord Khan's expectations. Julian sniffed for the last time and closed his eyes, barely containing the flow of his emotions. Then the young lord began to form the perfect triangle, and he felt that he was close because they had already approached this state a couple of times. When the triangle was finally closed, a lightning discharge flared up as if lightning had struck the Citadel building. When the light went out, they saw the image of an intelligent giant dressed in a simple tunic. He looked like an ancient Greek god. Just as Julian was feeling happy that they had done it and received his blessing, Vincent felt worse and began coughing in pain. A new, previously unseen power filled his body, and discharges struck every cell and then burst out through him. And the process did not stop. Lightning continued to pass through him and seemed to pierce him with thousands of sharp needles. How interesting, the god of thunder suddenly said. Man himself mastered divinity. Sometimes others like him appeared. Julian was completely confused and asked God what had happened. He was very worried about Vincent, And the giant replied that he had merely given them the blessing they so desired, since he had been called here. But that was all, he added in an indifferent tone. Julian protested. Something like this could not have happened to a person, he shouted, because he knew that Vincent should have recovered from his wounds by now. But it was all in the young lord's bones, a hereditary gift that became his curse. The celestial skeleton absorbed all the mana that entered his body, and as a result, Vincent received more than he could bear. The power continued to rush out through his body, causing wounds and pain, and the young lord was barely able to remain conscious.
Something had to be done urgently, because it was clear that at this rate, he would soon die.
It's simple, the giant told Julian. He needed to stop the flow of mana, and that would stop the lightning. But he wouldn't give Vincent his blessing anymore. He could risk his life for greater power, or give it up. He had to make a choice. Julian was still protesting. This was some kind of absurdity, ridiculous conditions that no one had warned them about. Then the intelligent giant grew stern and glared menacingly at the minor god who dared to contradict him. It was their fault for calling on his power and receiving more than they could handle. The giant ordered the inferior god to be silent and know his place, especially since he felt that the young lord had no intention of giving up his power. Now Vincent had to take control of the energy of the mind and keep it in his body. Only in this way could he receive his blessing. Julian was trembling and could barely hold on either. He couldn't just stand there and watch his charge fight for his life for them. Even though his divine energy was small, at least Julian could protect the hero's most important heart.
His mana penetrated Vincent's body, where an ocean of lightning raged and surrounded him with a dense shroud.
For a moment, Julian thought that they could make it work, and that he could protect the young lord's heart. But another surge of power tore apart the thin, delicate veil of the incomplete god, like the wings of a butterfly. It was clearly not a level of strength he could handle, and Julian prayed to the Almighty that Vincent's heart wouldn't break before they were finished. If they failed, it would mean the end for both of them. But the young god was too weak, and his divine powers ran out, and he himself began to disappear. And as soon as his defense went away with him, the mana exploded right into Vincent's heart. At the same time, a sharp pain of despair pierced Julian himself, and he began to beg at least someone to help them. And as if hearing his call, the priest entered the hall, alarmed by the noise coming from there. This holy father had already treated Vincent once, and after examining the hall, he recognized the young lord lying on the floor. Thus Julian realized that it seemed that his voice was capable of reaching priests and clerics who were more sensitive to higher powers.
Despite all the damage he had received from the lightning, Vincent still hadn't given up, even though he was practically unconscious, and Julian decided not to lose heart prematurely.
With the help of his inner voice, Julian turned to the Holy Father, who began to look around in amazement, searching for the source.
So he was able to explain that Vincent needed treatment, and urgently, but the Holy Father himself could not even get close to the boy because of the constant lightning strikes.
Julian promised him to protect the priest from these blows, and again gathered all his remaining strength. In turn, the Holy Father had to immediately apply all the treatment he was capable of. So Julian began the first part of the plan, and sealed the lightning bolts so that they would not hit the Holy Father. A dome woven with the wings of purple butterflies covered Vincent. The young god himself was having a hard time, but he had to endure, even if he disappeared. As soon as the lightning died down, the Holy Father activated his magic, and they were enveloped in green light. Around this time, a maid named Siri arrived at the dean's office at his request. The girl was extremely determined and asked in a confident voice to be taught. On the day when Vargon saved her from falling rocks, during the duel between the young master and Maron, the dean sensed an unprecedented strength in the girl, and like her master, her mana was beyond the comprehension of current magical study. Studying magic will not be easy, the dean warned, especially since he has never taught anyone on request. However, Siri wanted to help the young master who continued to grow and become stronger. She wanted to do at least something to stay close to him. All she could do now was wash his face as he lay in his bed after his battles. She could no longer do this, even if her contribution remained modest. The girl was ready to make an effort for the sake of her master. Vargon nodded and smiled. He already understood that Vincent was very lucky to have such a loyal and selfless servant. And yet, he asked her to first get Vincent's permission to train, because he could not begin training without his knowledge. Suddenly, the walls of the office were illuminated by a bright light, as if the sun had come to visit. Dean and Siri were startled. Something unusual was happening that they could not understand. They soon discovered the source of the light and noise, and found Vincent in that room, with devastation all around and the air electrified, as if after a thunderstorm. The dean demanded an explanation from the Holy Father, and Shevin told him not to worry. The young lord's life was not in danger. He couldn't say for sure, but it seemed like Vincent had managed to receive the blessing, and an unprecedented strength was now seething through his body. As soon as Vincent came to his senses, Ciri did not postpone their conversation and immediately asked for permission to study magic with Dean Vargon. Julian warmly supported this idea. Having a maid trained in magic was an excellent gift from fate, so he advised starting immediately. The patron god still looked faded after all the manipulations with the Force, but said that he would soon recover after a little rest. Vincent nodded to himself, first making sure that Ciri was truly ready to go through the rigors of training, and having heard her answer full of confidence, he gave his permission, which made the girl very happy. The young lord also asked Vargon to take care of her, and Decca sternly stated that he would be a stern teacher, although there was a smile on his face. As the dean watched Marin's growth, he immediately realized that the young lord had just received the blessing of the intelligent giant. It was worth turning away from this guy for a moment, and he became much stronger again, the dean thought. Now that they were sure of the young lord's consent, they could begin preparing a lesson plan and discussing their meetings. Here the young lord thought even his maid had received a mentor, while he managed without one in this world. In fact, Vincent had not yet learned any of the sword techniques that Arslan had left for his descendants to develop. Then the young lord turned to the dean and reminded him that a friendly meeting to exchange experiences with the Simon family would soon take place, and he would need to devote himself entirely to training. So he was supposed to have a teacher who would train him in the Citadel, the young lord asked. Vargon was surprised to hear the question itself, as if the guy asked without knowing what it was about. The point is that he himself had to find such a teacher, the dean declared, and this time it was Vincent's turn to let out a surprised cry. The fortress exists to test the abilities of cadets, so the training here is just as specific. The lord of each line gives a teacher to his chief heir. The best masters usually choose their best students. The dean was surprised that at his age, Vincent had not yet found a sponsor who could hire him a teacher. Just in case, the young lord asked Julian if they had an elder who could take him under his wing. But the miracle did not happen. Nobody wanted to sponsor the worthless Vincent, given his dismal reputation. Then the young lord thought deeply about who could help him and become his teacher. Later, the governess Elsa looked in surprise at the modest message that appeared on her desk. According to Wilson, it was a message from the young lord to the head of their house, the servant said in a halting voice. Elsa realized that there was something important there, since the servant himself appeared. But why didn't he go straight to the head of the house? The governess asked him. Showing himself to Lord Khan was a death sentence. The mere thought of it made Wilson's knees tremble, and Elsa graciously agreed to deliver the message. That's how it all happened, the governess reported to Lord Khan when she showed up in his office. He carefully examined the contents of the envelope and remained silent for a long time, looking out the window. So Elsa asked what her pupil had addressed to her. When the head of the house told her what was going on, Elsa broke out in a cold sweat. It was her mistake. She was so worried about Vincent's very possibility of getting into the fortress that she completely forgot about finding him a teacher. The young lord also boasted that he had acquired the blessing of the intelligent giant, which Marin had previously possessed, added Chief Khan. Did she understand the meaning of this letter? Asked the lord, who never changed his serious tone, the governess. The son asks his father for help, Elsa answered, not at all surprised that she had to explain the obvious truths. He was the only person Vincent could turn to. Since Elsa had already trained the boy, Lord Khan offered to help her out this time, but she only shook her head. Elsa wielded the sword of her already destroyed family. If Vincent stayed with her for too long, he would pick up habits that were not typical of the Idenko family. Then Lord Khan asked a very serious question. How could he help his son? Elsa smiled and said that they had someone suitable, whom Lord Khan knew well, a man skilled in the art of the Idenko sword and also possessing the blessing of an intelligent giant. Given the authority of the head of the house, Lord Khan could well grant this man the right to enter the Citadel and become Vincent's mentor. However, Lord Khan did not rely only on his authority to govern people. He also listened to their wishes, so everything would depend on the potential teacher, he said. Elsa promised to take this part into her own hands, because the person they were talking about was also her friend. The vice captain of the Order of the White Sword, who was responsible for protecting the family, a man whose handsome face was crossed by an ugly scar, which, however, only added to his special charm and popularity among noble ladies. Knight Merlin had no idea who else fate might bring him together with. Walking through the training arena, Merlin glanced at the wooden dummies, and he immediately remembered Lord Vincent's youngest son and their almost first meeting. Even now, he was interested in how the young master was doing. It was pleasant to realize that back then, Merlin himself had become an assistant in his ascent. When a gentle but familiar voice with stern notes called out to him, the captain turned around. Elsa asked to give her a minute, and they sat down in the office, simply on wooden chairs opposite each other. Merlin was surprised to see her, because usually the governess was too busy for personal conversations. She quickly got down to business and told the young man the purpose of her visit, that she would like to offer him a new position. Become part of the Yellow Dragons group in the Crimson Fortress, the governess declared. And from her tone, it was clear that this was not a joke. Merlin sighed heavily. Even the word sword no longer sounded in the name of this group, so he immediately refused without thinking. However, this was only his official position. In reality, Elsa would like Merlin to take on the training of one cadet. Merlin was so surprised to hear the name of the worthless young Lord Vincent, who was infamous in their family, as if he had missed a blow. Vincent's situation was dire. The older heirs wouldn't even look at him, and he was too young to find support, given the slim chance of him becoming the next great lord. He didn't even need to make excuses to refuse, Merlin said. He simply didn't believe he could handle the task. However, Elsa had something else to surprise this swordsman with. She pulled out her trump card and said that the boy had recently received the blessing of an intelligent giant. And this news already interested Merlin a little. And yet there were more reasons not to teach the young lord. Merlin was already being pushed around, since the eldest heir didn't like him. And now she was asking him to teach someone who no one liked at all. Elsa smiled that strange smile she sometimes wore when she cast aside the mask of a submissive servant, revealing a different Elsa, an adventurer and a bandit. In a quiet voice, she offered him a bet. Vincent would soon be fighting a duel alongside a young lord from the Simon clan. And if he won, Merlin would become his teacher. Those were the terms. There were still 7 days left until the duel, and the young warrior was training diligently. He still needed to make the power of lightning completely his own, so the young man did not even think about resting and wasting time in vain. Even small enhancements of this blessing were difficult for him and dangerous to his health. So far, the effort was only enough to barely wrap the sword in lightning, and more had to be expended to weave them into a stream, as Maron did. It was like trying to ride an African elephant. Even the slightest touch could cause the powerful animal to rebel against its handler. Vincent himself nearly got electrocuted several times, as the lightning bolts that erupted from him struck everywhere, never hitting their target. He was completely unable to control his power. The charges filled his body, and the stronger they were, the more difficult it was to control them. The current learning speed was clearly not enough to meet the deadline. It was simply amazing that even the madman Marone was able to control so much lightning. Julian was surprised. Considering the amount of effort invested in obtaining this blessing, its effectiveness hadn't yet risen above 0. Vincent immediately teased Julian, reminding him of how much he'd cried at night to obtain this gift. The little god immediately blushed when he realized that his weakness had been exposed. Who would have thought that gods could be embarrassed? He immediately waved his hands, demanding that he immediately forget about it. But Vincent, smiling, told him that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, because Julian had saved his life. They recently received Elsa's response to their request to the head of the house, and it was also not encouraging. Before the friendly duel, no one could offer him a teacher, Elsa said regretfully. Firstly, the potential teacher himself did not want to teach him. Secondly, there was interference from other elders. They did not want anyone to interfere with the already established hierarchy of successors. The Council of Elders was the body that limited the power of Lord Khan, so that even the head of the house could not interfere with their decisions. Elsa would have liked to help the young lord, but she could not leave her duties as head governess. And so it turned out that the duel this year would have to be won solely by their forces, Vincent and the inferior god. Here, Julian, after thinking for a bit, suddenly announced that there was another way that he had not mentioned before. After all, Vincent already mastered the art of the Simon family sword, and it was this that he used in Hansen's forge to escape the fire. Of course, the young lord could use his past techniques, but how would he deal with the consequences later? As soon as he uses these techniques, he will be immediately taken to Mother Heli for interrogation, and this time a simple conversation will not be enough. Julian agreed with this argument, but it was also impossible to lose to them. Vincent himself was no less annoyed that his skills from his past life were sealed. Besides, he didn't know if he could use the skills with his weak body. Meanwhile, his future opponent wasted no time either. A snow tiger awaited them in the Great Hall. A real one, not an illusion. Its strong chains holding it firmly in place. A similar tiger defended the Crimson Fortress and attacked any intruders. The prince of an ancient and heroic line received news today that his new opponent in a friendly match has been chosen. If he defeats him, he will gain nothing special. But if he loses, the honor of their house will suffer greatly. At that moment, the tiger broke free from the chains that could no longer restrain it. But for someone who possessed the technique of the sword god, this meant absolutely nothing. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast was reduced to a pile of useless, chopped-up meat. It was an absurd waste of life. Nothing useful, skin or bones, could be obtained from the slain. The sixth heir of the Simon clan, Kagon, had no doubt that he would not only defeat his rival, but also significantly surpass him. Such was fate, so it was predetermined from the moment he was born. Selviera ran down the corridor, in a good mood, humming a simple melody to herself, holding a tiny magic crystal in her hands. It was a gift for a cadet who had recently transferred to them, to whom the girl had already become attached, because they had been through so much together. So she knocked on his door and immediately entered. Lately, the young man had rarely been in his room, spending all his time training in the gym. Now, as soon as Selviera opened the door, a heavy blast of air filled with strange, dark mana hit her in the face, nearly knocking her off her feet. When she was able to look at him, she was amazed at what she saw. A completely different person was standing there. The thin blade of his sword was still surrounded by a dark, ghostly aura of unprecedented power. Selviera was very surprised, because it seemed as if Vincent was holding a completely different sword in his hand, instead of the elegant Scarlet Lotus. Suddenly, the aura and the storm it generated disappeared, as if by magic. The young man sheathed his sword and greeted the girl who entered the hall. Selviera looked away in embarrassment. It had been increasingly difficult for her to look him straight in the eye lately. And then she pulled out her modest gift from behind her back. More precisely, the gift was not the crystal itself, but what was enchanted inside it. Special information, and it was very valuable, because it recorded Kagon Simon's last fight, Selviera solemnly announced. His reaction surpassed even the girl's wildest dreams. The young man grabbed her hands and thanked her, causing a wave of heat to wash over Selviera. The young lord didn't even seem to notice this awkwardness, which, in its own way, upset the girl a little. But she was happy to proceed with cautious steps. To distract him from her flushed face, she said that he should be careful with the last part of the entry. After all, there is a very cruel scene there, the girl warned, and a shadow of past memories appeared on Vincent's face. The very name of his future rival had already brought them to mind, and now new information had arrived. Together they began to watch the recording, which conveyed the general features all in a single color, but even that was enough to get a good look at Kagon. He was already a tall, stately youth, with the graceful movements of a nobleman, and holding his training sword, he looked completely relaxed. Some aspects of life had changed a lot over the past 5 centuries, Vincent thought with some regret. In his time, there had been no such useful things. Even before Kagon began to move, Vincent already knew his every next move. So familiar was this position to him. Kagon took a stealthy step, disguising it as a casual movement that then turned into a lightning-fast strike. His opponent, a larger, older man, backed away awkwardly, struggling to keep up with Kagon's speed. Blow followed blow, but each was only a light, threatening touch, designed to prepare the main, decisive move. The piercing blow was aimed at the opponent's weapon, and the man immediately admitted his defeat by helplessly raising his hands. The recording wasn't perfect, but even through it, Vincent could catch the disgusting thoughts that flashed across Kagon's thin, noble face as he chuckled. The fight was already over, but despite this, the noble scum did not stop, and no one dared to do it for him. He raised his hand again and struck. That was the price for challenging Simon to a duel, he said angrily after his opponent fell to the ground, covering his broken face with his hands. It was more than just a close association. From the very first gesture to the very last swing of the sword, Kagon exactly repeated Kajin's movements, his character, manner of behavior, and speech. The external similarity could still be explained by their kinship, but the techniques, repeated down to the smallest habits by Kagon, sent shivers down Vincent's spine. It was disgusting, and reminded him of those distant, now legendary times when he was simply a nobody. Just a swordsman who endured pain and tears with hope for the future. Soon, a special meeting was held to discuss the upcoming friendly duel, with everything having an official veneer and tone. The meeting was chaired by the head of the mages, Alberto. There would be 3 stages in total, he said, but he was merely repeating information that everyone present already knew. The first stage involved a treasure hunt in an enchanted dungeon. The second, a battle with a monster, and finally, the main event. Sparring. Since the mages were creating the dungeon, they had to agree on what type of monsters would be created inside to keep things fair. At this point, the dean of the citadel, who was also at the meeting, raised his hand and asked to speak. Based on the abilities of both opponents, Vargon suggested rank 8 demons and lizards. Such monsters already presented difficulties for a 3rd rank master. For the first test, they were more than enough, the dean believed. But then another mage raised his hand, representing the 6th magic tower, and proposed a giant beast of the 8th rank, Fractor. The speaker himself looked like the stereotype of an evil sorcerer, thin, stooped, with a haggard gray face and a wicked grin. Since this was an unjustified increase in difficulty, Vargan immediately began to protest. Such monsters could add problems even to 5-star masters. A representative of the 6th tower raised his hands in a feigned conciliatory gesture and declared that since this was the first duel in many years, it would be good to entertain the crowd with a spectacle. But Vargan's motives were obvious. They simply wanted to make Kagon look good. So he began to argue and shout heatedly. However, there was nothing much to object to, and the hooded mage knew this. After all, if the other side did not want to accept the high bet, they should simply surrender. Which is what the sorcerer suggested to the dean. It turns out that the head of the 6th tower is now the faithful dog of the Simon clan. The dean growled, and the magic circles in his hand lit up, one after another. But the sorcerer of the 6th tower also answered him with the same evil and mad look. After all, this tower had once belonged to his sister, and the magician still had not renounced his last name. Here, Chairman Alberto called on them to cool their ardor, since the duel would be fought by young heirs, not magicians. He proposed that the further decision be made by voting, by raising hands, quickly and simply. The dean soon realized that he was in the minority. All the magicians present supported the giant's idea. The chairman clapped his hands contentedly and confirmed the decision, a strange expression on his face, as if he enjoyed the irritation he was causing the fortress dean. Their enemies had already begun to act, Vargan realized. There was only one day left before the not-so-friendly meeting, and Helga was poring over papers in her office, which was completely unusual for her. She would have definitely run away, but the dean grabbed her and wouldn't let her go anywhere. Like a cat with a mouse, he brought more documents, including a list of guests from the Simon family. Seeing the amount of work that hadn't been done, Helga let out another howl, as if she were being tortured in a dungeon, and once again regretted becoming the director of the academy. Vargan told her to stop complaining and to spend her efforts on fighting the work, especially since he took on the lion's share of it. Then Helga asked him how things were going with preparing the illusions for the first stage. This question was a sore spot for Vargan, because all the court magicians turned out to be bought by the Simon family and were completely on their side. Now Helga understood why her assistant had been gloomy as a thundercloud since the morning, and walked around with an air as if he wanted to break something. Not only the 6th magic tower, which lay within the territory of the Simon clan, but also the Magic Association fell under their influence. Helga wearily stretched her arms upward, as she wore only a thin t-shirt without a jacket, revealing the toned figure of a trained fighter and the soft curves of a beautiful woman. They could only hope that Vincent would win the remaining 2 stages of this encounter, which was increasingly resembling a surrogate war. His statement surprised the headmistress so much that she let out an exclamation of amazement. She couldn't even imagine that Vincent had any hope of winning, despite all his merits. However, for Vargan, this matter had already become something personal. He didn't want to lose to the strangers who came here and imposed their rules on them. And he also wanted to see how the faces of the 6th Tower's mages would contort when Vincent won. Then Helga reminded him of his own words, that the young lord's chances of victory were no more than 10%, and that he himself had proposed another candidate. And the dean bashfully hid his eyes, turning away. He must be crazy about this new cadet now, since he even decided to sponsor a stay in the Citadel, said Helga, and without any decency began to squeeze the sedate dean as if he were a younger brother. The fiery warrior was even a little jealous of such attention, and Vargan had no idea what was going on in her head, and her outstanding softness, which was bursting to come out from under her t-shirt, completely deprived him of the ability to think clearly at that moment. Fortunately, he remembered in time that he was a mage and performed a micro-teleportation, breaking free from their suffocating and soft captivity. Almost too soft, in fact. Casting aside all unnecessary thoughts, Vargan reminded the spoiled child that they only had a day before the important event. But she wasn't joking at all, Helga said with disappointment, her face also turning slightly red as Vargan ran out of her office. On the day of the meeting, Vincent stood at the gates of the fortress, accompanied by that strange couple of the director and the dean, their eyes blinded by the flashes of magical crystals. The young lord attracted considerable attention. Although he held himself confidently and kept a low profile, no one expected much from him. Everyone knew that even Merone had little chance, much less the worthless heir of the Adenko family. The young lord himself was thinking only about his suspicions about Kagon, whether it was a simple coincidence that he imitated Kajin in everything. A personal meeting should have clarified this. Soon the gates opened and a noble scion appeared, walking ahead of everyone, with a wide cloak with garishly long fringe on the shoulders thrown over his shoulders, and a heavy sword that could be held with both hands resting on his belt. Unlike what Vincent had seen on the recording, Kagon now had a welcoming demeanor, as if trying to appear sweet and charming. And he succeeded. His noble features, fair complexion, and luxurious diamond earrings, in keeping with the new fashion, were meant to soften his appearance. He spoke in a cheerful and energetic voice, feigned friendliness, and was the first to approach Vincent without any embarrassment, as if he had simply met an old friend. The young lord remembered his manners and responded to all greetings in an official tone, also extending his hand. As soon as they were close, the flashes of magic crystals became brighter. Surprisingly, the two noble offspring looked good next to each other, as if they were worthy rivals. Kagon decided to start the conversation, which was also part of their competition, and said that he was very pleased to make friends with someone his own age. Even though Vincent reluctantly agreed, for some reason, Kagon's good-natured smile made him uncomfortable. It only made him want to grab his sword even more. And here comes the first attack, thought the young lord, when Kagon expressed hope for a worthy fight. The very tone of this wish indicated that Kagon did not value his rival at all, and this did not escape the notice of the others. Then Vincent allowed himself to drop the mask of formality, and one of his devilish grins, more like the grin of a predatory beast, appeared on his face. He too hoped his rival would demonstrate his talents, the young lord said. He responded to an attack with an attack. It was an open challenge, and their fight had already begun. Vargon waited with excitement to see how their friendly enemy would respond. Passions were running high, and more people silently listened to every word of the younger heirs, afraid of missing something interesting. Both of them exuded a militancy that was not typical even of their older brothers and sisters. After exchanging greetings, everyone who wanted to watch the event gathered in the arena. And it is worth mentioning that there was not a single empty seat in the stands. Many shouted Kagon's name. He was widely known even beyond his lands. Helga, as director, took on the role of presenter, speaking into a magic crystal with voice-amplifying magic. All the speeches were full of officialdom and ceremonial solemnity. And then the meeting to exchange experiences began. The first stage was a treasure hunt in a labyrinth created with magic. Each participant would have to demonstrate their skills and courage and bring back a treasure chest. However, this will not be an easy walk, the director warned them. Monsters await them. A real giant will guard his treasures. The news of the dangerous monsters spread through the stands, and everyone realized that this year no one had skimped on the effects. In addition, each of the opponents will take 2 9th-rank cadets with them to help. Since the Idenko family had lost the previous duel, their side received a small head start, and Vincent could choose the escorts first. Helga leaned over and whispered quietly in his ear, in case the boy had suddenly forgotten that the representative of the 9th-rank cadets was Selvira. However, the young lord did not listen to her at all, and named Season and Harmon, both of whom he already knew well from past events. The director was quite surprised by this, because these two were far from the best cadets, and thus the young lord was deliberately depriving himself of a possible advantage. These two were of such low rank that no one had even heard of them, and they had to be looked for in the lists of cadets. It took a long time to find it, scrolling to the very end of the academic performance list. It's no wonder that both boys walked on wooden legs, as if someone was controlling them and pulling the strings. They were so nervous. Now everyone was talking about such a strange choice. The cadets looked like skinny losers, and in many ways they were, but they could be trusted. Helga asked the young lord one last time if he was sure about his choice, and he nodded affirmatively. She still worried that choosing weak allies was simply a way to shift the blame onto them in case of defeat, to which Vincent grinned again with his signature smile of a cheeky and confident man. After all, the only reason he chose the weakest allies was so that Kagon would have no excuse for losing. These words were an open provocation, aimed directly at the blonde youth, whose good-natured composure immediately vanished from his face. The second reason Vincent chose these two was that, although they were distant relatives of Idenko, it was symbolic to defeat Simon Kagan with the forces of Arslan's descendants. Selvira accepted his explanations that time, but she was still a little upset. She wanted to spend more time with this mysterious guy. The young lord understood this too, and asked her not to be so upset. He remembered that it was only thanks to her leadership qualities and skills that they were able to defeat Marin, and therefore, for his sake, she must also present herself well at a friendly meeting, so that her work does not raise doubts. Selvira thought for a moment. She still didn't understand what he was planning, since he had just said that he wouldn't be on the same team with her. It's all a subtle mind game, a special trap set by Vincent for his proud and brilliant offspring, who has no sense of proportion. In such a situation, Kagon will inevitably decide to completely eliminate him. A moment passed, and the noble scion's face again took on a relaxed, welcoming expression. He chose the best cadets to accompany him. Vincent smiled too, as it should have been. The enemy had already fallen for his trick, so he praised him for his excellent choice. At this competition, all the conditions were set in such a way as to show Kagan in all his glory. And no one even tried to hide it. Vargon didn't know how else he could help his student, so he decided to simply trust him and watch for now. However, the head of the 6th tower still noticed Vincent's strange choice, but it was already time to begin preparing for the test. The dean seized the moment and took advantage of this confusion to sting the irritating magician, as if he himself knew all the plans of the young lord and was confident of his victory. Having received the signal, the magicians began to chant and weave magical patterns into a dense and very complex network. Soon, each team had its own portal, right in the arena, which looked like a funnel that led to the dungeon. Selvira and another cadet followed Kagon. The girl glanced at the young lord one last time, but he didn't even look at her, completely focused on what was to come. Soon the three friends were confidently walking through the dark, deaf dungeon. Fortunately, it was set up so that they could at least see something. But as soon as they moved further from the entrance, Season took out a lamp with a crystal and asked if it could be used. The Kagon Trinity walked in silence. The upstart genius was a stranger to them, and no one tried to establish contact with him, especially since it could be dangerous. And yet, when it became completely dark, Selvira suggested using a lantern, but Kagon refused, despite the fact that he was walking ahead. He also asked them to stay a little behind, and from his smiling face, it was difficult to understand whether this was due to concern for their safety or whether Kagon was simply disgusted. Selvira decided that she had simply been neglected, as if she, the best cadet of the 9th rank, was of no use at all. But she did not object. The beginning turned out to be quite boring. Both teams were simply walking along a long, narrow tunnel. Everyone understood that the main thing was still ahead, when the monster found them. From the outside, it was obvious that both young lords had different approaches to business. Vincent did not consider his company to be assistants at all. Season asked again hesitantly if there was really nothing they could do for him. Vincent felt a little guilty for taking advantage of their low status, but he still reassured the boys because he knew their valor better than anyone else. As soon as Vincent was distracted for a moment, he felt a swift movement in his direction. There was such a loud bang that the blast wave swept Season and his partner back towards the exit. They both fell stunned, and when they came to, they saw a giant who brought down a heavy club right on the spot where the young lord had just stood. It all looked so realistic that Season didn't doubt for a moment that they had already lost their leader and that it was next in line. But the nimble guy wasn't so easy to catch. Using a sliding step, he quickly rose above the level of the giant's head. Fortunately, the cave's roof allowed it. From his position, he immediately delivered a vertical blow to the monster's neck area. But the wound was not fatal. It only cut through a deep, thick layer of muscle. However, having received a heavy blow, the giant could not stay on his feet and fell on his back with a terrible crash. It was high time to begin their plan, the young lord shouted to them, and the boys took out from the bags they were carrying with them 2 tambourines and clubs for them. They then began to run around the stunned giant, completely disrupting his perception, thereby giving Vincent the opportunity to start searching for treasure without wasting time. Fractor was a giant with poor eyesight, so he was easily fooled by his reaction to loud sounds. Considering that there were 2 of them, they could alternately beat the drum and completely confuse the dangerous but stupid monster. What was needed in this matter was not ability as such, but real courage, because one mistake and it would all be over. So Vincent was glad that he chose the right allies for the team. Now that the way was clear, he rushed at full speed into the depths of the dungeon, wanting to quickly find the chest. The dean watched the events with tension and regretted that he couldn't shout at the cadet now that this couldn't be done, that it was important to show his skills and not just find the chest. But the mage of the 6th tower, on the contrary, was jubilant, because their opponent did not understand the meaning of the first stage at all. The chest was where it was supposed to be, and Vincent quickly found it. Suddenly, something hit him with such force that he flew towards the wall like a meteorite. There was a dull thud, and the young lord left a deep dent in the rock. But fortunately, he survived. There was another giant in the cave, and he was already glaring angrily with his only eye from the height of his growth. One blow followed another. This monster seemed to see perfectly in the dark. Vincent's plan called for a single, absolute cut, but the presence of 2 monsters instead of 1 greatly complicated matters.
He couldn't expend all his strength on the first test, and the evil monster had no intention of letting him go home with the treasure.
Moreover, this giant was clearly superior to the first, because with his size, he could keep up with Vincent's gliding gait.
Each blow passed by like a hammer on an anvil, and it was only by a miracle that the young lord managed to dodge. Even the dean, although he was on the council, didn't know that there were two giants in the cave.
A small oversight. The head of the sixth tower answered him with feigned concern, a crooked grin appearing on his face.
And how can the head of the sixth tower act so basely? The dean shouted, and in anger grabbed the skinny magician by his robe. He didn't even resist.
Only Helga managed to stop him. Too many eyes were directed at them. Now they could not do anything, and would only harm the matter.
Vargon fell silent, but the head of the tower, on the contrary, became too talkative and noted that Helga was much calmer than they said about her.
Then she whispered to him, so quietly that only the mage could hear, that he should not leave after it was all over, but stay for a private conversation. She looked at him as one might look at a mad dog before ending its life.
Meanwhile, Kagon moved forward without much effort, even though Selvira had already seen him in action. But the reality impressed her much more.
The first giant Kagon encountered immediately lost his arm and roared in amazement. The air simply jumped up and delivered another crushing blow to his head, which exploded with mana. Just a couple of movements and the giant had already retired, and the genius of the sword landed softly on his chest. He hissed in disappointment, because he had been expecting a serious opponent here. But everything ended somehow too easily. As soon as he thought this, a shadow fell upon him from above, and the second giant attacked unexpectedly from the darkness. All this time he had been standing quietly, pretending to be a ledge. Selvira screamed in horror as soon as she saw the second giant, then was at a loss, not knowing what to do. However, Kagon needed no warning. His swordsmanship was impeccable, and the sword flashed so quickly that it left only bright streaks in its wake. The flower of blows opened, and in an instant, the second giant's paw was cut into pieces, and the Kagon himself used it as a springboard to rise higher.
It ran up his arm straight to the eye in the center of his head, which was burning like a lantern.
Not for a moment did he hesitate, perceiving everything that was happening as an easy walk or a game. Another heavy blow exploded in a whirlwind and split the giant's head from top to bottom. When the second giant fell to the ground, Selvira was forced to admit, even though she didn't want to, that this young man was strong. No matter how many more of these monsters were hiding in the cave, nothing would change for him. Kagan chuckled contentedly and ordered the huge, lazy guy to get up, because he still had many techniques in reserve. But things weren't going so smoothly for Vincent. For now, he had only managed to get a little ahead of the giant, but the latter stubbornly refused to lag behind and chased after him like a rat. Nearby, Julian was tearing his hair out and getting indignant. As always in such moments, he gave in to his emotions. Everything always didn't go according to plan. It was only after some time that he pulled himself together and came up with a good idea that since Absolute Slash was the perfect skill, why not lure the two giants together and hit them both at once? However, this was not as easy to do as it seemed at first, Vincent objected. The problem was that the two were too big for the sword path, the special line that releases the perfect strike, to emerge. Julian immediately hissed in irritation and called the cutting skill terrible. He changed his mood every time he encountered difficulties. That was the kind of god he was. Vincent continued to think along these lines. He liked the idea itself, but he needed a small target to aim at. A small target the size of a man, he thought, and looked at the omnipresent god who was always nearby, in the form of a youth. While he was running away from his giant, his allies were entertaining theirs. But it seemed like they had pretty much exhausted the number of tricks up their sleeves, and the giant looked very angry. There was nowhere else to retreat. Behind them was only the exit from the cave, and Vincent was nowhere to be seen. The ogre seemed to sense that the end was near, and he finally pinned down the annoying midges that had decided to play with him. Luckily, at that very moment, right in front of the friends, a young lord jumped out of nowhere with a chest in his hands. And now they could get out of this dangerous place. Plans had changed, Vincent shouted to them, warning them that the second client was about to arrive. The boys didn't immediately understand what was going on, but then they heard heavy, leisurely footsteps. The darkness ahead became denser and was approaching them. When the cadets saw the second giant, they completely despaired and already imagined how they would be eaten alive. And even though it was an illusory test where no one could die. For a moment, they approached, and then, as if at a common signal, the giants rushed towards their prey. Now it's definitely the end, Season realized and screamed, losing all his remaining courage. And who did he want to prove anything to? He's always been a coward, the guy thought regretfully.
Only Vincent acted decisively and did not doubt. When the giants approached, he gave a signal to Julian.
And the young god moved away from him, appearing behind the giants. Only Vincent could see his patron. Although the disembodied god was not in any danger, he was extremely afraid and uncomfortable becoming a target. The young lord simply waited patiently until both enemies were in line and very close to him. Because of their size, he couldn't find the perfect trajectory for a perfect cut. He needed to find something for his mind to latch onto. Julian was the other half of his soul. Vincent could always tell where it was, and felt his presence everywhere. Julian seemed to also feel the sword's deadly trajectory pass through him, and he asked one last time if they would turn him into a quarter god. But there was no time to answer. The first giant had already jumped up very close and swung 2 fists, each the size of a boulder. The young lord imbued his sword with power, and on the hilt of the scarlet lotus, the sign of the dwarf god, similar to a shield, lit up.
And then he released all this power into a thin plane that swept forward like the swing of a scythe.
The giant could do nothing to resist this force. The flow of force split his skull across and killed him instantly. It immediately fell apart, as it was nothing more than an imitation woven from the advanced magic of many sorcerers.
But even with this, the force of the cut did not run out. And just like a knife through butter, it cut through the second giant. As soon as the blow reached Julian, his concentration was broken, and an explosion of mana thundered, releasing the remaining energy. Both enemies were defeated and began to disintegrate into their original parts, like misty images. A cry of admiration swept through the stands. Everyone was amazed at the strength of the one they considered worthless, because he defeated his enemies with one blow. Vargon chuckled as if everything had gone as it should have. After all, he had already seen this deadly technique in action.
Landing softly, the young lord allowed the fog to clear sufficiently so that he could continue on.
Not a single demigod was harmed. Even with an absolute cut, nothing could be done to him. Julian didn't appreciate the joke and immediately attacked his protege for so carelessly conducting his experiments on him. God cannot be killed. And now they have found this out in practice, Vincent said and smiled. Despite this, Julian was still very scared, and at that moment, he thought about how God hears his thoughts all the time.
Then their surprised friends approached them, because from the outside, it seemed that the young lord was talking to someone they could not see, and this made him shudder.
I was just rehearsing something, Vincent quickly lied to them, and immediately told them that it was time for them to go. Now that they were at the very entrance, he could easily use the second cut, the young lord explained to his friends. This time, his target was the space created by magic, and the young lord passionately thrust a scarlet lotus into the edge of the portal. This started a chain reaction, and the entire dungeon began to move apart, just like the 2 giants before, thread by thread, until the trio of friends found themselves back in the arena, accompanied by the cheers of those who supported the Idenko family. It was a real triumph because the young lord returned first, and from the very beginning he set a high pace for this competition. The head of the 6th tower immediately began shouting and waving his arms, skinny as a branch, and demanded that his people immediately double-check everything, thus wanting to falsify the results of the first round. But the dean stopped him, saying that there was no need for this, and his tone became more bitter. Vincent's sword was capable of cutting magic. This was the first trick that this boy performed as soon as he arrived at the Citadel. It was truly amazing to cut through an entire dungeon. Vargon was most amazed not by his swordsmanship, but by the creative force with which the young man found a way out of any situation. Here, the chairman of the magicians finally came to his senses and protested that for destroying the arena, the young lord should be declared the loser. But Helga immediately stood up for him. There was no rule that prohibited doing this, even if no one had done it before, and it seemed obvious to everyone. And yet, she couldn't allow the chairman of the magicians to be so involved in a process where he had to maintain at least the appearance of neutrality. At her words, the green-haired man grimaced in displeasure, but fell silent. Season handed the charming headmistress a treasure chest and asked if this meant they had won. The first stage is just a show of strength, and it doesn't matter who finishes it first. The head of the 6th tower immediately shouted at them, shaking with anger. All that Vincent showed was that he had a sword capable of cutting magic, and if Kagon showed his skills in the remaining time, he would win, the skinny magician claimed. Then the young lord quickly approached him, which made the magician shrink uncertainly and fall silent. Although Vincent was young, he was still a skilled swordsman, and any magician would become nervous next to him. The Kagan will quickly leave the dungeon, the young lord declared confidently, his eyes flashing with scarlet lights.
The magician came to his senses and began to indignantly ask what this meant. but his voice kept breaking into a hoarse voice. The thing is that such complex magic as creating a dungeon required a connecting element, as was the case with the Dean's illusions.
The rules required that both duelists participate in the competition on equal terms, and that they both be united by a connecting element. At the moment, it was hidden so that it could not be reached and continued to work. At the same time, Vincent chopped off his part of the dungeon without touching the rest. Otherwise, it would have already collapsed.
Then where will the mana go that was supposed to flow into his part of the level? The young lord asked them a leading question and smiled slyly. It looked like a pipe that split at one end, directing the water into two identical channels with equal pressure, and now one of them was blocked. And from this side, the water had nowhere else to go. All this mana flowed into the already wounded giant, and he instantly became twice as strong. The serene expression faded from Kagon's face. He hadn't expected it at all, and now, for the first time, he froze in indecision. Just now he was simply playing catch-up with the monster, forcing him to rise to his feet again and again after a blow. But everything changed. The giant was in a hurry to take revenge for the humiliation. And yet, his brains should have remained at the same level. Mana could hardly give him new elements of tactics, thought Kagan. He became cold-blooded again. The giant's blow was quickly approaching, but it was an obvious attack. Last time, the monster lost its fingers because of this. This time too, Kagan swung his sword and a devastating flower of blows opened before him. But the monster's fist turned out to be stronger than his technique, and it dissipated without leaving a trace. The monster became much stronger. One blow from him made the entire level shake, and his fist went deep into the stone. The shockwave threw Kagan back, and he dropped his sword, losing his footing and protection. Something must have happened outside the dungeon. Otherwise, the dying monster would never have become so strong, he thought. Kagan lay on the ground and suddenly sensed danger. He had no time to regroup. Everything could have ended like this, but Selvira fulfilled her ally duty. Without understanding what was happening, she simply distracted the monster and ordered her partner to find the chest. After which, she began to run around the giant, giving Kagan the opportunity to come to his senses and continue the fight. Even though this girl couldn't help in any other way, it was worth acknowledging that she had proven to be decisive and helpful in difficult time. It wasn't that the girl really wanted to save the pale-faced noble scion and earn his favor. But now she understood what Vincent had warned her about and tried her best for him. But she couldn't run for long against the strengthened giant, and the final blow caught up with her, so that Selvira simply bounced off the ground like a ball. She dropped her tambourine and didn't understand how they managed to get it out, because everything was fine. And then it turned out that the first giant was not dead either, but very much alive. And the girl found herself between a rock and a hard place. She was already mentally praying to all the gods when Kagon finally came to his senses. He jumped high into the air and drew a red circle with his sword. His pale face became even paler. It was clear that the pride of the genius was deeply wounded, and his performance no longer looked like superiority. Then he rushed to fix it and used his ultimate attack, which was called the Full Blood Moon. The Kagan swung his sword with ease, and the bloody circle exploded into a stream of spray. The giant's back suddenly disappeared, and a hole appeared exactly in the place where Kagan had described his circle with his sword. This unprecedented force pierced through the two giants, simply evaporating their flesh in its path. It was an amazing achievement. Selvira could not find the words to describe what she felt when she saw such power. From start to finish, the entire fight was a theatrical performance for him. He could have finished it all much earlier, the girl already, but now this plan was destroyed. Devoid of any consistency and elegance, he was forced to use brute force. And for this, the Kagan promised to take revenge on whoever was guilty of this. With great difficulty, he pulled himself together and returned the mask of serenity to his face. Yet he found the chest and completed his test, even putting on a good performance at the end. Kagan thought that he would still get ahead of his rival, but a new shock did not keep him waiting. He was late. The blue-haired youth who was smiling so boldly told him. Vincent was pleased. Kagan's irritated face spoke for itself. He managed to anger him with his gift. The noble scion was momentarily at a loss. He didn't know how to act. Pretend he didn't understand what had happened, or punish the culprit immediately. The impudent youth confessed everything to Kagan's face. It was he who had filled his dungeon, and it just so happened that one of his acquaintances had studied the theory of magic well. For the first time, he was made to look like such a fool. Always accustomed to being ahead of everyone, better than everyone, Kagan felt as if he had been doused with a cold shower, and he froze as if he had turned into a marble statue of himself. To his credit, he controlled himself well in the presence of other people. Kagan immediately pulled his welcoming guise out of the closet and nobly admitted defeat. Even in such a situation, he wanted to get ahead of his opponent. "From this moment on, everything will change," he said quietly, so only Vincent could hear him, because now they were true friends. From the depths of his cold blue eyes, another face peered out, one closer to beast than man. And Vincent did not remain in debt. He also had a special personality not for the general public, and he allowed her to awaken for a moment. "See you soon, friend," he said. At this time, Helga looked at the young men in bewilderment, as they had already decided the outcome of the first round themselves, although they still had judges to do this. But overall, their decision was the same, and Vincent Idenko was officially declared the winner of the first test, with 3 days left until the next stage. Even though Salvira was on the enemy team, she was still glad that Vincent won. As she walked down the hallway, she unexpectedly bumped into Kagan. Other girls in her place would have sought out such a seemingly random encounter, but not her. The arrogant genius had come to thank her for her help. Without that saving moment, he would have looked very foolish. Kagan was friendly, spoke politely, his polished manners perfect as he extended his hand to her in a friendly gesture. And yet, she suddenly felt the animal terror that sheep feel when a wolf approaches, and a look of worry appeared on her face, as if Kagan's hand had turned into a huge spider and was reaching out to her. This feeling was so strong that the girl forgot all about decency, and Kagan had to remind her about the outstretched hand. Then she decided to briefly touch his cold palm, which she squeezed softly, without any effort at all. And with that, Simon Kagan said goodbye to her and left. But even when he left, she still felt uneasy, and did not fully believe that he had come simply to express his gratitude to her. And not in vain, because after the lost sparring, Kagan had great difficulty restraining his animal nature. Deep in the forest, obeying Ciri's call, spirits came into the light and surrounded her like a school of fish. She was quietly enjoying their company when Wilson finally caught up with her, dragging a heavy backpack full of things. Inside were the things she asked for, but most of all, the girl wanted to know the news from the fortress, about how the competition between the young lord and the Kagan went. Wilson proudly declared that their master had won the victory today. He was beaming with happiness, as if he himself had directly taken part in the fight. In a sense, this was true. As a servant, he cleaned the clothes in which Vincent had fought. Ciri sighed with relief. She had to sacrifice the opportunity to see everything for herself in order to continue her training in magic. Moreover, it would have been difficult for her to concentrate in the fortress anyway, and according to the dean, it was easier to contact the spirits on the snowy path. It turned out that spirit magic was the most suitable for this faithful servant, and she had already become strong enough to conclude her first contract, she boasted to Wilson. So far, she could only control one creature, but she admitted that she liked all the spirits she managed to meet. Then she heard a voice begging for help, and Ciri turned towards the sound. Wilson heard nothing and said nothing, but seeing that Ciri was worried, he himself became worried. At this time, in the Citadel, a celebration of the victory of the young lord, as well as the cadet and friend, was underway, with the lively Salvira proclaiming the loudest toasts. Vincent was still a little embarrassed by such a resounding victory. He won by a decision of the judges, with a margin of only 1 point, so he did not see much reason for pride. But the girl had already completely succumbed to the general mood. They were glad that the Idenko family had won, and they saw in this their hope and future. At the same time, she felt quite conflicted, having been forced to fight on the enemy's side. Vincent smiled and said they had won only because she had acted correctly. The boy knew that at the decisive moment, Salvira would be able to provide Kagan with all her support, and thereby weaken his position. Since the girl played a key role in Kagan's victory and distracted the monsters from him, even though she didn't land a single blow, this lowered the overall rating of the proud youth. Salvira was amazed that he had thought everything through so far. It seemed incredible to her. Every time this guy gave her some kind of surprise. Still, she was glad that she had been of use. Even though they hadn't fought shoulder to shoulder on the same team, she promised this guy that she would come to his aid again as a representative of the 9th rank cadets. These words had a special meaning. The young lord was glad to have another person he could trust, and he responded to her gesture by putting up his fist. However, as soon as their knuckles touched, the young lord grabbed her hand with the agility of a mongoose, and his face distorted with horror. Salvira didn't object, even though it was unexpected, but she was a little embarrassed by the presence of a large number of witnesses nearby. But the reason wasn't nearly as romantic as she imagined. The Simon family's binding seal adorned the girl's hand. The ominous symbol glowed red, and Vincent recognized it immediately. He immediately asked the girl where and when she had been in contact with anyone from the Simon family, and from his worried face, she realized that everything was not so simple. As soon as she told him that she had shaken hands with Kagan, Vincent bared his teeth angrily.
This was beyond the simple prank of an arrogant, haughty youth. The binding seal was something like a curse, the Lord explained to Julian when he came to him. This is a special curse that is difficult to detect. It slowly drains all the mana from a person and then leads to his death. Doing this to another person who did nothing bad to you was low. The seal could be removed, but first it was necessary to determine its type, Vincent explained, and he fell into deep thought, the victory celebration completely ceasing to interest him. And then he passionately demanded that Selvira train with him every morning, at dawn. He needed to buy time, and the young lord did not want to disturb the girl before the deadline until he had figured everything out. Spending every day training together? What else could a girl's mind imagine with such words? It was obvious she was being asked out on a date. Selvira was still too inexperienced and easily swayed by moods, but she still agreed. And early in the morning, when the sun had not yet risen above the gray, shaggy clouds, Vincent was waiting for her, not far outside the walls of the citadel. Since Simon cursed the girl directly, it meant he was confident that no one would be able to detect his influence, the young lord thought. Even the all-knowing Julian did not know about this curse, but he also did not know about the absolute cut. Many things, techniques, and knowledge were lost in the abyss of history. It would have been difficult to explain his knowledge. Then, Vincent preferred not to tell anyone about the curse while there was time. Kagon's actions were unforgivable. Dark magic existed for sworn enemies, but not for ordinary people. Soon, Selvira herself appeared. She was unrecognizable in her new appearance. Instead of the strict cadet uniform, she was dressed in a winter dress and a fur cape, and on her head was a fashionable hat. Since he was silent, she was the first to ask what the young lord thought about how she looked. It was the first time the girl had been invited somewhere, and she had dressed up so much that Selvira was very nervous and kept twirling her hair around her finger. Vincent didn't know what to say. He couldn't have foreseen this in his plans. He simply didn't think about how his words and requests could be perceived, because the first thing he asked her was why she dressed so strangely for training, and immediately revealed his essence as an old soldier who doesn't understand anything about people.
He must have been a eunuch in his past life, Julian told him and sighed heavily. Even a fool would have guessed that. But the young lord still did not understand. Even children could have grasped the full meaning of this scene. But Julian still took pity on Vincent and told him the simple truth. This girl was in love with him. Selvira was still waiting for him to say something, upset but too embarrassed to show it. 5 centuries ago, a great warrior died at the age of 29. Even though he was now 14, he could not accept the feelings of a woman his own age. So the young lord fell into a stupor. In the end, Selvira herself saved the situation, realizing she wasn't getting anywhere and the guy was just pretending to be a blockhead. She suggested they start training. Vincent took her hands again, saying they would meditate first. She had to pass mana through her body in a circle to say if she felt something was wrong. The girl was surprised that something could go wrong, and the guy immediately said that it was just a precaution. He didn't want to scare her ahead of time. Selvira's flow was severely disrupted, and Vincent was amazed that she couldn't sense it. The masters had given up so much in order to gather mana from outside the body into images. Julian stared at the red seal and asked his ward if he could remove the curse. The young lord strained all his senses, but he still couldn't shake off this trick. The curse was stronger than he expected. But what should they do then? Julian asked him in horror. He also did not want the death of the friend they had just acquired in their circle. The binding seal required an offering. The heart of an animal or some spirit. Most likely, the offering was sealed somewhere on a snowy mountain. If it is found and destroyed, it will be possible to lift the curse. If nothing works out, Selvira will die in agony in 3 days, and no one will be able to help her. In 3 days, they were to fight in a friendly meeting, and although it was heartless, Julian declared that it was his priority, and they must prepare. But these were the thoughts of an immature, incomplete god. After all, he had only lived for 14 years. So Vincent objected that those who only follow their goals eventually lose all their comrades along the way. If he had more friends, perhaps he would not have been imprisoned in the dungeon of the traitor Kajin, and he would not have had to die for many years. Here, Selvira tore them away from their thoughts. She was already tired of just standing in the cold, especially since she didn't really understand what exactly they were training. They finished for the day and leisurely walked to the citadel. Julian was amazed at how well his protege knew various curses. One would have thought Vincent had been a dark mage in the past. The thing was, he'd already experienced this curse in a past life, when his mana was sealed for being accused of demon worship. Sometimes, in prison, a prisoner's heart was used to perform this grim execution ritual. Needless to say, his life was dark and cruel, and even remembering it was difficult. Julian couldn't even imagine a crime that merited such a horrific execution. While they were chatting, they completely stopped paying attention to the timid girl. She suddenly felt dizzy. Her legs stopped obeying her, and she fell right into the snow. After this, the young lord quickly brought the girl to the fortress, where she was given first aid. But the Holy Father himself had never seen such symptoms before. It would be best to send her to the Temple of Gaia, which he suggested in the capital. But the young lord merely shook his head. The capital was still home to the same priests, and if the cursed skill itself had been erased from history, they would be of no help to Selvira. Besides, she was fading too quickly, risking simply dying along the way. They had little time, and the young lord decided not to waste it on going down the stairs. Standing in the window, he asked Chevin to take care of the girl. There was only one way to break the seal: to find the offering hidden somewhere on this high mountain. Before the Holy Father could stop him, the young lord had already jumped out the window and was rushing down with a whistle. He was too reluctant to lose his people to the cursed Simon family and their vile tricks. At this time, Ciri was looking for the source of the voice that was begging to save him. She wandered around the mountain and already realized that she was hearing a spirit, but it was still far away. Suddenly, a young gentleman jumped into the snow next to her, causing Ciri to gape in amazement. Vincent himself hadn't expected to see his maid there. He could tell the man from his home everything as it was, without worrying about being betrayed, especially since it was easier to conduct the search together. Seeing the worried look on her face, the young lord thought that he had put too much on her. But Ciri, with unexpected enthusiasm, said that she could help him, because she was just looking for a spirit. Meanwhile, the curse placed on Selvira was rapidly progressing, so she probably didn't even have 3 days. Vincent picked Ciri up in his arms so they could move much faster, right in response to the call of the mysterious spirit that was calling the sorceress. The voice grew louder, so Ciri was able to point out the exact direction. It came from a deep gorge that had formed after part of the mountain had broken off and slid to the side. They landed at the very bottom, and Ciri began to call out to the unfortunate spirit, the echo of her cries bouncing off the high walls. There was still no result, and Vincent was already beginning to think that he was simply wasting precious time. Even though he trusted his maid, he was ready to simply destroy everything around, just to destroy the seal along with the rocks. There was little time. However, completely unexpectedly for him, the maid dug up the snowdrifts and pulled out from there a small spirit that was pierced by the same curse as Selvira. There simply could not be another one like him. It would be very cruel to kill a creature that, with its cry for help, allowed itself to be found, and Ciri asked if there was a way to save it. But the young lord shook his head. From the moment the spirit became an offering for the binding seal, he was doomed. Sending him to the next world would be a mercy, Vincent said grimly. But Ciri's kind soul refused to accept such a decision, especially since she knew the way, and began to read the contract spell. If she had made a contract with a spirit, the binding seal would have to be cancelled. And so it happened. The curse was broken, and the tiny mole-like spirit became free. When the chains fell off, Ciri was very happy and raised the little spirit to her face. And that is how she got her firstborn on the path of the sorcerer. It was amazing, so the young lord thanked the maid. This time, she really saved him. First, he felt a chill on his skin. Time seemed to stop. And then, he saw the breath of death. It all took an instant. Vincent reacted, shielded Ciri with his body, and drew his blade to block the blade woven from mana. Its power was so great that even the reflected blast shattered the canyon walls behind them. Vincent glared into the darkness and commanded the stranger hiding in it to come into the light and identify himself. Snow crunched beneath his feet, and soon they saw Kagon, radiating a frightening aura. "How dare he interfere with Simon traditions?" the scoundrel asked arrogantly. He acted as if he hadn't been caught in the crime, and told Vincent to come up with a good excuse for himself. The young lord gripped his sword tighter and replied that he already had all the excuses in his hand. Despite this threat, Kagon only chuckled and began to accuse Vincent of violating the ancient custom of their family. He spoke pompously and formally, not at all befitting the filth that he had created. In other words, Vincent was only causing diplomatic conflict between their great houses. One could only marvel at the audacity of this narcissistic scoundrel, and although Kagon demanded that he leave the spirit and go away, Vincent flatly refused to listen to him. He knew perfectly well what was behind the wonderful traditions of the rotten house. When Kagon realized that he couldn't intimidate his target, he sighed in disappointment and scratched the back of his head. He had just been accused of attempted murder, and Kagon grinned as if nothing had happened, a wide smile, and narrowed his eyes contentedly. This was another game for him. Every person's place is determined from birth. People like them, born into noble houses, are better than everyone else. They are the chosen ones, Kagon declared,
and a characteristic animal grin appeared on his face. There are those who bear the burden of fate, and those who dare to try to rise, considering themselves worthy, although they have no right to it, said the evil genius. His pride, mixed with openly racist views, was hurt when Selvyra allowed herself to help him. And this noble scion could not forgive the simple girl who, through her own efforts, rose to become a representative of the 9th rank cadets. So he took it for granted that such people should be punished for their ignorance, and considered this natural. Such is the right of the strong, the right granted to great houses, and Vincent should have understood it. Oh yes, Vincent understood him perfectly well. In his 2 lives, he had seen enough of such scoundrels. He just wanted to cut off this beautiful, noble head and leave the body to rot in this nameless gorge. But he restrained himself. 5 centuries have passed, and the bastards haven't changed a bit, Vincent said angrily, pressing his sword to Kagon's neck. This turn of phrase remained completely incomprehensible to the evil genius, and yet he was not at all afraid of his opponent, and did not even flinch in response to the threat. If there is a right of the strong that allows them to attack the weak, then Vincent had his right to stop such a thing, he answered Kagon with disdain. The young lord's eyes sparkled with righteous anger, and Kagon liked it, so he laughed contentedly. They are unlikely to get along well, the scoundrel said almost regretfully, and took out his sword. Now was not the time to fight where no one could enjoy the spectacle, he said, and left. As soon as the seal was broken and the mana flow returned to normal, Selvyra came to her senses and stood up in bed in surprise. Soon the indirect culprit of everything that happened appeared. Or rather, he burst into her room without knocking. The guy was very worried about her condition, and Father Chevin said that the girl had just woken up. The first thing he did was grab the girl's hand again without any embarrassment or asking, so that her long-suffering heart skipped a beat. The seal disappeared completely, and the young lord was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It all took a whole day, and the Holy Father asked with concern whether the young lord needed to prepare for the duel, since there were only 2 days left. This time, Vincent allowed himself a slight, carefree smile, and replied that he would never lose to a man like Kagon. Despite the late night, the main castle of Idenko was full of lights, and sparkled like a Christmas tree with its richness, because each candle cost money. There were 4 people on the Idenko Council of Elders, and today they gathered to discuss the latest news and changes in their home. All of them had the surname Idenko and were somehow connected with the main branch. They heatedly discussed Simon's intervention in the duel and their loss, despite the 6th magical tower being involved. Moreover, it was worth acknowledging that the youngest son, once considered worthless, had matured. Delbek Idenko slammed his hand on the table and abruptly declared that now was not the time for small talk. His performance alarmed the others, and they looked at him with displeasure. Throughout the centuries-long history of their house, all important decisions were made by the Council of Elders. They were the real power, but for a quarter of a century, this has not been the case. Since Lord Khan became head of the house, he made all decisions unilaterally, and no one dared to contradict him. Since childhood, Khan had despised the council as an organ of power, and since then, its authority has been untouchable. But the council did not accept this situation. They directed all their efforts towards his heirs. The Lord's first son and eldest daughter expressed much more favor towards the council. Carmen was not easy to manage, but he was filled with ambition, which put him in inevitable opposition to his father and the head of the house. Deo was crazy about martial arts and knew little about politics or house management. Both eldest heirs were convenient candidates for the role of the next head of Idenko. Although their position was not yet threatened, the success of the youngest heir could not help but worry the council. They should be far-sighted, Delbek said, that if Vincent prevailed over the heir, Simon, the son of his mother, Sylvanas Hisley, who had always irritated the council, their line could be reborn and begin to influence Vincent, and this could not be allowed. Lord Khan's obvious favor for his youngest heir could not be overlooked. He gave Vincent his Scarlet Lotus and engraved his name on an eternal steel. One might have thought Lord Khan wanted to pass power to his youngest son, thereby remaining on the throne longer. What was he getting at? The other elders asked him impatiently, since they themselves knew perfectly well what he was talking about. It is obvious that the head of the house is preparing his weapons against them in order to finally eliminate the council as a governing body, Delbek stated. A heavy silence fell over the room. It was difficult to argue with his words. Everyone sensed the threat posed by the arbitrary lord. Vincent must not win, Delbek said curtly. Then the 4th eldest member of the council, Tilavan, entered their conversation. Until then, he had simply remained silent, and, as always, he was the last to speak. The time had come to contact House Simon. He suggested giving them a note of protest,
All of Simon's actions at this tournament would be regarded as a threat.
Therefore, the second stage of the Experience Exchange Tournament will be held under the leadership of the Idenko family as a countermeasure.
2 days flew by, and Helga was once again trying her hand as a presenter. And while she was passionately performing in the arena, another explosion thundered. The second stage was a fight with a monster. The task was to destroy it as quickly as possible. Kagan was the first to perform, moving across the arena with a gliding step, wasting no time. His opponent, a lizard-like warrior with a spear. This monster possessed not only superior size, but also ferocity. It moved quickly and was proficient in the use of weapons. But even his sense of smell wasn't enough to keep track of Kagan. The monster struck, lost sight of him, and almost blinked completely when he saw the man above him. But before the warrior could move, Kagan unleashed a hellish flash of light and struck his target. A devilish, crooked grin appeared on his face. He had no doubt in his superiority. It all took just over a minute, and the result impressed even the dean and the headmistress. Kagan finished even faster than Dea Idenko, who held the previous record. The crowd chanted his name. For them, he was still a charming, noble young man. This time, Kagan didn't intend to lose to Vincent, so he immediately gave it his all and didn't want to make the same mistake as before. Vincent just looked at his opponent sullenly, the competition receding into the background for him. Kagan pointed his sword straight at him in a defiant gesture and declared that the next thing he would cut would be Vincent himself. It was a direct challenge to him. When it was the young lord's turn to enter the arena, Julian was quite nervous, but Vincent had no doubts about his speed. He was going to break through from the very beginning, and a new monster, which was still kept in a cage, was already waiting for him in the arena. The dean waited for the young man to signal his readiness, and he assumed a stable position for the throw. Before the countdown had even begun, the young lord's instincts told him something was clearly wrong with the monster. Its eyes were darting around, and the beast itself was breathing excessively, even though it was simply sitting in its cage. When Elder Tillavan was asked what exactly he did with the monster, he simply shrugged. But it was a trick. It couldn't be that simple. And the other elders were consumed by curiosity. Tillavan smiled softly and replied that he hadn't used any substances or magic on the animal. It was the exact same monster as the one Simon Kagan had defeated. But he hadn't been fed for 2 days. Tillavan grinned maliciously. To think that old man was so happy to harm the still young heir, all to thwart Lord Khan's plans. However, he could not know that his trick would be recognized, and that the young man had the experience of an ancient warrior, who immediately realized that the monster seemed hungry. Julian suggested stopping the fight and demanding a replacement for the monster, but it was too late. The cage opened, and now only they remained in the arena. Vincent immediately realized that there was no point in dodging. If he did that, the fight would drag on, and he would never be able to break the record. So he opened his arms wide, completely defenseless against the furious beast. Amidst the screams of horror from his senior mentors, he allowed the monster to pierce him with a spear. But the monster did not refuse such an excellent opportunity, and a sharp pain burned the young man's shoulder. Only by a monstrous effort of will did he stay on his feet and not cry out in pain, his hand still holding the sword. The plan was simple. Let yourself be hit, and let the lizard get as close to you as possible. The young lord also treated him to steel. There was a special meaning to letting yourself be hit, because from such a distance, there was no need to control your lightning. As soon as the current ran through their bodies, the beast could no longer break their connection and began to thrash madly in pain. The young lord gathered all the lightning into one beam and sent it through his sword in one pulse, which instantly fried the lizard to a crisp. The discharges were so powerful that they instantly exploded with residual mana, and the wave rolled across the arena, reflected many times. Dean Vargon ordered that a priest be called, because an ordinary doctor was clearly not enough after such a performance. But Helga told him to check the young lord's time first, and something told her that the result would be good. The last time Vincent told her that he intended to win, and that was the only reason he agreed to a duel, Helga decided that it was just ordinary youthful boasting. But she couldn't have imagined that he would go so far to achieve victory without even blinking. Such methods were certainly cause for concern, as brave warriors usually don't live long, but Helga herself was the exception to the rule. Less than 10 seconds. That was the time Vincent got at the cost of his own injury. He had no strength left for public performances. His body was already weakened, and the lightning rod sticking out of his chest did not add any energy. However, what was more important was that Cadet Vincent had won. 2 priests were already rushing to his aid. His wound was very serious, and if not treated, it could lead to serious consequences. The Holy Fathers surrounded the young lord and began to treat him. First, they grabbed the broken piece of the shaft that needed to be pulled out. At that moment, Kagon looked at him, his face reflecting a mixture of contempt and hatred. He had just been treated so barbarically that he couldn't even imagine it. Was it even conceivable that his noble body would be pierced by filthy monsters? And looking at his face, the young lord knew that all the pain was worth it. He managed to break the control of the proud man who was always used to being ahead without much effort. Such an impudent look forced Kagon to throw off the mask of goodwill and nobility. He even cursed foully just under his breath. The second stage was completed. The third stage will begin in 3 days. The small magical communicator conveyed the host's words, and its owner, who was riding in the carriage, thought about it. She was looking forward to meeting Sylvanas' son and was in a hurry to get there before the real duel began. Meanwhile, the Holy Father lamented his fate. He transferred to the Crimson Fortress, thinking that the work there was not dusty. Surprisingly, the cadets did not suffer so often, and so it was. However, from the very first day the young lord appeared in the Citadel, he had to work tirelessly, completely depleting the reserves of accumulated divinity. Vincent merely smiled apologetically, having nothing to say in his own defense, and thanked the Holy Father. The bandage was still on the young lord's chest, but the wound beneath it had healed completely, as if it had never been there. But the priest reminded the young lord that he was only of the 5th rank, and could not provide full treatment. As the owner of a wooden token, it was truly a miracle. What this Holy Father did could be compared to the ordinary stitching of a wound. In other words, the priest explained to him, his wound had not fully healed, and the young man's heart might not be able to withstand it. There was a chance that if he experienced a severe strain, he would never be able to use mana again, the Holy Father warned him. Everything had a price, Vincent thought, touching his chest. Before the wounded man had time to rest properly, the headmistress burst into his room, and, in a tone that brooked no objection, said that it was time for him to have dinner. The young lord was very surprised by this proposal. A couple of minutes ago, a log had been taken out of him, and he clearly had no time for dinner. And yet his position obliged him to be there, Helga answered, because Kagon's older brother and sister had arrived, and the invitation had come from them. Vincent accompanied his silent father to this dinner, walking behind him and not daring to ask questions. The Simons came out to meet them. Their breed was easy to recognize. They were all tall and stately, with blue eyes and sun-blonde hair. A woman walked with Kagon, so tall and broad-shouldered that her younger brother simply disappeared behind her. A year had passed since their last meeting with Lord Khan. The woman greeted Vincent himself, examining his appearance with interest. Her soft features contrasted sharply with her rough, strong appearance. Valkia Simon was the current head of their house and seemed a gentle person. Dining face-to-face with rivals and potential enemies of her house was not easy. Valkia did not touch the food at all, crossing her massive arms over her chest. She personally wished Vincent bon appétit. There were many special dishes of the Simon house in front of them, and apparently, Valkia had an interest in the young lord, who had already defeated her younger brother twice. Social conversations and receptions were not the ancient warrior's strong point, but he had long been accustomed to not bowing down to authority and to respect only strength. The enemies needed a shared dinner to study him, but Vincent himself studied Valkia inquisitively. Before him was one of the continent's rulers, like his father, and she used utensils with aristocratic grace. He's become more petty with age, Valkia suddenly declared, turning to Lord Khan. Her gaze slid toward Vincent, and no trace of the charming woman's former appearance remained. In her hand was only a dull table knife, but the young lord immediately sensed a threat. Where had they hidden such a cutie? Valkia asked. Before Vincent could get himself under control, his body reacted for him. He jumped up from his chair and instinctively grabbed his sword. No one laughed. Valkia used hidden mana, and noted that this youth was able to react to her. This woman was monstrously strong. All the young lord's senses screamed, and he was unable to force himself to even move. A murderous aura pressed on him as if a giant was sitting at the table and could kill him with just his breath. Before him was a true martial arts master. Valkia finished the test and the oppressive feeling passed. Smiling, she praised the young man for his insight. He should have hidden his abilities, but in reality, Vincent always acted straightforwardly and guilelessly. He loved to compete and did so fairly. This woman was strong, and he wanted to fight her one day. Lord Khan asked his son calmly why he was smiling, without commenting on Vincent's sudden rise. And the young man shared his impressions without hiding them. Vincent simply sensed it through his mana, and Lord Khan nodded. Overall, it was quite obvious that the head of House Simon was powerful. Then Lord Khan looked hard at Kagon. An eye for an eye, the ancient maxim went. He condensed his mana and pointed an ordinary fork at his youngest offspring, an outwardly expressionless gesture. And then Lord Khan showed his murderous gaze, his unyielding will to win. And yet Kagon's reaction was completely different. He looked at the Lord in confusion, not understanding what he had done wrong. Then Lord Khan covered his face with a napkin and said that Kagon was a very polite fellow, not drawing his sword in the middle of dinner. These words were spoken to smooth over the awkwardness, but at the same time, there was a clear sense of satisfaction in them. Valkia briefly told Kagon not to worry about what happened and that it was just adults joking. Only now did it become clear to Vincent why this whole duel had been arranged. The two lords wanted to find out which of the younger heirs was better. And for this purpose, they even used a simple social dinner, which became the arena of an invisible battle. After dinner, the two rulers of the continent went out onto the roof to breathe in the cool night air. But even there, they exchanged barbs. The incompetent Vincent suddenly matured, and the brilliant Kagon failed to impress with his talent. Valkia chuckled. This time, the old man caught her, and then she told him in a more serious tone that clouds were gathering around this duel, and how dare these people interfere in a process overseen by the rulers of the great houses. Each head had his own council of elders, and Lord Khan admitted that everything could happen without Valkia's knowledge. But this was only half the truth. The elders did intervene, especially in the first stage. But Idenko's council was not indifferent either. Those four were definitely plotting against him, Valkia stated confidently. Even if the elders are only busy restraining each other, their points of view agree on one thing. Vincent is an anomaly that needs to be eliminated. What if his son, who is confidently following in Sylvanas' footsteps, wins the third stage of the friendly duel? Valkia asked. Lord Khan was in no hurry to answer. This entire conversation from beginning to end had been another carefully calculated game. One thing he could tell her with complete certainty: their house would surpass the Simon line as bequeathed by the ancestor, and Lord Khan's aura became frightening once again. To which Valkia only chuckled. Their family had failed to defeat House Simon in 5 centuries, so she suggested forgetting about it and living in peace. The main thing now was to stop the elders from interfering, she said. And Lord Khan replied to her that there was no one left on the entire continent who was capable of committing treason right before his eyes. Nothing would stand in the way of Vincent's victory in the third stage, he said in an adamant tone. He spoke with such confidence that he had no doubt in his son's victory. All because Lord Khan saw the boy's eyes that promised to exceed his expectations. His son had made a promise, and so Lord Khan was confident of his victory, which he stated directly. 3 days later, it was time for the third round of the protracted exchange of experience. People were eagerly discussing what kind of fight awaited them. Both contenders proved themselves worthy. Two of the greatest martial artists in the world also watched the main event from their box today. Vincent and Kagon exchanged the ritual greeting one last time and touched blades, after which the start of the fight was announced. Just in case, Julian reminded them that they shouldn't strain themselves too much so as not to injure their hearts. There was neither point nor possibility in prolonging the fight. Vincent was counting on winning straight away, and apparently Kagon thought the same. The young lord launched the attack first, needing to provoke his opponent into counterattacks in order to better study the genius's skills. A clod of lightning that broke away from the Scarlet Lotus flew towards Kagon, who did not even try to dodge. Moreover, he simply extended his head and hand and took the entire charge of the stun gun, remaining unharmed. It was precisely this power that Vincent had been counting on, and had acquired the Mullen attribute with such difficulty. But now, everything seemed useless. Kagon grinned smugly, pleased. His opponent had clearly started with a weak move, and this gave him confidence that the fight would end in someone's blood. Vincent looked in amazement at the black, dense mana full of sparks and discharges. He had seen something like this once before. Even if he wanted to forget about it, he couldn't, because in his last battle in his past life, Kajin used this secret technique. Red Emperor Meridian, a skill that burns one's own life force for more mana. The arrogant evil genius clearly wasn't petty and was putting his life on the line. The power went to his head, his eyes became bloodshot, and Kagon did not even try to control his facial expression, which made him look more like a madman. Since Vincent had given up the initiative, it was Kagon's turn to attack, and he rushed towards the enemy like an arrow. The young lord reacted and raised a block strengthened by the attribute of the dwarven god. He wanted to block the first attack, but his body couldn't cope with the speed, and the steel burned his body as if he had been bitten by a wild animal. The madman was so fast that he could even surpass Kajin. Blood was flowing from his lips, but he still smiled devilishly. And then Kagon rushed into battle again. It was hard to imagine how much strength he had burned for this duel.
This time, Vincent barely managed to take his sword with the lower third of the Scarlet Lotus.
But with one blow, a whole flower opened up. Each swing added a petal to it, and they rained down on Vincent.
And Kagon kept laughing and continued to praise himself, making ridiculous promises. There was no doubt that he would fulfill them if the young lord showed weakness. Then Vincent responded with a more powerful attack. He was not going to lose his limbs after he had received a full set of them in this life. Their forces collided and gnashed, absorbing each other, and then all the mana was converted into explosive energy. The shockwave even reached the stands, and the opponents temporarily separated, until the thick blanket of dust settled. The technique used by the madman from the Simon clan was unsuitable for a prolonged battle. But Kagon himself knew about this weakness. He was not going to wait for Vincent to adapt, and jumped on him again.
Song of Terror, Chapter 2. Kagon growled, and a stream of blood flowed from his blade.
Like a tidal wave about to wash ashore, the blow knocked down two giants in one fell swoop. The sword left a deep furrow in the stone on the long-suffering arena, and nothing more. So Kagon thought the fight was over, and all that was left of his hated rival was dust. "That's what happens to those who challenge the Simons," he shouted. However, once the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw Vincent safe and sound. "Amiluna Sword Mastery, Chapter 3, he said, and a thick, dark aura enveloped the Scarlet Lotus, giving it the appearance of a claymore, allowing it to be used as a shield.
And then, right during the fight, a flashback began. Kajin once also loved to break swords with his family's favorite techniques.
And after the victory, he often mocked the defeated, simply kicking them with his feet out of boredom.
He especially enjoyed comparing everyone with his favorite toy, the one-armed Davin. He saw this as a special humiliation. The cripple himself did not consider himself as such. He trained hard and watched every one of Kajin's fights, memorizing and absorbing his movements with his body.
Many people didn't like the fact that the young gentleman took out his anger on them every time, like a capricious child.
The blonde boy who approached Davin was called Amalun, although the swordsman himself preferred to be called Falco, meaning falcon. They had studied fencing together.
Their special position as punching bags for the young gentleman allowed the two boys to quickly become friends.
Falco liked Davin for his insane desire to one day defeat their brilliant young master.
A goal worthy of respect, but hardly realistic considering that Kajin's entire existence was a complete scam. Davin himself understood this. Why should he think about such a thing? A cripple with a weak body. But a dream is just a dream. He was the only one who actually made such attempts, for which he was constantly beaten half to death. And yet Falco believed that one day his comrade in misfortune would succeed in performing a miracle.
This is what Amalun was like, a loyal friend who supported him always and in everything. Without unnecessary words, he was always there.
But he'd grown powerful too quickly and had no influential friends, which cost him his life by becoming the target of a conspiracy among the elders, who were forever vying for power. He was still there in eternity, perhaps watching him, Vincent thought.
And also, with this fencing, it was a skill completely opposite to what the Simons used, and it didn't require a lot of mana.
It is not surprising that Kagon was amazed, because this technique died along with the creator and then the successor. The struggle for power brought invisible damage to the entire house, turning their skills into dogmas.
In Vincent's hands was something more than technology. It was the art of the sword for which its creator died.
"Just another useless skill," Kagon shouted at him arrogantly and swung his sword again. This time he threw his sword like a spear and it flew swiftly straight to the target.
Steel clanged and mana force fields crackled as their weapons collided. Simon pressed forward. Without stopping at anything, he picked up his sword again and was ready to strike again.
All he had to do was break the ridiculous barrier of Vincent's sword, and Kagan began to pound it with a hail of blows, like a hammer on an anvil.
It was as if Vincent was fighting Kajin again, when suddenly the enemy simply disappeared from his sight, as if he had never been there at all.
It all happened so quickly that even from the stands it was not clear where young Mr. Simon had gone. But Vincent had seen this hundreds, if not thousands of times.
His body knew all of Simon's dogmas, even better than his memory. He only had to take a small step to the side.
And Kagan, who had suddenly materialized in front of him, rushed past. This deeply shocked him because he was exposed and left completely unprotected, which had never happened to him before.
"He always lands with his right foot and aims for the heart," Vincent told him, having studied all the little habits of his opponent. He now knew his every step, and the next reaction The young lord swung his sword, and the Kagan predictably jumped up. Because of his arrogance, the evil genius always liked to attack from above, and this move was so easy to duck under. Vincent counterattacked, and only thanks to his reflexes and natural flexibility did Kagan manage to dodge. Now the young lord knew everything about him. He no longer expected any surprises from the upstart genius, and a cheeky grin appeared on his face. Kagan repeated all of Kajin's strategies. There was nothing new or creative in them. A dead dogma adopted according to family tradition. Maybe it would have worked on all of his other rivals. But Vincent was the anti-Simon with his whole existence. No one knew their dogmas and techniques better than him. Instead of stopping and thinking, Kagan just blindly rushed at the enemy. Victory was so close. The enemy was clearly weaker, so why couldn't he get him? Just like Kajin, who always controlled the battlefield with his overwhelming power, Kagon would lose his composure whenever something unexpected happened. Along with Simon's techniques, the evil genius also adopted all their shortcomings and vulnerabilities. A Mulan style, Chapter 2, Double Slash. The sword in Vincent's hands filled with even more aura, activating the berserker style. The moment their swords touched, a storm arose, the waves of which spread far beyond the arena in wide circles. The air grew heavy and electrified, and then there was the ringing of breaking steel, and Kagon's sword shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the tension. A gasp of delight ran through the stands. Could this really be the young lord's victory? The crowd became excited, and yet Vincent was breathing heavily. For him too, the battle was not without consequences. His enemy was strong and dangerous, and his heart was ready to burst out of his chest at any moment. But Kagon wasn't going to give up so easily. The crimson aura was pouring out of him in streams, and he was mindlessly burning himself completely. The concentration of mana became even stronger and more dangerous, Vincent noticed, waiting anxiously for what would happen next. Kagon was also breathing heavily from the strain. It was the first time he had gone this far and was taking a great risk with his skills. Behind him appeared the image of the sword god Keshak, whose attribute he had inherited at birth. This technique wove a sword from mana, replacing the lost blade. Even Valkia didn't know her youngest had acquired this ability, and now Kagon had reached the peak of this attribute, transforming the sword into a true image, the threshold of a 4-star master. In this battle, the stakes were once again raised. Vincent frowned. His opponent had already spent most of his mana on the Meridian skill, and now he was taking a calculated risk to match him for more power. And yet, Kagan's strong body was his main advantage. It withstood the strain, and the fight continued. They exchanged blows without any grace. Their mana force fields roared with effort, and the arena shook. The wind became so strong that it almost blew away all the spectators. It was difficult to imagine what was happening at its very epicenter. One way or another, both young gentlemen influenced each other. Vincent risked his life to grin cheekily in the second stage, and Kagon strove to surpass him with all his might. Even if his body disintegrates from Keshak's power, he vowed to destroy his enemy. Each time the stakes were raised, but that was what he lived for. To accept the challenges of fate, Vincent thought, and responded in kind. Now they both fought with swords, risking the fall from exhaustion before the fight itself was over. Strength, skills, endurance, reaction speed, they competed in everything at once. Mulan's equipment broke down under the pressure, and Vincent lost his protection. Kagon immediately rejoiced. Finally, this sword broke, he shouted, but he was distracted, and this oversight cost him a punch that landed right on the wrist. But even the block he put up didn't help Kagan. After receiving the blow, he flew away as if his horse had kicked him with its hoof. Vincent greedily gulped air through lips cracked from thirst. It whistled through his dry throat, and his entire chest burned with fire. They had long since reached their physical limits and were holding on only thanks to willpower. The next attack would be the last, both fighters realized, and Kagan raised his sword in a final technique. Vincent had also already felt the thin thread of the absolute cut, filling the Scarlet Lotus with the attribute of lightning. They struck at the same time. The bloody mana rose in a wave and collided with a sheaf of sparkling lightning. A crackling sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds was heard. Mana roared with effort, and then its stability was broken, and it all ended with a fiery explosion that once again rolled across the arena. While Kagan struggled to discern anything in the darkness, his opponent acted and attacked him from above with berserker technique. The previous ultimate attack had simply been a distraction, the evil genius realized with horror. Vincent screamed, trying to force his body to take another step. This wasn't just a sparring match, not just a rivalry between two heirs. It was the first blow in a new round of war between two noble families, a war that never ended, only briefly fading.
A sword shrouded in heavy, dark mana cut through everything in its path.
Valkia's expression didn't change. She had already accepted the inevitable. After all, the powers that be don't raise their hands to the sky in senseless quibbles about their own fate.
The stands erupted in applause. It was a thrilling fight, and it did not end with the judge's decision. Both fighters fought to the end. Once he was the worthless Vincent, whose heir they avoided and tried not to mention, and now his name was shouted by all these people who had gathered in the Citadel. For the first time in his life, he heard such a stormy ovation and applause in his honor. It could be called the recognition that he always dreamed of receiving. It was as if he had overcome Kajin again after years of effort. The feelings burst out of him on their own, and his cry merged with the screams of hundreds of people. The magic crystal that was transmitting the broadcast of the duel to the Council of Elders beeped one last time and died after it was cut by a sword in anger. And a deathly silence fell over the room. Tillavan was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was trying his best to control himself. But those saddened by the young lord's victory were still fewer than those rejoicing. Elsa smiled at her interlocutor, as if she had just won a large sum of money from him. Merlin also smiled and nodded resignedly, admitting his defeat. He could not have imagined that the boy, who had just recently barely swung a wooden stick before his eyes, would be able to defeat the brilliant and talented scion of a great house. At the foot of the mountains near the Citadel, two men were walking, one of them heatedly discussing a recent battle in which both opponents had shown their best side. He was eager to fight alongside them, and his servant agreed that they had a good chance of winning. Besides Adenko and Simon, there were other houses on the continent, and they had their own noble offspring. This particular young man, with a spear slung over his shoulders and long hair pulled back into a ponytail, was a rising star of his house, Valtakan. And now he really wanted to fight with the winner of the duel, Vincent, and was already imagining how they would fight in the arena in front of everyone. Some way was needed, and then an idea came to the boy, which he immediately informed his servant Zircon about. Since Vincent Adenko is now a cadet of the Citadel, he simply must become one of them, and then they will definitely meet, declared the young talent, and demanded that the servant contact his father. When the young lord came to his senses, he could not say whether he had actually woken up or not. He was wandering somewhere in pitch darkness, although he clearly remembered that he had been resting in his bed after the battle. The world around him was filled with memories of his dark past, and looked to match it. Suddenly, strange people in armor and helmets with horns jumped out from the very darkness. There were a lot of them. The enemies attacked, and the young lord began to chop with his sword in all directions at those who tried to get close to him. When the blade touched the strange figures at its tip, the same sensation arose as in the battle with the possessed Malin. He was alone and surrounded by demonic power. Kajin appeared from the darkness, also enveloped in ominous mana. So that's where he was. One-armed Davin, Kajin said in an inhuman voice. Vincent tried to talk to him and demanded that he stop playing these games, but no one was joking with him. As if in ancient times, Kajin rushed straight at him with fury. However, under the pressure of the demon's mana, Vincent could not even move. He was completely bound by the hostile presence. And then a fiery beam passed between them, as if dividing the world into two halves. Immediately after, the owner of the light force landed next to Vincent, momentarily becoming a blurry blue spot. When Vincent was able to focus on him, he saw Arslan in front of him, his adult form, with a strange sword in his hands. But there was no time for friendly greetings. The darkness grew even denser and heavier. And then they saw before them a giant, larger than anything that had ever lived on Earth. An inarticulate curse, completely unbecoming of his status, burst from the young lord's lips. The great demon is behind all this, and he knows that Vincent is here. We need to hurry. Arslan shouted at him so that the young lord would return quickly. He must surpass the Simons and discover the truth that was left to him, said his longtime friend and student. But the young lord still did not understand anything. He called Arslan, but he no longer looked in his direction. Before the young lord could say anything else to him, the knight and founder of the great house jumped straight towards the great demon. Only then did Vincent finally wake up, as if he had been having a nightmare, but it was too realistic. He was still in his room, and his friends were nearby. To surpass the Simons and see the truth, that was Arslan's mission to his descendants. And the young lord had no idea what they wanted of him, having already defeated the Kagan. The mission was accomplished, but he still hadn't learned the truth. Perhaps something more needed to be done. While the young lord was puzzling over the mysteries of the past and present, there was a knock on the door of his room,
and in came none other than the head of the house. The stunned cadets stood at attention and hesitantly recited their family motto. Lord Khan himself seemed to feel awkward at the fact that his appearance made everyone nervous and told the children that they could relax. But not for long. The head of the house congratulated the heir on his victory, and since the son kept his word and returned victorious, it was high time to find out what he wanted. He was due a reward, and Lord Khan offered to choose whatever his heart desired. He was being incredibly generous today. All this time, the young lord lacked the most important thing to be called the heir of the Adenko family. He needed a teacher who possessed their collection of techniques. The father nodded and asked him if he knew that the council was not well disposed towards him. The young lord already knew about this, felt their intrigues on himself. But still today, he defeated one of the Simons, which meant he brought their main goal closer. If they refuse him this time, then he himself will begin to treat the elders favorably. The young lord declared boldly and grinned. The father turned away, hiding his grin among the thick stubble of his mustache, and said that he would resolve this issue. But for now, he ordered him to follow him. In the room where Lord Khan led him, Elsa and another person with red hair were already waiting for them. Vincent was glad to see the head governess, to whom he owed so much, and her companion too. He easily recognized the red-haired knight with the scar on his cheek, which he hid behind his long bangs. Merlin had once given him a restorative potion back at the Assembly of Swords. The vice captain of the Knights smiled. This boy really remembered his name, as he promised. Today, he came to become his teacher, and he was perfectly suited for this role, having 8 stars and the lightning attribute of an intelligent giant, Elsa said. Merlin bowed politely and formally introduced himself again. In their last meeting, he was a member of the White Knights, but now he joined the Golden Dragon Squad. But what struck Vincent most was Merlin's last name, Falco, just like his old friend from a past life. And Arslan himself bore this surname. What hasn't happened over these 5 centuries, Vincent thought. In the main castle of the Simons, a completely different atmosphere reigned. Not so rosy. His sister sat on the throne and, in a commanding voice, conducted an analysis of the duel that had been lost with a bang. Vincent saw right through him, and instead of keeping a cool head and changing tactics, Kagon acted like a stubborn donkey until he was defeated. In the end, everything ended in disgrace, and now Kagon could only humbly ask for forgiveness. He did not even dare to appear insolent in front of the head of the house. Every mistake can be a valuable lesson, Valkia said, placing her huge palm on his unruly head. Next time, she personally promised to sever all his tendons. Kagan smiled as best he could, as if he had turned into a real angel. The darkness raging in his blood quietly whispered to him to remain calm, even though he was now beside himself with defeat. The trip to the Crimson Fortress had taught him much. In the meantime, Merlin asked the young lord what was so strange about his last name. Vincent had decided that his future teacher was from some noble but impoverished family. According to Elsa, the Falco family was an ordinary one, long associated with the Idenkos. They weren't exactly the brightest stars, but they weren't exactly lagging behind either. This metamorphosis surprised the young lord because he thought that Falco had changed his name to Idenko along with Arslan, and it turned out that they still existed as a separate family. Since everything had already been decided regarding his entry into service at the fortress, his training would officially begin tomorrow, the governess announced. The next time they met, they would be teacher and student. So Merlin had asked for understanding in advance. And Vincent didn't mind being strict. Lord Khan, who had been silent the entire time, told his son not to let up on his efforts, and that was all. Life was harsh, and he knew it better than anyone else. Others will not forgive you for your weakness and carelessness, and will take advantage of any mistake. They will be ready to do anything to achieve their goal. And now, the elders have met again to decide how to overcome the crisis they have found themselves in. Now that Vincent had defeated Kagon, he had become a hero, and even the formal reasons to slow down his rapid growth had disappeared. Someone had to take full responsibility. And at these words, the elders looked at Tilavan, who still hoped to remain silent. The head of the council apologized. Vincent grew much faster than they expected, and in the end, they made him the scapegoat and blamed him for everything. All 3 of them stared at him so intently that Tilavan shifted uncomfortably in his chair. If their conspiracy is exposed, all the blame will go to him, while the rest will simply divide the influence among themselves. But at the same time, this meant a general weakening of the influence of the council, which was already content with playing second fiddle in the Idinko household. Not only had their house been shaken up, but the head of the 6th Tower and the chairman of the magicians had already paid the highest price for their mistakes. Valkia knew no pity. She couldn't stand all the conspirators who dared to act behind her back. And worse, lose. She had long ago subjugated her house by force, but sometimes the elders forgot who was the master of the situation, and she had to remind them of this with a sword in her hands. All for the sake of a perfect victory for the Simons, the elder justified himself pathetically, pressing himself tightly against the wall as if hoping that it would hide him. His words only angered Valkia, and she stomped her foot menacingly on the wall, right next to his head. Considering her height and foot size, it was quite impressive. If they were going to be tricky, they had to win at any cost. Politicking, intrigue, and other vile things were the worst form of waging war. Only pathetic and weak individuals acted that way, she believed. By a strange coincidence, Khan thought exactly the same thing when they fought. They never decided which was better, and it was thanks to this that a lasting peace was established between their houses. The heirs of the Simon family must not mingle with any unions or associations of magicians, and Valkia promised to ensure that this remains the case, for the sake of the family's honor. And yet, he was lucky that she honored traditions and could not simply kill the elder with her own hands. But this did not stop Valkia from locking the overly energetic advisor in his country house, where he could happily engage in proper business and cultivate his vegetable garden. For the venerable old man, this was the worst insult, as he had been reduced to the rank of a common peasant. Returning to his chambers, he touched the magic crystal. The elder immediately began shouting as soon as he heard that his interlocutor was there, because ultimately he was not responsible for the second and third stages. And Tilavon didn't know what to answer. This miscalculation still came back to haunt him dearly. In the presence of two heads of families, it was impossible to pull off anything unexpected. And besides, they didn't expect the worthless Vincent to become so strong. It was all excuses, Elder Simon said. If they didn't stop Vincent's rise, they would both be dead. While the other elders could still be persuaded, their leader could not be persuaded, he said in a gloomy voice, something they both understood well. While loving relatives and enemies conspired to shorten Vincent's life, he himself slept peacefully in his bed. However, the sword was already raised above him, even faster than one could have thought. A special sixth sense pulled the young lord out of his sleep. There was a crash of shattered furniture as the attacker broke his heavy bed with one blow, but the young lord managed to jump back to the floor. He immediately grabbed the Scarlet Lotus, which he never parted with, even in his sleep. Only a moment later did it dawn on the young lord that this was not an enemy in front of him, but his teacher, although he still did not fully believe it. Since it was already midnight, from now on he must call him teacher, Merlin said coldly in response to the greeting. His sense of smell was fine, but his observation skills were lacking, the teacher concluded, and only then did Vincent look around. They were not in his bedroom at all. His emergency training had already begun. They were sealed together inside the created dungeon, and the young lord was forbidden to leave it using skills. He would only be able to leave when he gained enough points. First, they would work on his intelligent giant. Lightning that could injure the owner was of no use as a weapon. Here, Vincent was surprised. He thought that he had already mastered his new power to a sufficient degree. But in reality, the boy didn't even realize how much potential he possessed, and this problem needed to be dealt with before they began learning fencing techniques. Some object flashed in the darkness, and looking closely, the young lord noticed a medallion on a cord in the teacher's hands. It's a special pendant, rigged to break if anyone but Merlin's lightning strikes it. That's exactly what he must do, and only then will he be taught fencing techniques. Vincent remembered Arslan's words. He didn't have time to warm up. He needed to become stronger in the shortest possible time. The Scarlet Lotus filled with a sheaf of discharges that danced along the blade. Confident in himself, he began the attack immediately with the destructive ability, wanting to show the teacher what he could do. And then Merlin showed him what real control of electricity was. There was a roar as if a thunderstorm had suddenly arisen in the cave. In the electrified air, the young lord suddenly saw an image that made him freeze in place. This image of the god looked more like a thunderer from Olympus. This is exactly what a real giant of lightning looks like, his teacher told him. Even Julian admired the size of this deity. Now that bit of power that almost killed Vincent himself began to seem like a mere trifle to him. Merlin didn't wait for the boy to come to his senses. No enemy of his would just wait. And the giant raised his hand, almost touching the roof of the cave. The stream of lightning merged into a single strike and simply turned everything it touched into hot plasma. Vincent was carried away, like a bug that had hit a glass at full speed. The blue lightning was completely different from the one that the young lord himself had mastered, and which Maron had mastered before. Merlin came closer and immediately asked for forgiveness because he was a bad teacher. He lacked the strength or patience to systematically search for the best method and so on. So Merlin decided to use what he was truly good at. And until the young man awakened his true lightning giant, he would continue to blast him with invigorating bolts. Meanwhile, Wilson had his own path to ascension. So far, he was striving to become an exemplary servant, the chief servant of the future head of the Idenko house. Things were also going as usual for the Citadel mentors. Helga, as usual, was shirking her work. Something was not quite as usual. A stranger arrived at the Citadel, who carefully hid his face while he was on the street. This man turned out to be Elder Tillovan, who never forgave the impudent youth. Vincent had already been in the same cave for a week with his strange teacher, who did not behave like a teacher at all. Siri was also doing well. She was learning to use her little spirit better and better, and with its help, she knew how things were going at the academy. The girl still lived alone in the forest, where her magic lessons took place. And yet, she was worried about the young master, because she had not been able to be with him and take care of him for a long time. She could only hope that he was doing well, she thought, while the young lord was coming up with new ways to carry out Merlin's order. The teacher's calculations turned out to be correct. Pain was the best mentor. As soon as you push someone against the wall, they immediately begin to think. And so the young lord began to use combination attacks. However, it still wasn't enough. Every time Vincent worked out a successful sequence of strikes, Merle ruined it. The Scarlet Lotus, covered in aura, shot a stream of lightning straight at Merlin, but his stream could not even penetrate the teacher's protective dome, which hung like a translucent veil. Yellow lightning was clearly more powerful, but Merlin's blue lightning was faster, had a greater range, and ultimately won. The teacher disappeared, then reappeared behind him and reminded him that they could sit there forever. Only through his experience as a warrior could the young lord dodge sudden attacks. But over 5 centuries, the world of martial arts had changed greatly when it came to being a true master. And yet, the young lord did not give up trying to get this medallion. Each time, it seemed to him that he was about to grab it. However, his fingers were catching only air, and Merlin eluded him as if he were simply playing tag. As the pommel of Merlin's sword tapped against his chest, Vincent realized that his opponent had shown weakness on purpose the last time. At this point, his strength ran out and he collapsed unconscious into the saving shroud of dreams, right onto the cold floor of the cave. He was moving better and better, but the lightning giant still hadn't awakened. Merlin thought, as he looked at his student. It was a special training session. It had no schedule, and Merlin could attack at any moment. He was cunning, sometimes pretending to be weak or tired in order to attack later. He could attack right during a break. Right now, Vincent felt like he had reached his limit. Even if he made his attacks more powerful, he couldn't do anything about Merlin's wide control area. There was something fundamental that differentiated their powers, even though they came from the same source. But what exactly the young lord could not say. He took another sip from his flask, the water flowing irritatingly slowly, even though his body had been aching with thirst for a long time. And then suddenly it dawned on him, and the image of the bottle began to remind him of the nature of their powers. And then Vincent laughed. The fatigue vanished as if by magic. Before that, he thought that he had to control his lightning, pouring it as if from a bottle. However, there was no need for this. The power should simply flow freely through his body and blade. And as soon as he realized this, he immediately released his lightning, as if he had released thousands of birds from a cage. Merlin chuckled contentedly. This student finally figured out what to do without unnecessary explanations. However, the lesson was not over yet. He told the student that he too was now covered in a field of blue discharges. To get out of the cave, he still needed to activate the seal that hung around his neck. The air hummed with electricity, and discharges kept running down my hair. Merlin made the first lunge, but this time the young man was faster and attacked him from behind. The teacher put up a block, and their lightning bolts intertwined into a strong knot, trying to suppress each other. This time, the exchange ended in a draw, and Merlin was forced to retreat back. Then, Vincent used Elsa's technique, a sliding step, without removing the Thunder Giant's action. In his hands, he had a giant sword filled with aura. Altogether, it worked as a sudden and powerful attack. But Merlin was an old friend of Elsa's and knew all her techniques, so this wouldn't surprise him. In the blink of an eye, the student was stopped and then thrown back to his original position. The interrupted technique left the boy vulnerable. It was a dangerous position, and he desperately tried to figure out how to get out of it. And then he looked even more closely at the face of his teacher and rival, whose noble features were crossed by an ugly scar. This old scar was clearly the result of a battle, large and old enough that whoever left it had prevented Merlin from healing himself or taking the potion. Vincent gathered all his feelings deep inside himself. Pain, shame, fear, a sense of defeat. For every warrior, this is an Achilles heel, a vulnerable spot they are forced to bear in full view of everyone, and which they cannot forget. This time, the young lord aimed precisely at the gap left by the old injury. It was a blow that Merlin could not ignore, and for just a moment, he forgot what he was supposed to be guarding. One moment of which was enough for the young lord to speed himself up with lightning and take the medallion. When he fell to the ground, the seal had already disintegrated. The test was over, although before it seemed that it would last forever. In its own way, this could be considered impolite behavior towards the one who took it upon himself to teach him, but Merlin appreciated the trick that his student pulled off, even if he did not love him for it. Now it was time to begin teaching Idenko fencing, the teacher said, and Vincent was glad about that. The next time they meet, there will be more than this, Merlin promised him with a smile. A few days later, the young lord met with his friends and told them everything that had happened, which earned Season's unfailing admiration. Although he himself saw nothing special in this, in his time, everyone trained to the point of exhaustion. Then Siri burst in, holding in her hands some piece of paper that had arrived in the name of the young gentleman. There was some green monster with a club drawn on it, and Siri was very worried about it. They read the text of the mission order for 9th rank cadets, which was addressed specifically to the young lord. Vincent thought it was a common thing, but in reality, the tasks were given to the 7th rank novice cadets. Moreover, the observant Julian noticed that the mission had come from the Council of Elders, which couldn't help but arouse suspicion. And Saizen and Selvira expressed a desire to go with him, especially since they had grown stronger. And yet, initially the young lord wanted to go alone, even though it was too dangerous for the first mission, in the dean's opinion. But that was precisely why he wanted to go alone, so as not to expose his friends to unnecessary risk, since it was the council that had entrusted him with this task. It was something of a test for him, the young lord understood, if not to say otherwise. Or a trap. Merlin finished the sentence for him, knowing full well that the young lord was an eyesore to them. The dean also agreed with him. In that case, it was too dangerous to let the cadet go alone. Yet the young lord insisted that this was his challenge and his war, and if he overcame it, he would gain even more authority. He was still pursuing a truth that could only be understood by growing stronger. His words sounded completely unlike the boy he still was, so Merlin stared at him in surprise. Sooner or later, he will still face both the elders and the brothers in the struggle for power, and he will have to cope alone. He is Idenko, after all, the young lord declared proudly, and a devilish grin appeared on his face. The dean sighed heavily. He had long been accustomed to dealing with children, but this was the first time he had seen such a stubborn boy. Once the boy had made his decision, there was nothing more to argue about. He had given his permission to leave the citadel, but now all responsibility fell on the shoulders of the young lord. Vincent saluted him and accepted the mission in an official tone, saying that he would leave immediately. Director Helga, as usual, shied away from her duties and comfortably basked in the sun, lounging on the roof. The dean already knew all the places where she could hide, and simply went around them one by one using teleportation, and quickly found the lazy girl. Helga grumbled slightly in response, claiming she was taking a well-deserved rest. She'd already realized Vargon had come to discuss Vincent's mission, and the dean was surprised she cared so much about the cadets' affairs. They had all been through something similar in their families, so Helga asked him who the assignment had come from. He was commissioned by the council, but most likely Tilavon was behind it, the dean suggested. Since there was absolutely nothing good to say about that old man, Helga had no doubt that the task was obviously a trick. They were torn from their thoughts by an alarm signal from the fortress guards. An unknown man was trying to take them by storm. Curiously, he was possessed, demanding to see Vincent, and flatly refused to follow orders. The guards were ordered to lock the gates and let no one in. The servant of the wild young talent advised him to abandon this idea and return with an official request. But the young man insisted that he just wanted to chat. So he grabbed the spear again and clearly had no intention of stopping, after which he demanded to know where Vincent was. The guards stood in formation, fulfilling their duty, and prepared to fight to the death. And the boy, as if not understanding what he was doing, got ready to fight with full force and used his special spear skills. But before the collision happened, a steel cable snaked around his spear and grabbed it tightly. After this, the ropes struck him like whips and tied his hands and feet, so that the madman could only curse at them. It was only thanks to his technique that Helga was able to identify the troublemaker. Considering his age, it was Raphael Valticon in front of her. She told him to calm down before things got even more complicated. His servant, who was standing nearby, was also worried that his master might do something else stupid. He wanted to help him, but he himself found himself in the crosshairs of Vargon, who teleported right behind him. The servant quickly realized that he was facing the immediate commanders of the fortress, and Helga praised him for his intelligence. She formally introduced herself to them and demanded an explanation of what was going on. However, instead, the young man suddenly simply broke the bonds that bound him, which greatly puzzled Helga. However, Raphael had no desire to fight any further. Rather, he was simply an uncontrollable, passionate individual, obsessed with martial arts. Upon hearing that the headmistress herself stood before him, he immediately asked her to accept him as a cadet. Meanwhile, Vincent arrived in the city at the destination of his mission. It was very pleasant to see the surrounding forest without snow. So far, everything seemed more like an easy walk. Even the tasks seemed simple. And it was not immediately clear what kind of trap the enemies had set for him. The mission was to find one goblin and eliminate the target. After all the giants and lizards the young lord had fought, it all seemed a bit childish. Always cautious, Julian assumed that this goblin was some kind of bait, and the trap was located elsewhere, and the young lord agreed with him. It was impossible to let down one's guard, because goblins are weak creatures individually, and therefore always hunt in large groups. However, there was only one goblin from the task, which already raised suspicions. But there were no clues in the task itself. This monster either got separated from the group, or it no longer needed it. There could be many options, but only one is correct. As usual, Julian decided to assume the worst-case scenarios and develop a strategy, and the young lord was happy to entrust this to him. Having estimated their speed of movement and the travel time, Vincent left the carriage. They were already there. In one fell swoop, he jumped straight onto the roof of the carriage, which offered a better view. A heavy purse of money fell next to the cab driver. His services were paid, said the young lord, although the city was still a long way off. Vincent smiled and said that he would get off here, surprising the cab driver again when he realized that the guy had already climbed out onto the roof. He also asked the servant to get out of this forest as quickly as possible. The man didn't understand anything and started shouting that it was dangerous to drive like that. But before he could properly express his indignation about the upbringing of modern children, his passenger disappeared. For a while, the young lord simply ran through the forest, and then stopped, a long search ahead of him. To speed it up, he touched the ground with a scarlet lotus with the blessing of the god of lightning. After he mastered the full version of this blessing, he gained access to a new ability, Deafening Thunder, which fired a kind of wide area pulse. Blue lightning is weak, but it was able to cover a large area. A faint lightning bolt, like static electricity, covered the entire surface, allowing Vincent to sense any moving object. It was as if he had spread out a web and instantly found in it a target that was too big for the beast. The guy quickly and quietly moved towards him and, hiding behind a tree, assessed his enemy. He was too big for a short goblin, and there were also strange marks on his body. Julian immediately assumed that the figure in front of them was nothing less than a chimera created by dark magic. And if that was the case, then it was impossible to judge its combat power, just because it was a goblin, the hero realized. He had to fight carefully, he thought. When suddenly he felt someone else enter his web. Something had penetrated his barrier and was quickly approaching here, to the place where the goblin was sitting in ambush. Vincent prepared himself for the worst. It could be the killer's spies sent after him. Before he could determine the exact direction, something pierced the tree next to him, almost hitting him in the head. And then, a simply unimaginable man appeared in the clearing, wearing the uniform of a fortress cadet, and solemnly introduced himself, as if he were playing in a children's show, and not being in the middle of a forest. They were meeting for the first time, but the strange guy already wanted to challenge Vincent to a friendly duel. The young lord looked at the tall and crazy boy again. He was wearing the uniform of a 9th-rank cadet, although it was assumed that Vincent himself was the last to arrive, and he already knew all the other cadets of his rank. But there was no time to think about it, because the noise made by the eccentric stranger was followed by a goblin on a mission. However, it was wrong to continue calling him a goblin, because he was much stronger, and with one blow, he knocked down the tree behind which the young lord was hiding. Vincent slid to the side and protected himself from the blow, and the stranger seemed very surprised by what was happening. Although it was still impossible to say whether he was a friend or an enemy, the young lord still shouted to him, warning him of danger. The chimera quickly changed its target and stared with a burning gaze at the stranger, who stood completely unarmed. The goblin emitted a strange light and moved much faster than an ordinary monster, and in an instant, the young lord realized that he would not be able to help the eccentric stranger. He shouted at him to run because the chimera was already rushing towards its new target at full speed. Then the guy simply extended his hand forward, and his spear obediently returned to him like a faithful dog, striking the chimera along the way. Magic, damned sorcerer, Vincent thought. Raphael understood everything again, in his strange, heroic, romantic way. Just that another obstacle appeared in front of him on the way to the goal that needed to be overcome. That's all. Helga stretched tiredly. Finally, all the irritants had left the citadel and could occupy each other. Everything happened very quickly. Raphael was accepted into the fortress on an accelerated program and sent after Vincent, for better or worse. In any case, the Valtican family was the third most powerful on the continent, and the director had no desire to interfere with their problems. Let the offspring of the great houses occupy each other and leave her alone. That was Helga's plan. And Vargon saw through it immediately. Of course, no one could say with certainty what would happen next and how the students would behave. Maybe they would get along, or maybe they would become mortal enemies. The main thing for Helga was that she still had days of her vacation left. Meanwhile, Raphael managed to chop the goblin with the broad tip of his spear and inflict a severe wound. This guy was strong, as well as brainless. He did not let the goblin rise, and brought down a heavy blow of his spear on him again. In addition, his fighting style showed itself well at close range. Raphael dodged the chimera's clutches and inflicted another wound on it. Vincent silently watched what was happening and did not interfere, especially since the stranger was doing his job so well. This eccentric was strong, and the young lord knew nothing about him, so there was reason to be wary. The Patlash with the spear was definitely on the same level as Kagon, certainly no worse than him. The wide and powerful movements of the spear left the goblin no chance to get close enough to strike back. Taking advantage of this distance, Raphael simply fired at him with heavy stabbing blows. Just when they thought it was all over and the goblin had fallen, a painful red swelling began to grow from his severed paw. And then, right before their eyes, it turned into a hand and became covered with a thick crust. Such regeneration was amazing. Vincent shouted at the stranger to dodge quickly because the monster was already attacking again. At that moment, the chimera suddenly froze in place, as if it had fallen into an invisible web. Zircon, the faithful servant, finally caught up with the young master who had suddenly run off somewhere into the forest, and just in time to come to his aid. Here Vincent could finally climb down from the tree. While the chimera was temporarily immobilized, it was necessary to urgently find out who they were and what to do with them. Moreover, this had only just ended temporarily. The monster had a perfect tolerance for pain. Thin threads were biting into his skin and cutting deep into his body, but he still broke free. After all, these threads were woven from mana, and the goblin himself was clearly no ordinary one. Then they saw how the chimera landed on the ground and activated a magic circle. Without a doubt, this creature was something supernatural, because usually goblins could not do this. Raphael indignantly shouted some not at all noble words when he saw this. Fortunately or unfortunately, it was summoning magic, and the chimera simply disappeared from their sight. The caster was far from this place and watched the whole action from the hill. With the help of a communication crystal, a man whose face looked more like a darn doll transmitted a short message. Complications arose with the elder. The unknown enemy had disappeared somewhere. His mana could still be felt, but only as a distant echo. It was much more important to understand who these people were that helped him. So Vincent turned to them and asked about it, without hiding the Scarlet Lotus far away. The servant and butler bowed politely and apologized for the late introduction. His name was Zircon, and next to him stood the young master and heir of his house, Raphael Valtican. The long-haired young man hit himself on the chest with his palm and said in a loud voice that he had only been accepted into the academy that day, after which he had immediately been sent to help. The name of this house was familiar to Julian, and from his reaction, the young lord realized that everything was not so simple. It was hard not to reckon with the third most powerful house on the continent. The Valtican were acknowledged masters of the spear. Now it became clear where the young man got such skills, especially since, according to Julian, Raphael was the only heir. The future head of the great house stood before them, smiling innocently, which is why he got away with all his antics. But what was such an important prince doing in their fortress, Vincent wondered. He was still wary of this guy, especially considering their acquaintance. However, Julian, on the contrary, said that it would be better for him to stick together with this prince. The god, as always, was quick-witted. The only heir to a great family is too big a man to start anything in his presence. The Idenko elders will find themselves tied hand and foot. Besides, both Raphael and his servant were strong warriors and could be relied upon. So by sending them here, Helga had done him a good service. Then Zircon asked them to explain what was going on, since the task clearly did not correspond to the actual complexity of the monster they were facing. The goblin was too strong, and Vincent had gone on this mission without any help. so it seemed like a great opportunity to commit suicide. To his credit, Zircon was also quick-witted and assumed that the internal squabbles taking place in the Idenko household and security requirements could not allow him to risk his master. Raphael's status was purely nominal, so whether to intervene in this matter or not would depend on what they were told. Here Raphael suddenly stood between them, not caring at all about all this complicated politics when a real adventure was unfolding right before their eyes. Like in those chivalric novels he had read as a child. It was time for a challenge. One noble knight fought another to find out who was stronger. Isn't that wonderful? Both Vincent and his divine patron stared at Raphael in bewilderment, trying to understand what was going on in his head. Ever since the prince saw the fight with Kagon, he could think of nothing else, and his chest was burning. His original goal was to defeat Kagon, but now Raphael set his sights on someone who was clearly stronger. Raphael was so full of passion and desire to become stronger that it could not help but touch the young lord. And yet, despite the eccentricity of this guy, he could be relied upon. Straightforward and honest, like all knight heroes, they were well suited to each other. That's what Vincent thought. After which he resolutely refused to accept the challenge, which left Raphael frozen in bewilderment. Now they were on a mission that was a top priority, and the young lord was not going to be distracted by anything else. He had enough adventures in his life. When the spoiled prince realized that nothing would work out, he tried to persuade Vincent and appeal to his pity, but he was adamant. Realizing that he would not get what he wanted, the prince began to throw a tantrum, and the spectrum of his emotions simply jumped from pole to pole. He got angry, begged, called his opponent a coward. The answer remained the same. Until the goblin was caught, no sparring between them was possible, the young lord said, and smiled slyly. The insightful butler immediately understood what he was leading to, but the simple-minded prince was only concerned with his own whims and how to quickly satisfy them. The trap was set, and the energetic guy immediately fell into it. Raising his fist, the prince immediately announced that they were going hunting. Knowing his master's character, the butler understood that nothing could be done about it. If Raphael had decided on something, he would never change his mind. And he was not at all concerned about the conditions for achieving his goal. Ultimately, Vincent Idenko treated them like children, and nothing could be done about it. Before resuming their search, they headed into town, where they found an inn for the night, and where they could figure out what to do next. It was a very decent place, with clean rooms, the aroma of delicious food, and neat maids in ironed aprons. At the table, Zircon was still trying to get the conversation back on track. He wanted to understand what kind of trouble the heir's lack of restraint and Vincent's cunning had gotten them into this time. First, it was necessary to deal with the goblin, and whoever created this chimera, the young lord set priorities. The chimera was indeed alarming, especially its scales and horns. Raphael intervened in the conversation. Suddenly, Vincent jumped to his feet, catching a familiar and disgusting smell. Exactly the same thing came out of Simon's dungeon, where he was locked up. But where did he come from here? At this time, another guest was coming down into the hotel, hiding his face and body under a wide-brimmed cloak. It was from this man that the strange smell emanated, and Vincent, taught by life's experience not to miss such insights, approached the steps and called this guest. As soon as the stranger saw his face, he immediately named the young lord. Vincent reached for his sword, but the man suddenly fell down, exhausted, tumbling down the steps. He was clearly acting on someone's orders, and the young lord grabbed him by the collar of his cloak and pulled him towards him, demanding the name of the customer. And then he saw it. A black seal right on the man's heart, and a thin network of veins that ran across his skin. The man screamed as if a flame had ignited inside him, his eyes suddenly glowing like lanterns, and a dark aura was bursting out. A clear cause for concern. When mana gets out of control, it takes on a red tint, and Vincent, like no one else, knew what would follow. His hand itself reached out to the Scarlet Lotus. His new companions, noticing the strange movement, approached him to find out what was going on. Mana is out of control and will soon explode, Vincent screamed at them desperately, realizing the horror of what was happening. But no one else felt it. His words sounded so strange that even the always cautious butler ignored them, as if he were about to explode. Usually after such words, it's best not to remain in the room, no matter what prompted them. Unfortunately for the young lord, only he could know what it was, because in their time, no one used the circulation of mana in the body. They simply did not know how it explodes. The unfortunate man's body disappeared into the flames, and the young lord shouted for everyone to get away immediately. He could already feel the heat growing stronger. No one listened. The mana spilled out like dense liquid fire and tried to fill all the free space. The hotel dining room was full of peaceful citizens, women with children, charming maids, who screamed in horror when they saw the fire. Something had to be done, and Zircon reproached himself for not having sensed the danger earlier, despite the fact that he was the prince's bodyguard. His first priority was to protect his heir, so he immediately wove a protective barrier of web-like mana. Raphael rushed forward from behind him, demanding immediate assistance for Vincent, who was closest to the threat. But the butler couldn't allow such a risk. The young lord might be a nice guy, but his fate was none of their business, Zircon thought. And then he saw how the young lord cut through the flames with a few unprecedented swings, and thereby stopped the blast wave. At this point, Vincent's reserves of strength and endurance ran out, and he collapsed right onto the damaged floor of the hotel. At least he managed to stop the explosion. Even the wise butler was amazed by what he saw. A second ago, the guy was engulfed in flames, and yet he survived. The butler admired the amazing sword, capable of taming even an explosion, and realized that it was not for nothing that his master was so interested in this man. To rest, they went up to the room, taking with them the prisoner, who somehow miraculously remained alive after everything, and was now unconscious. Zircon tightly bound him with mana. Vincent's heart was still pounding wildly in his chest. He chose the most effective, but at the same time dangerous way to cope with what had happened. Julian fluttered around worriedly. His protege used his special attack 3 times. It was a miracle that he could stand on his feet after that. All the mana chains were in complete disarray. When they carried him into the room, Raphael suggested calling a doctor, but the young lord refused. This time he was simply overtired. He asked them to observe their surroundings while he himself plunged into urgent meditation to bring his mana circuits into order. Zircon didn't even know what to call it. They had only met today, and the young lord was already trusting them with his life. Vincent looked wearily at the butler. In front of him stood a warrior of the 7th rank, if not more. If they wanted to harm him, they would have done it already in the forest. And it doesn't matter what he would do at the time, meditate or remain vigilant. The butler said nothing to this, but with his power, he wove a comfortable, protective cocoon, inside which Vincent immediately began to adjust himself. While they were resting, Raphael decided to ask what he himself could not understand. How exactly Vincent survived that explosion? Zircon shrugged. There were many unusual masters in the world. It was impossible to know everything about everyone, and he assumed that the young lord simply cut the explosion itself. It was hard to believe that this was possible, and the butler admitted that he himself was not entirely sure that he could pull off such a trick. Besides, the cause of the explosion was another person. It turned out that he was already dead, and they simply took away his relatively unharmed body. It looked like an empty, burnt-out shell, and soon disintegrated into dust. In just one day, Butler Zircon encountered more unknowns than he had in many years. But Raphael, on the contrary, understood everything, which he declared with great pride. And Zircon raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Without a doubt, Vincent was an outstanding man, and that only increased Raphael's desire to fight him as soon as possible. The young lord slipped his fingers into the threads of the cocoon, and easily parted them, and stepped outside. It was deep night there, and the recovery took him longer than he thought. Raphael was dozing peacefully right on the floor, which was surprising after everything that had happened. This is what it means to be an aristocrat, Vincent thought. Or a fool, Julian muttered to him. What was more important now was to understand how the suicidal bomber with the sinister mana from Kajin's dungeon ended up here. Mana was accumulating in the man's heart, even though he didn't look like a martial artist, and no one else except Vincent noticed what happened next. It was more likely that this was a prisoner, judging by the scent around him. He'd been force-fed mana and sent to die searching for Vincent, no doubt with the promise of rescue if he found the young lord. First, Elder Adenko had caused him trouble, and now the trail led to Simon's house. Everyone knew exactly how to find him and where he would be, which couldn't help but irritate him. And perhaps someone more powerful than the council members was behind it all. While Vincent was thinking about his own thoughts, looking at the peacefully sleeping Raphael, he did not expect at all that he would be called out, with notes of steel in his voice. Zircon didn't hide his suspicions. After all, he was a bodyguard, and his silver threads filled the room. He wanted to know how the young lord had realized the explosion was coming. Moreover, he knew how to neutralize it, although he could have simply run away and left everyone behind. The young lord was surprised even by the question itself. There was no option to drop everything and run. The building was full of citizens who were not involved in everything that was happening. He simply could not allow such a tragedy to occur. He saw the faces of the frightened maids, the woman who was clutching her baby to her chest. Would Raphael in his place have turned away from all people and run away, saving his life? The young lord asked the butler. Of course that's not true, Zircon answered him immediately. However, not all people would act so selflessly. The butler bowed to him politely. not formally as last time, but sincerely, paying tribute to the most valiant swordsman of the Adenko clan of all whom he had met. And it was precisely because of his respect for the young lord that he informed him that he would not interfere in this matter. He would have to catch the goblin chimera himself, Zircon told him, purely out of respect. At this time, an unknown magician was struggling to lead the goblin chimera on a leash of steel chains. He himself was levitating half a meter above the ground, not bothering to walk. Very soon, they will grab both the young upstart from the Idenko house and his new friend. No one will find them in this wilderness anyway, said the magician, and threw back the hood from his disfigured face. When morning came, Raphael was in an unusually cheerful and joyful mood. He surprisingly easily forgot what had happened and treated everything as an interesting adventure. His butler really didn't show up as he promised, apparently deciding to watch everything from afar. Since his only goal was the heir's safety, he would have simply destroyed the goblin upon sight, but that would have undermined Vincent's self-confidence. Zircon, however, wanted to see how far the young lord could go along the path of the sword he espoused. That's why he promised that he wouldn't touch a single hair on the chimera's body, so that Vincent would gain new strength in the fight against the elders of his house. In its own way, without his supervision, it was even calmer. I had to think less about everything, and worry less about what I could say and what I couldn't. Julian suggested that they rest and properly recover from the wounds inflicted by mana. But the young lord did not want to give the conspirators a head start. Otherwise, they would come up with something more sophisticated than a chimera. After a long time, Raphael's enthusiasm finally faded, and for the first time, he asked where they were actually headed. All this time, he had simply walked forward. For now, they were simply returning to the place where they first met the goblin. If he was hiding, it wasn't that far away. Vincent was constantly checking for the presence of enemies using lightning. It was clear that since the monster had been moved, it would be impossible to find its trace using classical methods. The young lord bent over the grass, looking for some traces, and Raphael suggested that they first find an experienced tracker. However, there was no time for this. Besides, a large goblin, which is not typical for this forest, should have left many traces of its hunt and life activities. The young lord confidently declared that they would definitely find them. In his past life, the ancient warrior constantly hunted various monsters as part of his special training, so he was able to distinguish their tracks and habits. First of all, the monster could not hide the thirst for blood that reeked throughout the entire forest. Not even a minute had passed before the young lord was already on the trail. They moved like that, leaving tracks everywhere. Bones of torn animals, claw marks on trees. Such a huge monster couldn't have gone long without food, and it couldn't hide. Raphael was amazed at the effectiveness of this method, which required no special tracking devices and led them directly to their goal. They emerged into a wide wheat field, and the prince continued to admire his new friend. Only now did the young lord realize that the tracks were too obvious, as if someone had deliberately left them and now lured them here, to an open area where it was difficult to hide. The tracks led to this place without breaks or false loops or accidental movements to the side, thanks to which they never lost their way. This is not typical of mindless animals and semi-intelligent monsters. Someone was definitely leading them, Vincent concluded. Just as he was thinking about it, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, like a mine, just waiting to be stepped on. An explosion thundered, sending clods of earth and grass flying in all directions. Only at the last moment did they manage to jump aside and remain unharmed. They were lucky that they hadn't hit the mine earlier. Julian looked around carefully, adding to his suspicions. There was a whole field of wheat around them, but it is not usually sown so high in the mountains. Vincent agreed that the location was not suitable for a field, so he immediately covered it with electric mana to find everyone who had taken refuge there. His lightning bolts swept like thunder in all directions, and in one place, they ran into an obstacle. The enemy had set up a protective circle in front of him. There was no doubt that whoever had brought the chimera here and lured them into this field was their enemy. After the lightning strike, the entire field burned, but the stranger remained unharmed. Thin and gray-faced, he hid his body in a baggy cloak, like all mages. Laughing, he praised the children for their intelligence, and even introduced himself as Carball. This could only mean one thing. He had no intention of letting them go alive. Vincent decided to stall for time and talk the mage out of it, asking who had sent him. That's how it was. A simple order. 1 cadet in the ground and 100 million people in your pocket. The magician answered him and grinned madly. He gave them everything too simply, the young lord declared, and winced, realizing what this meant. And the magician did not deny it, but now another schoolboy was added to his task. Without saying a word, both guys felt threatened and used their attributes.
A chimera appeared behind them, but the trick didn't work. And yet, even after receiving damage, the monster remained unharmed, its durability clearly having increased since last time. At the same time, their main enemy, the spellcaster, had not gone anywhere and reminded them of himself with magical charges. A whole prickly rain of spells came from his hands, and the guys had to retreat hastily. Vincent was still recovering from yesterday's incidents, and Raphael was worried about him. It seems he still hasn't recovered, and the flow of mana in his heart is disrupted. It's a pity that meditation wasn't enough, the young lord thought. Their enemy wasn't just a mage either. He had good defense and could attack from afar, and he probably had some other trick up his sleeve. At the same time, he had a pet chimera that could absorb any damage. A dangerous combination of skills and intentions. They will all die here, Carball promised them and smiled greedily. But Vincent wasn't bothered at all. He held himself confidently. The magician's body was entangled in familiar thin threads of mana, which he did not notice. And when he noticed it was already too late, someone grabbed the threads and deprived the magician of the ability to breathe and move. Everything happened very quickly. In an instant, Zircon appeared on the battlefield and eliminated the magician. He tried to hide his presence as best he could, but was eventually discovered by Vincent and decided to intervene. The young lord did not doubt for a moment that the butler would not leave his master alone in the forest, where there was a mysterious monster. Zircon chuckled at the guy's insight and apologized for eliminating the mage without asking, especially since their agreement only covered the chimera. But where is the body? Raphael suddenly asked them, and they sharply turned in that direction. There were only scraps of clothing lying on the ground, and nothing more. And soon, the magician himself appeared nearby. At the last moment, he managed to save himself by teleportation. It turned out that Zircon was a very famous person, and in the territory of Valtacan, he was known as the Silk Killer. The king of assassins, Zircon, shouted the magician, as if he was accusing him of some vice. It was the first time Raphael had heard such a nickname for his guardian, and the butler did not deny his past. So what if that was his name once upon a time? Thin silk threads once again entangled everything around. And yet the magician did not run away in horror, even though his opponents increased in number. He only grinned. Their bodies will become excellent material for creating first-class chimeras, he shouted, releasing his power. This time they had to fight together, and Zircon promised to help. Vincent and Raphael took care of the goblin chimera, while the butler had to keep the magician busy. There was no point in dragging out the fight. The young lord immediately attacked the chimera with an absolute slash, drawing a perfect trajectory in the air. However, the monster used its bristly demonic arm again and parried the blow. It felt like this hand was rejecting the mana itself, and that was why it was not so easy to touch the chimera. The young lord was breathing heavily, and his efforts were difficult. At the same time, Zircon collided with Carball's fiery salvo and barely covered himself with his threads. The mage laughed. He was sure that the king of assassins' specialization in stealth attacks would not allow him to fight in direct combat. But the magician also had his own difficulties. He was spending mana both on his attacks and on controlling the chimera, the butler realized as he dodged another blow. Carball used not a simple taming, but a kind of magical leash, thanks to which he could give the monster mental commands. At any point in the fight, he could redirect his attack to the butler, which is what he did. The chimera broke away from the two lords of the airs and attacked the bodyguard, and the echo of his blow spread throughout the area, rising above the forest. Fortunately, the king of assassins was able to survive, living up to his title as a warrior of the 7 stars. Although he was a little battered, the chimera clearly had something in common with the ancestor of dragons. This could be seen from its scales. These creatures are now extinct. They were similar to humans in appearance, but when their abilities manifested, their bodies became covered in scales with an incredibly high resistance to mana, just like real dragons. Here they noticed how Carball was kicking his henchman in the head because he had attacked too hard and almost hit him. The goblin looked at the mage and growled. Such a challenge was met with another round of blows and an explosion of mana. The control attribute still held the goblin on a leash, and Carball threatened the monster that he would deprive it of its dragon blood and throw it into the humus if it growled at him again. Vincent's mind latched onto the word about the control attribute, which gave him a clue as to how the goblin and the mage were related. Now he has a plan, the young lord told them while the mage was still raising his charge. Only a moment later did Carball notice that his opponents had disappeared somewhere, and he decided that they had fled. That made things a little more complicated, he thought, as he was attacked again and forced to quickly dodge the king of assassin strings. As soon as he landed, he was already caught by the spearmaster Raphael.
Apparently their joint attack was aimed specifically at the magician, as the key link. Raphael forced Carball to use close-range teleportation again, but he couldn't get far because the heir had already prepared his next blow. Unable to block such a blow, Carball summoned a chimera right in front of him in hopes of using its dragon scales as cover. The monster grabbed the spear by the tip and simply threw the young man with brute force. And only then did Vincent come into play with his combination attack of absolute cut, sword aura, and sliding step. He passed so quickly that this time the magician did not have time to react. All the previous actions were needed to distract Carb, but the wound was neither deep nor fatal. So Carball laughed and shouted to them that this attack would not change anything in their situation. His finger pointed towards the enemy again, and Carball ordered the goblin to get to work. Only this time, the goblin didn't even move. As if awakening from a spell, he looked at his captor like a beast. From the very beginning, Vincent's target was not the nimble mage, but his connection with the goblin. He had already had to cut the connection of attributes, so the task was simple. Now the relationship between the goblin and the human was being rebuilt, based on their shared, friendly past. The monster growled furiously. He must have been none too pleased with his transformation into a monster and felt no gratitude toward the mage. The magician put up the best defense he could muster, and a barrier appeared in front of him. But the dragon scales were excellent at dealing with mana, and the mage himself hadn't thought through any protective measures in case the beast got loose from its leash, or the poison capsule sewn under the skin would be harmful. As a result, he instantly turned into a mess of bones and flesh, under the blows of his own pet, who did not like him very much. Even monsters were not alien to human feelings. They understood when they were being enslaved, and when mutually beneficial bonds were formed by sharing common strength, the goblin let out a triumphant roar of victory. As soon as the magician was destroyed by his creation, the chimera itself began to disintegrate, because the magic that supported its various parts was gone. The dragon's blood immediately fell off, leaving the overgrown goblin completely defenseless, which made their job much easier. "All that remains is to finish what has been started and do what must be done," said Vincent, because that was his original assignment. In a sense, it was even an act of mercy towards an unreasonable creature whose life had turned into a nightmare of slavery and pain. So the first task was completed. Vincent took part of the monster's carcass as evidence, and they went back. Raphael, who had been in a real adventure, was the happiest of all, jumping up and down every now and then. Now the young lord had to deal directly with the Council of Elders who had given him this task, which turned out to be 2 assassins at once. Vincent wasn't going to let them get away with this, and was already looking forward to chopping off a couple of heads as a lesson to the others. Besides, he had a reliable witness whose testimony the elders couldn't escape. With these words, he looked at Zircon, who pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Moreover, the marks on the monster's face clearly indicate the technique of the King of Assassins, just like an author's signature, the cunning guy said. Vincent thanked his ally, who had made the whole thing so much easier. And Zircon realized once again that this young man wasn't as simple as he seemed, and he certainly wouldn't let his chance slip by. As soon as they emerged from the forest, they saw Director Helga sitting on a branch. It must be said that she looked quite at home in the forest, with her image of a wild woman who never cared about how her clothes fit or how her long hair was styled. She was on vacation, and she was just strolling nearby, completely by chance, the director informed them, and jumped down from the tree. She congratulated the young lord on the success of the enterprise, as if she had witnessed it all herself. But first she asked to show her the bloody trophies that Vincent was carrying in his bag. Helga glanced into the bag for a moment and let out a drawn-out moan. And when asked if she knew any of the dead, she immediately replied that she was seeing them for the first time, which only further increased their suspicions. In any case, it smelled like a conspiracy, and it needed to be resolved at the family level, Helga agreed. Then the savage director told them about a possible participant in the conspiracy. His name was Julian Simon, one of the elders of the house. And the instigator and his ally in the assassination attempt on Vincent was none other than Tilavan, she confidently declared, whispering quietly in his ear. It so happened that the two were old friends. Helga sent the young lord home to the fortress, along with a letter to Sir Vargon, informing him that she had looked after the young men for him and was now flying off to rest, so the dean would have to do the boring paperwork. Her carefree tone of the letter caused a real explosion of indignation on the part of the dean. Such a director, who was so concerned about the cadets, should have done her job at least once. But in the end, he had already resigned himself to the fact that he would have to work overtime. Here the dean was disturbed by his subordinate, and he again lost his temper with him with a loud scream. The guard withstood this blow steadfastly, understanding and even sympathizing with his boss, and handed him a report on the young lord's mission, hoping that this information would please him. Surprisingly, the guy did nothing but get into trouble. He had a good style and wrote concisely and to the point, a report that could be attached to a case file and even filed without shame. And all thanks to Yulian, he handled this kind of work so well. It wasn't for nothing that he'd spent half his life in the library. The report described everything in vivid detail. There was much that was strange and not entirely clear in the case. The report, along with the dean's commentary, landed on the desk of the head of the clan. The matter required his attention, because the elders were clearly doing whatever they wanted. However, first the head of the house allowed his youngest heir to speak out, saying that he had successfully passed all the tests. The young lord began to draw conclusions. From the very beginning, the entire mission had been a skillfully set trap aimed at harming him. His father sighed in disappointment. Was this mission really such a problem for him? He asked. Even so, Lord Khan had high hopes for him. Of course, the monster didn't become a problem in the full sense of the word, otherwise Idenko would have lost his heir, and he wouldn't be standing here now.
However, during the mission, he was attacked by a bomber possessing the energy of House Simon, and things went beyond all reason when the conspiracy was linked to a hostile house.
Elders Tillavan and Julian had long maintained contacts, and this was no secret to anyone. Lord Khan thought that Helga had something to do with it, that she might have known about such connections, and asked his son what of it. The incompetent elders knew nothing about this conspiracy. That will be their response if substantiated accusations are brought.
Lord Khan thought for a moment. He understood what the younger heir was leading to. Even if their guilt could not be proven, the fact of the conspiracy was obvious, and the fact that they allowed it would be their responsibility, which would undermine the council's position.
The head of the house grinned, but there was more to it than just a cruel determination to punish those who dared to attempt on his son's life. Vincent was inclined to believe that the elders might indeed have been unaware of the assassination attempt, and that Tillavan had arranged it all himself. Here they were interrupted by Mother Hella bursting in at the door of the head's office without knocking, and from her alarmed look, it was clear that something had happened.
They waited patiently for her to catch her breath and explain to them what had happened. Tillavan Idenko found a very radical way to avoid investigation and fell into eternal sleep. His heart was pierced with a sword, and Tillavan himself died, a fact that Hella confirmed. Another piece of evidence was a suicide note, in which Tillavan took the blame. The handwriting appeared to match the original. However, Vincent immediately doubted that this suicide was genuine. Something was not working out. If Tillavan had had such consciousness and responsibility from the very beginning, he would not have harmed anyone for the sake of his ambitious plans.
Either the other conspirators had abandoned the trail that led to them, or Tillavan had set it all up himself and had actually gone on the run.
And yet they were in the heart of Idenko's domain, and it was scary to even think that someone could allow themselves to kill an elder in their home right under their noses. Therefore, most likely this suicide was a farce, which is what the young lord told them. After listening to him, Hella did not object. She was even pleased by the intelligence of the younger heir, who noticed what she had not noticed. She asked the chief's permission to take Vincent with her for a while.
Then Lord Khan assigned the investigation to her. Now it was her responsibility.
Smiling, she led him with her to the place where the body was found, so that the guy could again carefully examine everything and draw conclusions. Elder Tillavan was walking, tripped, fell, woke up with a meter-long sword sticking out of his chest, pinned to the wall with it. Nothing less than suicide. Hella didn't expect anything special. After all, the young heir was supposed to see a dead body for the first time under such difficult circumstances. Without any embarrassment, Vincent looked into the dead man's eyes, opening his half-drooping eyelids.
Then he looked at the sword. It was too clean, and it also entered the body with one blow, which is quite difficult to do. Hella didn't see anything strange in this, after all. Tillavan was a swordsman and knew how to use mana, yet death implies more pain and regrets. No matter how strong the swordsman is, he will hesitate when trying to pierce himself. But this body did not bear any traces of hesitation or trembling hands. This corpse was nothing more than a fake, the young lord declared. Hella asked the right question. Where then is the real elder conspirator? Vincent wished he knew. So he mentally turned to his god, as if he were an omniscient being. All this time the young lord reasoned based on his knowledge, nothing more. Even his experience was not enough to make an assumption. Moreover, Julian did not stop him during the conversation, which means he himself agreed with his reasoning. The little god began to grumble again and thought, everything Vincent said coincided with his own reasoning. What they found in that office looked more like dark magic, a technique for copying a corpse. something Julian had read about. Vincent told Hella about his suspicions, and she listened to him in amazement. The young lord himself was also surprised that she did not see this with her own eye of truth.
All the techniques granted by the blessings had their limitations. Hella's eye of truth saw through other people, but not the essence of what happened or the past.
Then she showed the overly curious heir how it was done, and touching his shoulder, asked where he got such deep knowledge of dark magic. Vincent immediately felt her piercing gaze on him, as if he himself had been pinned to the wall with a sword. She didn't care at all whether the old man himself died, was killed, or ran away. But it was more important to understand where the young heir got such deep, almost limitless knowledge about the world. Meanwhile, Lord Khan visited the remaining members of the council, who were not expecting his appearance at all, since he had not been there for many years. The head of the house had a teapot in his hands, which he had stolen from the kitchen, just to have an excuse to enter their territory and start a conversation. They drank in deathly silence. Or rather, only the head of the house enjoyed the tea, as if that was what he'd come for. The rest sat tensely, as if on pins and needles. The head of the house appreciated the tea, Elder Tillavan's favorite, but he was immediately corrected that Tillavan was no longer the elder of the house and was excluded from the council. As expected, all the tails were cut off quickly after that. Then they tried to seize the initiative in the conversation. Obviously, Lord Khan had honored them with his presence to express his dissatisfaction with what had happened to his son on the mission.
It was vile, was all the Lord said, and the woman, speaking for everyone, noted that he was very protective of his youngest son, having come here in person, and all because he was Sylvanus Hisley's son. At the mention of his beloved wife, Lord Khan's eyes flashed with barely restrained anger. Hella might be upset by such favoritism, as would her family, and the rest of the elders added fuel to the fire by behaving extremely brazenly and impudently in his presence.
It was shameless, said the only woman on the council. So they decided to go on the offensive themselves and portray Lord Khan as a power-mad fool.
What's the point of caring for the son of someone whose death made Lord Khan stronger? Those words were like a knife to the heart. Then, 15 years ago, she was dying in her bed and refused to change anything, even though Khan begged her to do so. It had to be this way. He had to take care of their son himself and fill the void in his heart. These were the last words of his beloved woman. Lord Khan jumped up after these words. The elders knew where to press and where his Achilles' heel was. Immediately after the death of his wife, Lord Khan became much stronger, and only in this way was he able to eventually become the head of the house. Here, anyone would have understood that his fate and the death of his wife were somehow connected. These shameless people almost killed his son, and now they blamed him for his wife's death and his hidden complex towards her son. Such a sweet girl, and suddenly she died. Maybe he himself had a hand in this. That's why he didn't suffer for so long. And married again, the elder suggested.
She had to admit that she was either incredibly brave and calculating or infinitely stupid for daring to say such a thing right to the face of the strongest man on the continent. And all this at the distance of his sword. For a moment, the monster that he had long and carefully hidden from everyone returned to him, constantly tearing off its tentacles and not allowing it to take possession of him. But these vile people simply begged him to kill them. And then something unthinkable happened. They saw how everything in the direction where the Lord's sword was pointing melted and simply disappeared. The room, part of the palace, and also a long furrow beyond it.
A complete and all-encompassing destruction, after which nothing remains that can be put in a coffin under the influence of its power. All the elders experienced one common vision, and then the world was restored to its former glory. Lord Khan's monstrous strength, combined with an equally impressive power of self-control.
He merely drew his sword, but the resonance of its power created such a vivid illusion, as if foreshadowing what would happen to them if he let the monster off its leash. The elder fell to her knees. It slowly dawned on her that she had decided to tease with low words a man who had reached the limits of possible strength, and looked at the world from the height of the 9th rank. The head of the house, in an icy voice, ordered Fidinau to remember well that his wife's name was Sylvana Idenko. Meanwhile, Vincent unwittingly came under interrogation by Hella and did not know what to do.
Julian also fell silent, not even knowing what to advise him, because Hella would find out everything.
He just sees dark magic, the young lord finally said, collecting his thoughts. It was the wrong answer, and it just made Mother more suspicious. It is impossible to see the name of the technique that was used on the traces of dark magic, Hella answered him without loosening her grip. Vincent nodded. The eye that saw the truth did not allow him to answer evasively or lie. But if you think about it, the answer to how to deal with such an attribute was obvious. Just don't lie. A divine revelation had come to him, the young lord told her. This answer was true because Julian was a god and constantly gave him his revelations. Formally, everything was exactly like that. Her eye didn't react. In a sense, Hela herself was a hostage to her abilities. She told him to keep his revelations secret from the others, otherwise they would be meaningless. Julian was extremely dismayed that they had gotten rid of Hela herself so easily.
Then she turned to the dead body and asked if there was another revelation to find out where Elder Tilavan was.
Now Julian could safely convey to him any thought he had, and Vincent urged him on.
Ancient dark magic was used here, since even Hela couldn't detect its presence, which means the technique used up a significant portion of the Elder's life force.
Perhaps a third party helped him, his mother suggested.
But Julian disagreed with her, saying that since Tilavan had taken all the blame on himself, his supporters most likely no longer needed him.
Now the Elder was physically exhausted and without any support.
This means that he is most likely still hiding in plain sight, right in this room. The god revealed.
Hela was so surprised that she couldn't even think of anything to say in response. It was both stupid and resourceful at the same time.
Then Vincent asked her for one small favor in advance. He wanted to personally take the life of the one who attempted to kill him, the young lord said in an icy voice to match his father's. Hela shrugged. The elder was guilty in any case, and it didn't matter who carried out the sentence, as he could always be tried retroactively. Still, he was one of their house and a skilled swordsman in the past, and she was worried whether the young heir could handle something like that. But he was not alone here, the young lord reminded her, and revealed the Scarlet Lotus. As soon as they dragged the elder into the light of day, he would surely use some kind of powerful attack against them, and the young lord asked to block it. Hela could do this. She liked the way her stepson acted. Then Vincent struck the ground with his sword, sending out a stream of weak discharges across the surface that penetrated everywhere. The lightning filled the entire office until it reached the elder's fake body. At that moment, his dark spirit took form and attacked the young lord with a sword in his hands. The spirit was furious, but Hela stopped his sword with her own hand, as if it were a toy. With a light movement of her graceful fingers, she broke his sword. After which the exhausted evil spirit finally took material form in the person of Elder Tilavan.
So here we have Simon's little dog, Hela told him contemptuously, her voice sounding steely.
Tilavan cursed foully. He was in despair. If it weren't for Hela, he really would have been able to escape. Mother Hela merely smiled at the naive dreams of the despicable traitor. But a thin, invisible thread had already signed his death sentence. The blow was like a gust of wind, fast and almost silent, meeting no resistance along its path. The Scarlet Lotus carried out its sentence, and Tilavan's head rolled across the floor. For the young lord, it was also the end. His body had still not recovered from all the shocks, and fatigue immediately took its toll. But if it were only exhaustion, as soon as Vincent fell to the floor, such a sharp pain pierced his body that he screamed. He himself didn't know what was happening to him. A sharp pain pierced his arm, and nothing could be done about it. His fingers suddenly began to disappear, which caused Julian to become absolutely horrified. It all started even earlier than he thought, due to the constant use of powers, complex skills. His bones, living in a mana deficit, took their toll. The collapse of the celestial skeleton, Vincent realized. Mother Hela asked him to be patient, and then ran off to call the priest. He thought that there were still several years before its destruction, but now he realized how naive it was to think so. The young lord achieved impressive results, especially considering that he was essentially disabled. But everything had its limits. If you constantly push the boundaries of what is possible, the reckoning will come fast. The hardest thing was to realize that he would fail in this life too, after all these efforts, when he was barely able to do anything. Julian felt his regrets. What else could an inferior god do for him except try his best too? The ancient warrior's methods were often reckless and dangerous. But without them, Vincent would never have gained the recognition of his father and stepmother and all the other people in his house. Just as the young lord had received the Thunder God's blessing, Julian was about to give him his own, and thus cure their affliction. Everything had its price. Eventually, Julian would have to disappear. But during this time, the young lord would have to find a way to cure their ailment. Before Vincent could object to him, he felt the influence of divine powers. Julian had risked himself to save his existence. Both their lives were now hanging by a thread, and Vincent promised himself that he would cope. As soon as Julian disappeared, the pain in his arm subsided. It was a miracle that he could still move. As soon as he stood up, Father Duran, the 5th rank holder, entered the door. Judging by his heavy breathing, he had rushed here as quickly as possible.
At the Valticon household, events far away had also sparked some scrutiny, with everything concerning the heir being taken into consideration. And now, Zircon stood before them.
Helga and the heir himself waited for him outside the door until he finished the report and received all the certified documents, and they were, frankly, bored. The bureaucrats always created the appearance of work out of nothing.
Then Merlin noticed them and came up to greet the director of the academy, who was now his boss.
He also read his student's report and was worried about him in light of all the recent events.
At least the young lord was okay now, the director said.
When Zircon had settled his affairs, he came out to them and asked for forgiveness for the long wait. Turning around, she congratulated him on a job well done. However, as soon as the butler collided with Merlin, the tension between them was such that it seemed as if a storm was about to break out.
They didn't move, but they seemed ready to tear each other's throats apart. Hela noticed their piercing glances, and Zircon explained to her that their animosity was perfectly natural, since it was he who had left the ugly crimson scar on Merlin's noble face. And the young man remembered this very well, so he instinctively reached for the sword, enveloping himself in lightning bolts. The king of assassins was also not idle, and his thin silk threads were used. The two were fully armed and ready to destroy each other. Even young Master Raphael was surprised by what his butler was doing. Meanwhile, Vincent was receiving proper treatment. Under Duran's caring grumbling, healing is not a panacea. It does not cure everything, but is intended to create a miracle so that a person survives, but nothing more. The Holy Father of the Crimson Fortress, whose services the young lord had resorted to too often, grumbled at him in a similar manner. Then Vincent decided to ask Duran if he knew anything about the celestial skeleton. After all, it was necessary to somehow resolve the pressing issue. The young lord briefly described his condition. The god who supported him now blocked the spread of the disease, at the cost of his strength and existence. There was very little time, and something had to be done quickly. But Duran had never heard of such a peculiarity of body structure. Vincent felt like he was choking on these words, just thinking that it wasn't the enemies in the arena who killed him, or the treacherous conspirators with a dagger in the back, or poison. It was his own worthless body that was killing him. But still, although the Holy Father did not know how to heal his bones, he knew how to support the god who was saving him. This was possible if he could develop his own spiritual strength, and the young lord looked at it with doubt. Becoming a priest who had taken a vow of celibacy was not really something he wanted to do. There was another way, but it was not at all simple, and was associated with a huge risk, Duran told him after thinking for a while. Near the Temple of Guy, there is a place that is called the Grave of the Holy King, the legendary priest who built this temple. And according to legend, the Holy Grail, which gives enormous divine power, is kept in this tomb. In principle, everything there should be holy, even the king's underwear. Vincent was skeptical of the ancient legends, which often like to embellish everything. But Duran assured him that it did not come out of nowhere, and there was a warrior who gained strength thanks to this item. Hearing this, the young lord was very happy and declared that he must immediately meet with this man. There was only one warrior in history who held the Holy Grail in his hands, Duran told him, raising his finger meaningfully. Arslan Adenko, the progenitor who bore the title of the Sun Sword, and the young lord thought that it seemed like all paths in this world converged around this name. Right on the threshold of the main palace, a battle of its own was raging, ignited from long extinguished embers. Their meeting fanned the flames of war. This wasn't their first encounter. The first had been on the Zodviden plain. Zircon was then a mercenary of the Tamerlan house, and Merlin was a knight of the Adenko house, after which they met many times as enemies. "And now nothing has changed," Merlin answered him, covering his sword with a sheaf of fierce lightning. The butler thought the same, so he was the first to rush at his personal enemy.
Merlin didn't let up. His scar began to ache again and call for revenge.
A third party came to their aid and slammed them head-on. The two warriors weren't in danger of a concussion anyway. Helga told them to stop messing around and not embarrass themselves. After all, now they were both teachers of the Crimson Fortress, and therefore its subordinates, all responsibility also lay on Helga. So under her stern gaze, both longtime rivals became meek as children. She offered to have a match between them, but only after Vincent and Raphael had their match.
Then they heard loud exclamations and arguments coming from the exit of the main palace.
Vincent received treatment and didn't want to know anything about rest, especially now that he had hope. Duran had warned of the dangers, but in that case, he shouldn't have told him there was an effective way to increase his divine powers. And if so, there was nothing that could stop the young lord from going to the grave of the Holy King. By the way, Where is it? He thought.
Their conversation reached the ears of their longtime rivals, and Sir Zircon wasn't even surprised that the young gentleman from the Idenko clan was ready to get into trouble again.
With that, he decided to say goodbye to Merlin, wishing him luck next time, as he would need it. The knight answered him with a burning gaze, imagining the unthinkable executions and humiliations that he would subject the mercenary to when he won. What surprised Helga even more was when Zircon called his full name, Merlin Pelko, and a strange, pained expression appeared on her face. Soon Vincent arrived at the place where the entrance to the crypt of the Holy King was located, near a steep cliff. He did not want to listen to Duran's objections.
He didn't come to hang around at the entrance, which meant he was definitely going to go in.
It was unknown how much time Julian had left, and since Arslan possessed the Grail, he could have left him clues, as he had done before.
The Holy Father again prayed to all the gods he knew, and reminded him of what he had said earlier.
After all, no one who entered has ever been able to return from there alive, said Duran. It is surprising that he even considered this a reliable way to gain divinity, except perhaps in the next world. No one in the world knew what was inside, how everything was arranged, how deep the steps leading down went.
Vincent smiled grimly and replied to the Holy Father that he had a very peculiar sense of humor, since he first told about miracles and now dissuaded people from them by threatening various dangers.
Moreover, there were guards at the entrance to the crypt who allowed no one but high-ranking Holy Fathers to enter. This meant Duran had a reason to send Vincent here, despite all his hesitation and warnings. Then he spoke of the Holy King Lanmago, of whom the young lord knew only in general terms.
When he studied the history of the past 5 centuries, there was mention of a priest and a king who built the Temple of Guy. This hero accepted a martyr's death in the fight against the great demon, despite the fact that he was very powerful. The information reached them in the form of legends, but Duran was a priest who inherited the king's power.
Because he was his heir, he was given a special prophecy, Duran admitted.
Only those who have survived death and met God will be able to find the Grail. That was the prophecy, and these words sent shivers down Vincent's spine. The prophecy said nothing more, and it could be understood in any way. And judging by the repeated attempts of other adventurers, all interpretations of the prophecy turned out to be incorrect. And yet, Duran had a premonition, as if the king's power were calling to him and pointing to the young lord. So perhaps Vincent was the man from the prophecy, but they only had one try to find out. So now Duran hesitated and tried to tell the young lord about all the dangers, but Vincent told him not to worry,
because he himself was already sure that the prophecy pointed specifically to him.
With this thought, he stepped into the darkness of the dungeon, which seemed to swallow him up, closing the entrance behind him.
Duran was scared, but all he could do now was pray to all the unimaginable gods in the hope that everything would end well, and that he would not be accused of killing the heir. The staircase ran down in a narrow spiral, like a snake, and in the pitch darkness, Vincent found his way only by touch and the echo of his own footsteps. He had been descending for a long time, but the end was still not in sight. The darkness dulled his senses and his sense of time. He didn't know how much had actually passed. A minute? Or maybe an hour.
I wanted to call Julian and ask him if he knew about this place, and maybe he sees something.
But now the patron god could not hear anything, because he was busy healing his body.
People are strange creatures, Vincent thought. He'd been in the dungeon for what must have been 10 years, and you'd think he'd gotten used to the darkness and cold, but being here felt uncomfortable. The staircase, however, was strange. It didn't even hint at an end.
"He can't stay here,"
said a voice suddenly, as if coming from inside his head. As soon as he looked back, he would lose his sense of direction and remain forever in this grave. The voice in his head rang out again. The young lord didn't know who was speaking to him, but he reached for the scarlet lotus on his belt. He ordered the entity to appear, and suddenly a purple light lit up right above Vincent. The stairs disappeared, and he found himself in a strange room.
The shadows cast by the light suddenly came to life and took the form of people. One of them bowed politely and introduced himself. They were a clan of shadows, and the one speaking was called Melanon.
The Shadow Clan was waiting for him, seeking the truth. Melanon told him in an ominous voice. He had to go beyond Simon and face the truth. The butler spouted vague and meaningless phrases. These shadows had been guarding this place for 5 centuries, and there was no hint that they would let him pass without a trace.
And yet Melanon asked to free them and prove that he was the chosen one.
Vincent was delighted, deciding that, on the contrary, it was possible to come to an agreement with the shadows if Arslan had left them, and asked how exactly he should prove to them that he was the one.
All he had to do was cut them with his sword and free them. His mana was the proof, Melanon said in a slightly mad voice. Vincent let out a long cry. Chopping down something that looked like people and monsters was just his thing, especially when they asked for it. He immediately used the sword style that Merlin taught him, the technique of the Idenko house, which may be the best identification. Combining a sliding step and a cut, Vincent cut through the shadow that was right in front of him. He is a descendant of Arslan, who left the shadows here 5 centuries ago. However, this was not enough, the grave voice answered him. As if on command, dozens of shadows rushed at him from all sides, and the young lord had to slide between them to avoid being caught. He used the techniques of his house and much of what he knew, but the shadows did not accept this demonstration.
The Thunder God's blessing was activated, and an electromagnetic pulse momentarily dispersed the shadows. However, they quickly recovered, meaning this skill couldn't stop them. It was as if Vincent had to find the key to a lock. Only that lock could kill him. The complexity continued to grow, and from the form of people the shadow merged into the image of a monster with a whale's mouth and almost grabbed the young lord. These shadows are strong. No matter how much you destroy them, they simply rise again and attack again, not giving him a breather. Now Melon was sneaking up behind him, but the young lord remembered his warning not to turn around, or he would lose his sense of direction and remain in this tomb forever. Therefore, the young lord remained in place and received a chopping blow to the back from the gatekeeper. A searing pain touched his back, and Melon told him to stop deluding himself about himself. He was not the chosen one.
The young lord couldn't understand anything. Everything should have happened easily and by itself. He had no doubt that Arslan had left him a clue.
Once again, he regretted that Julian was not there. He always gave him valuable advice right in the heat of battle if something went wrong. Did that mean he was nothing on his own? The young lord wondered as he was completely surrounded by ferocious shadows.
At this time, Holy Father Duran was praying for the salvation of the young lord when he heard the cries of the guards. Someone was trying to get into the tomb. Turning around, the Holy Father recognized those who had come here for him and was surprised. Vincent was completely crushed and broken, the shadow clutching him like a rag doll. They had lived here for 5 centuries since Arslan and the Holy King abandoned them, and nothing could stop the shadows from fulfilling the prophecy.
Their power in this place was absolute. Bargaining was impossible. Unless he was the chosen one, he would not be able to free them and must die, the shadows said.
The man from the prophecy would be able to defeat them. Such were the conditions. He who has seen the truth and who has met God and survived his death. None of this applied to him, Melon concluded, and one of his hands turned into a terrifying, sharp claw. But the moment he rushed at the young lord, Vincent remembered who he was. He was an ancient warrior. From the very beginning, he did not do what he should have.
His techniques belonged to the Simon House. The dark red mana exploded, and this time, the shadows that held him took damage.
Red Song, the last part of the verse, the young lord whispered the name of the technique. After that, things went much faster and easier. He instantly cut through the shadows with his mana, which he had to hide for so long. From the very beginning, he acted incorrectly and chose the wrong name to introduce himself. Which should have been obvious, because the man who stepped through death was named Davin Simon. Now they were obliged to submit to his will and fulfill their oath, and then they would gain freedom.
They are free at last,
Melon whispered, and all the shadows melted away like smoke without a trace.
Only then did massive doors appear right in front of Vincent, leading away from the illusory space.
For the first time in 5 centuries, these doors were opened, and inside was a crypt with a coffin that looked like an altar.
As soon as he approached the coffin, something clicked inside, and the lid slid open. Vincent was momentarily afraid a vampire would jump out, like in a fairy tale. But then a spirit appeared before him. The spirit of the Holy Martyr King was woven from golden light and greeted him, the heir of the blood of Arslan. At last, their long-standing agreement, which they had made on the threshold of death, was being fulfilled. The time came, and in the hands of the king appeared a golden cup, richly inlaid with rubies and gems, the Holy Grail. At this point, the king's role was over, and he could move on to the next part of the treaty. The Grail will lead him to heaven, he said, and the young lord accepted the cup from his hands. The king thanked the youth for allowing him to depart peacefully to the next world, knowing he had fulfilled his promise. And then his golden glow also melted away, like a thin haze, and he disappeared. 5 centuries of waiting, and yet the king had retained his sanity and loyalty to his oath. The young lord bowed respectfully before him. At that very moment, the entire tomb groaned with effort, as if centuries of fatigue had fallen upon its walls, and the entire building had lost its supports.
So this is the next agreement, the young lord realized when he turned around and saw Teacher Merlin behind him.
It would have been more correct to call him Knight Peelco. He called him by his old and real name. Quite a lot of time had passed, and the second person who came here with Merlin was very nervous. They should have left a long time ago, so Duran himself was now worried.
Helga explained to the Holy Father that the prophecy spoke specifically about her family, the Quibbles, and about the Pilko family, to which Merlin belonged.
Only those who can see the truth about the Adinko family will enter this tomb, and the descendants of Quibel will also be there. However, Helga didn't know exactly what to do. She only knew that the prophecy would come true right now, and this made her shake with excitement. But she wasn't worried about Vincent, but about Merlin, because if the prophecy was true, it would definitely be the end for him. Everything was becoming strange and confusing. Pilko is Arslan's real surname, which is why Vincent found it strange that a family with this surname continued to exist. He wanted to know what had happened to his family 5 centuries ago, but Merlin remained stubbornly silent. The tomb groaned under the weight of time and would soon collapse. Then Merlin told him that some families of knights serving Idenko passed on a prophecy or message.
It passed from generation to generation, just like the shadows of Arslan. They also had their own task that needed to be completed. Pilko's descendants must sacrifice themselves in the king's tomb for Idenko, who remembers his name. All this sounded too terrible and absurd for the young lord to simply accept on faith. But while he was doubting, the tomb had already begun to collapse. In the blink of an eye, Merlin cut through the monolith that nearly crushed the young lord. Both halves fell next to Vincent, who was holding the grail in his hands, and frightened him quite a bit. Magic has sustained this place for 5 centuries, and that is why it has been able to stand. But now that connection has been broken, collapse is inevitable. There was only one way to get out of this tomb with no entrance or exit. To destroy the pillar, Merlin told him, and pointed to the powerful support column above his head. Like a stone ridge, this column supports the cavity of the king's tomb. Once it is removed, a small gap is formed before everything collapses. Vincent assessed the size of the column. He could cut it down, but he would need help. However, Merlin only shook his head and called upon the blessing of the god of thunder. One could only be amazed at his devotion to the prophecy. Not for a moment did the descendant of an ancient family doubt the mission that his ancestors had entrusted to him. It was utter nonsense, Vincent thought, because Merlin was going to do all the work and send him to the surface, while he himself would remain here. When they first met, the boy said that he remembered his name, and everything inside Merlin turned over. He realized that the time had come to fulfill the prophecy, and this fate fell to him. He would die like a true warrior, fulfilling his duty. It was hard to imagine a greater joy and honor, Merlin said. It was hard to tell from his voice whether he believed what he was saying, but he clearly intended to destroy the column. At least he got a good student, Merlin said, and delivered one slashing blow. However, before the sword could cut through the supporting supports, the young lord blocked its movement. What other prophecies? What other self-sacrifice for such a ridiculous reason? The young lord asked him, who was angry. The real Arslan he once knew would never have allowed anyone to sacrifice their life for no reason. Arslan was an innocent child who shed tears when he realized how unfairly his teacher was treated. Could such a person wish such a terrible fate on his descendants? As they fought, pieces of the walls and ceiling fell on their heads, threatening to settle the dispute once and for all. Merlin screamed at him. It was unreasonable for both of them to die here, which meant that someone had to stop being a child and accept their fate. The young lord just chuckled. He didn't want to accept such an outcome. They both had to get out of here. With these words, the young lord took off his jacket. He already understood that the teacher intended to stay here and give him valuable advice on how to get out. But what if he can leave on his own, and faster than the master expected? The young man asked, and tied the cup with his sleeves to free his hands. As he touched the floor, he was surrounded by a blue, icy aura, an attribute passed down from Elsa. The young lord was about to concentrate all his strength into one leap. The shield of the dwarf lord, the ice cloud of the galactic wanderer, the lightning of the intelligent giant. Merlin saw how all these blessings merged into one. Each of them affected the mana and body of the young lord, the power flowing straight through his heart. Thus was born a combined blessing, a whole that was greater than its parts. Vincent felt that the gods themselves had appeared to him nearby to help him accomplish the impossible. When he was completely ready, he gave the signal to Merlin to cut the passage, and he swung his sword. A wave of dense electricity, hot as plasma, burst from his blade and rushed upward. The last obstacle that blocked the way up had disappeared, but along with it, what had supported the vault of the tomb had also disappeared. Vincent shot up with such acceleration that it felt like he was turning into a comet.
the G-force nearly knocking him unconscious as the blood rushed to his head and 6 of his own weights fell on his shoulders.
He left behind a purple, sparkling trail of mana, and time seemed to stand still as he leaped.
Here is the surface, he thought, seeing a blinding light, when the flow of mana that gave him acceleration suddenly dried up. Just a little bit was missing. Vincent felt and began to slow down.
His rise almost turned into a fall, but at the point of apogee, he suddenly felt reliable support on his back. Merlin had covered the same distance. Be sure to find out the truth. This good-natured and loyal knight wished him and smiled goodbye.
The thunderbolt gave Vincent the boost he needed to reach the edge of the tall well, but it also sent Merlin flying backwards, back under the rubble.
Vincent couldn't do anything. He had no strength left in his weak body. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the teacher falling into the darkness. That's how it would have ended, but a man with brains and a long rope came to their aid. Helga flew past Vincent, hooking one end over the edge of the well and directing the other toward Merwin. Her whip moved like a snake, heading straight for his leg, Helga thought. If only she could make it in time.
Luckily, she was lucky, and Merlin hung limply on her rope. It's simply amazing that in 5 centuries, no one had thought of hanging a rope here. But now Helga understood what kind of destiny had been passed down through generations in her family. To think their family had lived for such stupidity. When Vincent woke up, the first thing he wanted to know was what had happened to Merlin, because the last thing he saw was him falling into the abyss, and the absurdity and horror of what was happening was still seething inside him.
Luckily, Merlin was lying next to him, and everything was fine with him. He was just sleeping. Father Duran and the director were standing next to him, looking after him.
The young lord looked at his belt where the cup hung, which meant he had not dreamed it, and he had indeed taken the grail. He freed the cup from the sleeves of his clothes and handed it to Duran, who was probably curious to examine the find, especially since who else but a priest could evaluate the relic.
Duran held out his hands carefully, as if afraid of damaging something in this centuries-old treasure.
However, as soon as the grail touched his fingers, it immediately sparkled with a blinding light, and Duran felt his divine powers rapidly melting away.
Soon, as if by magic, liquid began to accumulate at the bottom of the cup, filling it. Duran was amazed by the artifact's effect, and the young lord thought that if he drank this liquid now, he might master divine power. Helga winced, as the cup had lain in the grave for 5 centuries, and she didn't like the idea of drinking from it. But that was exactly what he had to do, so Vincent drank it all. Almost immediately, he felt the effects of the potion. His body was filled with a kind of energy, as if the light had taken shape and become liquid. And then he saw myriads of fluttering purple butterflies that belonged to his god. And with them appeared the image of Julian. The god was very happy when he came to his senses. He thought that Vincent had managed to heal his bones, but this was not the case. So far, he was only able to return part of Julian's divine powers. At least with this power, the god could keep him healthy and not disappear for some time. Looking around, Julian tried to figure out where they were and then wanted to know what had happened during his absence. Vincent thought about how to put it all more gently. They found the Grail. That was the main thing. And also the ancient tomb of the Holy King, which no one had been able to enter for 5 centuries, although it had collapsed.
The news of the Holy King's tomb even made the front pages of local newspapers. Such events don't happen every day.
The tomb itself didn't bother people much, since no one could enter it anyway. But the fact that it was the 7th son of the Adinko family who had arranged it became the cause for much gossip. The newspapers reached the main palace as well, and Hela regularly checked their contents, often receiving a copy of a newspaper that had not yet been published, just in case. The man who had made the headlines was now standing next to her. And yet, just recently, he had said that he couldn't even get out of bed, his mother told him gloomily. Thanks to Holy Father Duran, he recovered quickly. Vincent answered her, and these words were true, but only partly. But this did not calm her down. The further he went, the more problems this unbridled youth created. He was so weak that no one looked in his direction, and now, wherever the young lord appeared, chaos began. Meanwhile, Duran tried to convince his superiors that the tomb's collapse was not the young lord's fault, but so far, no one believed his words. The church guarded all its sacred relics with great jealousy. A whole council of holy fathers and cardinals gathered regarding the collapsed tomb. First-class priest Neluk sat in the chair of the head of the council of cardinals. He was a man with olive skin, white hair, and an arrogant expression. He cared nothing for the true reasons for the tomb's destruction. What he could gain from it was more important. The heir of an ancient and influential family is involved in the destruction of a shrine that belongs to them. Duran was still trying to defend the young lord who had fallen victim to the prophecy, But Nellick refused to listen. Noblesse had plenty of resources, and it wouldn't hurt them to make a small donation, at least in order to maintain the trusting relationship between the Church of Guy and Idenko, which has lasted for 5 centuries, the Holy Father firmly stated. The other priests supported him, as it was important to strengthen and expand the church's authority, and they smiled greedily. The church had existed for a long time and was constantly accumulating wealth in the form of lands and peasants. And all this wealth went towards expensive decoration, luxury, and the representative appearance of the Holy Fathers themselves. And in the Idenko house, they found their expected allies. Because if the matter concerned Lord Khan's youngest son, the elders were ready to support the other side. Not only had what happened to Tilavon failed to teach them anything, but they hadn't even abandoned their plans, continuing to dig under Vincent with great persistence. And now, along with the priests, the elders demanded that the young lord answer for the damage he had caused to the church. For his actions, he should have lost his left hand as a sacrifice, said Elder Delbecq rapaciously, and even took out a knife. The young lord couldn't even imagine what he had done. His mother Hela scolded him. After all, with his intervention, he destroyed an object of worship and one of the most ancient historical treasures that had been preserved for 5 centuries. The Temple of Gaia and their clan, the Idenkos, had been allies since the war with the Great Demon, and it was difficult to imagine the consequences of their collapse. Rumor had it the temple was planning to send a protest delegation. In exchange for the damages, they would surely demand something unimaginable, Hela warned him, but the young lord only smiled. He could do nothing about what had happened. All he could do was accept the consequences. And he suggested putting off formalities and getting down to business. Hela immediately realized there was something missing from the official records, and so the young lord asked Elsa to come in. The governess rolled out a small tray, on which rested an object covered with a cloth. Vincent pulled the cover off the goblet, and the room was illuminated by its faint golden glow and shine. Mother didn't immediately understand what she was looking at. In front of her, it looked like a simple cup, of course luxurious and richly decorated, and must have cost a fortune. But still, just a cup. Even though the value of this item was high, it hardly covered the damage that Vincent had inflicted. Or rather, the thirst with which the priests were ready to take advantage of any of their weaknesses. But listening to his mother, the young lord did not at all share her concerns. And then he stunned her with his statement, saying that he would not have to answer for what he had done. Rather, on the contrary, the Holy Fathers will thank him for what he did. Hela listened patiently and told him to continue. The tomb of the Holy King was a place completely unconnected to the church, despite its name. Even though this was an important historical place, they neglected it in every possible way. The entrance was guarded by only 2 guards. Anyone could enter if a Holy Father of the required rank came with them. But the most important thing is that they knew nothing about the tomb itself, except fragmentary legends. The temple was not engaged in its research. If the church believed in the value of the relic, they would have carried out research themselves, despite the danger lurking there. The tomb was a burdensome burden for them, hard to carry and a shame to throw away. So what was he supposed to be punished for? The young lord asked, but Mother Hela was not convinced by his words. Mother was extremely disappointed in him, because even knowing about her skills, he had the audacity to stand there and lie to her. The lady's voice broke into a scream. Although Elsa had known about this peculiarity of her mistress for a long time, she still experienced bouts of fear around her. All his words were pathetic excuses, and his mother angrily demanded that he tell her everything he knew about the tomb without delay. Vincent sighed heavily, as expected. Her skill worked constantly and did not require much maintenance. Then he showed her what was supposed to convince her. This time the room was illuminated by the blue light of the projector's magic stone. The writing on this stone cannot be forged, Elsa said in response to Hela's silent question. This testimony was supposed to change everything radically, and the young lord chuckled contentedly, since the news had such an effect even on his mother. A few days later, a whole papal legion of priests in white robes and high caps arrived at their house, marching in formation and holding banners in front of them. It was a symbol of the power of the church. If someone committed sacrilege, they would definitely come for him. It was evidence of the inevitability of punishment. Duran also arrived with Nell, who took him, as if to let him see with his own eyes the power and steadfastness of the Holy See. The Holy Father, in a choked voice, again replied that they were making a mistake. But the first priest merely brushed off his words, speaking to him in an arrogant, condescending tone, and declared that he was only doing what he had to, and there was no mistake in that. This matter could have brought him such influence and power that the throne of the Supreme Pontiff was already visible to him in his dreams. The church delegation was met by the hero of the occasion, his stepmother and Elder Delbecq. His place there was secured by the agreement they had reached.
If the young lord could not prove his innocence, Hela promised to personally cut off his head with her own hand.
Delbecq chuckled contentedly. He couldn't have dreamed of more, and was incredibly pleased to have found a valuable ally in Lady Hela. Although he didn't quite believe her words yet, the delegation arrived and the lady greeted the Holy Fathers instead of the head of the house.
There was much to discuss, and the lady invited them inside for a detailed conversation. The hall was full of people, priests, elders of the council, and many others who came to witness and participate in the proceedings.
Nell began by expressing his regret that the reason for their meeting was the misfortune that had befallen their good relationship. There was no need to dwell on the matter at length, so the Holy Father decided to begin with proposals and gave the floor to the elders.
Delbecq had long had his sights set on the position of head of the council, and now, with the power and influence of the church, this could become possible. The elder glanced at the young lord. He expected him to shake with fear, not knowing what awaited him, but Vincent, on the contrary, smiled insolently.
It was so outrageous that the elder shouted and called him to account, because he was supposed to look at the floor and repent of what he had done. Delbecq shouted, pointing his finger at the young man.
Vincent only grinned devilishly in response, because they had just excluded the hostess of the house, Lady Idenko, from the discussion. And one might think that this was not an accident.
Here, Father Nell also exploded with indignation. Children were supposed to wait for adults to speak and listen to their words. He demanded that Vincent explain his insolent remarks. Then the young lord rose from his seat to speak, as the 7th heir of his house, and a 9th-rank cadet of the Crimson Fortress. He was himself and could speak on behalf of both himself and his family. And a magic crystal appeared in the hands of the heir, the same one that Raven had once given him with the blacksmith's message. Now it contained a recording of the Holy King himself, in his last moments as a spirit. In the recording, the king thanked Vincent for keeping his promise to the founder of the Idenko family. It was such an obvious message that it didn't require much thought. The recording ended as the king's spirit dispersed to the wind, as it had in the tomb, and a tense silence fell over the hall. Father Nell was at a loss for words in response to this. First of all, he himself understood that the recording was most likely genuine, and they had indeed encountered something special. Now their meeting could begin, declared the young lord, who had just flipped the meeting agenda over with 2 clicks. And somewhere far away, having risen early in the morning, one apprentice had already taken up work and was carrying heavy boxes with weapons and tools. Her teacher had not slept all night, but would still work all day. After all, this was the forge of the renowned master blacksmith Hansen, whose products were used by all the common knights. That morning, a newspaper reporter visited him. The man didn't look like a knight, but why else would one come to a forge if not for swords? However, the one who was looking for its master said that this was not so. The journalist heard that the Scarlet Lotus that the 7th heir of Idenko possessed, and with which he defeated Mr. Simon, was forged by Master Hansen, and he believed that she was right in front of him. He was far from the first curious person to come here on a wave of interest in the young lord, and far from the last, because the dwarf's assistant simply exploded with indignation. All these articles and fables about great swords greatly interfered with their business and trade, constantly distracting them. Then a heavy hammer clanged, and the owner of the forge came out of it. Hearing the swearing, he thought that the assistant was once again arguing with the visitors. If only her ardor were in the furnace, Hansen thought. As soon as he appeared, Millie immediately became as meek as a lamb, and the journalist finally understood who was in front of him.
The gnome simply ignored these newspapermen. Fame didn't bother him, because he had long ago found his place in this world, and he had something to do.
Ever since he had gotten involved with the young lord, he had attracted a lot of attention to himself. Some of it had gone to the dwarf, and now another persistent reporter had come to sniff around and didn't want to leave. And yet he addressed Hansen as a master blacksmith, as his relatives and colleagues in the workshop had not called him for a long time. And this greatly hurt the dwarf's pride.
However, since he sent a message to the young lord and never received a response, the boy took the crystal into his own hands.
And he used it to the fullest to further his diabolical plans. Vincent has definitely grown up since then. The inscription on the dwarf's stone shocked the entire assembly. They thought they'd simply accuse the young man and extort ransom for him using their authority, but now it was a completely different story. It seemed the tomb had fulfilled its purpose and collapsed on its own, and, more importantly, the culprit was that purpose itself.
The recording crystal turned out to be very useful, and Vincent was glad that he had managed to remember about it in time, just in case. Then he thought about simply bringing evidence, because they might not take his word for it. It was only natural that the head of the priestly detachment, Nell, immediately declared that the recording was a fake, It was a question of pure politics, not facts, which no longer mattered. The elders raised hesitant objections. The crystal couldn't be counterfeited, they said, thus breaking the unity of their positions. Delbecq was furious, but there was nothing he could do. But the young lord still had aces up his sleeve. He confidently led the attack on the priest's positions, wanting to leave no trace of them. While the recording could still be doubted, the authenticity of the Holy Grail that he demonstrated to the assembly was more difficult to doubt. Here, even old Delbecq caught his breath, because he had not expected such a turn of events at all. He had not been warned. Father Nell had managed that too. Anyone could claim his dishes were the Holy Grail. But so what? The churches were offering lost relics every day in quantities beyond common sense, and all genuine.
And yet Merlin, a knight of the Golden Dragons, sacrificed his life, believing in the authenticity of this relic. The young lord answered him. Merlin was one of the 12 outstanding swords of the Idenko house. His life could not be simply thrown aside, and the priest thought hard. Here the priest Duran also spoke up, vouching with his life and holy power that the Grail was genuine, and stood up to defend the young lord. A split in the heart of the church right in the enemy camp, for which Nell rewarded him with a piercing, furious look. For Hela, what was said and seen was no secret, but merely part of their game, devised jointly with Vincent. So, rising from her seat, she suggested to Elder Delbecq that they raise the stakes in this game. The son's responsibility is also the responsibility of his mother, and she vouched with her right hand as a swordswoman that he was telling the truth. And anyone with her gift could be convinced of this. Delbecq's face lengthened, like that of a dog whose tail had been suddenly pinched. The blow had hit its target, but the same had to be done by Elder Delbecq. An eye for an eye. If Vincent was innocent, he would lose his left hand. That was the price for groundless accusations. The elder felt the ground shift beneath his feet. His opponents were acting with great confidence, but it could also be a bluff. If he fell for it, he would lose a rare opportunity and all his influence. So Delbecq decided to press on to the end. Therefore, having weighed all the pros and cons, he decided that he would play this game to the end against Vincent Idenko on the side of the church. The win was too good to pass up. An excellent bet! The young lord praised the elder when he announced his decision. He himself had put his life on the line as soon as he entered this hall. But there was still one man who hadn't made any bets, and the young lord approached Father Nell. He was obliged to pay the appropriate price for his accusations. That devilish grin, the one that sent shivers down his spine, appeared on the young lord's face. All this is impossible. It's definitely a bluff. For the Holy Grail to be an ordinary cup for feasts, it won't fool him, thought the Holy Father, and made a bet. Life for life. Such were the conditions. And other priests from his college also supported their leader. This was exactly what Vincent needed. He was incredibly lucky that his opponents were smug fools who fell for such a simple trap. The young lord gave the signal to Duran, and in front of everyone, he performed exactly the same trick that happened to him the first time he touched the Grail. The room filled with light. Soon the cup was filled with a liquid as pure as a baby's tears and as hot as alcohol, to the astonished cries of all the witnesses. Such was the power of the Holy Grail. By absorbing divine energies, it created holy water, from which holy borscht could be cooked. Duran tipped the cup, and the water immediately turned into a cloud of light, which then dissipated. The young lord didn't even need to look at the high priest's face to know what it looked like now. Now he had to admit that the Holy Grail was real, and the trap for fools was slammed shut. Something snapped in Nell's mind, and he puffed like a kettle, letting out a long howl. His face twisted as if he had been stung by bees. One of the Holy Fathers came to the rescue, who declared that, of course it was all a lie. Just think of the cup that creates the water. Magic. Damned witchcraft. It's just some kind of trick, he said. But the words stuck in his throat, because he could no longer control his vocal cords. Suddenly, the Holy Father felt an unprecedented lightness. Nell looked stupid as the head of the priest sitting next to him flew off. Whoosh! And it was done. And then he himself experienced an unprecedented feeling of lightness and dizziness, and along with him, everyone who decided to bet against the Idenko house. Lady Hela lived up to her name. Elder Delbecq was absolutely horrified. His palms were sweating, and his voice kept breaking into a scream as he asked her what she was doing. But the sword of justice took away his stake, and he was lucky that he only attempted to attack the hand of the young lord. Everything was stained with blood. The hall, the witnesses' clothes, Hela's clothes, her blazing gaze showing them what it meant to be the mistress of a great house. They were all swordsmen, trained to fight from childhood, and only a fool would think such people could be kept in check by political games. Not always. Not all nobles can be kept in check. and certainly not those who value truth above all else and see through blatant lies. She was driven by her own sense of honor, and today they sided with her adopted son, Vincent.
No one present had the courage or the words to object. Julian was glad to be considered a son, and Vincent was captivated by the speed of her blade.
Now he understood what guided Lord Khan when choosing a new wife. With her abilities, she was worthy of standing next to the strongest. The 5 headless bodies continued to sit at the table in the same relaxed poses, as if in some kind of hellish performance. Lady Yahello wiped her hands, and then the young lord asked to speak. Without a shadow of hesitation, he declared that he wanted to keep these people alive. What he really meant was that they were more useful alive, provided, of course, their minds hadn't already been destroyed by pain and shock. Right here in this hall is the Holy Grail, and the best priests of Gaia, everything needed for a miracle. If you hurry, the dead can be brought back. But for what purpose? His mother asked, surprised. How could he remain in the eyes of society a child for whom his mother did everything? The young lord answered with a smile. He had his own way of solving this issue, and he asked her permission, with all due respect.
Hela smiled, even though it made several priests scream in horror, and agreed.
And once again, the honor of saving everyone fell to Durin, who shuddered at the thought that he would now have to experience the draining effect of the Holy Grail again. He alone would not have been enough, especially after the demonstration. So he ordered the other priests to come and sacrifice their powers, especially if they wanted to save the lives of Nell and the others. And the Holy Fathers began to fuss, running up to the cup. In the name of the light of Gaia, they began to whisper, and the Grail greedily drank their divinity. Up to this point, everything had gone exactly as the young lord had wished, but the show was not over yet. Soon, Holy Father Nell came to his senses, as if he had woken up from a nightmare in which his head had been cut off. His neck was still as if numb, and he was afraid that his head would spin again, having been torn away from his body. "Welcome to the world of the living," Duran greeted him dryly and almost addressed him as a high priest. After that, Nell couldn't even imagine being addressed as "Your Reverence," and the priest winced, but the words stuck in his numb throat. Duran called over Elder Delbecq. After all, he was still just a priest who was always ready to help people, regardless of his attitude towards them. What can you expect from him? He's a holy man. Just as Delbecq breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken by the loss of his arm, the young lord stepped between them. "One arm was more than enough for this old man," Vincent declared with a devilish grin. Unlike the Holy Fathers, he belonged to the noble house of Idenko, and it was unseemly for its elder to again accept a hand he was prepared to reject. This was how Vincent reasoned his decision.
It was tantamount to admitting that his warrior's honor was worthless, as was his elder's influence. In other words, Delbecq had a choice, his hand or his honor, just as Marone had once had. The wounded old man looked at the youth with all his undisguised hatred. He would certainly never forget such a humiliation. But Vincent wanted to be remembered. In the end, Delbecq was forced to admit that his hand was proof of the young lord's innocence, and Vincent promised to remember this just decision. Gritting his teeth, the elder thanked the young lord for this lesson. Now all matters had to be settled, said Lady Hela, and looked at Nell intently, which almost made him wet his trousers again. He had no choice but to admit she was right. And based on the Commission's findings, the Temple of Gaia would not demand compensation. In fact, in his position, it would be better to talk about compensation, a hero's reward. However, Nell's self-importance was so great that even returning from the dead didn't leave him feeling the slightest shock. He was already thinking that he'd simply left empty-handed, but next time, he'd definitely find a way to play against Idenko and get his way. But there was one other man whose greed for the world knew no bounds. And he wasn't about to let them go so easily. They all owed him something, the young lord declared. After all, in his hands was a recording stone where the Holy King himself thanked him for his liberation. It was a 5-century-long mission entrusted to Arslan Adenko, the Holy Martyr King. But the Temple of Gaia was never able to fulfill it, and the tomb itself was left unattended. He managed to find the truth, find the Grail, and pull it out of the fallen tomb. And did he not thus earn the gratitude of the priests of the cult of Gaia and the descendants of the Holy King? The full weight of his words was instantly reflected on Father Nell's flabby face, which began to look as if a bucket of slop had been poured over him. He maintained a long silence. None of his close associates dared to interfere in the conversation. The situation was already fragile, and they were also frightened by the presence of the mistress of the house. Every word had to be weighed, and Nell admitted that they were grateful for the return of the Holy Grail. To his credit, he was a quick thinker. That was how this slippery man had achieved his power. He wasn't afraid to humiliate himself where it was free. So he bowed to Vincent as if he were the most holy king.
After all, only the other priests would see this humiliation. Besides, they followed his example, maintaining the unity of the church. Bowing is free. It would be worse if the guy starts demanding money from them. He kissed the floor, Julian whispered, and explained that this was the highest expression of respect for the priests. The sight was beautiful, and the young lord regretted that he did not have a second crystal for recording. But these crystals were in the possession of numerous members of the press, who had gathered just outside the closed meeting, awaiting its outcome. As soon as the young lord opened the doors, dozens of eyes turned to stare at them. Thus, the tribute to Vincent Idenko became public knowledge. This fact could no longer be hidden. This fact alone informed much about the outcome of the meeting, even though journalists missed the most interesting part: the game of head bowling. They didn't yet know what was happening, but they were already slamming the shutters of their recording devices. The Holy Fathers were completely stunned by what was happening, not to mention that they had just experienced their physical death. So there was nothing they could do about the reporters. Then the one-armed Elder Delbecq spoke up and ordered the guards to be called to drive away the persistent scoundrels. One could only marvel at his audacity, after all, to give orders in a house where the mistress was present. The contents of meetings organized by the Presbyterian Council are not supposed to be disclosed, and Delbecq insisted that by inviting journalists there, Vincent had violated the laws of their house. However, Julian immediately suggested to the young lord that there was a loophole in the law for those conclusions that were beneficial to the reputation of the house. Any donkey would have understood that all of this was beneficial to the Idenko house. The young lord answered the elder and gave him a condescending grin. Having been shut up again by the pompous youth, Delbecq could only choke himself in impotent rage and said nothing more. Within days, the news had spread across the continent, as fast as information moved in the world and the printing press worked. People have always enjoyed intrigue, scandals, and investigations, so they savored every detail of the case that had happened. Just think, the despised heir of the house, and suddenly the highest hierarchs of the Church of Gaia bowed before him. The boy who had orchestrated and won the unprecedented intrigue decided to hand over the Holy Grail personally to Duran, as he was the only one he could trust. Formally, this was interference in church affairs, but in the wake of all the events, Vincent gained the influence he needed to make it happen. Who else but the heir of the Holy King should be entrusted with the Grail? Asked the young lord, dismissing all doubts from Duran, who was too modest to agree. Moreover, the young lord needed access to the cup from time to maintain Julian's divine powers. And so, he had an excellent opportunity. And yet, for Duran, this question was much more painful. He had long since seen all the sins of the Holy Fathers and their thirst for gold, the sale of indulgences, counterfeit relics, for which the graves of holy martyrs were dug up. And not only. Duran himself was flesh and blood of this church, and did not believe that everything could be changed so easily. If Nell had taken possession of the Grail, he would have definitely rented it out for a lot of money. But the young lord could simply entrust everything to Duran, precisely because this man had long ago proven his devotion to his convictions and strong faith. That was enough. After all, it was this Holy Father who gave the Mana Stone to the young lord after the events of the Assembly of Swords. This means that in his hands, the Holy Grail will be used for the benefit of all people in need, Vincent said, and smiled encouragingly. Then Duran accepted the Grail and vowed to use it only for the common good. It sounded almost solemn. And the young lord asked him not to dry himself to death in the process. Then Elsa burst into his room. She was looking for the young lord, and the matter was obviously urgent, since there was no time to knock on the door. They'd definitely had some kind of meeting planned before these events, but Julian couldn't remember what it was. "There's no time to sit and chill when you have dinner to get ready for," the head governess grumbled to him. After all, he had dinner with Mistress Hella today. After all that had happened, the young lord was already hoping they would leave him alone. And now he had to see his meticulous mother again, from whom nothing could be hidden. At dinner, everything went surprisingly calmly. His mother inquired about his affairs, and he shared with her his plans to return to the Citadel as soon as possible after completing the task. But his mother, like his father, never invited anyone to dinner just like that. So Julian constantly bit his spiritual nails from excitement. Even after he became a god, this woman inspired such terror in Julian, and in general, Vincent understood it, he still remembered how decisive her sword could be. Hela saw the truth, and at any moment their true nature could be revealed. So Julian wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. And yet, Vincent remained confident and believed that they had nothing to fear. Everything was going well. Moreover, their services to the house turned out to be significant. They found the Grail, put the Holy Father Nell in his place, and even Elder Delbecq was left without an arm. A small reward certainly awaited them, the young lord thought. And just then, Hela told him the real purpose of this dinner. She had a gift for him.
In recognition of his outstanding services, which no one can deny, his mother wanted to grant him a wish so that he could ask for anything.
Vincent asked her to give him time to think. Such questions should not be decided in a hurry. The young lord feared that her proposal might actually be a test for him, since it was he who had taken the leading role in the Grail matter and the murder of Tilavan, instead of the mistress of the house. He then humbly asked to be given the opportunity to take the exam at the Citadel in order to raise his cadet rank. Hela even seemed disappointed by the simplicity of his request. He could have asked for money, weapons, useful potions, or information, but it was just an exam. His modesty surprised him, having received so many laurels of victory and influence points. He just wanted to return to the gray, gloomy citadel, far from the world. As the mistress of their home, she could make him anything she wanted with just a word, Hela said, painting a picture of practically limitless possibilities before him. So why did he only want that? Because it is right, the young lord answered her shortly, with that unyielding intonation that is not at all typical of children, who usually do everything to challenge the world, and do not know what they really want. Exams for promotion are taken extremely rarely, and sometimes even twice, because they are very strict. Of course, it would have been easier to use Lady Hela's connections and advance in rank much faster, but that would have meant that he would become dependent on her, and more importantly, he would not be perceived as an independent player on the field. The young lord did not want to step over others and wanted to achieve everything on his own. Hela considered his answer, a strange expression on her face, as if she were weighing something. To achieve what he wants by following his beliefs, he will have to wait a very long time until the world provides him with a good opportunity to rise. Of course, if he maintains his steadfastness, then sooner or later he will get lucky. The hostess of the house agreed. Once upon a time, she was as convinced as he is now. But a lot of water has flowed under the bridge since then.
Now she is too old to be ambitious, and she has too many responsibilities, and other priorities have emerged than always following the right path. At some point, she found ways to quickly get what she wanted, she added with a hint of sadness. Then she promised that when Vincent returns to the Citadel, a letter of recommendation would await him with a mission, the completion of which would be equivalent to passing an exam, and he would become an 8th rank cadet. By his devotion to his home, he proved himself worthy of support. Vincent bowed politely and thanked the dangerous woman for her support. The very next morning, a carriage drawn by 2 horses was waiting for him to set off for the Citadel. Mrs. Hela watched his departure through the window, and when Elsa arrived, she told her to prepare all the papers to send to the Citadel. Worried about her pupil, Elsa asked what test awaited the young lord. Malty answered Hela meaningfully, her eyes flashing in the darkness. That was where the youngest heir would go. This was the name of the southern coastal city ruled by the Viola family. Lately, this family had become incredibly rich, and there were rumors that they were squeezing the last from the peasants and townspeople. Malty was closely monitored by the head of the Khan himself. Elsa was surprised by such a difficult task, because Vincent would have to penetrate a fortified fortress for this. But Lady Hela has already found a way to make this task easier. The young lord will enter the city under the guise of accompanying the priest of Gaia. The governess was again amazed that the mistress had barely escaped from one intrigue when she was rushing to weave a completely different one. The young lord had just greatly annoyed the church by interrupting their plans, and now he had to serve them. The head of Viola's house was an extremely greedy man, and it was impossible to rule out the possibility that the church could bribe him to attack the young lord. Of course, the lady understood all the risks of the enterprise. Vincent would be there, practically alone, cut off from everyone, in hostile territory. Anything could happen. This was the path of truth that he chose, full of dangers, where one could only rely on one's own strength. This is the kind of test the mistress of the house, Idenko, gave him, her own, to find out once and for all what kind of person he is. At the Crimson Fortress Academy, a joyful director Helga was waiting for him. Unlike when he was admitted, this time she personally came to greet him. She congratulated him on his latest achievements and said that she was very proud of her cadet. The young lord smiled and politely responded to the greetings. He too was glad to see the director's lady in good health. She herself didn't have much love for the Idenko elders, who interfered everywhere and tried to influence everything. So it was great when at least one of them got his hand pinched and another was sent to the second world. Here, even the young lord was amazed by such great love in Helga's words, and she told him with disgust about the indecent advances that Elder Tilavan had made on her. Then the dean coughed behind her, and Helga remembered that she had come here not to remember the past. As his mother had promised him, a mission was already awaiting him before he arrived at the fortress. No sooner had he set foot in the citadel than he had to set off again.
Fortunately, he was given 3 days to prepare. Vincent didn't hesitate for a moment before accepting the mission. He was driven forward by time itself, the time of his life slipping through his fingers like sand. The dean explained that they would have to go to the southernmost tip of their lands, the city of Maltius. It was an ancient city that existed even during his past life. And then they heard a delighted cry. It turned out it wasn't just the teachers who were welcoming the young lord. Selvira was overjoyed to hear about the mission and the name of the city. So she demanded to be taken along, perhaps tired of sitting in the cold snow castle and wanted to go south. That evening, the young lord studied the details of the mission in his room. The city was ruled by the Viol family and was renowned for its fortifications. The city had no conflicts with its neighbors, and they were not known to pay tribute. Moreover, they bordered on the family from which Lady Hela came, which meant that the task was not given to him without reason. The interests of the mistress of the house were definitely involved. The city's history was rich in various events, naval battles, sieges, plagues, and other medieval joys. When the young lord noted such a keen interest in history, Selvira's face blushed again. It seemed that her feelings for him had not weakened over time. The girl waved her hands awkwardly and said that there was nothing wrong with this hobby. She just always wanted to be a historian, not a warrior, as her family decided. His gaze was perceived as condemnation, and Selvira began to defend herself. And she did not have strange dreams, she stated. Vincent immediately began to calm her down, since he hadn't meant anything like that, but now he wanted to know what she was doing in such a harsh citadel. "What can you do?" she replied. In their time, it was easier to earn money by force of arms than by history buffs. Besides, the research itself could be dangerous, so military education was essential. She displayed rare maturity and prudence in such matters, and the girl really wanted to help the young lord with this task. She must have already imagined how they would travel together, ride in the same carriage, stay in the same inns and graveyards, and maybe even sleep in the same tent. You could drown in her brown eyes. They looked at him so intently from her beautiful, gentle face, which was so close he could smell the aroma of cinnamon and apples emanating from her. And yet, the wonderful moment was interrupted because they lived in a dormitory, and upon hearing about the hero's return, his faithful companions rushed to him. Season and the second guy, hitting him in the chest, asked to take them with him and promised to be useful. The more people, the merrier. This time, the young lord did not expect any meanness from his house, so he was ready to take everyone who wanted with him. The guys were very happy about their adventure. Unlike one passionate beauty who was sitting next to them, Julian immediately teased his protege, deciding that he had decided to take the guys only so as not to be left alone with Selvira. But that was not the point at all, and Julian was surprised that the worst cadets in the Citadel could actually be useful, as he always maintained a pragmatic view of the world and people. But how could the young lord refuse people who so sincerely believed in him and wanted to help him? Only them he could trust. Of course, there was one more person to whom Vincent owed money, and he was worth taking along. Raphael, a great lover of adventure novels about knights and heroes. This time, the young lord promised him a duel if they passed the test. Raphael immediately accepted this offer, although he could have reminded the young lord of his first task with the goblin. But he did not. Taking Raphael along was a good idea because he had his bodyguard with him, and they were heading to a city known for its legal troubles. 2 birds with 1 stone. The young lord also had a pragmatic outlook. Julian praised him for his success in manipulating people, and Vincent brushed it off, saying that he simply had a good teacher. Then Raphael remembered that his butler just wanted to talk to Vincent. However, this conversation did not go well right away. It is difficult to talk when in front of your face there are silk threads that are no less durable than steel and as sharp as swords. Vincent felt as if he had found himself in a spider's lair, and although he knew he was in no danger, he still felt uneasy. Then the spider himself appeared from the shadows and asked for forgiveness for frightening him. He noticed that the young lord's hand habitually rested on the hilt of the Scarlet Lotus, and asked him to take it out. Vincent immediately asked why he should take out his sword if there was no danger to him here. Zircon was amazed by his composure, no matter what it was caused by. Courage, stupidity, or subtle calculation. The technique Zircon used separated them from the outside world. Something like a cocoon, only larger, the territory of the King of Flesh. Julian recognized his technique. Those who came out of it alive could be counted on the fingers. Vincent immediately took advantage of this knowledge and let the butler know that he knew about his techniques. A near-perfect way to kill, but also useful for hiding secrets, Zircon agreed. The young lord asked to get down to business, and the butler wondered where to begin.
Few could escape from him alive, the butler reminded him of the phrase he had just said.
Yet there was one man who was able to escape his captivity, breaking through the cocoon of steel threads with his own strength. That same Merle, who was now also his teacher, was amazed when Vincent heard his name.
Merlin was younger in those years, and despite the difference in age and experience with Zircon, he was able to destroy his flesh territory.
For him, this was his first and perhaps most humiliating defeat, but the King of Assassins was lucky to stay alive. The defeat forced Zircon to further explore various ways to use mana to counter his powers. Ultimately, he succeeded in leaving a deep scar on the boy's face. However, 15 years ago, when he entered the House of Valtacan, his crooked paths with Merlin diverged, and they did not meet again, until recently. Hearing how long ago this event was, Vincent and Julian were surprised, wondering how old the butler was.
That's right,
Raphael's bodyguard nodded. He was old enough to be the young lord's father. The magic threads covering his face faded, revealing a hideous scar on the right side, running down to his eye. The all-knowing god let out a cry of admiration, the kind he always did when he encountered something he had only read about in books. He explained that the werewolf technique allowed the King of Assassins to change his face, and indeed, after canceling it, the butler's face became covered with a network of deep wrinkles, and he seemed to become very tired. The butler praised him for his quick wit, even though he didn't know that it was the work of another know-it-all, and asked him to guess why exactly he had been shown this. He had to admit honestly that he had no ideas on this matter. Firstly, it was gratitude for the rescue, back then at the hotel, and not Zircon's habit of leaving a debt unpaid. And secondly, House Valtacan wanted Vincent to live up to the expectations of their young master Raphael.
But even this answer didn't add any further clarity to the young lord and Julian's minds. They simply couldn't know how much training Raphael had undergone. The impetuous youth would constantly forget the confines of the Scarlet Citadel during his exercises and threaten to destroy everything. Therefore, the butler had to stop him every time before the castle was completely destroyed.
He'd already lost to Vincent twice, Raphael said with a hint of regret. The first time when he'd saved everyone in the hotel from a mana explosion, and the second one when he defeated the Chimera and the Sorcerer. He was the one who behaved like a true hero, and all he could do was stand aside and watch each time.
Raphael's voice trembled, but he himself only burned with a more competitive spirit. Since there was someone stronger than him, he also had something to strive for.
Like a hound on a scent, Raphael pursued Vincent and never strayed from the path. Throwing up his arms, the young man proclaims that he would surely become stronger and defeat his rival. So here it was. Raphael was destined to become the heir to his house, and for him to grow into a worthy man and warrior, he needed an example, or an enemy. In Vincent's case, an equal rival. Thus, Zircon intended to turn the lord of another house into a reliable decoy for his master.
And to keep Vincent from getting too cocky, the butler warned him that if he lost, he would find out what it was like to touch a silk thread.
It was a terrifying offer, impossible to refuse, something on the verge of madness. Just right for him, the young lord thought, and smiled.
Was it worth showing him your real face for this conversation? The lord asked in surprise.
The butler bared his forearm, completely covered in knots of dense muscles and tendons, a body he had built for one purpose: to defeat Merlin. His werewolf technique allowed him to change not only his appearance, but also his body structure, the position of his magical circuits, and even change the attachment points of his muscles and bones. The butler had already noticed Vincent's weakness, and realized that the young lord could still walk only because some blessings supported his body.
In this state, he could die at any moment, and the convenient lever for influencing Raphael would disappear.
However, he could teach the young lord his method of rebuilding the body, and thus extend his time. It was difficult to even dream of more.
He didn't even need to be asked twice about it. The young lord immediately agreed with a raised fist. Julian's eyes also sparkled, because with these techniques, it was possible to stabilize the heavenly frame. And besides, Vincent could better support himself without resorting to divine power so often.
The old man's face cracked into a dry smile as he realized they could make a deal.
The young lord thought for a moment. He had never sought to be someone's example, and did not consider himself worthy of it. Especially for someone like Raven, a young man with a pure soul. But one thing he could promise for sure: one day he would surpass the Simon family. This was the only path the young lord followed.
So they agreed, said the old man, showing that even murderers could smile like that.
Afterwards, they began their exercises. the young lord meditating while the old assassin guided him with thin silk threads of mana that could penetrate the deepest layers of tissue and bone. 3 days later, the detachment to carry out the mission under the leadership of the young lord was ready and assembled. It was assumed that if they succeeded, they would be promoted to the next rank. But they should not relax, the dean warned them gloomily. He announced that the priest of Guy would go with them as cover, and he hoped for their prudence, since in case of failure, this could greatly complicate all relations between the great houses. The dean spoke with noticeable effort, constantly fighting against the heavy eyelids that were trying to put him to sleep. Initially, the director was supposed to handle this mission, but what a fool he had been to rely on her. He wanted them to get out of his sight as soon as possible, and that would be one less problem in the Citadel. So the dean sighed heavily and ordered them to go on their mission. No one would listen to warnings anyway. The cadets pressed their palms to their hearts and recited the Citadel motto so loudly that their cheerful voices made the dean's ears ring. They set off on their journey in 2 carriages. At least the academy covered their travel expenses, and they could travel in comfort instead of jolting around in the saddle or walking. In ancient times, the journey to the very south of the continent took a whole year through many lands, so Vincent almost choked when he heard from Julian that they were now using a teleport from which they would reach the place in just a week. Much has changed over the past 5 centuries, and the once disparate lands have been united by a network of teleportation gateways, as if they were once ports, becoming new centers of trade and travel. Of course, the joy of quickly overcoming hundreds of leagues of travel was not free, and the price caused a storm of indignation among the faithful servant. The sorceress, standing at the blue gates, from which a low vibrational hum emanated, merely spread her hands. Pay or walk, there is no third option. But her words had no effect on Wilson's faithful servant. He began to shout even louder and demand a discount for a soldier from the Crimson Fortress who was going on a mission. So Ciri had to calm him down. The sorceress in the wide-brimmed hat merely blinked her long eyelashes, as if hearing about the existence of the Crimson Fortress for the first time. The servant still did not give up and tried to approach from another side, because the heirs of the great houses of Voltacan and Idenko were riding in the carriage. The argument only made the sorceress laugh, so much so that she even covered her face with the wide sleeve of her robe, especially since paying for passage was a matter of honor for noblemen. This provoked a new round of verbal barbs and promises to awaken the beast within him. The young lord, hearing the noise, looked out of the carriage and said that it was unlikely that the witch could be frightened by a hamster. Further arguments would only further disgrace the name of their house, and the unruly servant could be sent back to the fortress. They were now so far from the lands of Idenko that few had heard their name, so the young lord was not very surprised by such an attitude. All this was a good reminder that from now on, they would have to rely only on themselves, and that the family name had no weight outside their lands. On the 6th day of their journey, they reached the coast and breathed in the salty sea air that the morning breeze brought, the wheels of their carriages clattering rhythmically along the stone path that had been cut right into the cliffs. There was only one land road leading to the fortress, and it was too narrow to allow an army to lay siege. Soon, the bastions of Maltia came into view. To grasp their height, one had to look up sharply. They extended straight from the cliff embankment and extended into the sea, blocking the entrance to the harbor. Only the waves dared to storm such a fortress. Taking Silvira with him had been the right decision, the young lord realized when she began telling them about the history of this place. The walls were erected 200 years ago during the Naval War to protect against pirate raids. Until recently, pirates had been a major nuisance to the city, so it had retreated into the thick shell of its bastions. These words made the young lord uneasy, and he peered out the window, then asked Julian to inspect the walls. The city of Maltia was located in a picturesque valley, hemmed in on 3 sides by sheer cliffs that served as the best walls, and on the seaside it was closed off by a gigantic bastion, capable of stopping even a sea monster. And yet, sometimes pirates from the surrounding secret bays and harbors try this tough nut, so everyone in the city is constantly on guard. Moreover, beyond the city walls and cannons, no one protected the simple merchant seafarers. Malta, which was supplied almost entirely by sea, experienced difficulties with food supplies. Under siege, the price of bread reached the level of gold, and famine began in the city. The scene of devastation and decay, tinged with despair and fear, presented a sad spectacle. All along the road, emaciated people sat silently begging for salvation, and it was hard to imagine how many more were left to die at home because they couldn't get out of bed. It's one thing to read about disasters in the newspapers, but quite another to plunge headlong into them. The streets smelled of sewage and death, and there was no sound of dogs barking or birdsong. In such conditions, any traveler could become a valuable source of alms, or treasure, or maybe even a warm dinner.
so Siri began to worry about where they should go. The Idenko household did not have strong connections in the area to arrange travel and overnight accommodations for the group. But something was wrong with this, the young lord thought. Since Lady Hella came from a family that lived very close to Maltia, and now she had become the head of the house, her name should have been known here. They urgently needed more information, and the young lord decided to first follow their legend and go to the Temple of Gaia to complete the task. Third-class priest Roseanne studied the cadets with a bored expression. He spoke as lazily as he looked. Here on the outskirts of the lands in the province, no one was in a hurry, and all the offices and churches closed around noon. Security. Tasks. The Holy Father languidly repeated the words spoken to him, as if it were some kind of nonsense. He didn't need any of this, he said, and casually turned his back to the young lord. In his place, another aristocrat would have immediately called for a duel to defend his honor, dishonored by disrespect. But Vincent waited patiently. He had not come here to start a war. The Holy Father repeated what he had said and declared that he did not need any protection because it was peaceful and calm here. His grin, however, said quite the opposite. The first to explode with indignation was the ardent Raphael, who began shaking his fists. The scion of a noble family was not accustomed to such treatment where no one took him into account. But the answer he received was complete indifference. The temple servants locked the doors right in front of their noses and did not even let them cross the threshold. The cadets looked at each other uncertainly and waited for Vincent to respond. There was no point in worrying about such trifles. So Vira immediately resigned herself to everything. The young lord looked towards the bastion, which cast a long shadow of the setting sun. His secret and invisible to everyone's spy should have already reached there. Although the god could fly and pass through walls, it turned out that the further he was from the young lord, the weaker his divinity. Everything has its limits, thought the young lord, and asked what the wall looked like from the inside. But, as expected, the wall was in perfect order, not a single scratch, no traces of magical strikes, protective or detection spells. Frequent pirate attacks either left no trace on it or were completely fictitious. The further into the forest, the thicker the partisans, the young lord agreed. More and more mysteries and oddities appeared in this case. And then an explosion thundered, right at the top of the fortress where Yulin stood. Even though the god did not have a corporeal shell, the young lord still shuddered. The cadets decided that it was really a pirate attack, since they couldn't have known the same thing as Vincent. But the townspeople also believed this story, and their faces were frozen in horror at the impending attack. Explosions thundered everywhere, their echoes spreading over the city and reflecting off the nearby rocks, making the city seem to be immersed in a continuous cannonade. People were simply swept off the streets, all of them huddled like mice, each in their own crevice. But the attack could not have been real, the god declared with conviction. He, like no one else, could see that there was not a single enemy ship behind the wall, only a clear, calm sea. At the same time, the doors of the temple opened again, and the Holy Father Rosen called them to take refuge within the walls of the temple, not without a strange, haughty note in his voice, as if he had done the children a great service. Those townspeople who had not managed to hide anywhere, or who simply had nowhere to run, responded to his call. They all spoke of the Holy Father with deep respect. The young lord felt as if he were in the midst of a well-executed performance, one that wasn't meant for him at all, and therefore had no power over him. Just recently, Rosen had said the city was peaceful and calm, and he didn't need protection. It turned out that the priest was openly lying and was part of an evil show. Out of the corner of his ear, the young lord heard a casual remark that tomorrow, the Holy Father was leaving for the vagabonds' camp. So it's not just him who will go there, the young lord thought and grinned. Somewhere far away from them, Sir Merlin looked to the south, his noble face, marked by the ugly rut of a scar, exposed to the frosty air of the mountains. After what happened in the tomb of the Holy King, the knight quickly recovered, and Dean Vargon came to see him. The knight's arm was still in a sling, and he himself needed rest, even though it brought him unbearable boredom, from which thoughts constantly crept into his head. He was supposed to die there in the tomb of the Holy King, to fulfill his family duty. He thought that this was his destiny, but the young lord simply refused to believe it and changed everything. All this time, Merlin lived for specific goals, but now he suddenly became completely free, like a bird in the sky, and did not know where to direct his flight. Vargon understood him. By nature, he too was a man of duty, and he thought a lot about the family he had to leave. Like Merlin, in a difficult time, he was supported by a cadet who had just entered the academy and had not yet seen the world, just a child. And this child was none other than the young lord whose appearance had raised a storm everywhere. Merlin had already guessed. In the time since they met, Vargon had learned to trust the young lord's intentions, and suggested that Merlin simply wait. Since Vincent had changed his destiny, he would find him a new purpose.
The next day, Vincent, as planned, showed up at the Camp for Hobos, a building whose narrow windows did not open and was ironically called the Sunny Building. There were guards at the entrance, as if someone might kidnap the vagabonds, but they did not let the cadets go further. The property of the Vile family, two hooligan-looking men informed him, who had behaved extremely insolently and disrespectfully in front of noble people. Vincent introduced himself to them as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress, and stated his intention to go inside. A rude, unwashed face with unkempt hair answered him with the same refusal, that he could not let warriors from other families in without permission. Vincent smiled and pointed towards the Holy Father, who was rushing here with the look of a worried hen. This was his reason. Rosen didn't understand the expression and again stated that he didn't need any protection. The young lord just shrugged his shoulders at this. He was following orders. Then the Holy Father completely forgot about all propriety and ordered the annoying fools to get away and not interfere. The young lord frowned. He kept himself under control. If only it would not reflect on the Holy Father Duran, with whom he was close. But in the end, he had to use the sign of the Holy Father of the second rank again. There was a slap of a hand and the wooden sign fell into the dirt. Without any respect, Rosen completely forgot himself and shouted for them to leave. This only increased the young lord's suspicions, since even the church hierarchy did not stop this Holy Father. But the trick worked. While the young lord was distracting everyone, Raphael, unnoticed by anyone, simply opened the doors of the building and discovered that the orphanage was being used as a warehouse. The rude guards cursed when they realized that they had been tricked like children. However, before Raphael could look inside one of the boxes, his hand was clamped in a vice. Or so he thought when he was grabbed. This man was as huge as a mountain, with a bald top and a complete lack of neck. His arms were just spurs of this mountain, and his palm was the size of Raphael's forearm. He had a menacing look, and the thug ordered not to touch anything there, but then even his thick rhinoceros-like skin felt the touch of a thin silk thread. Like a weaver spider, Zircon entwined his victim's arms and legs, throwing several of the finest threads around his neck, and ordered him to release his master. They had to be stopped before the entire mission and its cover went down the drain. Which is exactly what the young lord did. Zircon immediately vanished from sight, its threads melting like cotton candy in water. They were merely accompanying the priest, and had come to check on him, the young lord told the big man, giving him the official version. And he warned that if the guards objected, they would face a public accusation that violence had been committed against a fortress cadet in a building belonging to the Viola house. The priest grimaced with disdain, but he too could not object. They had to save face and could not show open hostility. The fat man suddenly went limp, and a cloying smile appeared on his boulder-like face. He declared that with such brave warriors, the Holy Father had nothing to worry about, and the cadets could stay here as long as they wanted. The big guy's name was Edmund, and he was the director of a sunny home for vagrants. As if nothing had happened, Edmund allowed them to look around and even called the young lord to follow him to show him everything. There was no trace left of his former hostility. Vincent thanked him for his assistance, and the fat man repeated the ominous phrase that everything was peaceful and calm in their city. As they walked through the warehouse, a strange feeling came over the young lord, and he asked what was in the boxes. According to Rosen, there were magical stones lying there, thus revealing his deep knowledge of the matter. In exchange for food and shelter, local vagabonds worked with magical stones, Edmund added, and the priests are here because they help exhausted people recover, especially since the work is dangerous, and sometimes accidents happen. Selvira didn't like this explanation at all. She knew that only trained magicians could process stones. This work was completely unsuitable for vagabonds. The brute merely shrugged and replied that he himself didn't know everything, but the Viola family had its own secrets. One might expect the stones to sell for more after being processed, but the technology was so simple that these stones could be purchased anywhere for next to nothing. So it's unlikely they were the source of the Viola family's wealth. Right behind the warehouse, there was a mine for extracting magical crystals. The sound of tools echoed throughout the entire workings. The tramps worked hard, and under their skin, without a gram of fat, the strained muscles bulged. But despite this, the people looked exhausted. Many had long since lost their hair, and life had clearly lost its color for them. They looked like sleepwalkers who staggered through routine tasks. All the more disgusting were Edmund's words that all this was needed by the vagabonds themselves, and that it allowed them to get back on their feet and find a new life. Having walked through the entire building from bottom to top, the thug, under whose feet all the floorboards creaked with strain, led them to the roof. from where an excellent view of the Maltese sunset opened up.
The young lord looked around and asked what kind of buildings were rising there outside the city.
They were located in a group outside the city and looked like pillars sticking out above the forest. According to Edmund, there was simply another warehouse there, but it was hardly possible to believe this lie, because no one would build warehouses so far from the mine. When the examination came to an end, Father Rosen appeared and declared that there were no injuries today and that it was time to go and rest. The cadet squad settled in some kind of hut. Siri and Selvira, as the only girls in the group, slept together separately from the boys. The last ones were sprawled out on the floor and had been snoring for a long time without a second thought. But not all. The young lord threw on his cloak and went out on night watch when a high full moon rose in the sky and there was enough light. His path led in the direction of those strange buildings that he had seen from the roof of the shelter. They definitely needed to be checked. In the light of the torches, several people walked along a narrow forest path, some of them moving with a constrained step due to the bonds on their hands. The warriors of the Viola family were relaxed. Their captives could hardly even think about escaping to the mountains. They only had enough strength to walk without stumbling. One of the prisoners, a pale man with light hair, pitifully asked to be released.
He claimed that he was not a vagabond at all and that his little daughter was waiting for him at home, and the man almost cried, as if this could move his captors to pity.
The merciless jailers heard such whining every day, and they were quite tired of it. So the pathetic dad received a severe blow to the liver.
The other prisoners cowered in horror, afraid that the same thing might happen to them.
The guard bent over the fallen prisoner and demanded to know where exactly his wife and daughter were, whom he had foolishly brought to the city. After this, no one dared to even utter a word, and they lowered their eyes to the ground like hunted animals.
The city is full of beggars, so even if they think about running away, no one will pay attention to them anyway, the guard said sarcastically. The prisoner, who was walking last, like everyone else, desperately dreamed of home, when suddenly he felt that some irresistible force was pulling him into the bushes. This is where their real work begins, the prisoners heard when they reached one of the country warehouses, a dilapidated building that looked abandoned, as if no one had looked after it for a long time. With kicks and curses, the next batch of prisoners was driven inside. Viola's guards hurried to finish their night work and go to bed. This time the group was small, only 10 people, and those passing by were counted. At the count of 10, Helka's finger pointed into the void. No one else was coming from the forest. There was a hitch. There should have been 10 prisoners, but either someone had forgotten how to count or they had lost one along the way. One of the guards, apparently the chief among them, again raised an angry cry, cursing his subordinates for not being able to keep track of 10 mules and losing one. But soon they heard quick shuffling steps from the direction of the forest. The lagging prisoner returned himself and apologized for being late, citing the bad road. Unlike the other prisoners, he now looked cheerful and energetic, his eyes not clouded with exhaustion. But in the darkness, no one noticed.
2 hours before the secret agent from Idinko's house began his operation, the cadets held a meeting to exchange opinions. Selvira still didn't understand how to process magical crystals with pickaxes.
She found everything too suspicious and assumed that there was definitely some secret buried in the hobo camp. Inside, all the rooms looked clean and did not arouse any suspicion. People actually lived and worked there.
The young lord agreed with Selvira.
He hadn't seen everything yet, and that the secret was most likely hidden in the country warehouses. And the brute, whose name, Edmund, was completely inappropriate for his size and manners, was acting far too brazenly. He looked at them the way hunters look at their prey, and he was very reminiscent of a mad sorcerer sent by the elders. His gaze sent shivers down their spines.
The young lord decided to sneak into the camp. He would act alone for the sake of greater secrecy, and he clearly had more experience in such operations.
Of course, there were fears that his absence would be noticed, and Viola's guards would begin to suspect something. However, even for this case, the young lord already had a solution, and he looked mysteriously towards Sir Zircon, who was capable of much more. So it happened that the young lord was already sitting in the church pew that morning with everyone else, listening to a dismal sermon about the sin of a provincial priest. Father Rosen seemed to be torturing them in a special way, because today he didn't go anywhere, and only read psalms in the empty hall, which can be considered a special form of torture. Raphael, on the contrary, took great pleasure in observing the transformation of his mentor and bodyguard. Hearing their conversation, Selvira intervened, who was particularly meticulous when it came to Vincent. She, like no one else, knew that he spoke like an old man, and corrected the butler. Zircon could only sigh heavily as he was once again straying so far from his direct responsibilities,
and all because of one younger heir of an ancient family.
Meanwhile, the disguised spy, who was never discovered, was kicked into an empty cage and locked in. Even the fact that the prisoner returned to them himself did not have a very good effect on the mood of the guards, and the chief among them took out his anger for being made nervous.
The young lord's trained body could withstand even more, so he decided to lie low and watch what would happen next. The implantation was going well.
Not everyone could adapt to the dungeon so quickly, and Julian shuddered at the mere sight of the narrow, cold rooms. But Vincent had seen much worse in his past life. After some time, he was found by a cute mole spirit, apparently sent by the sorceress and servant Siri. The mole summoned a small image of Siri, and the room filled with blue light. The maid was very worried about her master.
He had successfully infiltrated, and that was already a good start, the young lord reported to her. Here, the silence of the night was broken. Apart from the tired snoring of the same pathetic father, who had apparently forgotten the pain of the guard's blows and began screaming again to be let out. He begged for at least the opportunity to bring food to his daughter, who had lost her breadwinner, but no one listened to him. And at the same time, it was time for dinner, said the chief of the guards, and handed the young lord a black ball. His appearance meant nothing to Vincent, so he hesitated. And then the guard cursed and grabbed his face, squeezing his cheekbones so hard that his jaws unclenched of their own accord.
He could have been fed either medicine or poison, and Julian anxiously suggested that they break away and stop the outrage.
However, the young lord decided that the best way to find out everything was to take this ball inside and taste it. So he earned another scolding from his patron god.
Over the past few days, the young lord had spent a considerable amount of time honing the skill he had received from his butler, Zircon. It allowed him not only to change his appearance, but also to control his bloodstream and the distribution of substances.
Having trapped the drug within himself, the young lord could break it down with the power of the intelligent giant and discover its components. The Bene Gesserit order stared at him through the darkness of space. Imagine his surprise when inside the ball they gave him was only highly purified mana.
She couldn't do anything to the soldiers, but she had a completely different effect on ordinary citizens, Julian recalled with horror.
Mana ingested in such quantities would accumulate in the heart until it reached its limit, at which point it would explode. Such experiments could have led to the deaths of many people, and the young lord's suspicions about the Viola family only grew. Like an experienced warrior, the young lord gathered mana in his heart and distributed it throughout his body without any harm.
For him, mana became an excellent strengthening agent, so he wanted to take more. A few days later, the guards took them to another place, apparently waiting for the captives to absorb the mana. Before them stood a strange tower, or chimney, without windows and with one ominous door. The prisoners were ordered to enter it one by one. Almost everyone walked through the door without any changes, which only angered the guards. And then it was the turn of the pale-faced man with blonde hair. As soon as he stepped inside, the darkness seemed to be filled with 100 pairs of predatory eyes that stared intently at him. Now the guards laughed contentedly when the prisoner screamed in horror. The darkness crawled inside his body like a monstrous living slug, and the unfortunate man only managed to give his address where he left his daughter, begging him to bring her food. Waves of dark, suffocating mana washed over everything, and the young lord immediately remembered where he'd experienced similar sensations before, when he'd encountered the archdemon in Arslan's vision. Right now, before his eyes, the ritual of contracting with the demon was taking place. This is what that medicine was needed for. The prisoner's eyes were burning with fire, and the guards grinned contentedly at the fact that they would be able to please Mr. Edmund. Now it was Vincent's turn, and he was told to move in a rude tone. The scoundrel's eyes flashed greedily again, hoping that the young man would also become a good contractor. The young lord involuntarily resisted, not knowing what awaited him in this tower. But in the end, he allowed himself to be pushed inside. And immediately, he found himself in emptiness, as if in thick, coal-black smoke.
At that very moment, all the bad memories came rushing back to him, and through them, the demon, as usual, wanted to feel out his weaknesses and get into his heart to settle in it.
A mother and father who never felt anything for him except regret and hatred.
They rejected him even after their son died, believing all the accusations.
Vincent had many regrets in his past life, but now he was living a new one, so he was not going to give in to them. The thunderbolt drove away all the terrible gloom and its oppression, and it became quiet in the young man's head. The guard patted him on the shoulder impatiently, wanting to quickly understand whether the prisoner had received the contract or not.
Now that he had all the information he needed, he could begin to act. and the mountain slopes echoed with the chirping of thousands of birds.
Blue flames and smoke rose in a column, so that the explosion was clearly visible from the city. Holy Father rose and looked at the mountain with alarm. He knew what was hiding there, and he knew for sure that this was not a pirate attack.
Half the tower collapsed, as if a wedding cake had been cut with a sharp knife, and its floors collapsed inward.
In the thick blanket of dust, the chief guard coughed and cursed at the strange prisoner who had looked suspicious from the start.
He immediately shouted, ordering everyone who could still stand on their feet to catch the skinny scoundrel. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword was already raised above his neck, and the sentence was carried out immediately.
The sound of swords clanged, but the guard still managed to turn around and block the blow.
However, his defense did not last long. The sword cracked, and the villain's hand flew away, leaving its owner.
The young lord took some pleasure in depriving his opponents of a hand, which he himself had been deprived of in a past life. As a warrior and as an ordinary man, he could no longer bear to watch all this tyranny. So he threw off all his masks and drew his sword. 2 more guards spotted him in the thick smoke and rushed towards him shouting. However, they immediately lost sight of their enemy, each receiving several long wounds. The guard who lost his arm miraculously remained conscious. He tried to stop the bleeding, but the lightning bolts that entered his body did not allow him to do this. With such wounds, he urgently needs a priest. The young lord sympathized with the scoundrel and thrust his sword next to the guard's face. He understood the hint and began to call for help from all the saints he could remember. He still cherished the hope of returning the lost limb. Now, when Holy Father Rosen and his men arrive here, the rest of the cadets will also have a reason to come to this place, which is precisely why the young lord spared the guard's life.
The young lord himself wanted to go inside the ruined building as soon as possible and find out what was hidden in its depths. The scarlet lotus he was holding in his hands gave him confidence.
It turned out that the tower went into the ground on several levels. Most of it was hidden here. There was a crash as the wall was broken, and Vincent burst inside, destroying another guard in the process. More than a dozen of them had gathered below, and like selfless bees, they instantly rushed to defend the hive from the hornet. The young lord did not intend to drag out long greetings, and filled the sword with the aura of the dwarf god, which increased its power. The guards inside the inverted tower were no different from those above, all equally worthless and quickly disappearing. They were not worth hunting for each one individually. The guards saw the appearance of the thunder god in horror. What could they oppose to him, pathetic minions of demons? The young lord knew no pity. There was a crackling sound of hundreds of discharges that merged into one salvo and illuminated the hall with a bright flash. In one fell swoop, the young lord dealt with all his enemies. But he also spent a considerable amount of his own strength. Before he could move to search the room, a sharp dagger whistled past, narrowly missing his head. Someone dressed as a harlequin jester hissed in displeasure and pulled out another throwing dagger. The clown with the funny mask, the warrior of the 7 stars from the house of Viola, immediately recognized their enemy Julian, who knew everything in the world like a flying directory.
Harlequin continued to make theatrical gestures, striking picturesque poses, and several knives had already appeared in his hands. He looked ominous. Running into a master of such a level that he was among the top 5 in his house was not the most pleasant thing that could happen, thought the young lord. His enemy threw up his hands, as if he thought that the name alone should speak for itself and plunge everyone into horror. Vincent had already met the masters of the 7 stars, his mentor Merlin, his governess Elsa, and his butler Zircon. But Harlequin didn't seem any stronger to him than them. Vincent pointed his sword at him, as if challenging him, and suggested that the clown come down himself. The time for talking was over, and Harlequin was the first to act. His daggers flashing in the semi-darkness of the tower, he threw them all at once at great speed and with a slight spread to make them harder to dodge. Each one had the energy of a cannonball, and crashed into the ground with a loud noise, after which the villain laughed, confident that he had already pierced the boy through and through. Up close, the clown looked even more disgusting. The young lord noted that he was right behind him, as if they had just been having a small talk all this time. The astonished enemy turned in the direction where the dust was still billowing, not understanding at whom he had just fired his shells. As soon as the dust cleared, it became clear that all the daggers had fallen into a web woven by a spider, which was not surprising, since only another 7th-rank warrior could resist a 7th-rank warrior. Before Harlequin could figure out how there could be 2 enemies, the silk threads were wrapped around his neck in a noose, so strong and thin that they could even cut steel. So Harlequin felt very dizzy. When it was all over, the King of Assassins returned to his natural form, came to the rescue just in time, and was even surprised at his luck. But Vincent didn't see anything special in this. Their enemies had already seen Zircon's skills and could do something. It was good that he went down inside after him. Of course, it couldn't have happened without Mr. Raphael.
who could no longer sit still and was eager to get into the fight.
The young man raged and raged, demanding that they give him at least one enemy so that he could immediately deal with him. But the enemies should have already descended even lower, the young lord explained to him in a cold tone. Raphael did not know what it meant to act prudently, especially when it came to justice, and was already ready to rush further. His bodyguard could only sigh heavily because he would have to answer to the elders again for exposing his master to unnecessary risk. However, right now they needed to quickly pursue their enemies before they hid their dirty secrets. And the young lord grinned. They then wandered through all the nooks and crannies of the deep tower, scattered the remaining blockheads from Viola, and found several prisoners in rags. It was here that the real magic fireplaces were smelted, and the young lord asked the freed old man to tell him what exactly was happening here. From the old man's words, they found out that their old acquaintance Roseanne was involved in the matter. He forced prisoners to cleanse magic stones. Those with even the slightest predisposition to mana were forced to pass through a terrifying door and unwittingly become demon contractors. Their fate remained unenviable. After a few days, weakened, they became demon food. It is difficult to even imagine how many unfortunate people died in this death camp in agony. The young lord had not had the best opinion of the priests of the church before, and now he wanted to send them all to the scaffold. To clean the stones, the slaves used a special ball and showed it to the young lord. The device worked using dark magic, allowing the creation of a magical stone in which mana could be stored at least once. After thinking for a moment, the young lord fearlessly grabbed the ball, from which a thick haze immediately spread. The darkness crept in, and dark veins appeared on his face. But Vincent did not flinch. He had already absorbed the mana and managed to pass through the demon gates, which meant he could touch the stone. Soon the ball shattered into pieces, and a beautiful blue crystal floated in his hand. The young man caught his breath. After this, he had a great idea and asked Julian if this stone could store information about this place. God confirmed. Now they had irrefutable proof of the Viola family's crimes. Raising his hand with the crystal up and directing mana into it, the young lord activated the recording function. Meanwhile, on the surface, the priest Rosen had already patched up the wounded guards and contemptuously scolded the losers for not being able to stop some children. And then he saw these children in front of him, who appeared like a nightmare come true. Forgetting everything, the priest believed in himself and began to scold them for daring to invade the property of the Viola house. True, he didn't have to shout for long. Instead of 1,000 words, the young lord decided to say everything with a firm fist to the jaw. There must be some limit to their abominations, since it has already become clear that they were profiting from the lives of others. From this moment on, the shop will be closed, the Dark Lord announced in a menacing voice, and all those present will stand trial in the Jeremill Tower. And yet, even such rotten scum had their protector, and as soon as he appeared, everything was filled with the smell of decay and death, which suddenly took your breath away. "It's just the beginning," said the fat Edmund, surrounded by an ominous aura, and his voice sounded like a deep horn. And then something happened that almost made everyone present sick, and Edmund was the one who actually did. His body cracked in half like the doors of a sliding wardrobe and slid apart, tearing off the shell, and someone else appeared in front of him. A monster that only looked like a man, but was hardly one. A creator of nightmares of the first rank. Edmund introduced himself again. The remains of his former shell darkened and then evaporated into acrid smoke, leaving Edmund's gray skin glistening with a purple glow. There was some secret witchcraft behind this, which even the enlightened god Julian had never heard of. Without a doubt, the monster hadn't appeared before them to spare their lives. Rosen and the guards cried out piteously for Edmund to save them. Bathed in a purple glow, like a statue of gray stone, Edmund grinned devilishly. Part of his aura took shape and turned into a huge snake, which immediately rushed at the devil's pathetic accomplices. With a cry from Mom, Rosen headed straight into the monster's mouth, and Edmund thanked them for their help. The young lord did not feel any particular sympathy on this matter, but what worried him was the role of the nightmare in this matter. Pointing his sword at it, he called it to account. The monster grinned. Nothing unusual, they are just an organization that strives for a better world. As soon as he snapped his fingers, dozens of bony hands appeared from the ground. Anyone who ever died in the mines, or was consumed by demons, could not count on peace even after death. And they too will become his next puppets, the new Edmund shouted at them, his face having completely lost its human appearance, becoming insane. The skeletons, clicking their knuckles, rushed at the people, and the young lord immediately cut down several. The Knuckles weren't much of a threat individually, but in numbers, they were something to be feared. He couldn't cope with this matter without strong allies, the young lord decided, and Helga, as if hearing his call, jumped straight into the thick of the battle. Her flexible steel whip, woven from mana, raised a real hurricane and scattered an entire horde of skeletons at once, turning them to dust. Vargon asked her to look after the children, especially since the director was not fit for office work anyway, and would certainly have run away somewhere herself. And so she found herself busy, although the monster they encountered was not at all upset that he had lost an entire army, and the ground shook under their feet. The epicenter of the earthquake was in the remains of the inverted tower, from which the remaining guards and freed slaves had already fled. He emerged onto the surface, scattering piles of rocks above him, a harlequin the size of a cyclops, holding his laughing head in his hands. Helga was the first to recover from the shock. All she had to do was deal with the necromancer, and the rest would fall apart on its own. A steel rod snaked around Edmund's naked torso, binding him. However, the monster only grinned, and Julian cried out in alarm that their enemy was a real lich. But Helga didn't yet know the true nature of her enemy. She thought she could easily figure it out now. A lich is a special life form that exists until its core is destroyed. Until that moment, there was no point in attacking it, and the dead man's sphere of influence will only expand. But while they were doubting, the shadow of Harlequin's massive hand had already risen above them, blocking out the entire sky. The dead man caused another concussion by simply hitting them with his hand, so much so that their eardrums almost burst. Another moment, and someone would definitely become thinner than before, a wet red spot. 2 cadets and 2 experienced warriors quickly retreated. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. But while that didn't solve their problem, they were faced with a difficult, unkillable enemy who wielded a terrifying puppet. The Army of Nightmares, as Edmund affectionately called them, and invited the living to become part of his freak show. This time, they were attacked by a purple snake. Sooner or later, some blow was bound to hit. The King of Assassins had already heard of the Harlequin. The rumors were true. He really could become much stronger and bigger. But the necromancer who could kill him caused even more concern. Helga was almost hit again. She refused to believe that 7th rank undead could exist. Then Sir Zircon warned everyone that, as before, his main task in this battle was to protect his master. That's why their lives weren't as valuable to him as the success of the entire mission, even though the butler reported this without much joy, because he saw what the scoundrels were doing in the basements. Helga grimaced in displeasure. The very thought of up and running away disgusted her. The director chuckled under her breath and ordered the cadets to retreat under the supervision of the King of Assassins. But after receiving a categorical refusal, the young lord had grown noticeably and no longer felt trapped in the body of a weak child. Full of determination, he intended to deal with evil here and now. The lady experienced a sense of déjà vu and called him the second Vargon, without ever specifying what that meant. Just saying that they have similar smirks when they are up to something, and from the outside, it looks creepy. The young lord grinned, like a true Sith who had joined the dark side of the Force. Of course he had a plan. Edmund grew tired of waiting for them to say goodbye and attacked the humans himself. His snake had greater speed and range, but the young lord deftly dodged and jumped on top of her. As a cadet, he had long since completed his task. And yet, he still had one debt. The debt of Vincent Adenko. This duty called him forward to meet evil, in the name of justice, and for the glory of their great name. His blow almost reached Edmund, but he managed to cover himself with his bare hand. It turned out that gray skin could withstand even a sword blow. However, this was not necessary. He only distracted the lich so that Helga and Zircon could immobilize the monster. Each of them grabbed it from his side and with all their strength tore it from the back of the headless harlequin. For this, Edmund rewarded them with a choice curse from the dead man's arsenal, wishing to rot alive in a coffin. And then he fell silent as he saw the second sun blooming above him. The sun tore off the tip of Raphael's spear and exploded into a gray belly protected by a steel press. Yet it was enough to send the dead man flying. The combined attack had definitely taken its toll on Edmund, but he still managed to get back to his feet. Just 2 warriors of the 7th rank and 2 half-wits from who knows where. That would hardly be enough to defeat him, the monster told them. He began to laugh loudly, as if he had heard a great joke as soon as they thought that he would overcome him. The dead man boasted. All they had was the plan the young lord had led them through, and Helga decided to trust him, even though their enemy was terrifying. They all trusted Vincent. Somehow this young man seemed to be able to look into the future and knew how everything would end. Their hopes were unlikely to come true, the dead man laughed, because all this time, the boy had to fight alone against the giant. Size and speed, the harlequin had all the advantages. Every blow of his was deadly. Vincent ran around like a cat with a burning tail. The battle turned into survival.
He too had to rely on the plan of the all-knowing God and trust him. This plan required time to prepare, and at the same time, the game of cat and mouse became increasingly dangerous.
The last blow missed, but even with a light touch, it caused heavy damage.
The Harlequin laughed with his severed head, which moved on its own, and spat a handful of swords straight at the young lord. He was still in flight, but managed to twist like a squirrel and block the attack with his mana blade. It was no longer possible to simply defend, so the young lord himself went on the offensive. He leaped at the Harlequin and used the great sword slash on him. But instead of cutting through his flesh, the sword only bounced off with a clang.
The giant began to move again, fighting like a mad elephant, and threw the young lord off his back.
His balance was once again off, and in the air, he had no foothold to fight with.
And then right in front of him, there appeared the crooked grin of a huge, severed head. Raphael heard a noise behind him where Vincent was fighting. He really wanted to go and help him, but the stench reminded him of their plan, which required everyone's trust. The giant puffed like a furnace, steam pouring from his mouth as he lifted the dead head onto his shoulders. The smoke cleared and Harlequin saw the boy right in front of him, noticeably weaker, leaning on his sword, and yet he did not run. It was necessary to end everything out of pity, the dead man thought to his futile efforts, his huge hand reaching out to him.
But only then to suddenly break away and fly away, somewhere to the side.
It all happened so quickly that the monster didn't even realize it. All this time, Julian had been pouring modest divine powers into the dragon bone that comprised the Scarlet Lotus, a special technique of the Idenko clan, a chain of divine power from which Merlin taught him. As he promised, after the test in the cave, when the young lord mastered the real giant's lightning, it was time for the techniques.
The swords used by Idenko were divided into several types, 7 in total. Merlin listed them: righteous, heavy, swift, circular, explosive, piercing, and chain.
The last sword did not have any distinctive or striking features like all the others.
The teacher created a chain of lightning and wrapped it around his blade.
The beauty of this method was that it allowed energy to be channeled directly into the blade, and given the young lord's ability to combine a wide variety of skills, this technique was ideal for him.
Receiving new powers, his abilities grew many times over and multiplied, mixing with each other like a kaleidoscope.
This technique suited him so well, it was as if Arslan had deliberately left it specifically for the reborn hero.
Harlequin's voice cracked. He had not expected at all that a simple boy would have divine powers.
"It is an honor for such a monster to be slain by the power of the Holy King," the young lord replied.
"Ascension of divine power," he said, and sent a fiery tornado toward the dead man. Merlin had used lightning in this technique, but the young lord went further.
This volley easily burned through the giant's armor like a sheet of paper, and his head flew away again.
After this, Harlequin fell from the mountainside with such force, as if a landslide had occurred. As soon as the undead aura disappeared from the place where the puppet was fighting, Edmund became worried for the first time, and the look of complacency on his face disappeared.
That was the end of his vanity, the young lord proclaimed as he returned to his team.
The Lich was left alone, and they offered him to surrender while there was still such an opportunity. No doubt the dead man had many useful secrets, Vincent reasoned. Edmund's eyes darkened as 20 long years of carefully thought-out planning flashed by. And now this damned Aidenco family was getting in his way again.
How can this be forgiven? The demon howled hysterically throughout the area. He refused to give up. Purple bolts of dark mana filled his heart and burst out, raising gusts of wind. The ground shook beneath their feet, as if before a volcanic eruption, and the waves engulfed the entire city, which was hidden in a cozy mountain valley. "This whole city belongs to him alone," Edmund declared in an angry voice. Since he could not win, he had to destroy everything he had built for so long in this place. He screamed, and a new gust of dark mana engulfed the valley. "What a fool," came the voice of someone holding a dark core in his hands that looked like a large egg.
At that very moment, Edmund was seized with a violent tremor, as if he had suddenly caught a fever, and his gray face was distorted in a spasm of horror. As soon as the plans failed, he began to do something unimaginable. Reproached someone who appeared on the battlefield completely unnoticed.
He was holding something that looked like an egg in his hands, and judging by Edmund's expression throughout his entire existence, the stranger had clearly been expressing his dissatisfaction with the actions of the dead man.
There was no trace of his former complacency left. Edmund looked at his boss with such fear as if he were God himself.
The unknown enemy caused new fears for everyone. The squad did not know what to expect.
Julian was the first to notice the strange object the stranger was holding in his hand. Judging by its appearance, it seemed that this was the Lich's core, and that it belonged to Edmund. All the dead man's bragging evaporated like water from a puddle. It turned out that he too could be pitiful and beg for mercy, to be given a second chance, like a small dog. But the stranger didn't seem to be very impressed by the pleas, as he simply clenched his fingers with a bored look. As soon as the shell cracked and the core shattered into pieces, Edmund followed it. His body, as if carved from gray stone, crumbled into pieces. Like all his victims before him, Edmund ironically met a very miserable death, begging to be saved. His body exploded like an overheated pan of liver, a sight not for the faint of heart, and Raphael couldn't help but wince at the sight. The headmistress immediately asked Vargon II what ideas he had about what was happening. It seemed quite obvious that the lich Edmund was also someone's pawn, and as soon as he became no longer needed, he was disposed of. The King of Assassins spoke to the stranger first, demanding to know his goals. But he suddenly greeted Zircon by name, as if he had known him for a long time. Zircon himself was forced to admit that, to his regret, he knew this man. His name was Delame Helam, the next head of his house, the butler said gloomily to his companions. He was also Vincent's uncle, and with a wave of his slender fingers, he greeted his half-nephew.
In the noise of the battle, they did not notice how a large detachment of knights approached their position, and now warriors clad in plate armor surrounded them.
The committee was too large for a family meeting, the young lord noted gloomily. Before them were soldiers from the neighboring lands of House Helame, but their behavior did not yet look friendly.
What's surprising is that such a large contingent of knights from a house hostile to Violet had found themselves on their lands without any particular obstacles, Vincent thought. Then he recalled Selvira's historical account. The two houses were not officially at war, and neither paid tribute to the other.
The young lord also remembered the words of his mother, Hela, before leaving, because it was she who sent him here to investigate. Now the culprit of everything has become obvious. It was Helame who was behind the actions of Viole, Edmund, and the victims of hundreds of people. Delama only smiled wryly, praising his nephew for his quick thinking and a bored voice. All the darkness of Hela's house had to be revealed to the world, the young lord realized. And this was exactly what his stepmother, tired of such a life, wanted.
Now that he understood everything, it was time to take his legs in hand and run away, his step-uncle advised him familiarly, but he received only a contemptuous answer. How could he retreat after the truth that had been revealed here about the sacrifice of hundreds of living people, about their slavery, about contracts with demons? And now, after everything he had seen, just leave and let them continue? The young lord shouted at him angrily. Uncle frowned and moved so quickly that Vincent didn't even have time to see his movements. The uncle spoke in a cold and calculating voice, with notes of steel. Now was not the time or place to argue about good and evil. He suggested that he surrender, and then no one would get hurt.
With these words, the knights, rattling their weapons, moved towards the tiny detachment from the Crimson Fortress.
As a cadet, he had long since done everything necessary for the task, and even beyond, his reconnaissance mission could be considered accomplished. They even managed to eliminate the one who controlled the mass murders and slavery. But still, now as Vincent Adenko, he was her son too, the young lord declared.
As if hearing his words, Hela revealed her presence, and it lay like a gravestone with its weight on everyone who stood in the clearing. Beautiful and terrible, she, Hela, entered the battlefield in her light dress and with a piercing gaze of scarlet eyes. Her appearance made all the knights disperse. Even under their steel armor, one could see how they were trembling under the pressure of her aura. Hela appeared before him in battle guise. Since Vincent noticed her, there was no point in hiding anymore. He noticed her nearby even when Sir Daemar appeared, because from the very beginning, her goal was her brother and the current situation in her home. Daemar spoke to his sister respectfully, recognizing her power, but still objected to her presence, and even threatened consequences. After all, magic stones are not so easy to create, and without them, their home has no future. At these words, Hela's gaze slid towards the ruined tower, under the rubble of which lay dozens of guards. Once their family lived with the valor of knights, and now the brother justified his power obtained through blood. How shameful. Hela reproached him with pain.
The brother did not openly argue. The facts were already obvious. The already dead lich was responsible for everything. He was the one who went too far, and now he is dead, and the matter is settled, said Daimar.
But he had obviously forgotten, or had become completely insolent, since he decided that he could deceive his sister's eyes. Hela hated lies more than anything in the world, and she literally exploded with rage.
Her gaze captured her brother's grief and brought him back to the past, when he was still just a boy, receiving a scolding from his older sister, a look full of contempt and condemnation, as he believed, due to his immaturity. Eyes that wished him death. He was already tired of being afraid of this look. Daimar screamed. His hand flared with a red aura, foreshadowing a blow. Family feelings faded into the background, but they were not allowed to spill out. A bright purple flash pierced his arm above the elbow, and at that place, the arm evaporated. The incinerating beam burned through everything in its path like a comet. The dense forest, the walls of houses, and, having paved a new street, created a breach in the bastion. At that moment, Daimar felt like a possum attacked by a predator. He was dumbfounded in horror at the picture that appeared before his eyes, like a naughty child who realized that he was completely exposed. He immediately pretended to be an innocent lamb, slightly excited. Daimar squealed pitifully. In the face of monstrous power, he once again needed his sister's intercession. And that's what a simple swing of Lord Khan's sword did to the scoundrel. Just one strike of the sword dispersed the clouds in the sky, and the sun appeared over the city again, as if marking the end of their troubles. Though distant, Khan was still a descendant of Arslan and embodied the absolute power of his house. He stood there, frowning like a fortress wall, unyielding and, as always, stingy in expressing emotion, and simply waited for Lady Hella's decision. Her mischievous little brother was on his knees, awaiting his sentence. He had always gotten away with everything, but today he would answer for all his sins, Hella told him. An armed escort arrived with the head of the house, and they immediately took Daimar into custody, as was the right of the strongest house. The Dark Knights of Idenko, together with the priests of Gaia. With horror for himself, Daimar realized that this time he would not be able to get away. This was what his sister had planned all along. He cried out, as the knights bound him tightly with ropes, pinning his remaining arm to his body. Their house must go the right way, Hella told him coldly. She had left all the tears in the past, and had decided everything for herself long ago. Then Daimar remembered their father, his last trump card. Didn't she feel sorry for him, he asked. But her father would also bear his punishment for what he had done, Hella replied. Lord Khan looked at his wife with concern, but she quickly replied that she was fine. Although it was very late, she could finally do what she had dreamed of for so long, and she felt like a person who had suddenly decided to open an old abscess and now felt relieved when all the pus came out. The same fate awaited the knights of her house. They were taken into custody and disarmed. The priests who sold their consciences were bound tightly and thrown into the mud. The Temple of Gaia will be closed in this city, Holy Father Duran announced. All will face judgment. Noticing the young lord, the Holy Father greeted him, and Vincent responded with a smile. As usual, the young man found himself in the middle of trouble and caused everyone to worry. But it was surprising that he didn't faint after his severe injuries, the priest thought. It was high time to think about raising his rank, because the exam did not go as expected, and Vincent stared at the director. The decision did not seem simple, even though the young man played a key role, but only as the heir to his house. And besides, his task was to protect the priests, Helga reminded him. Now that Rosen had become fertilizer, this could be a problem, she said. However, Duran promised to resolve the issue. In a soft voice, he addressed the captive priests and asked for their attention. They should have properly assessed the escort and security services provided by the young lord, warned the priest Duran with emphasis, which no one expected from his gentle nature. These fallen souls had much to fear, and they weighed their already grim prospects as they still had to survive until the trial. So both of them highly praised the young lord's fighting qualities, comparing him to an 8-star warrior no less. Duran smiled contentedly. Now there shouldn't be any questions about the escort's assessment. Helga just shrugged, hoping that the stubborn and meticulous Dean Vargon would accept this in the report. The red-haired warrior took out a golden badge of an 8th-rank cadet from her pocket and congratulated the young lord on his promotion. It seemed that she had expected nothing less from the very beginning. The director skipped all the long speeches and boring formalities, simply pinning the badge on his uniform. And that was all there was to the award. But that was enough for the young lord. Now he had taken his plan one step further, and Raphael was the happiest of all, because it meant his opponent had become stronger, and their battle would become legendary. At this point, the senior members of the Idinko family decided to quietly leave the stage, without further ado. But Daimar couldn't accept his situation. Anger and pride overwhelmed him completely. Why should he be the only loser in this whole thing? Why should his sister, who had planned it all from the start, leave so easily? She treated him so meanly, sent her nephew instead of coming in person. Then he would have hidden everything, thought Daimar, and glanced sideways. If he had known about everything in advance, but now it was too late to think about it. The cowardly, spoiled brother blamed his half-nephew for everything. It was impossible for everything to go according to her plan to the very end, he decided, and in a rage, he tore himself free of the tight ropes, breaking free from the knight's grasp. Daimar rushed straight toward Vincent. Like a snake with only one sting left, he decided to strike the last blow, and at least hurt her this way. Everyone had already relaxed, considering the battle over. This was the last chance for Daimar to do something, and he almost succeeded. No one had time to react, not even Vincent. It all happened too quickly. But Helen knew her twisted brother too well. She alone could see right through him, even without her attribute of truth. It was too late for them to change anything after all, she thought as the head rolled away. At least she had done it with her own hand. Faster than anyone could move, it was truly over. Hela executed her brother with her own hand without any mercy, and the young lord understood why she was called great. And yet her thin hand was shaking slightly. What had happened had not been in vain for her. Perhaps to make it easier for her to accept what had happened, Vincent decided it would be best to hand over the stone he had created now. It contained a record of all the atrocities they had discovered in the tower's basement. "One less problem," said Mistress Hela, and took the crystal from his hands. She still tried to look unperturbed. Then the young lord intercepted her hand. Although she was not his mother, he had long been imbued with deep respect for this woman. This stone was supposed to be a gift to her. It was unlikely that this could compensate for her loss, but he wanted to do at least something, and the stone began to shine with a bright light.
Julian was taken aback by this, for before them stood a great warrior and an equal mistress of the Idenko household. And yet, even great people's hands sometimes tremble, and his were warm.
In that moment, he reminded her of Lord Khan, with his directness and unconditional devotion, and Hela smiled softly. That evening, the consequences of what happened reached the Viola house, which was put on alert. The enemy that disturbed them came alone, but he alone was enough to raze the entire palace to the ground. The captain of the night squad died with a single blow that pierced him through and through, along with his armor, and Lord Khan was still holding back to avoid major destruction. It was necessary to make sure that all the enemies were eliminated. The evidence of their guilt is undeniable. The Viola family is involved in the horrors on the streets of Malta. The Lord coldly announced his sentence to them. Even though he gave them a chance to surrender and save their lives, the knights still rushed at him with their swords. Despite his age, Lord Khan had not lost his agility, and everything ended quickly. He moved gracefully, surrounding himself with an aura, and every swing brought death. No matter how many people stood in his way, nothing could stop just one man with a sword. True, Lord Khan had long since ceased to consider himself a man. He was a sword that pierced the darkness, and his path was strewn with corpses. The head of the Viole house sat on the throne as if he was nailed. He tried to remain calm when the sentence was announced to him, right in the middle of his own domain. But it did not work out well. The sentence was carried out on the spot. He would be tried later in the Jamil Tower, without the luxury of a lawyer. The head of the house's thin, elongated face seemed even more haggard, and he was covered in sweat.
Yet Lord Khan was willing to honor him and leave this life with dignity, piercing himself with his own sword as an act of repentance.
However, Lord Viole refused such mercy. He pitifully clung to his life to the last. At his signal, a killer silently jumped from the ceiling, holding a dagger in his hands.
Steel flashed, and the assassin landed in 2 equal pieces. Lord Violet's last card was beaten, and Lord Khan did not object to this choice. On his face, there remained only a stern determination to complete what he had started.
Then the criminal raised his hands in a senseless defensive gesture and met his miserable death.
The path of strength always meant rivers of blood, but their sword did not punish the innocent. And this is the key difference. This is what Vincent was thinking about as they walked back along the narrow mountain path that wound along the coast, right by the sea. His mother asked him to ride in her carriage, not with his friends. And now she was treating him to tea that had a reddish tint. The young lord did not object to accompanying this woman. Hela thanked him for his help, but his unwavering commitment to following the right side of the world gave her determination.
But the young man modestly declined his participation. He did not deserve such high praise. He was worried that his stepmother would now be branded as a traitor to her own house.
To some extent, she was amused that the one who was showing concern was the one who had deprived her home of financial prosperity by blowing up the stone production. This is who was truly becoming their personal enemy, the young lord belatedly realized.
Hela found the strength to smile softly. Even with simple reactions, he was so much like his own mother, she said. He was entitled to some kind of reward for a job well done, and the young lord prepared to listen attentively.
Long before he was born, Sylvanas was chosen by the heavenly tree and took its fruit with her.
"The story will be long," said Mother, touching the scalding tea to her lips.
In those distant times, Lord Khan had not yet held his title, and had only just received his first rank in the Crimson Fortress, with graduation approaching. To do this, the ritual had to be completed, and his faithful friends, Sylvanas and Hela, went with him.
Their path led to a waterfall where, according to rumors, a terrible monster lived, which could have been just a legend. In those years, Sylvanas was not inferior in strength and skill to Khan himself, and was the first to rush into battle.
They fought a mollusk-like monster that grabbed Sylvanas by the arms and legs, but she only grinned, feeling completely safe even in this position. After all, there were loyal and skilled friends next to her who were always ready to come to her aid. They worked as a well-coordinated team and quickly overcame the huge shell. When everything was over, the monster's body had to be examined and the evidence brought to the fortress. And that would be the end of the exam.
Sylvanas was always the happiest of all and was already celebrating her success, but Hela quietly reminded her that there was still a long way home ahead. From the foul-smelling and appropriately shaped mollusk, Khan extracted a pearl. Every graduate of the fortress was required to obtain one, a sort of Arslan family tradition.
And yet, the task seemed too simple for a final exam. Sylvanas was the first to say out loud what the others were thinking.
She was always distinguished by a bright character, cheerfulness, and an inextinguishable curiosity. It's no surprise that Sylvanas was the first to suggest that there was a deeper meaning to the mission that they hadn't yet discovered.
What if progenitor Arslan had something in store for them? And Sylvanas thought dreamily.
The waterfall, which did not freeze even in the icy cold of winter, could hide some secret under its cover, she suggested.
Despite the strong currents, the girl suggested exploring the waterfall and finding out what was inside. It seemed like madness now that they'd accomplished their mission. But no one could stop Sylvanas. Her instincts insistently called her forward, and clambering over slippery rocks, they reached a ledge from which they could approach closer.
But her legs failed her, and in an instant, Sylvanas fell straight down. Khan didn't really think twice. At moments like these, his body reacted faster than his mind. He simply rushed after her. Then Sylvanas lost consciousness. The last thing she remembered was flying straight towards the sharp rocks below, and then waking up in a damp cave, the entrance to which was blocked by a thick wall of falling water.
The girl was glad that her guess turned out to be correct, and immediately received a scolding from the sensible Hela, because there was no need to expose herself to such a risk.
Luckily, they managed to avoid the worst and rescue Sylvanas, as the cold, swift current dragged her to the bottom. Miracles don't happen, because it was he who saved her. A loud voice from the depths of the cave told them. Inside, it was not a tree at all that was hiding, but another creature much more powerful, the mother told the astonished Vincent. Then a wave of heat instantly dried their faces, and their hearts trembled with horror at the power of the creature that appeared from the darkness. The dragon filled the entire cave, its head rising just beneath the vault, and its voice sounded like the trumpeting of dozens of elephants. Which of them had seen the truth? The cyclopean creature asked them. Hela immediately thought that this was about a prophecy that was passed down in the Adinko family. Dacron sighed in disappointment. They didn't know anything at all. So much the worse for them.
After all, in that case, he had to destroy them, and a real sun would light up in his mouth. The magical fire spread through the narrow cave like a river, threatening to swallow the seekers whole.
Thoughts about where a whole dragon could have come from in the Red Fortress had to be put aside until better times, and I had to focus on survival. Running away is the best solution when it is not clear what to do. So the three friends headed towards the only exit.
But the dragon was not going to let the guests go, and shouted at them to stop. Under the influence of his voice, the flow of water seemed to become even denser, and now the exit from the cave was closed. Smiling, if one can say that about dragons, the beast suggested that they fold their paws and accept their inevitable fate. The astonishment on the young lord's face made Hela grin. This boy always acted so confident, and now, hearing about a dragon, he was astonished. And yet, his scarlet lotus contained precisely dragon bone. Julian realized with horror that Hela knew about this secret. But how could one hide anything from the mistress of the house?
How did they survive the encounter with the dragon? Vincent asked her.
Only Sylvanas knew the truth about this, because her own memories soon faded, Hela said. Trapped like mice in a trap, they realized they would have to fight the monster.
The cadets acted in a coordinated manner, almost without collusion so as not to reveal their plans, and attacked together. The girls took on the role of hounds, attacking from different sides so that Khan could deliver the decisive blow. A stream of mana erupted from his sword, and a special technique of the dance of the god of swords. But the dragon, covered in scales as thick as steel, deflected this blow to the side playfully.
Aidenko's best technique proved completely useless. The beast overwhelmed them with sheer force. It was as if they suddenly found themselves at the bottom of the ocean of his mana, which compressed their lungs. Hela and Sylvanas passed out first. The dragon chuckled contentedly. He didn't expect that his power wouldn't work on the swordsman. It was a shame to even kill such a strong warrior. Casting aside his fear, Khan let out a battle cry and prepared to go to his death to protect his loved ones. But then, the world went dark before his eyes, and an unknown force crushed his will as if he were a baby. Every important muscle of his was cut, either by sharp claws or perhaps by mana. The dragon took the form of a woman in a red dress, descending from her perch onto the cold cave floor. Humans were unable to defeat the supreme being, as they were merely imitating the dragon's techniques. No matter how great a warrior he might become in the future, his strength was clearly insufficient to even consider competing with her. It was time to say goodbye, the dragoness said. A red-hot ball of flame appeared in her hands. Yet before the explosion could occur, Sylvanas stood in front of Khan, shielding him with her body, despite the fact that all her internal organs were crushed and blood was streaming down her face. The dragoness was surprised that her magic was blocked, but after taking a closer look at the human woman, she understood what was going on.
The very same Hisley, the monster said and grinned. Their family had long been chosen.
At this point, Hela's memories ended. When he and Khan came to, they were already outside the waterfall and could not know what had happened. In Sylvanas' hands rested a golden fruit, just as it was described in the legends. This was exactly what Vincent had been searching for, desperately in need of healing. This fruit really existed, which means Arslan really did leave it for him.
Those events ended successfully for them, but after that, Sylvanas began to weaken, as if struck by an unknown disease.
She lived brightly and burned out quickly, going out like a candle in a few years. In her last years, she suffered especially.
What is surprising is that even in this state, she did not accept the fruit she received from the dragon.
Sylvanas wanted to give it to her husband Khan, even though she needed healing herself. But could he accept that she got it at the cost of her health? Sylvanas became the love of his life. Hela always knew about it.
More years passed, Sylvanas weakened and left them, and Khan was forced to accept the golden fruit.
This cheerful girl was her friend too. Hela's voice was filled with sadness. They were together until the very last minute.
In her voice, Vincent heard sadness, longing, envy. He asked his mother who Sylvana was to her. The stepmother looked down. Of course they were competing for the main prize, and Hela lost. But at the same time, they respected each other. On the day of farewell, it seemed that only Hela was scared, and it was she who was consoled. She is not some kind of toy. Her friend told her goodbye, wanting to support her. They stood, hugging each other for a long time and cried.
Now, after a long story, the stepmother asked him if he would fulfill one more request of hers.
And the young lord readily agreed. And after he told the story, he felt even more like a part of the family. She asked for only one thing, to destroy her home, the Helium family, and from the chilling look in his mother's eyes, the young lord realized that she was not joking. Soon Vincent himself visited the waterfall that his stepmother told him about, and his investigation continued.
The current of the waterfall was indeed strong. The water fell down with a roar, as if it wanted to crush him.
To get inside, Vincent intended to use the same technique he used in the Holy King's tomb, in which he combined all the divine blessings.
A purple explosion followed immediately after a single swing, and the entire rock was engulfed in flames. The flames evaporated the falling water and opened a passage, although Julian grabbed his head in horror, as the cave could have simply collapsed from such an explosion. But this did not happen. As if nothing had happened, the waterfall again carried its waters to the ground. Nothing had changed in it at all, which only revealed the supernatural origin of this place. They could only find out the truth if they went inside.
The dragon from Hela's story was clearly looking for a person who saw the truth. Just like the Holy King, everything pointed to Vincent. He smiled once again, feeling like the main character of the story. Vincent's mother did not use the method left to the Adinko family by their founder, Arslan, and as a result, she died without accepting the fetus. The key to entering the waterfall still had to be hidden somewhere, and the young lord was determined to find out. So he took a scroll out of his pocket and pressed it to his chest. Meanwhile, Sir Vargon received news of what had happened in another part of the world, and his boss had done a lot of things, which he learned from a detailed report. The heir of the Helame house was dead, and the head of the Viole house was executed. The director boasted that without her, everything would have turned out badly. and Sir Vargon reminded her that it was at his insistence that she went to cover the group of cadets. Everything ended well in the end, except for the tragedy of Hela, who had to kill her own brother. Family feelings also stirred in the dean's chest. The photograph of his deceased sorceress sister still stood on his desk. Meanwhile, not everyone's affairs were going so smoothly. For example, Father Duran was forced to seek salvation like a cornered rat, holding the Holy Grail in his hand. But he chose the wrong path and found himself in a dead end with no way out and no place to hide. Not a single crack for the priest. That's all, Father Nell grinned at him greedily. Surrounded by the warriors of the church, he also held a sword in his hand. The disgraced father's plan was simple, and he made no secret of it. The Grail was to be given to the best priest. The list of candidates contained only one name, his own, of course, and Father Duran could be preparing to meet his great ancestor, the Holy King. "This is how they will say goodbye," he said, and already grabbed Duran by the hem of his robe, preparing to plunge his sword into him. Suddenly, thunder rumbled out of the blue, and the warriors of the church discovered in themselves the ability to fly. Nell cursed foully and turned to see who dared to interfere with him, but he felt the painfully familiar bite of cold steel on the skin of his neck. "How about resisting and losing your head a second time?" suggested the warrior who unexpectedly came to Duran's aid. Paladin of the Holy Grail and protector of Duran, Sir Merlin introduced himself, his gaze leaving no doubt as to his valor. At this time, the young lord was still struggling with the mystery of the waterfall, and he needed help. Hannah Idenko, the third heir of their house, Vincent's older sister, and a distinguished first-rank cadet, appeared before him, tall and graceful. He deliberately called her to the place where she would have to kill the clam for the sake of the graduation ceremony. True, Hannah hadn't yet earned enough points for this. She lacked achievements, since missions for first-rank cadets didn't appear often, and there was competition for them. The brother smiled slyly and showed her the sheet of paper with the assignment that he had recently grabbed. This mission was signed by Mother Hela, Hannah immediately noticed. For this, it was worth at least listening to her younger brother. She turned to the side, and her long, straight hair swung like the hem of a luxurious dress. Even though they were related, even Vincent could appreciate Hannah's beauty and charm. First, they had to visit the lands of Helaam, and this, after the death of their uncle, was like going into a lion's den, which is exactly why he needed Hannah. Hannah was supposed to join as a chaperone, which would earn her extra points for graduation. The offer seemed too good, so the sister shrewdly inquired what her grown-up brother would require of her. "Just a porter," he said, and his words made Hannah's heart skip a beat. Once in his past life, they were close, and it was her hand that Julian carefully kept a portrait of in his diary, as a warm memory. The previous drawings were long out of date. It was time to paint a new portrait, Vincent told her. Suddenly, he saw before him the goddess of madness, who appeared to him. Hannah's eyes burned with fire, and her sword was instantly at his neck. "What kind of jokes are these?" she asked, staring at him with eyes as black as agates. And yet, Vincent responded quite sincerely that these were also his cherished memories, ones he treasured in his heart. Julian tried to object, declaring that he hadn't valued the portrait that much, but no painting can retain its appearance for so long, which means Julian protected it with his magic. That is why he remained confident that his connection with his sister did not arise out of nowhere and could not simply disappear. "Is it so difficult to paint another portrait?" he asked Hannah, his voice confident. Hannah said nothing about it. She sheathed her weapon and ordered him to call her on other terms. Julian looked after her for a long time in confusion, not understanding what lay in the soul of the one who had once been dear to him. In the lands of Helaam, grief reigned. The father received news of his son's death. It was brought by the butler, who kept a respectful distance, either out of respect or fear for his life. However, Gabon's Helaam did not react at all as a loving father should. He was most concerned about whether his involvement in his son's affairs was known. The butler pulled himself together and reported in a cool tone that all evidence had been eliminated and the damage to their home was minimal. Gabon sipped from a crystal goblet, a sticky, viscous liquid. Hela had never accepted his methods. As soon as he showed his teeth, she wasn't the least bit surprised. Now they were left alone, but his step-grandson Vincent had also entered the game, and Gabon's chuckled at the thought of what he would do to them. They still had a secret weapon, he said, holding up his cup to the drops falling from the ceiling. Jongen's blood, he said, looking at the eerie installation of ugly monster bodies suspended from the ceiling. Lord Helaam greedily drank the remaining liquid from the goblet and grinned evilly. His appearance instantly changed. His face became covered in scales and horns appeared, just like those of the monsters that hung above him. Here they were again, crossing blades. A lot of time had passed, and even more events had happened since the day of their meeting, when Kagon had lost, and now he was eager to correct his mistake. He became even more insane, even faster, and, most importantly, he stopped underestimating Vincent and saw an equal opponent. Their exchange of blows had long since rendered the arena unusable. How could it have come to this? Julian thought ruefully, watching the battle from the front lines. Vincent himself was breathing heavily, gritting his teeth. Kagon was jubilant, enjoying the sweet revenge he had been waiting for so long. This time, everything would end differently, he shouted. But the young lord was waiting for him and met him with a heavy sword shrouded in aura. At the very zenith above them, the second sun of the third participant in the battle lit up. By unleashing a monstrous stream of mana and flame on them, he made it clear that they should not be written off. Raphael Valtakin immediately began arguing with Kagon about who had more right to fight Vincent, like two dogs fighting over a bone. And then, in a moment, they had already forgotten why they had come here and were ready to fight each other. There are many fools in the world, but this is the first time he has seen such crazy ones, thought the young lord, and demanded that the stubborn ones remember why they are here. How did it come to this? The god Julian groaned in horror, and he was not the only one who was worried about the progress of the battle. The heads of the houses, Simon and Idenko, watched him from the arena. Hela, meanwhile, positioned herself next to Gabons and kept an eye on him. If Vincent didn't hurry, their plan would be completely ruined, she thought, peering intently into Lord Halaim's nervous face. It all started 2 weeks ago, when he finally received permission from Ms. Helga to go on a mission. Even Hannah was surprised when she got her consent so quickly and thought it was a joke. Helga looked at her with displeasure and repeated, for the hard of hearing, that they were leaving for Halaim tomorrow. The sister desperately looked for excuses. She said that her sword was not meant to be someone's nanny. There were more suitable cadets for that. Then the director leaned down to her very face and asked her not to get upset over trifles. It would be so great if the damned Idenkos left the fortress for a couple of days. Hannah didn't give in, but before she could object, Helga told her that it was an order and that was it. Now she has no choice but to accept his mission, Vincent said and smiled. This was all part of his plan. He again offered his sister the same conditions, a portrait in exchange for achievement points. With a heavy sigh, Hannah agreed, and his persistence bore fruit. It was a promise, Vincent told her as Hannah left. The next day, as usual before a mission, the dean in charge conducted a final briefing before dismissing the cadets. This time, he hoped for a smooth transition, though in Vincent's case, that was unlikely. The mission required caution, Vargon especially insisted, and the young lord replied that even Lord Halaim would not dare harm him. Moreover, his sister, a first-rank cadet, will accompany him on the journey, just like the faithful servant who had already become a good spellcaster because the dean personally trained her. Wilson was also there, and the young lord, smiling, confirmed with a fair amount of irony that with such a formidable servant, he could definitely handle anything. The hero's trusted companions also came to see him off, but unfortunately this time he had to go without them. The young lord wanted to leave early so as not to disturb anyone, but in the end, it didn't work out. He was very surprised that his friends had come running, and even more so when they honored him with a greeting from the Citadel. Even Selvira's eyes shone with a special kindness and warmth, wishing for a speedy return. Ralph showed his fist and reminded him of their duel, which was supposed to take place after this task. He was surrounded by loyal friends and comrades who were waiting for his return. Hand on heart, Vincent responded to them with the same greeting. This time, he was not alone. Then Hannah looked out of the carriage window and hurried her brothers with his puppy-like farewell. She had not been so hasty before, and Mrs. Helga did not fail to mention this. Hannah returned to her seat and immediately stated that emotions were only a distraction from the task. Warriors of the Idenko house always have to sacrifice something, she stated coldly. Soon they set off, urging on fresh horses, and the wheels clattered on the pavement. Their friends shouted after them, and the dean wondered if it had really been a good idea to send those two on a trip. There was a chill about Hannah, as if she had turned into her own ice sculpture, and this made the dean uneasy. Knowing Vincent's character, expect trouble, but Mrs. Helga just shrugged her shoulders, let the relatives deal with their problems themselves. It was not her concern. As soon as they left the fortress, things took a serious turn. Something entered the cold-blooded Hannah, completely changing her essence. She suddenly pounced on him, holding sharp scissors in her hands, with such a fiery, Satan-like gaze that Vincent didn't even know what to say. Hannah is a first-rank warrior, older and stronger than him, so the young master quickly figured out how to neutralize his sister. But then she herself moved away from him, as if nothing had happened, and the young lord demanded an explanation. Hannah's eyes flashed again with the fire of a mad artist, and steel scissors began to click nearby. Strand by strand, her younger brother's appearance returned to its proper state. Just think that no one taught him to take care of himself, she said with displeasure to the astonished Vincent. She said nothing more and became immersed in her work, never looking up from the canvas for a significant part of their journey. Soon the portrait was ready, and Vincent could look at and appreciate the work. In it, he looked the same as in life, without any significant changes, but he was still pleased with the image and thanked his sister. It was to her credit that her hand did not waver, despite the fact that they were riding in a carriage shaking over bumps, a gift inherited from birth. Now they are even, Hannah declared, putting the brushes and paints away in the box, and the young lord promised to keep the gift. He was surprised that, despite having such an amazing talent, his sister no longer drew. She had to give up her artistic career because that was her duty to the family she was born into. And yet, even if she followed the path of the sword, she could paint, Vincent thought. There was no apparent reason to give up her dream. Looking at her noble and refined features, he really wanted to give back to his sister what she had lost. They soon arrived in the lands of Helaim, but were met by rioters in the streets, whom the knights tried to calm down. The protesters demanded that Helaim be freed from the tyrant, shouting furiously and waving flags. These lands were once considered a land of plenty, but then wealth inequality so divided society that civil war broke out, Hannah explained. They stood on the roof of the house, looking anxiously at the crowd. Since the government refused to regulate the situation or address the needs of the most vulnerable segments of the population, they launched a full-fledged revolution. To overthrow the current head of the House of Helaim, protesters organized a civic association, carried out guerrilla raids, and protested in the streets. Those who decided to stay away from all the upheavals took refuge in the central city of the province, Derson. Even Julian was shocked by the scale of social unrest, although he had heard something about it before. More recently, when the rebel leader was executed, it caused an even greater explosion of popular indignation, with all the consequences. They too should have taken refuge in Derson before they were caught by the rebels or the knights, who would take them for the latter and not bother to investigate. Since their sister was already there, she led them down a shortcut. For now, the situation was almost more tense than in Maltia. Unfortunately for them, what they had feared happened. The company ran into a patrol of local knights. Vincent immediately recognized the armor and distinctive signs of the Helaim knights and frowned. They had recently met under less than pleasant circumstances. The knights immediately decided to catch the strangers, who could well have been conspirators in disguise. It's true that they weren't particularly concerned about the prisoner's safety, and they didn't listen to explanations, but immediately used their swords. Moreover, when the knights realized that they were facing armed men, they immediately enrolled them in the rebel detachment. Since the issue could not be resolved with words, everything had to be resolved by force. In any case, Vincent was not going to allow himself to be treated badly, but he remained humane, so he simply punched the nearest knight, after first covering him with the blessing of the Thunder God. The blow crushed the knight's helmet like a tin can, and after such a blow, a displacement of the cervical vertebrae is guaranteed. In one fell swoop, the young lord eliminated 2 knights at once, while sparing their lives. Another one decided to try his luck by jumping on the nimble boy from above, with a loud cry in order to accurately convey his maneuver. This time, mana was felt in the knight's blows, and it immediately exploded. Wilson and Siri were terrified and wanted to follow the young master and help him, but Hannah stopped them. With her keen swordsman's eyesight, she managed to notice that her brother had jumped onto the wall like that comic book hero and was stuck to it. Now the hunter became the hunted, when the young lord landed on the knight's visor with a heavy kick from his boot. Vincent felt great now. He was still using the mana he had absorbed in the slave camp in Malta. His body felt like a feather, but the noise of their squabbles brought even more knights and blocked all escape routes. From all sides, dense columns of knights approached the travelers, which, given their numbers, made them quite dangerous. Too many to handle without unnecessary noise and carnage, the young lord thought regretfully. He did not want to shed blood unnecessarily. Then Hannah sighed heavily, realizing that there was no other choice, and reached into her bosom pocket. She raised a special sign above her head so that everyone could see it, and declared that it was the seal of Helaim. And it worked. The soldiers recognized the seal, and Hannah introduced herself to them as a cadet of the Red Fortress. Here the knights realized that they had almost come to a full-scale clash with the granddaughter of Lord Helaim and the noble lady swordswoman. They immediately saluted her as their mistress, and the conflict could be considered settled. And yet, Vincent looked thoughtfully towards his sister. They could have done this from the very beginning, but she apparently wanted to penetrate the city unnoticed by the authorities until the very end. The young lord wanted to ask about this medal that replaced their travel documents, but then he heard the sound of a metal ball rolling. The grenade exploded, and everything was covered in thick smoke. making it impossible to even see the other side of the street. Someone grabbed the young lord by the hand and pulled him towards themselves. Hannah had already seen these simple devices in action, the smoke bombs used by the guerrillas. Imagine her surprise when the smoke cleared and her sweet little brother was gone. Almost immediately, the knights began searching for the missing person on Hannah's orders and went off in different directions. But they could hardly catch up with the fast-flying detachment of partisans in their heavy armor. She mentally cursed herself for her carelessness. Since she was supposed to protect her brother on this mission, he could be in danger, so Hannah constantly urged the already rather out-of-breath knights on. Siri assumed that since Vincent had been kidnapped by the rebels, there shouldn't be any professional soldiers among them. But it wasn't that simple. The partisans launched a raid as soon as they realized Vincent was her brother, and now they would either take him hostage or execute him outright to take revenge on her. And all because it was she who arrested the rebel leader, who was later executed. Hannah told her with pain. He was dragged for a long time with a bag over his head, and then thrown into a covered van, and Vincent pretended to lose consciousness. The revolutionary who had turned the whole operation around threw off her hood and sighed with relief, because the job was done. She shouted to her accomplices to move the horses, and the driver carefully pulled on the reins. Among other things, they stole military supplies from the knights, who were distracted by the protesters, and weakened the security of the warehouses. Their path lay through a mountain tunnel that led directly to the lands of Valtacan, where they could pretend to be traitors and escape Halame's pursuit. Then the conversation reached the captive. The girl told everyone that she had caught Hannah's brother and a valuable hostage. The driver only grumbled darkly. He did not approve of such methods. They were freedom fighters and not terrorists. The girl slapped the driver on the back and reminded him that he himself had barely escaped slavery in Malta and should understand those who wanted freedom from the tyrant Gabons. The moral torment could be discussed later, and the third revolutionary asked his accomplice how she'd managed to catch the guy in the first place. The girl grinned, clearly pleased with herself. She'd tricked the boy, casting a smokescreen, beckoning him to follow her, and then attacked from behind. You can't just take and win, the rebel was surprised. And he turned out to be right. Since no one thought to tie up the prisoner, Vincent struck the first blow at the guy standing next to him, considering him the most dangerous. His friend screamed for Kalia, but it was too late. The prisoner suddenly turned into a wild animal that moved like a forest puma. Everything happened so quickly that the coachman did not understand anything because of the noise of the wheels. And without hearing the answer of his comrades, he turned around. Then he felt the cold touch of steel. The young lord ordered him to continue on to his destination, and then promised to spare him. Moreover, he demanded to be taken to the leader of the rebels, and pointedly pointed to his main argument in his hands. The coachman agreed and asked him to put away his weapon. All he knew how to do was drive horses. When the revolutionary removed his mask, Vincent was quite astonished, for he recognized the unfortunate man from the slave camp who had made a contract with a demon. True, while they were figuring out who saw whom, the young lord noticed a man out of the corner of his eye in front and shouted for the cart to stop. Unfortunately, in the darkness, they turned onto a rock, and the entire cart flipped over, along with the horses, cargo, and passengers. Cal, Hamona, and Uncle Subin, the revolutionaries, took a quick roll call as they struggled to their feet after falling. On their way, they encountered a strange man in a shirt, trousers, and a bandage on his shoulder. He was grinning contentedly, glad that he had chosen the right path to intercept the fugitives. The knights would not have guessed such a thing. The blue band on his arm signified his allegiance to the Halaim authorities, and Hamona cursed the traitor who chose slavery. But the man with the armband did not agree with this assessment. He defended the legitimate authority from the attacks of the rebels. A black capsule the size of a pea appeared in his hands. As soon as the traitor swallowed her, he immediately turned into a real demon and loomed menacingly over the girl. The monsters roared like an enraged bull, reveling in their power. With this, they could suppress thousands of rebels and drown the rebellion in blood. And for this, he was also entitled to a promotion. So the monster very willingly and greedily pounced on his prey. He should have definitely grabbed the fragile girl, but his paw strike was unexpectedly stopped by a counter-movement of the sword. The monster stared in amazement at the strange guy who had stopped his heavy swing and was now using an unusual sword technique. Then the young lord decided to introduce himself and revealed the first flower of his technique, bringing down several heavy blows on the monster. But the mutant only began to puff louder, but remained unharmed. His skin was stronger than steel. But before the monster had time to enjoy the effect, something heavy fell on him from above. It turned out that the young lord was aiming not at the mutant, but at the stone ledge above him, and its weight flattened the durable monster. Vincent had encountered dragon blood before when he fought against a mage with a chimera. The ability to block mana was quite annoying. Now that all the oddities of the case had come together, The young lord had a complete picture of what was happening. The attacker had a special technique for accumulating mana in tablets, the dragon's blood that was in Tilavan's hands when the elder wanted to kill him. All of this was created in Halayim. More was to be expected from this place, the young lord thought, and immediately parried Hamona's sudden blow. She could not come to terms with the fact that her captive not only escaped, but also decided to become a hero. In any case, she decided that since the young man was in cahoots with Hannah Idenko, he was still their enemy. They were all equally indifferent to the fates of ordinary people, she accused. Then they heard a voice coming from the depths of the tunnel. The one approaching them asked Hamona to lower her weapon. Her opponent was too tough for her anyway. A man wearing a top hat and leather coat appeared before Vincent, holding a cane. When the young lord asked him who he was, the man smiled softly and introduced himself in a pleasant voice as Laurent Halayim, the rebel leader. After this, they took Vincent to a secret hideout, where he locked himself in a house with Laurent, while the others kept watch outside. There was excitement in the camp of the revolutionaries. They had already heard a lot about that same Vincent who had blown up the Maltese camp and freed the slaves. Hamona still didn't trust this guy and thought it was a mistake that he was brought here, despite the fact that he was a hero. But those who survived the real hell were grateful to him for salvation and the opportunity to return to their families. They recalled what happened with horror. Many spent years in captivity. After hearing the address of the captive man's baby, Vincent asks Siri to find her and take care of her. So most of those who knew about the exploits of the young hero trusted him and believed that the young lord came to help. Hamona knew the price of betrayal. Who knows when the next most loyal ally will stab her in the back? On the sweet face of the noble youth, it was as easy to hide evil as to reveal virtue. However, the young lord himself modestly described his merits in Maltia. His mother Hela did everything. He only opened the abscess. Yet the leader of the rebels thought otherwise. He had heard stories from freed slaves who dreamed of taking revenge on the House of Halayim for the humiliation. He sincerely thanked the young man for saving many people who were somehow connected to these lands. But not everyone wanted to treat the young man well. Old man Barum came inside and immediately declared that it would be better to kill the young lord. As soon as it was possible to bring him here and give away the location of the secret shelter, the bald, crooked old man was indignant. However, Laurent flatly refused to do this to the brave warrior who had overthrown the tyrant in Maltia. He vouched for the boy with his head and assured the old man that everything would be all right. The rebels' position forced them to be absolutely suspicious. During a civil war, people betray each other every day, the young lord thought. What surprised him was that the leader of the rebellion was alive, although according to rumors, he had recently been executed. It's all about dark magic, came the answer, which made the young lord break out in a cold sweat. Old man Barum once escaped from a labor camp where he purified magical stones, and it was there that he discovered his talent for dark magic, Laurent explained to him. Using the technique of reviving the dead, Barum created a fake body for Laurent. The rebels carried out the operation and replaced their leader right before the execution. Elder Tilavan used this kind of magic, Julian reminded the young lord. At this point, the rebel leader rose from his seat and invited the young man to speak privately. The dark mage eyed him suspiciously until Vincent closed the door behind him. It was a quiet night when they emerged into the forest. Even the trees seemed to be listening to their conversation. Vincent thought he'd be fighting the Simon family, but the enemies were right next to him. And now he was walking with his uncle, discussing how to destroy the Halayim household. Of course, they were not direct relatives, but all this was Halayim's home, native to his stepmother Hela, which left a heavy imprint on their situation. While Laurent was thinking, Vincent suddenly asked him why he had cut his eyes, and the rebel flinched, as if the young man's question had hit the mark. The scar was too rough to have been left by a warrior, but at the same time it was straight, without any trace of resistance, meaning he had done it himself. The memories of that day still lived deep in Laurent's heart. The sight of what his own family was doing was too heavy a burden to bear any longer. But that couldn't be the only reason to deprive oneself of sight, the young lord suggested. Only now did Laurent understand why Hela had sent the boy on this mission. He was too perceptive. Now the Halayim were distributing a medicine that gave superhuman strength, but also caused severe addiction. Using this means, Lord Gabon managed to recruit many rebel supporters by promising them promotions. This caused the rebels many problems. Then Laurent gathered the people in the square and announced that he could no longer watch what his city was turning into. He did everything himself, in front of everyone, and did not allow the healer to approach him. So he became a symbol of irreconcilable struggle for the others. This act was truly worthy of admiration. Not everyone would agree to make sacrifices for the sake of others. But while they were walking through the forest, they were already tracked down by traitors turned into monsters, who easily recognized the leader of Laurent as alive, although he was supposed to be dead. The most dangerous thing was the realization that their secret hideout wasn't so secret after all. There must have been another betrayal, Laurent decided. The demons immediately pounced on them, dreaming of increasing their status. Vincent went out to meet the monsters and told the blind man to quickly hide somewhere. But these monsters had tough skin, and this time there was nothing to drop on their heads to harm them. Vincent was hit and forced to retreat. He quickly thought about what he could use against the enemies. Then Julian noticed something and shouted, attracting the attention of the young lord. Laurent Helame had failed to escape and was now in danger. The monster that leaned over him could also use magic, and flames were gathering in his mouth like a dragon's. Without a leader, the entire rebel movement would end, so the young lord pushed him away, exposing himself to the charge. The explosion loudly alerted everyone in the forest that an attack had begun, and a bright flash broke through the dense foliage. The young lord survived, but his left hand was badly burned, and yet his hands held the sword tightly. The two monsters that towered over him from their height grinned contentedly. The boy wouldn't last long anyway. As always in such a situation, the young lord was in no hurry to lose heart. There was always a way out. His enemies were not immortal. He also had to protect the wounded Laurent, which added complexity to the equation. The monsters also seemed to understand his helplessness and launched a furious attack. Vincent swore foully and cursed everyone who used such means. And then, when he was already preparing for the worst, he heard music. The quiet, moonlit singing of steel. The next moment, both monsters became meat slicing, ceasing to exist right before his eyes. It was hard not to recognize this sword. Hannah Idenko arrived just in time and saved them, majestic and strong. Then she was able to make out the face of the rebel leader in the light of the fires, and to her amazement, she recognized Sir Laurent. He too recognized her voice and stood frozen in amazement as Hannah, with cries of rage, attacked the one who should have died, not lived shamelessly in hiding. Only at the last moment did Vincent manage to put up a defense and reflect her piercing attack. It was hard to believe that Hannah, who always hid her feelings under a veil of composure, would behave like this, and the young lord shouted at her to come to her senses. "Does she still like to draw?" Laurent asked her peacefully, as if greeting an old friend. He had already managed to recover and get to his feet. These words disarmed the girl. She threw away her sword and fell to the ground, her shoulders shaking silently. "What does it matter that she paints if he can't see her paintings?" the girl answered with tears in her eyes. Soon the rest of the rebels came running to the noise, with Hamona at the head. She, more than anyone else, expected to see the traitors. As soon as she saw the face of the main enemy of the resistance, Hamona grimaced with disdain. And even though Laurent tried to stop her, the revolutionary still approached Hannah with her fists clenched tightly, after which she gave her a resounding slap, the echo of which resounded throughout the entire forest. "To think that the one who almost killed their leader has now shown up right here," Hamona said angrily. From childhood, Hannah was taught that feelings are not important for a warrior, that the main virtue is the ability to complete a task. But then a rebellion and civil war broke out in Helheim, and everything was turned upside down. Hamona was there when their leader was captured. She remembered well her blue tunic, the cadet star, and the sword on her belt. That was the last thing she saw when she was knocked down by the blow of the hilt. The rebels were caught right in their lair, and Hannah tried her best to shield herself from unnecessary feelings, convincing herself that she was simply following her duty. Hannah was asked to bring a witness to court, and she politely enunciated each word as she asked Laurent to come with her. Hamona did not believe in her or the idea of a fair trial in their city, so that it would be completely under the control of a tyrant. Just a few questions and then he would be released, Hannah promised, because that was what she had been told. Then the brave girl stood before her leader and declared that she would never betray him. Then the tyrant Lord Helame himself entered the building. He grinned angrily and said that he had come to take his son, not to kill him. It was time to finish all the games and return home, said the Lord. But Laurent refused. Even without sight, he clearly saw the horror that his family was committing, and he would have preferred to die. All of them were his friends and comrades who stood next to him and thought so, and had long fought in the war for the future of their land. Lord Gabon only chuckled in displeasure in response. The son who had deprived himself of his sight and imposed his beliefs on others, in his opinion, was engaged in a useless business. The father, who had long ago sold his soul to the devil, put his hand on his shoulder and grinned so that he began to tremble. Was he willing to sacrifice his niece? Lord Helime asked. After all, he was the one who taught her to draw. It would be unbearably sad if she, too, went blind. A monster and a beast that had long since ceased to be his father, Laurent thought then. He had no choice, and for the sake of his student, he surrendered to the authorities. And then the decision to execute him was announced. the scaffold, the guillotine, and the frenzied crowd that erupted when the people's hero was executed. While Laurent was saved by dark magic that time, ironically, they resorted to forbidden knowledge that put them in line with those they fought. Everything went perfectly. The dead man was executed, but Hannah didn't know about the substitution, and there was no way to tell her about it. Betrayed by Lord Halaim, she completely forgot about her virtue of composure. When the dead man's head with Laurent's face rolled down the scaffold, a deathly silence reigned. Hundreds of people fell silent, and this became more frightening than their menacing cries. That's how it all began. His escape, his underground work. And now here they were in the dense forest by the fire. Laurent might have remained the nominal leader of the rebellion, but without his eyes, he was of little use, serving more as an inspiration. In order to completely hide his existence, he was forced to keep his secret from his niece. Hannah had been through a difficult time. She felt the burden of betrayal and guilt that fell on her like a mountain. Lord Halaim seemed to mock her and congratulated her on her victory. Because they had found the rebel leader and executed him, she had done an excellent job. Everything is exactly as it should be. Now she is entitled to a reward, the Lord said smugly. A warrior has no need for feelings, he repeated, and the heavy object ended up in her palm. That same award medal, for service to Lord Halaim. For a moment, Hannah thought it was covered in blood. Now Laurent asked if the young lord wanted to fulfill his stepmother's will and raze Halaim to the ground. After they learned of Lord Halaim's atrocities and how he treated Hannah, the reasons to undertake this task only became more and more. Without a doubt, the young lord joined Laurent's movement, and the firelight danced in his eyes. Soon he arrived at Lord Halaim's palace to meet with his father at the rebel leader's request. At the entrance, he was stopped by a guard knight who did not recognize the young lord. Vincent introduced himself to them and provided all the documents, which the guards studied long and meticulously with a sense of self-importance, after which they said that another check would be required, and he should wait. Then the young lord showed them the murderous aura of the heir to a great house, who had rather razed the palace to the ground than wait at the threshold. His visit was already approved by the head of the Halaim house, although it occurred with some delay due to a number of complications. Or maybe they consider themselves higher in status than the heir of Lord Idenko, Vincent asked them angrily, and even the guards' helmets began to sweat from the tension. After which he completely ignored them and went to the palace himself, ordering them to take him to the lord. As soon as he opened the gates, a whole army of armored men was already waiting for him. Too much for a mere guard, and the young lord demanded an explanation. He was told that a meeting of hides was currently taking place. The event is named after the flower that represents Halaim, the same one that Hela always wore in her hair. In other words, this event was a tournament in which local masters competed with invited ones. However, due to the difficult political situation and other unrest, the event could have been disrupted, so all troops were gathered in a neutral zone to maintain security. The young lord only snorted contemptuously. It seemed Lord Halaim liked to place soldiers where they were not needed at all. He should have come up with a more convincing excuse, Vincent told the guard, not believing a single word he said. Even if they were afraid of attack, what good would they be if they were locked in the main hall and not deployed outside? This must definitely be a test, the young lord decided, and grinned haughtily. His provocation was successful, and soon a tall warrior with a hammer in his hands appeared before him, who offered to accompany him. He glared menacingly at the guest and ordered him to go and do without any unnecessary antics. Vincent smirked again, wondering how he, a cadet of the Red Fortress and heir to the Idenko family who had arrived on an approved visit, could pose a danger, and the big man was immediately taken aback. Why were they so huddled in fear in the palace that they couldn't even put two words together, which is unworthy of knights, said the young lord. He could find the entrance to the lord's chambers himself, so he relieved the big man with the hammer of such a duty. This time he couldn't stand it any longer, and the sound of a heavy hammer echoed through the hall. It was impossible to go any further, the knight said. Excellent, the young lord told them with an expression that made them all tremble. His hand had only touched the sword, and his body was already surrounded by a fighting aura. The knights felt that this was too much energy for a simple boy, and now they believed that it was he who liberated Maltia. The inspection ended, and Lord Halaim himself appeared on the balcony. He ordered the knights to leave, and he himself, smiling, invited Vincent to come up to him. "Welcome to Elam," said the lord. As they settled into the office, Vincent maintained the same haughty, defiant tone and made no secret of his displeasure. Lord Halaim apologized for the test he had arranged. He really wanted to see the abilities of the one who had caused such a stir in Maltia. They met face to face for the first time, and the young lord stared at his enemy. Pure malice, as if his entire aura was made of darkness and blood. A real monster, Vincent thought. The lord responded in kind, as he had long wanted to meet the executioner who killed his own son. They were both enemies and knew it, but they couldn't act openly yet and only exchanged pleasantries.
When Lord Halaim asked what brought the young man to his house, he replied that it was a secret.
With these words, Vincent took the cup from the table, making it clear that he would not say anything more. It was necessary to separate personal and work. Lord Halaim was forced to agree and laughed loudly. One thing Vincent could tell him for sure was that he had received his assignment from Mother Hela Halaim. The Lord winced with displeasure since they were not related, and he was amazed that his daughter considered Vincent a real son.
They had done a great job recently and corrected his son's behavior, Lord Halaim said, while Vincent modestly replied that he had simply been lucky.
It was as if he was deliberately irritating the Lord because his son died, which can hardly be called luck. The conversation became dangerous, but Vincent confidently answered Julian that no one would attack them now.
Then Lord Halaim told him to relax, because he would have to deal with his son himself anyway. He told an obvious lie.
One way or another, the young lord was greatly delayed on the way, and Gabon did not miss this, and he had to tell about the clashes with the rebels. As soon as Gabon heard about this, he demonstratively became enraged that his grandson had been attacked. Vincent was even taken aback by such a reaction. Gabon's hatred was genuine.
He didn't even listen to what Vincent was telling him, completely absorbed in the thought of how to deal with all the rebels. Gabon recently captured several enemies and took pleasure in subjecting them to brutal execution, but leaving them alive. Hearing about the latest atrocities against people, Vincent himself involuntarily bared his teeth. Pure evil sat before him.
Then he suddenly jumped up from his seat and wanted to confess that he had come to him because of the approaching tournament.
The Lord seemed very surprised by Vincent's decision, even more than he should have been. The young Lord showed him papers that said that many people were counting on him, and this was true because his participation in the tournament was part of the rebels' plan. Laurent had no doubt that the cautious Lord Gabon would gather all his forces together for the duration of the tournament. So Vincent would be an excellent bait. A host of distinguished guests, including Lord Idenko himself and his wife, Lady Hela, will be joining him to watch his performance. It will be a performance that Gabon won't be able to take its eyes off. Everything was decided in one night, and it was necessary to quickly contact the people on the guest list. Now they had a reason to come here on understandable grounds.
A brave few, Vincent thought, as he looked at his dream team. All of them silent for a long moment when he voiced his plan.
Siri and Wilson, even more so, were horrified that he was going to invite his father.
Even Hannah had a hard time believing that she would be able to attract the head of Idenko. Moreover, he himself will act alone and may find himself in danger.
The young lord chuckled and found it sweet that his sister cared so much about him, which greatly embarrassed the girl. He chuckled and assured her that everything would go just fine. The main problem was only one of dexterity. It would be necessary to contact each of the invited guests without Lord Gabon finding out about it. This part was taken over by the rebels. Laurent still had old contacts who owned the magic mail. Once everything was decided and all the issues were settled, they could begin their plan to overthrow the tyrant. Vincent really hoped that his grandfather would appreciate the gift that had been prepared for him. Soon their letters reached their addressees, and Father Duran could not believe that everything was so bad in Halaim. He showed the papers to Merlin, saying that since then he had been with him all the time and protected the Grail. Now they had another walk ahead of them, and Duran invited the Paladin to go with him. The director's lady also reacted violently to Vincent's letter, so Dean Vargon had to put up a protective barrier. Her steel whips lashed out in all directions, knocking a rain of fragments out of the stones. Apparently, Vincent had greatly embellished something in his letter. Now Helga, as the director, was obliged to go to the aid of her cadet, she said without listening to the dean's words. She collapsed to the floor, powerless from the realization that her favorite student did not trust her so much that he did not say anything and did not ask for help. And then Helga wanted to know who their enemies were and who was behind everything. Vargon reminded her of Elder Tilavan, who could not act alone. Eventually, someone betrayed him and cut off all ties with him. Someone very influential, because there weren't many organizations that could influence the Council of Elders. Nightmares, Helga agreed with him. That was what the Lich Edmund, whom they encountered in Maltia, called himself. Hela's younger brother was also a member of that mysterious organization. Now even the director didn't know where all this could lead. The spirit of war was clearly in the air. It was difficult to say anything about this, Vargon agreed with her. But one thing was clear. The young lord was going to strike the first spark in this war. Hela received his message too. To think her stepson would do such a thing. He would strike a spark for them that could be fanned into a flame. They should make their own plan, she told Lord Khan. The flames that will burn her house, the Lord answered her with a heavy heart. He placed his strong hands on her fragile shoulders and asked her one last time if she could handle all of this. Hela, like no one else, knew that behind Khan's emotionless face lay boundless kindness. She was glad that he was next to her.
The one person she could rely on was the strongest man on the continent. Perhaps this way she could atone for part of her guilt before everyone, for the fact that she herself belongs to this house. The young lord let his grandfather ponder what he had heard, and then asked if it was time for him to prepare for the arrival of the guests. Instead of an answer, he received another burst of loud, bearish laughter. His reaction alarmed the young lord, and Gabon told him that he would not do anything stupid because he was not at all afraid of the arrival of distinguished guests. Halayim is a region that thrived on trade and has historically been a zone between great houses. Even if they have to sever all ties with the Idenko family, it won't be a big problem for them. It was always possible to offer one's services and goods to other houses. In the end, even Hela changed houses without any problems. Many families have tried to take over Halayim, and it is certainly not some seedy place for one boy to take over, the Lord said mockingly. So it even amused him that Vincent was up to something. It seemed so obvious. The young lord responded to his grandfather with the same cheeky chuckle. They were both playing an interesting game, where the one who uncovered the enemy's plans first would win. And so far, Vincent was winning. In the Red Fortress, the butler Zircon was looking for his ward, the young master Raphael, and I found him in the forest in a very excited state, which was only encountered when it came to his main rival. Raphael read the letter, but he was already glowing with a fighting aura and a satisfied grin on his face. Far from them, on the plains of the Simon lands, news reached their main palace. This was evidenced by the cyclopean-sized explosion of mana that scared the knight who trained Kagon to death. Kagon held the letter in his hands, every line of which drove him into a frenzy. Vincent Edenko, the very name on the signature, aroused in him the desire to kill, after which he demanded that his sister Valkia be notified, as they were traveling to Halayim. A storm was approaching, and its first gushes had already reached all the kingdoms.